Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
The multi-story buildings are partially destroyed, many are missing pieces of walls and roofs. Gray clouds are gathering over this half-ruined city. The young man has his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open. He has a black scarf around his neck and protective pads on his shoulders. The young man is standing on the street near a car. Several monsters with glowing red eyes have gathered around him. The guy says that they got him. Someone takes a step forward along the crumbling road. The young man turns his head to the side and looks back over his shoulder. Clouds of dust and small fragments of something are flying around him. The young man is staring at something, his eyes squinting to the side. He asks why this not very smart person is complicating things so much by running so far away. The guy is standing a few steps away from the monsters that are attacking a man. He says that it is somewhere in Anyang. The monsters are standing over a defeated man, who opened his mouth wide in a scream. The guy says that someone was found, but ordered to live long. A young man stands behind the monsters, who are not paying attention to him. One of the monsters has a piece of shirt clenched in its mouth. The guy expresses displeasure at this sight. A couple of monsters turn their heads back. Their eyes glow brightly, and there is a horn on the top of these creatures' heads. A blue sign appears in front of them, with several inscriptions on it. It says that monsters numbered 435, 221, and 222 have noticed the guy. He exhales, his mouth slightly open, and looks at them with a slightly tired look. The young man asks if it is possible to turn off this stupid function of naming each monster. The creatures bared their teeth furiously and began to growl. The monsters rushed at the young man, moving at high speed. The guy stands with his arms outstretched along his body and looks at his enemies. The monsters jump forward, their mouths open, their bodies glowing red. A white glow appeared around the young man, like an aura. He stretched one hand forward and pushed off the ground with his foot. Two blue signs indicate that he has activated the skill of adding and destroying. The guy's eyes began to glow purple so brightly that the pupils are almost invisible. With a sharp movement of his hand, the guy cut off the monster's head. It flies to the side, splashing blood in the air. A bright flash of light rises high into the sky. It comes from the wall. At its foot, wooden stakes are installed. The man knocks on the wall with his hand, which is clenched into a fist. He calls out to someone and demands that they open the door. The guy in armor opened the door, a slight smile on his face. Behind him, tents are set up and people are walking. The guy smiles affably and waves his hand. This is a player on high difficulty. His name is Junjun. He turns to the young man and says that he has returned. Junjun is standing opposite a young man who put his hands in his pockets. Junjun looked around, looking carefully. He turns to the guy and says that no one else can do this and he knows it. Next, he asks about the man who ran away. The young man replies that he has no nerves and asks if he will send someone else. The young man looks at Junjun with a tired and calm look. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. The boy with purple eyes says that he is dead, eaten by scavengers. Junjun is amazed at how quickly it happened and says that the man was playing at high speed. The young man closed his eyes and moved his hand to the side. He says that when he arrived, he saw 3 rank monsters enjoying a meal. Junjun looks at him in amazement. A bead of sweat is running down the boy's cheek. He makes a surprised sound and thinks of rank monsters. Junjun imagines monsters with red eyes and sharp horns. The young man grins nervously, his eyebrows are furrowed, and sweat is running down his cheek. He thinks that the players on the high difficulty level are strong, but even one rank monster is comparable in strength. He thinks anxiously about the fact that there are 3 monsters nearby and that they need to be dealt with urgently. Junjun turns to the young man, calling him Hyan, and asks where he saw them. Junjun smiles a little nervously and points his finger at the young man. The young man looks back with a bored and calm expression. Hyan replies that it doesn't matter, he killed them. Junjun, a little surprised, says that he understands. The young man with purple eyes walks past the guy, putting his hands in his pockets. Junjun looks after him with a curious look, slightly raising one hand up. The young man says that he is hungry and urges him to go to the cafeteria. Junjun turns to him and asks him to answer honestly. The young man with purple eyes stops and looks away, pursing his lips. Junjun asks him about the guy not playing on the low difficulty level. The young man with purple eyes is a player on an easy difficulty and his name is Kang Tison. He closed his eyes and raised his hand up, as if waving off the question. He says that this is nonsense and that he was with a bunch of other players. They got through the labyrinth together. Kang Tison adds that Junjun can ask them. Kang Tison turns his back to Junjun. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's face. He looks a little nervous. Junjun looks at him with wide open eyes and raised eyebrows. He asks about who he should ask and says that everyone except Kang Tison died. The guy adds that those who survive sometimes appear but die from their wounds a couple of days later. Kang Taesun asks him with a short pause if Jun is serious. The buildings in the city are destroyed, cars are abandoned on the road. Black smoke rises from the ruins of the city. Jun says that he cannot understand how an easy player can survive here, and he adds that even normals have it tough here. The same man turns to Kang Taesun and says that his calmness is very suspicious. Jun looks ahead with a puzzled look, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He asks Kang Taesun why he is so strong and says that he himself is hard, but he cannot compare to him. Kang Taesun looks slightly to the side, tightly pressing his lips. The young man is meaningfully silent, thinking about the answer. He puts his hands in his pockets and moves forward, Jun walking next to him. A long shadow stretches behind Kang Taesun, in which the outlines of the castle are visible. Kang Taesun says that this is all because they are lazy. Jun tells him that he has taken up his old ways again. Several people pass by a large tent. Nearby there is a room with green walls. This is a dining room. Kang Taesun sits at the table and looks at the potatoes with a twisted mouth. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek and his eyebrows are arched. He says that today they have potatoes again and asks if they have found anything better. The young man adds with displeasure that they could have at least grown sweet potatoes or corn. Jun is sitting at the table with a plate of food in front of him. The guy brings his hand with potatoes to his mouth, about to take a bite. He asks what to do about it since potatoes are cheaper. Jun explains that they are easier to grow and they have distribution restrictions. Kang Taesun and Jun are sitting at the table opposite each other. Kang Taesun stretched out his hand to the side and put the other on the table. He looks dissatisfied and his interlocutor is perplexed. Jun asks him if he hasn't learned the skill for fast growing yet. Kang Taesun tells him that he is easy and asks where he got such a skill. The young man adds that, moreover, wherever they go, there is food. Jun agrees with him and says that it is true. There are several people standing near the tent. One of them is yelling at another. Saliva is spraying from his mouth. He is so emotional. He asks not to joke like that and says that it is not true. The second man asks him to wash it off and calm down. Jun holds a potato in his hand, from which he bit off a piece. Kang Taesun turns his head to the side and looks at it with a slightly frowning look. He says that it looks like someone has returned from cleaning again. Jun agrees with him. Kang Taesun took a potato in his hand and closed his eyes. Jun looks towards the exit of the canteen, his mouth wide open, and a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Kang Taesun says that he thinks that the man will be arrested and he will get off with a reprimand for disturbing the peace. Jun asks him again and says that the man is a hard one. It looks like Kang Taesun will have to intervene. Kang Taesun tightly clutched the vegetable in his hand and turned his head to the side. He looks there sullenly and displeasedly, his mouth is slightly open. Someone calls him and asks him to come quickly, a scuffle is happening there. Cracks appeared in the wall, there are several people near it. One is kneeling, they help him up. Nearby, a young man helps a girl, supporting her. Someone loudly asks him not to lie to him and says that this cannot be planet Earth. He adds that after the last raid, everything should have ended. The young man in armor looks angry, he tightly clenched his hand into a fist. His eyebrows are furrowed, and his mouth is open in a scream. He asks if this is really such a thing and yells at them not to try to sell him this nonsense. Kang Taesun moves the edge of the tent with one hand and looks at the guy standing in front of him. He looks nervous, beads of sweat are running down his face. Kang Taesun asks where T-Yon is. They tell him that he is on reconnaissance. Behind the screaming man stands an adult man. He raised one hand up, as if getting attention. The man turns to the guy and says that this is really planet Earth. The man adds that while the guy was in the labyrinth, the world has changed a lot. The men urge him to calm down and listen to what he has to say. The guy turns him around and punches the man in the face, causing him to stumble back. The young man shouts loudly, indicating that he should stop lying. Kang Taesun looks at what is happening with a gloomy and tired look, and Jun looks at the young man with a wide smile. He holds 2 potatoes in his hands and presses them to his chest. Kang Taesun says that the guy is freaking out. Jun wishes him luck, to which Kang Taesun replies that if he eats his potatoes before he gets back, he will kill him. Jun stands there happily with a wide smile on his face, and after Kang Taesun's words, he becomes a little nervous, sweat running down his cheek. Kang Taesun is standing a few steps away from the guy, who turned in his direction. The young man with purple eyes puts his hands in his pockets and does not look particularly tense. He says that, unfortunately, everything is true, humanity is in danger of extinction. The guy who just hit the man shouts again for Kang Taesun to stop lying. He asks in response if he is stuck. The young man slightly turned his head to the side and looks down. He looks thoughtful. The rebel says that this can't be their planet. He asks Kang Taesun if he knows how many players there are in this game. Couldn't they stop a bunch of monsters? The guy screams loudly that it's all a lie. Kang Taesun is displeased, thinking that he's up to his old tricks again. The young man is kneeling and clutching his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Above his head is a city that is distorted in space and illuminated in purple. Someone says that most players who return to Earth after the labyrinth go crazy because they can't accept the new reality. Kang Tison exhales with his mouth open, his eyes hidden in the shadows. The man says that this happens quite often, but it's impossible to get used to it, in which case there is only one way out. Kang Tison looks down at someone, his mouth slightly open. The young man who returned from the labyrinth looks from under his brows. His mouth is twisted into an evil grin, his eyebrows are furrowed. A challenge to a duel has just been issued. Kang Tison tells the guy that he will have to give him a punch so that he will understand that he is not being trifled with and orders him to state his name. He introduces himself and says that his name is Jang Chun. He asks if Kang Tison is offering a duel and asks who he is. Jang Chun straightens his back and smiles widely, a little mockingly. He raised one hand to chest level and holds something. He looks at some messages about Kang Tison. The young man with purple eyes said his name. Jang Chun asked again and asked if he was the same easy player who constantly writes a lot in the general chat. Kang Tison takes a step forward, his hands are shoved into his pockets. Zhang Chang looks at him with a wide smile and spreads his arms out to the side. He says that this is ridiculous. Kang Tison challenges hard. He asks if Kang Tison doesn't know that the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Kang Tison looks at him with his mouth slightly open. The young man raised his hand to his chest and extended his index finger. Kang Tison urges Zhang Chang to shut his mouth and fight. He says that if he wins, he will show him the real reality that he is looking for. Zhang Chang grins angrily and frowns. He took out his sword and pulled his hand back with it. The guy's eyes glowed with a golden light, and a bright fire appeared near the blade of the weapon. He says that Kang Tison will regret it if Zhang Chang kills him, but it is not his problem. The young man tightly grips the sword, around which a bright fire appeared. He activated a skill called Increase. The attack power increases by half. He also activated skills called Concentration and Strong Blow. Now his blows are more accurate and the next attack will have increased damage potential. Kang Tison stands a few steps away from Zhang Chang and looks at him, folding his arms across his chest. Behind him, other warriors are crowded together, watching the events unfold. Someone is surprised that Zhang Chang has skills called Enlargement and Strong Strike. Zhang Chang is said to be strong. A bright yellow flash illuminates the space. Zhang Chang attacks, striking Kang Tison with his sword. His eyes glow bright yellow, and a bright light comes from the sword. Kang Tison calmly watches his opponent's attack. A bright flash appears above the ground, and a yellow-orange column of dust rises into the sky. Zhang Chang stands surrounded by smoke, a puzzled expression on his face, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Kang Tison activated a skill called Zero First Strike, and Zhang Chang's strike deals 0 damage to the young man. Zhang Chang is amazed at this and wonders how this happened. The blade of the sword is half hidden by the smoke and dust that hang in the air. Kang Tison holds the sword by the blade next to him. He looks at the enemy with a confident look, with a slight smirk. He asks Zhang Chang if he is finished. He stands with his brows furrowed and stares ahead. He stretched out both hands forward, apparently holding the weapon. He wonders in surprise why his strike did not work and what kind of ability this is. He has never heard of it. Kang Tison holds the enemy's sword by the blade. It seems that he is not making any effort. The young man clenched his other hand into a fist, around which a blue glow appeared. He is about to strike back. Kang Tison says that he will strike now. The fist, engulfed in blue light, hits Zhang Chang's body. He looks at his attack with anxiety, a drop of sweat running down his face. Jang Chun activated a skill called Fortitude. It reduces damage by 50%. However, Kang Tison's skill called The Last Judgment bypasses any defensive skills of the opponent. Zhang Chong is surprised to think that he is in pain. Kang Tison continues to calmly hold the opponent's sword with one hand, and with the other he strikes the opponent. A circle of blue and white energy appeared around them. The damage that Kang Tison dealt to Zhang Chang is 49. Zhang Chang makes a muffled sound in silent questions. He took away the sword and frowned at his opponent. Dust cubes that rise from the ground are floating around him. He is surprised that Kang Tison dealt only 49 damage. He smugly thinks that Kang Tison cannot overcome the huge difference in statistics between the easy and hard levels. Kang Tison brought his fist, engulfed in blue light, to his chest. He lowered his chin down. The expression in his eyes is not visible, they are hidden by the shadow. He asks the opponent if he has 10,000 hit points. Kang Tison pulled his fist to the side and swung it, preparing to strike again. His face shows calmness and self-confidence. He activated a skill called the Final Judgment. It bypasses any defensive skills of the opponent. A boost was added to this. Now the damage is doubled and a multiplier was added. The damage was increased 4 times. Zhang Chang opened his mouth wide and frowned. He looks tense. The guy asks the opponent to stop. Kang Tison looks at him from under his brows slightly frowned. The young man's eyes began to glow purple. He asks Zhang Chang what happened and urges him to accept. The young man's fist, glowing blue, fell on Zhang Chang's head. He bent over from the blow and slightly rounded his mouth in surprise. Zhang Chang flew face down on the ground. A large hole with cracks appeared at the place of the blow. Kang Tison stands next to him with an outstretched hand. A flash of blue and purple light appears around them. The bright flash is almost blinding. Zhang Chang is face planted on the ground. He lies cheek to the ground, his mouth wide open in a scream. The damage that Kang Tison has done is equal to 9,604. Zhang Chang lets out a loud cry of pain. Kang Tison looks down at his opponent, a condescending expression on his face. He asks Zhang Chang if he understands now and says that this is really Earth. Zhang Chang tries to get up, leaning on his hands. Kang Tison is standing sideways to him, his hands in his pockets. Zhang Chang howls and says that he has enough of joking around with him. Streams of tears are running down his cheeks. The boy looks down, his eyebrows arched. He asks why the world has become like this. If he knew, he would never have gone to protect the labyrinth. A bright flash of blue light is near the planet Earth. Around is black space with bright stars. It's as if a small crack appeared in the sky, which glows with a bright red light. Someone says that once upon a time there was peace on Earth. Two dragons fly in the air above the city. Above him hang clouds from which purple lightning strikes. The narrator continues to say that one day the heavens opened up and a horde of monsters rained down on Earth. The monsters attacked the city. A huge dragon stands near the houses. Creatures with huge eyes walk along the ground. The buildings are engulfed in flames. Dark smoke rises into the sky. Near the car sits a man who is trying to hide from the monsters. He covers his mouth with his hands. Each person was given a choice. The man took his hands away from his face and holds them near his chest. He looks at a bright blue translucent sign in shock and confusion. A strange tall building is in space. It looks very unusual. Many towers are located not up, but down. 4 difficulty levels are written on the blue side, such as low, normal, high, and a level called loner. After choosing a difficulty level, players entered a maze. Several people are standing and looking up at a bright blue light. Players could return to Earth only after clearing it. A huge number of different monsters are walking around the ruined city. Players found the planet in a state of ruin, filled with monsters. Kang Tison looks ahead, his mouth slightly open. He holds his hands at chest level and seems to shake them off. Kang Tison asks what else is left for them. He says that they should all try to save this world together. White clouds are floating in the bright blue sky. Someone tells Kang Tison that he is a good boy. He stands with his hands in his pockets and looks at Junjun, who is heading towards him. He is clutching a potato in his hand and waving his other hand in the air. The guy smiles widely and happily, narrowing his eyes. Kang Tison says that he has already arrived and says that Junjun talks a lot. He replies that of course he has already arrived. He needs to see Kang Tison in action. Jun Chang is supported by several men, helping him leave. Tears are streaming down his face. He presses his hand to his nose. Someone says that Jun Chang is doing well. This news always hits the players hard, even on hard. Kang Tison caught the potato in the air and looks away. His mouth is slightly open. He does not look tired after the fight. Kang Tison asks what is special about him teaching such a weak player a lesson. Jun Jun says that it is not he who is weak, it is Kang Tison who is very strong. Jun Jun looks at the young man's back. His mouth is slightly open, and his eyebrows are raised in surprise. Kang Tison took a bite of the potato and holds it near his face. He is disappointed that the potato has cooled down, which is why he did not want to get involved. Jun Jun turns to Kang Tison and asks him to honestly tell him where he got the skill called multiplication. Jun Jun looks slightly nervous. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He raised his hand to chest level, palm open. Jun Jun asks about a skill called the Last Judgment, against which no defense helps. He asks where he got them. Then he asks about the first hit reset and asks what kind of cheating skills these are. Kang Tison continues to eat potatoes, closing his eyes. Jun Jun says that he has only seen such skills from Kang Tison. He asks how he got them. Kang Tison tells the guy that he got them through hard work. Jun Jun folded his arms over his chest and looked forward, standing next to Kang Tison. He finishes his potatoes, holding his hand in front of him. He rested his other hand on his hip. Jun Jun says that he always says that and asks if a new player has appeared. He adds that they are in a rush today. Kang Tison says that he doesn't think so. On the ground there are boxes with a huge amount of blue crystals and some other things. A girl dressed in short shorts, high boots and a white cloak walks away from them. There are many people standing near her, some are clapping their hands. This girl has bright purple eyes and long dark gray hair. She brought her hand to her face and holds it near her cheek. Someone says that T-Yon has returned. Kang Tison is standing in the room, one hand in his pocket. The young man looks up at the skeleton of a huge monster. He thinks about how humanity will soon come to an end, and he cares so much about the decorations for the interior. Kang Tison is standing near the stands with vases. He brought his hand to one of the exhibits. Behind him, on the wall, There are several paintings in gold frames. Kang Tison says that he was always offended by someone's love for all kinds of luxury. The young man touched his hand to the gold frame on which flowers are carved. Kang Tison thinks about monsters prowling the streets, and she managed to carry such a huge painting without a single scratch. Kang Tison stands next to a huge painting and looks at it, putting her hands in her pockets. The young man thinks that she is the only one who quickly cleared the maze. Kang Tison turns his head to the side and looks at something carefully. He asks why the strongest among them was a girl. T-Yon is sitting in a red chair, crossing her legs. She has a satisfied smile on her face, and there are paintings behind the girl. The girl leaned forward and brought her hand to her face, holding her chin. She says that in times like these, it is good to have a hobby. T-Yon suggests that Kang Tison find a hobby. The young man stands at some distance from the girl and looks at her. She leaned back in her chair and waved her hand in the air. Kang Tison replies that they will talk about it when he has at least some free time. The young man asks the girl why she called him. T-Yon asks the young man if he taught the newbie a lesson. The girl looks at the blue sign that appeared in front of her with a smile on her face. She says that a player on a low difficulty teaches a player on a high difficulty. The girl asks where else he will see something like that. The plate contains T-Yon's stats. She is level 258 with 45,810 health points. Her mana is 7,020 points and her strength is 10,152 points. The girl's intelligence is 9,899 points and her agility is 13,252 points. The girl's attack is increased by 5,421 points and her defense is increased by 8,456 points. The inscription below states that the object is in a state of alarm. Kang Tison looks at the girl with slight bewilderment, his brows furrowed. She asks her if the girl decided to brag. T-Yon is standing next to the chair and looking at the blue plate hanging in front of her. Kang Tison is standing opposite her and pointing his finger at the same blue plate. T-Yon says she was just checking and calls the young man to show off his stat points. He says she is just showing off in front of a pathetic easy player. Kang Tison's blue stat plate says he is level 57. He has 1,021 health points, 820 mana points, and 105 strength points. The young man's intelligence is 100 points, agility is 98. His attack is 49 points, and his defense is 58 points. The writing at the bottom says the subject is dormant. T-Yon raises her hand to her face and brings her fingers to her mouth. She stares with wide eyes, raising her eyebrows slightly. She says she knew it, he really is pathetic. Kang Tison asks her if the girl is looking for a fight. The girl stretches her hand out in front of the young man. He closes his eyes and folds his arms across his chest. The girl says that she said that this is just a test, for an easy player, his stats are very decent. Kang Tison stands with his arms tense, which are stretched along his body. Everything around him is blue, stars are shining above his head in the dark sky. Someone says that the labyrinth is divided into 4 levels. 2 young men are standing behind T-Yon. They seem to be hanging in space, surrounded on all sides by a purple space with stars. The narrator continues to say that when the player goes through the labyrinth, his growth stops. It was impossible to become stronger in any way, so the difference in statistics between the difficulty levels was huge. Kang Tison and Jun Jun stand with their backs to each other. Both young men folded their arms across their chests. Someone says that the hard players had stats 1,000 times higher than Kang Tison's. However, none of them could withstand his blow, and all because Kang Tison had special skills. T-Yon raised her hand up. She is holding an object in the air, which is illuminated in purple. A smile shines on the girl's face, one eye is hidden by her bangs. She orders the young man to stand still. The girl is shrouded in purple radiance, her hair is flying high up. The girl is clutching a black object in her hand, she is heading forward. T-Yon activated a skill called Increase, her attack power has become half as much. She also activated a skill called Doubling, her attack power has become even more than a widow. The girl also uses the skill of Perfect Accuracy. The girl swung her hand, her eyes began to glow blue. The girl strikes, sending a force wave towards Kang Tison. The accuracy of the girl's next attack is 100%. The young man stands calmly, his hands in his pockets. Someone says that skills can be earned regardless of the difficulty level. The young man looks down, his face hidden in the shadows. The young man stands calmly, the attack passes through him. A bright flash of pink and orange appears behind his back. Kang Tison covered one eye, and with the other he looks intently somewhere. A huge hole in the wall appeared behind the young man. Through it you can see the dark blue sky with stars. Kang Tison stands, not even moving. He asks the girl why she did it. Kang Tison activated a skill called Zeroing the first hit. Damage to Kang Tison is 0 points. The girl looks forward with a smile, her eyebrows are arched, as if in affection. She raised her hand up, pink magic glows above her palm. The girl says that she just wanted to for fun. Kang Taesun raised his hand to his shoulder and looked away with a slightly tired look. Taeyeon says that zeroing the first strike, the last judgment, exponential attack, simple time stop, Kang Taesun has only cheating skills. The girl says that he has about 200 of them and asks if she is right. Kang Taesun tells her that he has about 230 skills. Taeyeon is standing in the middle of purple space with the shadow of the labyrinth tower behind her. The girl says that Kang Taesun said that he got all of them in the labyrinth, moving forward with a special strategy. She adds that from his example, she sees that they should have studied the labyrinth more thoroughly while they were there. Taeyeon says that they should have focused on gaining as much power as possible and not rush to clear the labyrinth. Kang Taesun continues to stand near the hole in the wall. He slightly turned his head to the side. The young man asks a question about who knows and says that it is already in the past. The girl leans her hand on the armrest of the chair and is about to sit down. She says that it is not quite in the past. She wants to say that Kang Taesun is incredible. The girl adds that if he had chosen the solo difficulty level from the very beginning, they would have been guaranteed victory. Kang Taesun looks at the girl thoughtfully, pursing his lips. His bangs fall on his face, hiding his eyes. Kang Taesun is standing in a cemetery next to other players who are kneeling in front of graves. A bright purple light illuminates the space with crosses. Blue clouds float in the sky. Kang Taesun's skills are high level, but the effectiveness of almost all skills depends on the level of certain statistics. Two guys and a girl are standing in a cemetery with tears in their eyes. Crows are flying in the sky. One of them is sitting on a cross. Someone says that if he had chosen a high level of ability or even solo. A bright pink light illuminates the space with stars. Someone says that in other words, Kang Taesun could use his unique skills even at half their potential. Kang Taesun raised his hand up and brought it to his head. The young man frowned and slightly opened his mouth. He asks not to translate from empty to empty. Taeyeon sits in a chair, crossing her legs and looking at the young man, sideways. Kang Taesun asks her to speak directly and asks if she returned from patrol. The girl briefly answers with consent. Kang Taesun looks at her with wide open eyes, his face hidden in the shadow. He thinks that a new wave will soon come. Some crystal fragments appeared in space. The young man looks attentively, his eyes wide open. Monsters with red eyes are standing behind the young man. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. His eyebrows are slightly frowned. He says that it means they will not live. People are sitting in the cemetery, mourning the dead. In the second wave, half of the Hards perished. The city is destroyed. In one of its parts there is a huge dent from the impact. In the third wave, the territory was compressed to one small city, and now the fourth wave was approaching. Taeyeon stood up from her chair. The girl looks at Kang Taesun, who is standing a few steps away from her. Kang Taesun asks about the number of monsters. The girl tells him that there will be 2 C-rank monsters, 10s of A-rank monsters, hundreds of B-rank monsters, and 1 apostle. Kang Taesun looks at the girl with a frown. He raised his hand and put his palm to his forehead. The young man thinks that 2 C-rank monsters are a problem even for Taeyeon. The young man thinks that they also have few hard drives that could handle A-rank monsters. The young man scratches his head with one finger and looks at the girl. She stretches out 2 fingers forward towards the young man. Kang Taesun thinks that an apostle is out of the question. He is much stronger than C-rank. The young man gloomily assumes that the assumption is inevitable. Taeyeon says that they have to try. She asks to take on 2 C-rank monsters. The young man and the girl are standing a few steps away. Kang Taesun stretched out his hand to the side. The girl continues to show 2 fingers. Kang Taesun asks the girl if she really wants him dead. Taeyeon replies that she needs to deal with the apostle, and Kang Taesun is the only one who can compete with C-rank. The girl adds that he knows everything himself. The young man took hold of the handle of the wooden door, getting ready to leave. He looks into the room with a calm gaze. Taeyeon asks him if he is going to tell the others. Kang Taesun replies that she has gotten on his nerves. He adds that they should at least give them a chance to mentally prepare. He asks if she really wants them to die without knowing anything. The girl looks forward, her eyebrows are slightly raised, and her mouth is slightly open. She says that this might be for the best. They will have time to at least enjoy life a little. Kang Taesun stands near the door, holding onto it and looking back over his shoulder. He says that he doesn't think so. The door closed. Taeyeon looks at it, raising his hand to chest level. The girl closed her eyes and smiled slightly. There is a stand with a vase next to her. A large painting hangs on the wall. She says that Kang Taesun is strong. He can lead them to victory. The girl opened her eyes and frowned slightly. She looks down. Her bangs fall on her face, preventing her from seeing. The girl is clutching a stone in her hand, which glows a bright pink. She says that the thing is that she herself is a coward. Jun closed his eyes and propped his cheek with his palm. A blue sky with clouds is visible behind the young man. He starts talking about something. Several people are standing near a high wall and crying. Streams of tears are running down their cheeks. The girl clutched her head. One young man folded his hands in front of him and seemed to be praying. Jun-jun says that he knew this day would come, but it doesn't make it any easier. Kang Taesun and Jun-jun are on top of the wall. Jun-jun is sitting on it, his head up. Kang Taesun is standing next to him, his hand on his hip. He asks Jun-jun how he is. Jun-jun replies that he has resigned himself and that if you look at it that way, they have held out for quite a long time in impossible conditions. Kang Taesun looks somewhere to the side and down. Jun-jun has his head down and closed his eyes. He says that they have lived longer than many. He can say that this is a blessing. Kang Taesun says that Jun-jun will die. A young man with blue hair is sitting near the wall, covering his face with his hands. Several more people are standing nearby. Jun Chang is looking ahead, his head turned to the side. Kang Taesun says that Jun Chang is a poor man. Jun-jun turns his head to the side and looks over his shoulder. Kang Taesun crossed his arms over his chest and glanced sideways in the same direction. Jun-jun said that Jun Chang had been through so much trying to survive and get through the labyrinth to return to Earth. He added that Jun Chang would learn that same day that he had very little time left, a terrible fate. A huge tornado unfolded in the sky with bright pink lightning flashing in it. Jun-jun turned to Kang Taesun and asked him how he was. Kang Taesun lowered his chin, his brows furrowed, and his lips pressed tightly together. Jun-jun said that he thought the young man would be furious. Humanity would not have lived a day without what he had done. The young people were on the edge of the wall looking down at the city. Bright lightning flashed above him and the clouds thickened. Kang Taesun said that he would say that he was so angry that it was tearing him apart from the inside and asked the guy if he was happy. A bright purple crystal appeared on the city street, inside of which there is a monster. The monster steps on the ground with huge clawed paws. A huge number of monsters appeared in the city, all of them growling furiously. Many creatures literally crawl over each other. Jun-jun bent his leg at the knee and put his hand on it. There is a nervous smile on the young man's face, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Kang Taesun is standing next to him, who puts his hands in his pockets. Jun-jun says that this is just chaos and asks Kang Taesun who he was supposed to defeat. Kang Taesun answers that he must defeat 2C rank monsters. Jun-jun lowered his legs down and put his hands next to him. Kang Taesun moved forward, bending his body and stretching out his hand. Jun-jun says that they will see each other in the afterlife. It looks like he will go there first and asks if he should wait. Kang Taesun briefly answers in agreement. The young man's feet began to glow with purple light. It rises up from under the soles. He activated a skill called Long Jump. Jun-jun looks on, still sitting on the wall. He raised his hand up, shielding himself from the light. A bright purple flash appeared in the place where Kang Taesun had just stood. Something was flying over the city at high speed. Kang Taesun was in the air above the houses, looking down on them. He activated a skill called Total Observation. Kang Taesun looked ahead with an attentive and intent gaze. A blue plate with a radar appeared there. It had blue and red dots marked on it. There were two large ones near a large cluster of small red dots. Kang Taesun said that here they were. The young man landed on the ground, leaving behind a purple pillar. Kang Taesun's eyes glowed a bright purple color. The blue plate said that he saw terrifying creatures in front of him. The young man was standing in a small depression in the ground. He turned his head to the side, looking over his shoulder with a purple eye. He asked someone if they were happy to see him. Two huge monsters are standing next to Kang Taesun. Their eyes are glowing with a bright red fire. Kang Taesun leaned forward. Purple power is shining next to him. He placed his fingers in a special way around which a stream of power is swirling. There is a check of mental stability, self-control, state of fear, and a check of instant death. The young man is clutching a sword in his hand, which is engulfed in purple glow. The blue window reports that the tests have been passed. Kang Taesun has mentally withstood the victory over terrible monsters with the help of a skill called Iron Will. Another plate says that he has unshakable confidence. The young man stands with his feet shoulder-width apart. One of his hands is clenched into a fist, the other holds a sword. The blue window reports that Kang Taesun's body is becoming invulnerable. Monsters are in front of the young man. They look like strange, mutated inhabitants of the sea. Kang Taesun stares ahead with confidence. His eyes are glowing with purple light. He orders these creatures to die. The monsters approach the young man, who was engulfed in pink light. Behind him are the ruins of a city. Kang Taesun took the sword in his hands and leaned his body forward. The young man looks closely at the enemy. He hopes that none of them will be defensive. The young man activated a skill called Full Observation. Bright flashes of orange color are near the monster. A huge creature stands in front of the young man. Clouds of dust are erupting from under it. A blue window informs that this is the number 7 monster of the defensive type. It has more than 100 million health points. The monster moves forward. Red lightning appears near it. The creature seems to have fallen underground. Cracks crawled from this place in all directions. The monster's eye looks down. It glows with a bright light. The creature makes a surprised sound. Kang Taesun rests his hand on the ground and looks ahead, holding the sword in his hand. The young man wonders about the health points of this monster and is amazed by this. He says that even in an eternity he won't be able to neutralize it. The young man activated a skill called Movement Acceleration. A second monster appeared near Kang Tison, similar to a huge green octopus. Kang Tison asks what happened to this creature. The monster has a huge number of tentacles, its face looks disgusting. The blue window shows that this is the number 5 monster of the attacking and long-range type. It has more than 12 million health points. The young man thinks that here is 1,000,002 of points, this is at least doable. The creature attacks the young man, pointing its tentacles at him. Kang Tison stands opposite, holding his sword in front of him. He says that he doesn't have a move on both of them. A bright golden flash flies through the air. Kang Tison flips over in the air several times and deals multiple blows to the creature. Golden flashes form at the point of his attacks, and purple beams of light trail behind his sword. The young man flies forward, he stretched his hand with the sword forward. He dealt 42 and 38 points of damage to the monsters, and an additional 32 points to the ranged one. Kang Tison thinks that the attack on the tentacles has been reduced. The young man jumps forward, intending to attack monster number 5. He thinks about hitting the head. A bright green flash forms at the end of one of the monster's tentacles. He stretched out his tentacles and a green beam. The bright flash reached the young man. He protects himself from the wind with his hands and winces. Kang Tison activated the first blow nullification. 0 points of damage passed through him. The young man thinks that this monster attacks with tentacles. They are so fast that it is almost impossible to dodge them. Kang Tison is standing on the ground, his legs wide apart and his body leaning low to the ground. The young man glances over his shoulder, white lines appear next to him. Kang Tison is standing inside a cage of green rays. The young man stares ahead intently and attentively. He thinks that all he can do is predict the trajectory. He thinks that he has one chance to dodge, but if he misjudges the trajectory, disaster may happen. The young man flies forward, moving through the green net. He activates a skill called Acceleration. A bright purple flash rushes towards monster number 5. The monster flies away due to the force of the blow. Kang Tison thinks that he cannot waste time. The young man hits monster number 5 on the head. Blue blood gushes out of the wound. He dealt 48 points of damage to the monster. The young man looks forward, clenching his teeth and baring his teeth. The creature entangled him with its tentacles, calling upon the green power again. Kang Tison activated the nullification of the second blow. The monster did not deal him any damage. The creature released its tentacles, blue blood spurting out of one. Monster number 5 makes a surprised sound. Its eyes glow a bright red light. It looks straight ahead. Kang Tison jumps towards monster number 5. The young man attacks from the shadows. Monster number 7 looks at what is happening with a red eye. It moves to the side. Kang Tison raised his hands up, swinging his sword. The young man frowned and pursed his lips. Kang Tison thinks about monster number 7 protecting the second. The creature appeared under monster number 5, as if picking it up. Monster number 5's tentacles glow a bright green light. Kang Tison thinks that the defensive type monster is protecting the ranged and attacking type monster because it sees that it is in danger. The young man thinks that they were sent out in pairs on purpose. Kang Tison smirks smugly, clearly pleased with what is happening. He says that the monster has been caught. Kang Tison strikes the monster, around which a yellow shield has appeared. A blue tablet says that Kang Tison has forced the enemy to accept the fight. A large yellow shield has appeared around the defensive type monster, which seems to be covered in honeycomb. Monster number 5 has remained outside this circle. Bright green rays are emanating from the tentacles towards the shield. Kang Tison stands in front of monster number 7, his hand stretched out with his sword to the side. The creature towers over the boy, a yellow circle glows above them. The blue tablet says that for 1 minute, only monster number 7 can attack him. Kang Tison clenched his sword in his hand, purple energy appeared around it. Kang Tison thinks that if T-Yon was with him, everything would be different. The young man thinks that she went through the labyrinth on the solo level and she has legendary equipment and high stats. The young man looks at his weapon, pink and purple energy appeared around the guy. Kang Tison activated doubling and multiplying. Now his attack power is quadrupled. He activated a skill called the Last Judgment. Now Kang Tison bypasses any defensive skills of the enemy. T-Yon sits with a sword, which she plunged into the tentacles of monster number 5. Kang Tison thinks that the defensive monster could not hurt T-Yon much, so she would first deal with the attacker. Kang Tison stands in front of the defensive monster, which is about to attack the young man. Blue ribbons emanate from the creature, and purple energy comes from the young man. He thinks about what is wrong with him. No matter what kind of monster, offensive or defensive, he will be killed by any of them in one blow. Kang Tison clenched his sword in his hand and raised it up. He really looks ahead. Colorful energy is flying around the young man. Kang Tison says that his attack is equal to 9,604 points. This is still very little. The young man has activated the reset of the specified skill. It will be blocked for 30 days. Kang Tison reset the skill multiplication. The young man looks ahead from under his brows furrowed. He activated the skill multiplication. His attack power increased fourfold. The defensive monster turned on its side and sent a bright red beam forward. Kang Tison says that he will first deal with the one with a lot of hit points. He thinks that his skills are the only thing he can rely on. The young man is standing next to the monster's mouth, its huge teeth practically next to his face. He thinks that if his current damage were multiplied by 4, it would still not reach 100 million. The young man clenched his teeth and bared his teeth with effort. His brows were furrowed, and he stared ahead. He activated a skill called Copy. The next attack will be dealt twice. Kang Tison says that he will have to go to the limit. A bright pink flash passes through the monster. Kang Tison moves forward quickly, holding his hand out in front of him. A bright pink ball glows at the end of his weapon. He dealt 92 million points of damage to monster number 7. A bright yellow-orange flash appeared in space. The monster was hit again, which dealt it the same amount of damage. Kang Tison stands next to the creature's mouth, holding a sword in his hands. Behind him, pieces of something rise into the air. A blue sign says that monster number 7 has been defeated. Monster number 5 is about to attack again. Green magic has gathered at the tips of its tentacles. The red plate reports that damage has been dealt to Kang Tison, which is 22,543 points. Kang Tison is standing in the green light. His figure is like a shadow. The young man is standing with his knees bent. He holds a sword in his hand. Kang Tison activated a skill called Stamina. Lethal damage was nullified. All damage for 5 seconds was reduced to 0. A bright flash of yellow light appeared on the ground. Kang Tison thinks that he has spent all the attack nullifications, and there is only one stamina left. Kang Tison strikes monster number 5. The guy is near the tentacles of the creature. He dealt 48 points of damage to monster number 5. The young man thinks that now there will be hard and tedious work. First he hit, then dodged, and so on and turn ad infinitum. The young man looks up. His face has some sores. Kang Tison looks tired and worn out. He says that there is a problem. Kang Tison is standing next to monster number 5, who is lying next to him. The young man looks at the blue sign, which says that he has 21 mana points left. Kang Tison looks ahead with a slight smirk, a drop of sweat running down his face. He thinks about how he has no more skills. The young man thinks that he will have to work with normal attacks, taking away 1 million health points drop by drop. Kang Tison calculated that he will have to hit 25,000 times. He says that he will not be able to do it. Yellow-orange flashes appear in the city, destroying buildings. The moon breaks through the clouds, shining brightly above the city. The monster's health points have decreased to 600,000. Kang Tison strikes the monster, creating a bright purple flash. 512,000 health points left. The young man clenched his teeth and bared his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face. The monster had 300,000 health points left out of 12 million. The young man clutched the sword in his hand, light reflecting off its blade. The monster's health had decreased to 125,000 points. The young man leaned forward, his mouth wide open and breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face. His entire face was covered in dust and abrasions. The young man clutched the sword tightly in his hands and held it out in front of him. He opened his mouth wide in a scream and frowned. Clouds of dust rose high into the air. A huge hole formed in the ground. The blue tablets reported that Kang Tison was in a state of complete concentration. His mind and body were one. The second tablet says that a miraculous power has been imprinted on his soul. He has received a soul skill called Concentration Height. The young man's hand is stretched out forward. Pieces are falling from his glove. The blue tablet is next to his palm. It says that since he is not in the labyrinth, obtaining high concentration is cancelled. The skill is sealed. Kang Tison orders someone to shut up. The creature is lying on the ground. It is bleeding all over. The monster makes some kind of growling sound. The tip of the sword entered the monster's body between the creature's eyes. Kang Tison orders the monster to die. He dealt 48 points of damage to it. The young man frowned. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The blue tablet says that monster number 5 has been defeated. The young man opened his mouth wide, his bangs hiding his eyes. He holds a sword in his hands, the blade of which glitters in the sun. The blue tablet says that the gods of all dimensions cannot contain their admiration for Kang Tison's feat. The young man is covered in blood, looking straight ahead. He thinks about how long the battle lasted, but it feels like a month has passed. The young man mentally curses the characteristics. He stands on the ground next to the defeated monster. The young man's back is covered in blood. He presses his hand to himself, holding a sword in the other. He says that he will go back. The young man moves away from the battlefield towards the city. A bloody trail stretches behind him. A bright red dot is in the center of the radar. Many skyscrapers are tilted. They are partially destroyed. Clouds of dust rise up. Near the rubble sits a young man. He is covered in blood. Someone calls the monsters freaks. Kang Tison holds his hand with the sword and walks through the rubble and pools of blood. There are a large number of bloody corpses on the ground. Kang Tison says that they talked so much about how they are the last hards in this world. The young man looks ahead with scowl, his cheeks covered in bruises and dirt. He asks why he, an easy level player, is the only one left alive. The young man remembers sitting in the dining room with the other players. He wonders why he would go back if they were all dead. Kang Tison stands in front of the bodies of 2 players. They are covered in blood. A broken sword lies nearby. He says to Junjun that it seems like he has gone to the next world as he promised. Junjun lies lifeless on the ground, his eyes closed. There are pieces of a sword lying nearby. Kang Tison looks ahead with his mouth slightly open. He looks sad and sorrowful. The young man remembers Junjun's smile when he held a potato in his hand. The young man's eyes are downcast, his face is covered in bruises. He is about to say something. Kang Tison squats down and looks to the side. T-Yon is there, covered in blood. There is a huge dent behind the girl's back. The young man remembers the girl's smile when they talked in her office, and now she sits against the wall, covered in blood and not breathing. He says that T-Yon has died too. A blue background appears behind the girl's body. T-Yon's eyes are closed. Kang Tison thinks that she is the strongest in the world, the only one who has passed the labyrinth on the solo difficulty level. The creature's tentacles crawl along the ground. Fog appears nearby. Kang Tison thinks about who killed the girl. In front of the girl is a creature that seems to have spread out over the surface. It is burning with a bright red fire. The young man is standing a few steps away from the monster. The creature began to move. Its tentacles are covered in fire. It rose up. Around the creature there is an aura of fiery power. The monster's eyes glow brightly red. The monster rose to its full height and looks down from above. It is partially hidden in the shadows. It is impossible to see it completely. Kang Tison thinks that the girl was killed by this apostle. A bright pink sign says that someone is looking at Kang Tison. His death is near. The young man looks at the monster. His mouth is slightly open. A bright blue aura appears around Kang Tison. He sends the monster and orders it to get out of here. The blue sign says that the intimidation effect has been reflected. The apostle looks forward, surrounded by red light, a bright fire near him. The monster makes a surprised sound. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and grinned from the effort. He brought his sword forward, pointing it at the apostle. Kang Tison activated a skill called concentration. There are some incomprehensible signs written on the blue sign, meaning damage points. Kang Tison grinned nervously. His eyes are hidden in the shadows. The young man stares ahead, his mouth wide open. He looks angry and tense, and also very tired. Kang Tison calls the monster to come to him. The young man looks forward. There are bruises near his eyes and a small drop of sweat is running down. Multi-story buildings are almost destroyed, some continue to fall. Kang Tison stands near the apostle. Red and blue energy shines around them, similar to fire. There are debris of buildings scattered around and the body of T-Yon. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth. The red fire catches up with the young man. Large drops of sweat are running down his face. The young man curses through his teeth. Near the young man's feet there is a small spot left, which was just an apostle. The monster attacks the young man. It directs its tentacle towards him, which pierces the body. Kang Tison hangs in the air, pierced through by the enemy. The young man looks down. His lips are tightly pressed together and his eyebrows are furrowed. Splashes of blood fly around him. The young man asks himself the question of whether this is the end. Kang Tison lands on the ground. The apostle's tentacle wriggles nearby. The monster is still engulfed in bright red fire. Blue signs appeared, saying that Kang Tison's health is 0. A skill called Fortitude was activated. The second sign says that an invisible force will keep him alive for 1 minute. Kang Tison lies on the ground, leaning on one hand, the other he raised up. The young man looks at her, streams of blood flowing from his mouth. The young man mentally curses and asks to let him die in peace. He thinks about the fact that he can't feel his legs. Probably this monster pierced him through and through, both in the heart and in the spine. The apostle left the guy and appeared next to the girl's body. He stands next to her and does not pay attention to Kang Tison. The young man looks at what is happening. His back is covered in blood and there is a huge hole there. Kang Tison thinks that fortitude only postpones the moment of death. It does not heal. The young man's face is covered in dust and blood. He looks down. He thinks that he will die in a minute. It seems that the monster knows it too. The young man put his head on his hand. A large pool of blood formed around him. His sword lies nearby, cracks running along the blade. The young man curses out loud. A crack appears in the sky, through which a bright yellow gaze looks. Shards fly down, blue lightning flashes around. Kang Tison thinks about what would have happened if he had not chosen an easy difficulty level. Huge claws dig into the ground, cracks spread from this place. Lightning of different colors flashes around. Kang Tison thinks that even at normal difficulty he would have been able to do something. The young man crossed his arms and looks down. Kang Tison raised his head and looks ahead. He is covered in blood, his gloves are torn. He says out loud a denial of something. The young man clings to the ground with his fingers. His hand and the ground around him are covered in drops of blood. A young man says about someone that they are useless creatures. Kang Tison looks down, his teeth clenched tightly, and his mouth twisted into a snarl. Drops of blood and sweat drip from his face. He remembers the corpses of the people he passed on his way to the place of the battle with the apostle. The young man thinks about how they were all to blame. They did not even try to level up, going through the labyrinth more carefully. He thinks about how they flew out of there like a bullet and were happy. The young man remembers how the red-haired man put his arm around his shoulders when they were in the dining room. He wonders how they could be such weaklings, despite having passed on normal and hard difficulty. He remembers the bodies of Junjun and the second guy, who were lying nearby. The space is illuminated by purple and black light. Shards of glass fall down, reflecting the light. Kang Tison thinks that if they tried even half as hard as he did, then everything would have been different. The young man clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground. He leaned on his other hand and lowered his head. The young man remembered Junjun's smile and Zhang Chang's tears. Kang Tison looked ahead with an angry look, his mouth twisted into a grin. He continued to clench his fist and held it in the air. The young man said that they could do something. The young man looked ahead, his brows furrowed. Beads of sweat were running down his face, a small bruise appeared near his eye, and drops of blood were nearby. Kang Tison was lying on the ground, one hand stretched out in front of him, the other clenched into a fist. The boy's sword was lying next to him, its blade glowing blue. The young man thought that it didn't matter anymore. The sky was filled with dark gray clouds. Kang Tison closed his eyes. Under them there are huge dark bruises. His chin is stained with blood, as are his cheeks. The young man thinks that all this is in the past. He made his choice. He reflects that it is useless to blame others. A bright multicolored flash appears in space. It stretches to the sky. The young man thinks that humanity will end anyway. Ti-Yon holds a stone in her hand, which glows a bright pink color. The girl's legs and the space around her are covered in blood. Kang Tison opened his eyes and looks forward. He looks surprised. The young man's eyebrows are raised. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The young man looks at the corpse of the girl, in whose hand this strange stone glows. He even lifted his head up, overcoming himself. The apostle stands next to the girl, his tentacles spread across the floor. The young man stretched out his hand forward and looks towards Ti-Yon. Kang Tison thinks that she was keeping some object. The young man stretched out on the ground, one of his hands clenched into a fist. He stretched the other forward, as if trying to reach the girl. The apostle extended his tentacles towards Ti-Yon. The monster's eyes glow with a bright red light. He is all engulfed in red fire, which looks like an aura. The monster makes some kind of loud roar. The young man orders him to stand. A blue plate appeared. It says that Kang Tison activated a skill called Last Chance. One skill can be used without restrictions. Kang Tison lies on the ground and tries to crawl towards the apostle and Ti-Yon. Everything around him suddenly lost color and became black and white. The young man covered one eye. The left side of his face is covered in dirt. The young man frowned. There are large bruises under his eyes. He orders time to stop. The blue plate says that Kang Tison used a skill called Simple Time Stop. The second tablet says that time has stopped within 100 meters. The young man crawled to Ti-Yon with difficulty. A huge blood stain appeared under his body. He raised his head and looked ahead. The young man stretched out his hand and was about to take the stone from the girl's hand. He wanted to look at this unusual object. A bright purple crystal was lying on the ground in front of the young man. A large number of blue tablets appeared. One of them said that this stone was called the Bezoar of Ouroboros. This is the Bezoar of the gods. It controls the cycle of life in the universe. It can only be used once. It returns one person to the past. Kang Tison took the Bezoar in his hand and looked at it. One of the young man's eyes was swollen and did not open completely. Kang Tison's mouth was slightly open. He was surprised that it was possible to return to the past. The young man wondered why Ti-Yon. A bright red flash appeared at the end of someone's tail. Kang Tison holds a Bezoar in his hand and looks at it. The young man's whole face is covered in bruises, dust, and blood. Above his head, right in the sky, a clawed paw appeared, which seemed to tear space. Around the place where the paw came out, cracks appeared, which glow red. Kang Tison turned back. His eyebrows are furrowed, and his mouth is slightly open. The young man is covered in blood, even his hair. There are many abrasions on his cheeks. He turns to someone and says goodbye to him. A monster that looks like a huge snake is heading towards the young man. It opened its huge mouth, baring its teeth and sticking out a long tongue. The monster's eyes glow with a bright yellow light. The young man squeezes a Bezoar in his hand, which began to glow very brightly. A large number of gears appeared around the young man's hand, which began to spin. Kang Tison is very small. He is sitting on the floor in a circle of light. He has no shoes on his feet. The boy hugs his knees to his chest and clasps them with his arms. Someone calls Kang Tison by name and belittles him, calling him worthless. Adult Kang Tison stands to the side and looks at his younger self. Under the young man's feet is a bright blue circle that glows brightly and white rays of energy rise from it. Someone shouts loudly why Kang Tison was born at all. The young man says that when he was little, his parents only needed him to vent their anger. The little boy with big purple eyes hugs his knees to his chest and looks down. He looks very sad and lonely. The young man continues to say that he believed their words, no matter how terrible they were. He believed in the worthlessness of his existence. Kang Tison says that because of this weakness, he chose the low difficulty level when faced with a choice. The young man put his hand to his forehead and covered one eye. He stares intently towards the bright white light. Kang Tison says that he has changed since then. The young man says that he knows that he is not worthless at all and that he has abilities. He starts to say a phrase about this time, but does not finish it. The young man is lying on a wooden floor. He is looking at the ceiling. He is wearing a simple black short-sleeved t-shirt. Next to his head is a phone. A little to the side are empty food packages. The young man opened his mouth and opened his eyes wide. He raised his eyebrows. Beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. There are many food packages and empty bottles on the floor. A piece of white fabric is casually sticking out of a chest of drawers. A mattress and bed linen are nearby. A chandelier hangs from the ceiling, which does not illuminate the space very well. Almost under the ceiling is a small window. Blue light penetrates through it. Kang Tison starts to say something, but does not go beyond the first word. The young man sat down on the floor. He leans his hand on it. He holds the phone in his other hand and stares at it. The phone has a space wallpaper with the time and date written on it. It is December 31st, 2012, 11 o'clock in the evening. Kang Tison thinks that he has really returned to the past. Numerous stars are shining brightly in the dark blue sky. It is January 1st, 2020. A bright full moon is shining above the city. Many people are standing with happy smiles on their faces. There are bright particles in the air that shimmer in the light. More bright stars have lit up in the sky. A bright red flash appears in the sky. A crack appears in space that glows from within. Kang Tison says that no one could have imagined that the destruction of humanity would begin at the dawn of the new year. The young man sits on the floor with his legs crossed, clutching a slice of pizza in one hand and resting the other on his thigh. He looks at the slice of pizza, which seems perfect to him. Thin dough, pieces of bell pepper, juicy rounds of sausage and stretchy cheese create a very appetizing picture. Kang Tison thinks about how he hasn't eaten pizza for a long time. It's just a taste of luxury. The young man brought a piece to his face and takes a bite. He stares ahead, enjoying the taste. The young man thinks about how after the apocalypse they had nothing to eat except potatoes and monsters. The pizza box is empty, only a few crumbs remain inside. The young man exhales loudly. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor, squeezing his leg at the knee. He brought his hand to his face and thought about something. Behind him is a girl with long hair. This is Tion. On the floor near the feet of the young people are gears. The young man thinks about how he didn't know that Tion has a magic item that can turn back time. The young man lowered his chin down. His lips are tightly pressed together. He thought about why Tion had not used it until the last moment. The door to the room opened. The leaves that were attached to it fluttered in the air. The young man thinks that from what he knows Tion, she would have used the stone and hidden somewhere, but this is only his guess. The young man is standing on the balcony and leaning his hand on the railing. In his other hand, he is clutching the phone. The young man is staring ahead. Steam is escaping from his mouth. The sky has completely darkened. The outlines of the clouds that have hidden the stars are barely visible on it. The young man's phone shows the time. There are 2 minutes left until the new year. Kang Tison thinks that everything will start very soon. Large white snowflakes are falling from the sky. Kang Tison thinks that people all over the world are now happily counting the minutes until the new year. Many people are standing on the street. They are all smiling. There are women and men, as well as children of different ages. Someone is filming the fireworks that are sparkling high in the sky. The tall tower is illuminated in blue and purple. White snowflakes continue to fall down to the ground. A red-haired young girl is holding a brown box with a red stripe in her hands. Opposite her is a man who is smiling broadly. Clouds are gathering in the sky above the city and snow is falling. The young man is thinking about how people expect everything to get better in the new year. A young family is sitting near the TV. The mother and child are sitting on the floor. The girl is holding a fork near her face. A small white cat is sitting on her lap. The child sits next to his father and watches TV with a wide smile. The head of the family sits on the sofa, legs wide apart, hands on his hips. The sky begins to turn red. Kang Tison thinks that, unfortunately, at 12 o'clock at night the world will turn. The young man did not finish his thought. A bright red flash appeared in the sky. Purple lightning flashed from it. The snow that was flying in the air turned red. People do not yet understand what is happening. They calmly talk, standing on the street. A young man from one of the company looks somewhere in surprise. He seems to have noticed something. Smiles shine on the faces of the others. They do not know anything yet. Someone asks if everyone heard this strange sound. Another person wonders if some kind of show is really being staged somewhere. Red flashes fly in the air. White numbers appeared on a black background, which seem to be engulfed in gray smoke. The numbers indicate that it is 12 o'clock at night. People are looking at something in amazement. They are illuminated by a red light. The young man who is standing closest to them has his mouth wide open, beads of sweat are running down his face. He asks in surprise what it is. A huge crack has appeared in the sky above the city, from which bright lightning of red and purple colors is spreading. The monster has grabbed onto it with its clawed paws, widening the crack even more so that it can crawl through it. Its eyes are glowing a bright yellow. People are standing below and looking up. They are all very surprised and scared. Kang Tison continues to stand on the balcony. He is leaning his hands on the railing. The young man is looking up with a fixed gaze. He looks very calm. Someone is shouting out questions about what it is. Another person loudly exclaims that it is a monster. The sky has acquired a strange hue. It seems to have become dirty. The huge creature bared its teeth furiously and stuck out its long tongue. With its clawed paws, it tries to push apart the edges of the crack to penetrate the earth. Behind the monster's head, the space from which they appear is visible. It is all painted pink. Kang Tison thinks that at that moment he was very scared, like everyone else. The young man continues to think that now he knows what it was. It is only a B-rank monster. Kang Tison thinks that for a hard, such a monster is not dangerous. Two young people with identical facial expressions look ahead. Their mouths and eyes are wide open, large beads of sweat are running down their faces. A bright red light illuminates the faces of the people. The clouds in the sky are illuminated with pink light. A blue sign with some signs appeared near Kang Tison. The young man looks at it, pursing his lips. His eyebrows are slightly furrowed. The young man does not look scared. He thinks about whether it is time for all of them to receive a notification from the system. A blue sign appeared against the dark sky. There is a polite greeting written there. People are running away from the city streets in panic, waving their arms in the air, trying to speed up. Their faces have the same expression of fear and horror. Their mouths are open, sweat is running down their cheeks and temples. The entire space around is painted pink. Two more blue signs appeared in the sky. It says that their world is in danger of destruction due to the invasion of hostile creatures. Any weapon they have invented is useless against them. The helicopter is heading towards the monster that is crawling out of the crack. The monster looks like a dragon, with huge white horns on its head. The girl presenter is holding a microphone in her hands. She is in the helicopter. The girl points her hand towards the monster, which has almost completely crawled out of the crack. Bright pink lightning flashes around it, illuminating the space around it. Another blue sign appeared against the background of a dark sky with stars. It says that they cannot be afraid. The monster climbs out of the crack. Its eyes glow with a golden light. A bright yellow flash sparkles in its chest. Red lightning flashes near it. The clouds are painted pink. The monster directed its head down. Its mouth is slightly open. A bright glow and smoke bursts out of it. A bright fire is visible near the mouth of the creature, which comes from inside the mouth of the monster. Another blue sign says that a merciful deity has shrunk above them. The monster continues to hang in the sky and rests on its paws. It opened its mouth and spews fire towards the ground. Many people were hit by this blow. They are engulfed in flames. One girl tries to escape from the scene. Another fell and sits on the ground. She looks ahead in amazement, her mouth wide open. The girl looks at the sky with her mouth wide open, tears flowing from her eyes. People are running behind the girl and a man is sitting, apparently resigned to his fate. A little girl walks down the street, wiping away tears with her hands. A fire shines behind her, illuminating the figure of the child. A blue sign appeared. It says that this deity decided to give them a chance. A girl with a ponytail sits near a stone that crushed someone. She holds the hand of this person and looks away, tears flowing down her cheeks. People gathered near a large fountain. Someone stands a little further, someone closer. Two more signs appeared. It says that they will all be given a choice. Having made it, they will enter the labyrinth. The woman is in the thick of things, a bright yellow fire behind her. Screams of pain and calls for help are heard around. People run away from the scene, trying to save themselves. Kang Tison, on the contrary, goes in the other direction. He put his hands in his pockets and looks calm. A blue sign appeared in the sky. It says that you need to clear the labyrinth to gain strength. Kang Tison says that this is very merciful. Bright yellow flashes appeared in the dark sky. The young man is in the very heat, surrounded by yellow light on all sides. A blue sign with a choice of difficulty appeared in front of Kang Tison. The young man says that rather, this deity wants to enjoy the spectacle. Little Kang Tison sits in a blue circle, from which rays of light extend downwards. The young man stands in front of the blue gate. One of his hands is in his pocket. Little Kang Tison raised his head in surprise and looks to the side. His mouth is slightly open, and his eyebrows are raised. The young man presses his lips tightly together and looks down at something intently. He asks himself if it is time to begin. A young man stands on a ladder with his hand outstretched. He looks at a fruit he just picked from a tree. Below are large boxes filled with the fruit. The blue signs indicate that the easy difficulty level will have plenty of food and safe places. Even mediocre and weak players will be able to complete this difficulty level if they try. Several men in leather armor surround a wolf-like monster. The players are holding swords in their hands, preparing to attack the monster. The blue signs indicate that the normal difficulty level will have much less food and safe places. Surviving this level is much more difficult, but if you don't despair and try your best, you will succeed. Two people are standing in fighting stances. In front of them is a huge monster roaring furiously and flashing red eyes. It stretches its arms towards the players, who are preparing to accept the fight. The blue signs indicate that the hard difficulty level will be difficult. Food and safe places are critically scarce. Monsters will fight with all their might and until their last breath, only to kill the player. If they fail to find a safe place there, the player will face a terrible death. A young man stands in front of blue figures. Behind them there is a bright purple background with pink lightning. The signs say that in the solo difficulty mode, the player will go through the labyrinth completely alone. He will not meet anyone from his world on his way and he will only see hostile monsters and NPCs. Kang Tison stands with his hand outstretched forward. He looks down intently. The young man's scarf flutters in the wind. The inscription on the blue sign says that luck, ability, insight, and wisdom will be put to impossible tests. In the solo level, the probability of survival is 0. The young man stretched his hand through one of the blue figures. He turned his head to the side and stared at something. Pink lightning flashes above his head. The inscription on the blue sign warns that if Kang Tison values his life, this level should not be chosen. Bright pink lightning intertwines with each other. The young man half entered the blue figure. He looks away with a slight smile. The young man asks someone if he is there and tells them to wait for him. The blue signs indicate that Kang Tison has chosen the solo difficulty mode, wishing him good luck. The young man confidently walks forward. His figure is enveloped in blue light with bright sparkles that fly in the air. Kang Tison walks along a street with low houses. The young man actively waves his arms in the air. Purple energy rises into the air from under his feet. Kang Tison looks ahead carefully. He looks collected and serious. Birds fly over the city in the sky, which looks very unnatural. The blue color is too bright. The young man is nostalgic about the past. Kang Tison closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He slightly tilted his head to the side. The young man exhales contentedly. He thinks about how so many years have passed and he is there again. There are several lines on the bright blue sign. Jun Hyuk asks where they are. Kang Tison looks at the open window of a peculiar messenger. He puts his finger to it and looks at it carefully. He thinks that there is already a message in the general chat. He does not know who it is, but this person thinks quickly. The young man put his hand to the blue window of the messenger. He wrote a message wishing him good luck. The young man explains that the chat is the only way for him to communicate with people who have chosen other difficulty levels. The young man says that with the help of the chat, all players can share experiences and ask each other questions. This is how people help each other out. The young man closed his eyes and stretched out his hand forward. The blue sign disappeared, leaving behind small rectangles in the air. Kang Tison thinks that he will need the chat later. There is no point in communicating for now. The young man walks forward along the street. His legs are enveloped in a blue aura. Dark stains are visible on a light gray background. Someone asks Kang Tison what the NPCs are on the easy difficulty level. He thinks about what he needs to check now. The young man remembers sitting at a table with T-Yeon. They are both drinking something from large glasses. The young man tells the girl that there are regular NPCs there. They speak with programmed phrases. Kang Tison turns to T-Yeon and asks her if she had any others. She answers yes, to which the young man clarifies what they were like. T-Yeon holds a glass in her hand and looks seriously ahead. She says that the NPCs at her level are intelligent and move freely as if they were real people. The young man is sitting on the ground near a brick wall. He folds his arms across his chest and stretches his legs out in front of him. His head is down and his eyes are closed. Kang Tison stops a few steps away from the man and looks down at him intently. The young man sitting near the wall straightens up. He is surprised that Kang Tison has already arrived. He thinks that in front of him is the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. At a low level he was an ordinary white-haired old man. Kang Tison slightly tilted his chin down. Now his face is hidden in the shadows. The young man pursed his lips and smiled a little nervously. A small drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth says that he thought that Kang Tison would drag himself for about 30 days. Kang Tison thinks about this guy, but his thought breaks off as if he did not fully form it. In front of Kang Tison stands the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. Behind him towers a huge shadow, whose eyes are burning with a bright light. Kang Tison thinks that the gatekeeper of the labyrinth is stronger than T-Yeon and wonders if this man is just a gatekeeper. He closed one eye and rubs his neck with his hand. He congratulates Kang Tison and says that he is Brockenman. He is the gatekeeper of the labyrinth, and his job is to bring him up to speed. He points his hand to the side. With the other he holds onto his pocket. Kang Tison stands in front of the gatekeeper of the labyrinth, clenching the fingers of one hand. The young man says that those who died on this difficulty level without completing the labyrinth become gatekeepers and clarifies with Kang Tison that this is cool. He asks the guy if his name is Brockenman. Brockenman crossed his arms over his chest and looks ahead tiredly. His bangs fall on his face, getting in the way. He says that he thinks Kang Tison already knows what is happening in his world: chaos, destruction, and monsters. The young man adds that completing the labyrinth is an opportunity given to them by an almighty being. Kang Tison stands a few steps away from the gatekeeper and looks at him. He watches him back, standing sideways. He asks why they need such mercy. If humanity was simply destroyed, then at least it would be painless. Kang Tison looks at the gatekeeper thoughtfully, his brows slightly furrowed and his lips pursed. He thinks about how the gatekeeper talks as if he himself has been through all this and T-Yon was right. The gatekeeper stands near the wall, putting his hand in his pocket, with the other he picks at his ear. Kang Tison thinks about how the NPCs in single-player mode are real people. They used to be residents of destroyed worlds. The young man stares ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. He presses his lips tightly together. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth crossed his arms over his chest and looks at Kang Tison perplexedly. He thinks about what is wrong with him. His world is being destroyed, and he is calm as a stone. Kang Tison stands with his hands in his pockets. He does not look worried or worried. The gatekeeper thinks that he was thinking of giving him a punch before explaining, but Kang Tison is unlikely to react. The gatekeeper puts one hand on his hip and points with the other towards the arch in the wall. He tells Kang Tison that in front of him is the gate of the labyrinth. The gatekeeper says that some call it a tower, but he can call it whatever he wants. There are small bushes in the ruins of the stone walls. Some plants grow right on the walls and hang down. Other stone walls of the labyrinth are half ruined. Red sky can be seen through the holes. The gatekeeper says that there are 100 floors in the labyrinth. Every 10 floors the atmosphere is very different. He also says that he will have to find food and water himself, any necessary information too. The young man looks ahead, slightly raised eyebrows and slightly open mouth. He asks if all this is true. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth raised one hand to his face and opened his mouth wide. One of his eyes is closed and a tear is flowing from it. He asks the guy if he should tell him what awaits him on each of the 100 floors. He adds that he will meet a merchant in the labyrinth. He will tell him everything. Kang Tison sits at the table with T-Yon and looks at the girl, who looks angry. Her mouth is wide open and her eyebrows are furrowed. She says that this gatekeeper is such a rude man. If you express dissatisfaction to him, he will also beat you. The girl adds that she almost died without even entering the labyrinth. The young man looks ahead with a calm gaze, slightly wary. He thinks that it would be better for him to just keep quiet. He tells the gatekeeper that he understands everything. The young man stretches out his finger forward. A blue glow emanates from its tip. The gatekeeper looks at his hand, his gaze expressing no emotion. Kang Tison stands behind him and carefully examines the gatekeeper's magic. He says that he will give Kang Tison something that will be useful to him for the time being. A cloth and a sword appeared in the hand of the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. He holds them in one hand, looking at it, in the other he holds a huge spear. A bright green-blue light emanates from its tip. Kang Tison looks at what is happening with his mouth slightly open. He looks a little surprised. The gatekeeper holds the spear in his hand. Green magic shines in front of him. The guy looks over his shoulder with a slight smile. He stretched his hand forward and touched Kang Tison with the spear. The young man stands calmly, looking sideways at the tip of the weapon, which is near his shoulder. The gatekeeper stands in front of him with an outstretched arm and continues to hold the spear, placing it on the boy's shoulder. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth threw the weapon behind his back and smiles broadly, looking at the boy. He slightly tilted his head forward, covering his eyes with his bangs. He tells Kang Tison what he took. The young man stands in a blue sweater, still with the same scarf around his neck. He raised his hand with the sword and examines it. A slight smile shines on the young man's face. The blue plate says that he received worn leather armor. His defense was added by 1 point. It can protect against minor scratches. The second plate says about a rusty sword, which adds 1 point to the attack. It will soon break. The gatekeeper folded his arms on his chest. He looks dissatisfied. Kang Tison stands next to him, holding the sword near his shoulder. He says that the sword is made of bronze. The gatekeeper asks him if he doesn't like it. Kang Tison says that's true, he doesn't like it. The gatekeeper looks at the guy with a thoughtful expression. He puts his hand to his chin. Kang Tison threw his sword over his shoulder and looks at the gatekeeper of the labyrinth with a slight smile. Brockenman rubs his neck with one hand and puts the other in his pocket. Kang Tison asks him what's wrong. He replies that there's nothing. Kang Tison holds a bracer in his hand and examines it carefully. The gatekeeper calls for him to take it. The young man holds a small brown leather circle in his open palm. The blue plate says that this is a worn leather bracer. It gives an unknown amount of defense points. It has been in use for a long time and has lost its properties. It can save you from a monster's bite. Kang Tison thinks about what it is. T-Yon did not mention such a bracer. The young man stands in front of the gatekeeper, who points his thumb back. He says that Kang Tison also got a few skills in something else, so let him check it out when he enters the labyrinth. Kang Tison thanks the gatekeeper of the labyrinth. He enters the arch, which is located in the brick wall. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth leaned against the wall and folded his arms. He wishes Kang Tison good luck. Brockenman slightly turned his head to the side and pursed his lips. He seems to be thinking about something. Brockenman remembers Kang Tison's smile when he looked at the sword. The gatekeeper thinks that this guy was smiling, as if he wanted to quickly enter the labyrinth. A huge number of bright stars shine in the dark blue sky. Several people are standing in this background, pressing their backs to each other. Among them are a mage, a knight in armor, and a warrior with a long sword. Brockenman thinks that during his time as a gatekeeper on solo difficulty, he met many geniuses and none of them could pass the labyrinth. Kang Tison walks forward through a tunnel made entirely of brick. He holds a sword tightly in his right hand. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth thinks that this guy is different. Kang Tison stares ahead, looking confident and collected. Brockenman wonders if it is not youth and experience that is the issue, but something more fundamental, like the will to live. The gatekeeper of the labyrinth sank to the floor again and leaned against the wall. He bent his knees and rested his hand on one of them. He says that it would be good if Kang Tison survived. Someone's shadow is reflected on the stone wall. Kang Tison stares at the blue tablet hanging in front of him, his eyes hidden in the shadows. A young man in iron armor stands in front of a circle with a multi-pointed star in the center. There are many different patterns around it. The blue tablets say that this labyrinth was created by a great magician in ancient times. They say that anyone who passes the labyrinth will have any wish granted. A huge green dragon sits on translucent patterns. His eyes glow with a bright red light. The blue signs say that this world is isolated, terrible creatures move silently, and kill all living things. Everything in this world is against the players. At the end of the brick tunnel, a bright white light is visible. The blue sign says that if the player can pass through this deep and dark hell, then eternal glory awaits him. Kang Tison stopped near the exit and raised his hand to his face, hiding his eyes from the light. White smoke breaks through the stone ruins, which are quite dark inside. This is the first floor, the entrance to the labyrinth. The monsters that inhabit this world die from stabbing blows. They are not as strong as they seem. Kang Tison looks forward, a slight smile on his face. The white light illuminates his figure and the wall behind him. The young man says out loud the question of the beginning. The blue sign says that the main quest has begun. Kang Tison moves forward along a brick corridor. Moss grows on the walls, the space is lit by candles. Blue signs say that there are many secret places in the labyrinth. When clearing a floor, the reward depends on the number of secrets explored. Kang Tison is now on the first floor. This is the very beginning of the quest. The darkness is gradually replaced by white smoke. The blue sign says that you need to kill the boss of the first floor and go higher. The reward for completing it is a potion that increases random statistics. The reward for discovering the secret is unknown. It is night outside. The moon shines brightly in the dark sky. A lamp hangs on a green tent, illuminating the space around. Someone asks Kang Tison if he had a merchant on the easy difficulty level. The young man answers in the affirmative and asks if there is a difficulty level on which he is not. T-Yon and Kang Tison are sitting at a table opposite each other. The girl is drinking something orange and staring at the young man. T-Yon asks him what kind of merchant he was. Kang Tison replies that he is just an ordinary merchant. The young man bought potions from him. The young man leans his elbows on the tabletop and brings the mug to his mouth. T-Yon puts the glass down and takes off her glove. She says that in single-player mode it is not like that. The merchant has a huge selection. Kang Tison asks her if the girl is bragging again. She raises her hand up and looks at it with her mouth slightly open. There is a bracelet on the girl's wrist. She calls the young man to look at it. It is a black bracelet, a very powerful artifact that reduces damage by 50%. Kang Tison holds the mug in his hand and looks forward. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The young man asks T-Yon if the merchant is really selling this. A man with white hair stands facing the wall on which various weapons are hanging. The man folded his arms across his chest. T-Yon says that there was much more interesting there, but she could not afford it. She did not earn so much gold. White smoke fills the space, mixing with black. Small bright sparkles fly in the air. Kang Tison stares ahead. Next to him, on the wall, hangs a candle. The young man stands near a wooden door and looks at it. T-Yon says that if Kang Tison bought everything that the best merchant has, the young man would become stronger than her. The wooden door, upholstered with metal inserts, opened. Kang Tison thinks that he did not pay attention to it then, but now it directly concerns him. In the room sits a man with white hair and a long beard. He holds a pipe in his hand, which he is about to smoke. Behind him there is a window through which light breaks through. The man holds the pipe in his teeth and looks ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. He is slightly surprised that Kang Tison has already arrived. The blue sign says that the young man has met the Lost King. Kang Tison is looking forward, completely calm. The young man is standing next to the Lost King and looking at him. The man has one hand stretched out in front of him and is looking at it, holding a pipe in his teeth. Kang Tison greeted the man politely. The man was surprised by this and said that Kang Tison was a well-mannered young man. The man is standing behind the counter, putting his hands on it. Kang Tison is looking at the man, standing a few steps away from the Lost King. The man asks Kang Tison his name. The man introduces himself and asks the man if he is a merchant. The Lost King answers in the affirmative. Kang Tison presses his lips tightly together and looks sideways. The merchant is behind the counter, one hand on the table, the other resting on his chin. Kang Tison says that he does not see anything on the shelves. The man smiles, tightly clenching the pipe in his teeth. He calls Kang Tison a rascal. The man is sitting on a chair, spreading his legs wide. He rests one hand on his knee. Kang Tison is standing near the counter with his arms stretched out along his body. The merchant says that if he were to display his goods, he would not have enough space even for a whole floor. The man closed one eye and grimaced in displeasure, still clenching the pipe in his teeth. He says that he does not intend to show his treasures to Kang Tison. The young man looks ahead, his mouth slightly open. He is thinking about the fact that in front of him is a merchant who does not sell anything. The young man asks how this is and why he is here then. The man stares at the young man, his brows slightly furrowed. He slams his fists down on the table. The man frowns and looks displeased. He asks the young man loudly if he thinks the merchant is there of his own free will. He says he has lost everything because of this madness that has happened to his world and is forced to vegetate there. Kang Tison continues to look calmly at the man. The merchant says he is not going to show his treasures to such an ignoramus. The young man briefly says that he understands everything. The man holds a smoking pipe in his hand and waves it in the air. There is an arch behind him that leads somewhere. The man says that if Kang Tison shows him what he is made of, everything may change. Kang Tison looks forward intently and seriously. The man continues to sit at the counter. He points his hand towards the arch. The young man looks in the same direction. Immediately after the passage, there are steps that lead down. The merchant says that if the young man returns from there alive, he will see his treasures. Kang Tison frowns slightly and looks from under his brows. His bangs fall on his face. The young man pursed his lips. He thinks about how he just needs to survive to buy something from the merchant. He asks the man if this is all. The merchant looks at Kang Tison, resting his head on his palm. Kang Tison sways slightly in the air. The man clutches a smoking pipe in his hands and looks ahead, raising an eyebrow. He is surprised and tells Kang Tison that he is an oddball. There is an empty shelf above the window, and several cabinets stand nearby. The young man makes a questioning sound. The man leans one hand on the table and clutches the pipe in his teeth. A drop of sweat runs down the man's face. Kang Tison stands calmly opposite him. The young man asks the man if he needs to clear the entire labyrinth to buy something from him. He replies that it is not so. Kang Tison says that in that case he will go. Kang Tison's eyes are hidden in the shadows, his bangs fall on his face. The man looks towards Kang Tison, who is walking away from the counter. The man puts both hands on the table, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The merchant mentally wonders what is wrong with the young man. He thinks about how they usually look at the descent into the dungeon and shake with fear, not daring to go in. The man thinks about why he is so confident. The young man clutches the sword in his hand and lowers it down into the dungeon. The young man looks forward, he looks confident and calm. The merchant thinks about how Kang Tison seems to have no sense of fear. A bright light illuminates the wall and the arch. The man is surprised and wonders if such people really exist. The man sits on a chair, crossing his legs and stretching. He stretches his hand, clenched into a fist, upward. The man says that Kang Tison will not return in any case. There are several torches hanging on the wall, illuminating the space. Someone's shadow is reflected on the brick. Blue lights are flying in the air. The young man walks forward, tightly clutching the sword in his hand. He thinks that this is just a corridor, and at the end of the room, the first floor is arranged the same as on the easy difficulty level. The young man thinks that so far he does not see any danger. The young man tightly compresses his lips, he glances sideways as if he noticed something. He says that he is mistaken. Some sound is heard. The young man turns back and looks into the darkness. There are bright red eyes burning there, black steam is rising from the floor. On the floor stands a rat, shrouded in pink light, its eyes glow bright red. The creature placed its paw on a human skull. The pink sign says that the young man is now seeing a large rat. Kang Tison glows with a bright blue light. The young man clutches a sword in his hand. He looks at the rat that rushes towards him. Kang Tison asks out loud about the big rat. The rat flies forward, opening its mouth and revealing a huge number of teeth. The young man's leg is covered in bright pink lightning. He thinks about how, on a low difficulty level, the big rat is the boss of the 5th floor, but here it is an ordinary monster. The pink sign says that the rat has dealt 10 points of damage. The young man looks down, frowning. Half of his face is hidden in shadow, his lips are pursed. The young man thinks about how the big rat has low defense. Several people are standing in a maze. In front of them, in the air, a big rat hangs. One of the players is lying on the floor, face down. The young man thinks about how the rat is so fast that it constantly disappears from sight. Even together, they fought it for a long time. Kang Tison stretches out his hand forward, clutching a sword. A large rat stands in front of a young man. It glows pink. A blue glow comes from the tip of the sword. The young man reflects the rat's attack. He thinks that this creature is an ordinary mob on a loan. Now he sees the difference. The young man squeezes the hilt of the sword and holds it near his face. His eyes glow bright purple. The young man squats, stretching his hand with the sword to the side. He looks at the rat, which is a couple of steps away from him. It makes strange sounds. The young man says that it is just as fast. This is how he remembers it. The young man remembers that they were standing near the rat. There are a lot of players. They are holding shields and weapons in their hands, getting ready to attack the rat, which makes sounds. A blue plate with his characteristics appears in front of the young man. Kang Tison carefully and attentively studies what is written there. He thinks that now he is alone, and his characteristics are even lower than they were then. So logically, he will not be able to defeat it. The background is white and blue with black stripes. A girl stands near the wall, holding a sword in her hands, looking scared. Around the corner are several large rats, glowing pink. The creatures' mouths are open, their eyes are shining brightly. The muzzle of one of the monsters is covered in blood. Kang Tison thinks that none of the solo players have fought the large rat on the 1st floor. The rats surround the man and gnaw at him fiercely. Blood splashes in the air. Kang Tison remembers the merchant clutching a pipe in his hand and pointing towards the entrance to the dungeon. The young man remembers standing in front of the man, who is leaning against the table and holding a pipe in his teeth. Kang Tison slightly tilts his chin forward. His eyes are hidden by his bangs. He smiles slightly with his lips pressed tightly together. He says that now he understands how everything works here. The young man thinks that the principle of the rewards in the labyrinth is simple. Kang Tison jumps forward and attacks the monster, swinging his sword. A bright blue flash comes from his weapon, which meets the pink energy of the rat. The creature attacks the young man and bites him, biting hard. The pink sign says that it has dealt 8 points of damage. The young man attacks, sending bright blue energy towards the large rat. It flies back, waving its tail in the air. The young man thinks about how if a player achieves something that others cannot, or performs a feat that will earn respect, then the reward will be appropriate. The young man raised his hands up. In one he tightly clutches the hilt of the sword. Bright energy hovers near the blade of the weapon. He thinks about how his goal is to become the strongest. A bright blue flash appears right in front of the rat's face, which looks at it. The young man jumps forward, attacking the monster. In his hands, he tightly clutches the sword, pointing it with the blade forward. The rat flies away, leaving a bright pink light in the air. Kang Tison thinks that he can't catch up with the rat, so he just needs to predict where it will run. The creature is standing on the floor, pressed against him. The rat is shaking and looks scared. It makes many sounds. The young man looks closely at the large rat, slightly frowning. He thinks that the rat is a living creature and any creature can be studied. Kang Tison slightly narrowed his eyes, examining his opponent. Some debris is flying near his face. The rat raised its head up and opened its mouth. Saliva is flowing out of it. The young man notices that the rat's limb muscles are contracting. It takes a deep breath. The young man strikes, causing a bright blue flash. The rat flies away, its paws outstretched. Kang Tison thinks that he needs to strike now. The rat has raised its head up, its mouth is open. Saliva and sweat are running down its fur. The big rat is making excited sounds. The blue sign says that the big rat is scared. Its thought processes are becoming slower. Kang Tison leans his body forward and stares ahead, pursing his lips. One of his arms is stretched down. He thinks that now it will be much more difficult for the rat to react to what is happening. The young man thinks that now he is covering his ankles from its attack, so it will look for the easiest and most vulnerable target. The young man is wearing a leather armband with a bright white cross on it. Everything seems to be concentrated on this place. Kang Tison thinks that the rat does not jump high, so the armband will be its closest target. The rat flies forward, its mouth wide open and its tongue hanging out. It stretched its paws with long claws forward. Kang Tison takes the rat's blow on his bracer. He looks ahead with concentration. In his other hand he holds a sword, which he points towards the monster. The young man stands with his arm outstretched upward. On it hangs a rat, which is held on with its teeth and paws. The young man's face has a calm expression, but slightly satisfied. In his other hand he clutches a sword. Kang Tison addresses the rat and says that it is finished. He puts his hand on the floor and pierces the rat with the sword. Splashes of blood hang in the air. The young man carefully looks at the defeated enemy. The rat makes a squeaking sound. Black and red splashes appear on the dark blue background. The blue signs say that Kang Tison has struck. The large rat is immobilized. This increases the damage dealt to it. Kang Tison dealt 4 and 5 points of damage to the large rat. A young man stands next to a merchant who smokes a pipe. The man glances sideways at the guy. The eyes of the lost king are wide open. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Kang Tison holds a brown bag in his hand. The young man's clothes and the bag are bloody. Kang Tison says that he has returned. The blue sign says that the bag contains the meat of a large rat. It can be eaten if there is nothing else. White smoke smoothly turns into black. They mix in space. Against this background, windows from the messenger appear. Jun Hayek is very surprised at something. Someone asks if they have seen the merchant and calls the man old. Another person wonders why it is so difficult to bargain with him. He stands his ground. A young man in leather armor stands opposite the lost king. The man holds a smoking pipe in his hand and looks sternly at the guy. T-Yon writes in the general chat a question: is it really the same for him? Someone says that he is a merchant. Why doesn't he act like everyone else? What's wrong with him? T-Yon is standing near the counter, his arms stretched out along his body. The man doesn't even look in her direction. He examines his hand and exhales loudly. The man turned towards the girl and points his finger at her. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. It seems to be shaking. She writes a message that she wants to hit him a couple of times, but she knows that she can get it for it. She is indignant and writes about how he annoys her. Black smoke smoothly turns to white. The merchant looks at the young man in amazement. The man's mouth is slightly open. His eyebrows are arched in surprise. The man released the smoking pipe from his hand and it flew down. The man is surprised that the young man is alive. The young man walked up to the counter and put a bag with a rat on it. The merchant curled his fingers on his hand and looks at the bag with wide open eyes. Kang Tison asks the man if he really didn't want the young man to come back. He begins to frantically deny this assumption. On the table lies a rat and its meat on the bone. The blue tablets say that this is the meat of a large rat. Its quality is 96%. It can be eaten if there is nothing else. Another tablet says about the skin of a large rat. Its quality is 95%. The skin has relatively warm fur. The young man and the merchant are bending over the catch. The man has a shocked expression on his face. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The young man looks calm. His lips are pressed together. Kang Tison asks the merchant if he buys from travelers. The young man asks how much he can get for it. The man asks the guy if he killed the rat. He is surprised that he did not run away from it, but killed it. Kang Tison asks him what surprises the man so much. Well, he killed it and killed it. The merchant looks thoughtfully at the rat meat. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, to his beard. The lost king reflects that this is indeed the meat and skin of a large rat and of the highest quality. He thinks that the young man acted very subtly, without multiple and chaotic blows. Kang Tison stands with his head turned to the side. His face is as calm as usual and expresses no emotion. The man thinks that in front of him is some newbie, and he is doing this. The man puts his hand on the table and clenches it into a fist. He stares at the young man. Beads of sweat are running down the merchant's face. The man says that everything is fine. He has passed the test, so the merchant will show him his goods. The young man asks the merchant what he has. The man replies that he has everything and tells the young man to tell him what he needs. Kang Tison looks straight at the young man. One hand is stretched out to the side. Above it hangs a shield that reflects a bright light. Kang Tison asks if the merchant has a siege shield. The man puts his hand on the table and stares at the young man. Kang Tison stands in front of him, his arms stretched out along his body and clenched into fists. The man asks about the siege shield and specifies that it must be tall. Kang Tison answers in the affirmative and says that he needs the biggest one there is. The man asks why he needs a shield in particular. The young man smiles widely, raising his hand with an extended finger upwards. He imagines a rat crawling out of thin air with its mouth open. The young man tells the man that he has realized that he wants to crush his enemies with it. The merchant put his hand to the wall, which lit up with a bright yellow light. The merchant has a wide and slightly nervous smile on his face. He lets out a stifled laugh and says that this is correct. The man stands near the wall, stretching his hand out towards it. Golden light shines brightly near the wall. He speaks out loud the order for the golden door. The young man looks forward in slight surprise, his mouth slightly open. Small golden sparks fly against the light beige background. The man holds a blue shield in his hands. He took it out of the golden light. The blue plate says that this is a large siege shield. Its characteristics are also described there. The shield adds 1 point to attack and 5 points to defense. It is a durable shield that blocks different types of attacks. Kang Tison stretched out his hands towards the shield. On the other side, the merchant holds it. Kang Tison thinks that this is beyond all expectations. At a low difficulty level, equipment of this quality can only be obtained on the 7th floor. The shield lies on the tabletop. The young man examines it. The merchant watches Kang Tison closely. He says that this shield costs 500 gold. The young man thinks that he only has 234. He needs almost as much. He thinks that he will probably have to come back later. Kang Tison turns around, getting ready to leave the merchant. The young man's hands are clenched into fists. He looks somehow tense. The man sits near the shield and looks at the guy and asks where Kang Tison is going. He tells him that he needs more gold. The young man thinks about the 7 more large rats and his shield. The young man catches the shield with both hands. He instinctively covered one eye, not expecting it. The merchant tells the guy not to worry. The man is giving it away for free. The blue plate has a notice that the young man has received a large siege shield. Kang Tison is surprised as he thinks about what just happened. The merchant is holding several multicolored flasks in his hands. He turns away from the young man and looks towards the wall, which is glowing golden again. Kang Tison looks at the man in surprise, holding the shield in his hands. The merchant says that the young man has about 250 gold pieces and asks if this is true. He continues to say that he has something that the young man will have enough money for. The man asks the young man to wait. A drop of sweat runs down Kang Tison's cheek. He looks down at something. Multicolored flasks are flying towards the young man, who looks at them in surprise. Kang Tison's mouth is slightly open. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek and his eyebrows are raised. He wonders in his mind what is happening. There are various objects on the table, including jewelry, potions, and weapons. The young man thinks that everything is not at all as Tion told him. The merchant is standing near the tabletop with various objects and holding one of the bottles by the mug. Kang Tison asks him to wait and asks why the man is helping him so much. The merchant grumbles that you are doing a good deed to the guy, and he is balking. The man asks the guy if he can't give the young man a gift. Kang Tison stands there with a completely perplexed expression on his face. The merchant stretches out his hand forward and points his finger at the young man. The man tells Kang Tison to consider this as an investment. The young man, perplexed, asks again about the investment. The man leans his hands on the table and looks at the young man. Kang Tison stands a little to the side, crossing his arms over his chest. He has a shield behind his back. The man urges the young man to choose and says that any of these potions will be affordable for him. Kang Tison thinks that the merchant does not want to explain his motives. The young man came closer to the tabletop with items and held up a red flask. The blue plate says that this is a healing potion. It restores 50% of health. This potion costs 200 gold. Kang Tison thinks that most of the goods that the merchant offers him now are potions. The player holds a weapon in his hands. A bright yellow fire burns behind him. Near him, in the air, are 2 flasks, one blue and the other yellow. Kang Tison thinks that some of the potions increase strength, speed, and so on. The young man thinks that all this is very necessary when passing the labyrinth. The young man puts both hands on the tabletop and examines the layout. He thinks that at the moment he needs something else more. Tion is sitting near the stone wall. In one hand she is clutching a sword. In her other hand, the girl holds a green flask with a potion. She takes a sip from it. Kang Tison thinks that he heard that in solo mode, potions are difficult to obtain and they are saved for the higher floors. Kang Tison looks thoughtfully ahead. He put his hand to his chin. He thinks that there is no need for potions now. Moreover, buying them can come back to haunt him. Near the counter there is a bow and a quiver with arrows. The table is illuminated by golden light coming from the wall. Small, bright sparks fly in the air. The blue plate says that this is a simple bow. Its shooting accuracy is 20%. It is inconvenient to use. This bow costs 200 gold. The second blue plate says that these are simple arrows. They add 1 eye to the attack. This is something resembling arrows in shape. They cost 10 gold. Kang Tison is sitting on a hill, holding a bow and arrows in his hands. Some kind of animal is walking below, which is being watched by a young man. Kang Tison thinks that he definitely needs a long-range weapon. He reflects that if he has a bow, he can avoid many unpleasant situations. Kang Tison takes out a bag and pours gold coins into his palm. The young man looks at his hand. He asks how much he will get for the rat skin. The merchant tells him that for that amount it will cost about 70 gold pieces. Kang Tison raises his fist to his chest and looks at the merchant carefully. He says that he is selling and takes the bow and arrows from him. The man crosses his arms over his chest and looks forward with a wide smile. A slight blush seems to have appeared on the merchant's cheeks. The man holds the bow and arrows in his hands and holds them out to the young man. Kang Tison looks at the merchant in bewilderment. Beads of sweat are running down the young man's face. The man offers the young man to take the things. Kang Tison thinks about what is wrong with the merchant. The young man thinks that something has really changed. The man holds the bow out to the young man, a serious and slightly gloomy expression on his face. Kang Tison clutches the arrows with both hands. A shield is hanging behind his back. The merchant turns to the young man and asks him if he knows that in the labyrinth health does not recover on its own. Kang Tison answers the man and says that he knows. A small clearing is illuminated by bright sunbeams. There is also a small lake with very clean and bright water. 2 trees grow on its shore. This place is surrounded by stone walls. The man says that on the first floor there is a place where you can restore your health. The merchant says that this place is called a living spring. The man says that with its help you can be treated as many times as you want, but only while you are on the first floor. The merchant says that he will show the young man. The man opened a blue window and points at it with his finger. He carefully examines something there. Kang Tison stands a few steps away from the man and looks calmly at his manipulations. The merchant says that he marked the young man on the map. The man adds that he is guarded by an old tyrant, but he thinks that the young man will not have problems with him. Ti-Yon stands to the side of the man. She looks displeased. The merchant points his finger forward and says something angrily. Kang Tison thinks that the merchant also told Ti-Yon about the source, but seasoned it with a portion of curses and a wish to hide there and die of hunger. The young man left the room where the merchant was sitting and went somewhere. He wonders why the merchant spoke to him completely differently. Kang Tison makes an assumption that the man can judge by actions. Ti-Yon walks forward through the ruins, her hair fluttering in the air. The young man thinks that Ti-Yon was unable to kill a large rat and ran away. Kang Tison holds a shield in front of him and looks down in concentration. A bright purple stone sparkles above his head. Near it there are several chains. The young man thinks that, unlike the girl, he was able to kill the rat and return unharmed. The rat jumps forward, its mouth wide open. Behind it is a blue flash. The rat makes a long squeaking sound. The young man wonders if this is why the merchant treated him and Ti-Yon so differently. The blue signs indicate that the large rat has been immobilized and will take increased damage. Damage equal to 4 and 5 points has been dealt. The rat is lying on the floor with its eyes closed. There is something on its back. The blue sign indicates that the player has defeated the large rat. Kang Tison thinks that there are questions that he does not yet know the answers to. The young man holds a shield in his hands in front of him. Golden energy hovers around Kang Tison. The blue sign indicates that a skill called Otherworldly Intervention has been activated. Kang Tison thinks that he loves this skill. White smoke smoothly turns into black. The blue sign indicates that Kang Tison's agility has been increased by 1 point. The young man is standing in the corridor of the labyrinth. Several blue translucent windows hang in front of him. Kang Tison thinks about when he killed a big rat. He makes a questioning sound out loud and wonders why he got so many notifications for killing one mob. Several bright white sparks fly by on the black background. Kang Tison stretched out his hand to the blue plates on which the skills he received and their characteristics are written. The young man says that in addition to the basic skills, he also received skills that he received at a low difficulty level and on the 20th and 40th floors. The young man stares at the blue plates. The young man's mouth is slightly open. He looks thoughtful. He says that he did not know that he would get such skills on the very first floor. Kang Tison is amazed at the big difference and makes a questioning sound. The blue plate has the characteristics of a soul skill called Otherworldly Intervention. The mastery of this skill is 100%. The inscription on the plate says that Kang Tison's soul has reached a new level. Every time his soul wins, it will steal the enemy's power. Light gray smoke appeared in the black space. Small fragments of something are flying down. The young man is moving forward rapidly as if a shield appeared in front of him. The blue tablet says that he has entered a state of complete concentration. His body and consciousness are now one. The young man looks to the side, his teeth are clenched tightly, and his mouth is twisted into a grin. He frowns and squints, beads of sweat are running down the guy's face. The blue window says that a miraculous power has been imprinted on the young man's soul. He has received a skill called Otherworldly Interference. Kang Tison stands with his back slightly hunched. His mouth is slightly open. The young man's eyes are glowing with a bright purple light. A bright golden lightning appeared above Kang Tison's head. The blue tablets say that since Kang Tison is already in the labyrinth, the acquisition of the skill is cancelled. The second inscription says that the skill called Otherworldly Interference is closed. The young man remembers the moment when he fought with a C-rank monster. The young man leans the ball on the ground. He holds the handle tightly with his hands. Beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. The young man's back is hunched over. He thinks about how he managed to knock out 1.2 million health points with great difficulty. The system window opened. He thinks about how he was too exhausted at the time to pay attention. He wonders if the skill opened up because he was back in the labyrinth. The young man walks forward, holding a shield in one hand. And behind him, on a bright purple background, gears and an hourglass appeared. Kang Tison thinks that even though he went back in time, it turns out that he kept his skills. He thinks about how he didn't know the answer to that question and it's the same here. He just needs to go towards his goal. The young man needs to become the strongest. There are several torches hanging on the stone wall, and green vegetation can be seen on some parts of the wall. Kang Tison walks forward, his shield hanging behind his back. There is a blue sign hanging on the side of the young man. Kang Tison stretches out his hand towards it and looks there. It says that the source of life should be at the end of this corridor. The young man says that it is very long. A large rat appeared in the darkness. Her body and eyes glow with a bright red light. She makes nasty sounds. The blue sign says that Kang Tison is now seeing a large rat. The young man glances sideways, half of his face is hidden in the shadows. He listens to the sounds the large rat makes. The young man thinks that this is another rat and that it was impossible not to meet someone in the long corridor. Two rats are standing next to each other. Their eyes glow with a bright red light. The rats have surrounded the young man. Kang Tison looks behind him, examining his enemies. The blue sign says that he is in a difficult situation. Kang Tison thinks with slight surprise that he is surrounded. The blue sign says that the young man is in a difficult situation. Kang Tison glances sideways. His lips are tightly pressed together and his eyes shine with a bright purple light. The young man is surrounded by three large rats. Kang Tison clenches his fists and looks at his opponents. The rats press their paws to the floor, their eyes glow red. The young man thinks that although he is larger than the rats, there are three of them. Kang Tison reflects that even with their small brains, the rats understand that three of them are stronger. Light blue, almost imperceptible patterns appeared on the black background. The young man picked up the shield and leaned forward a little. The blue signs say that a concentration test and a fearlessness test are currently taking place. The rat looks ahead, it looks slightly puzzled. The young man approached the creature, holding the shield in front of him. The rat looks at the young man's attack. The blue signs say that the test is complete, Kang Tison's psyche has survived. The young man hits the monster and moves his hand with the shield to the side. The rat flies to the side, back first. Bloody stains appeared on the floor. The young man thinks that he has no right to make a mistake. He has seen too much in his life. He thinks he has seen strong players ruined by indecision. Two rats rush forward, preparing to attack the boy from behind. Their paws are outstretched and their mouths are wide open. The young man glances at them sideways. The rats make their nasty sounds. The blue signs say that Kang Tison has received a skill called Unshakable Conscience and his stats have been increased. The young man slammed his shield in front of him, leaving a purple trail in the air. He spread his legs shoulder-width apart, slightly bent his back and pulled one arm back. Both rats fly back from the boy's strike. The creature lands on the floor, its mouth wide open, its tongue hanging out. The large rat makes a short sound. The young man thinks that he had successful checks and stat increases. Now he can easily match the rats in reaction speed and catch them. Black stains and small red spots appeared on the gray background. Two blue tablets say that Kang Tison has defeated two large rats and his level has been increased. A young man stands next to the fallen enemies and looks away from them. In his hand he holds a shield that shines brightly. It is slightly covered in blood. The young man breathes out in relief. More black streaks and red spots have appeared on the gray background. The blue tablets say that the large rat is frightened and its consciousness is clouded. Kang Tison stands in front of the creature, which is staring at him. In his hand the young man holds a bloody shield. The large rat stutters and makes its sounds. The gray background with black streaks suddenly flows into white. Kang Tison calls the large rat to action. The monster spreads its paws wide and bares its teeth. Small drops of blood have formed on the floor under its muzzle. The rat makes a long, drawn-out sound. It rushes forward, preparing to strike Kang Tison's legs. The young man looks down, a satisfied smile on his face. He raised his shield and holds it with both hands. He thanks the rat for not wasting his time. Large blood stains appear on the black background. The wooden door opened, revealing a clearing of bright green grass. The young man went inside and looked around. He raised one hand up and holds it near his neck. Kang Tison sees that same clearing, a small lake and two trees. Three blue system signs appeared. They say that the young man has entered the safe zone of the labyrinth. And the second one says that enemies cannot enter here, and it is so safe here that the young man can get lazy. The last sign says that Kang Tison saw the beauty of a living source for the first time. The young man approached the blue lake. His figure and the clearing around him are illuminated by bright rays. The blue signs say that the young man received a bonus for discovering a new place. His intelligence level has been increased by 1 point and his mana level by 2. Kang Tison scooped up water from the lake in his palms, and it flows through his fingers. The young man thinks about how the labyrinth is almost completely teeming with monsters. He thinks that the exceptions are perhaps the merchant's shop and the spring. These are safe places. Kang Tison brought his palms to his face to drink some water. He covered one eye and looked closely with the other. The young man took his hands away from his face, but continued to hold them with his palms up. A golden glow appeared around the young man, enveloping him. The blue tablet says that Kang Tison will fully restore all of his indicators. The young man slightly tilted his head forward, part of his face was hidden in the shadows. He thinks about how refreshing the water is, the fatigue melts away as if he had slept for a long time and soundly. The young man thinks about how he really needs to sleep, because the mental fatigue will only increase if he continues on his way. Kang Tison raised his hand to his face, he clenched it into a fist. The young man is all aglow, there are small bright sparks of light around him. The next day has come. Kang Tison is sitting on the green grass, bending his knees. He rested one hand on his knee and stretched the other towards the blue window. Kang Tison says that a day has already passed. He is going to check the chat, probably something has already been written there. The young man stretched out his open palm towards the blue window of the messenger. Small white stains appeared on the blue background, like ripples on water. On the window is written a message from Jun Hayek, who asks if he needs to enter this labyrinth. A young man with a shaved head is standing near a brick wall. He stretched out his hand towards the window of the system with the messenger. A red-haired girl is standing near the green grass. She raised one hand to her face and bit her thumb, and stretched out the other towards the blue window. One of them has a message from Yeon, who chose the solo difficulty level. She says that considering that no one who entered the labyrinth responded, it's better not to. Yeon adds that he's starting to go crazy. The young man is near a building with wooden inserts. He's looking at the blue window of the messenger. Dong-hoon, who chose the normal difficulty level, wrote a message. In it, he asks if anyone wants to clear the first floor with him. Dong-jun asks to tell him what the first monster will be like. Lee Sang chose the solo level. This player writes that he's just going to go crazy. Kang Tison is sitting near the water and scrolling through messages in the messenger. He thinks about how he knew it, that most of the messages in the chat are from solo players. He reflects on the fact that at other difficulty levels, people have the opportunity to communicate with each other directly, and solo players only in the chat. And Tison stares ahead, his lips pressed tightly together. He stretches out his hand and bends his index finger. The young man smiles slightly, lifting the corners of his lips just a little. The blue messenger window shows messages from T-Yeon. The girl addresses people and asks what to do, she doesn't know. The girl is standing in the city, in front of the entrance to the labyrinth. She looks worried and nervous, there are tears in her eyes. T-Yeon has a blue messenger window with a flower icon open in front of him. Kang Tison thinks that it is strange to see the always confident T-Yeon so confused. The young man wonders if she was confident at all. Kang Tison is sitting on the grass near the wall. He bent one leg at the knee and leaned his hand on it. The young man remembers the sign system, which says that the object is in a state of alarm. Kang Tison thinks that when the girl showed her characteristics, he saw that, despite her behavior, she was worried. The young man makes an assumption that the girl is a coward who skillfully hid under the mask of confidence until the very end. Kang Tison crossed his legs and stretched one hand to his chest. With the other he scrolls through the messages in the blue windows. He makes a thoughtful sound out loud. The young man thinks about how only a day has passed since the labyrinth opened. He reflects on the fact that solo players will not begin to enter more en masse for at least a month, now humanity is still mostly alive. Kang Tison opened the blue keyboard and extended both hands to it. On the dark blue background, a maze tower rises. Light stripes of energy hover around it. The young man thinks that the rewards for solo players correspond to the difficulty level. T-Yeon looks at the blue tablet with the messenger. There are still tears in her eyes. A ringing sound comes from the tablets as if a notification has arrived. Kang Tison thinks that although T-Yeon missed a huge number of rewards, she defeated the last boss faster than anyone else and thus became the strongest among humans. The young man in brick red armor looks out the blue window. A slightly puzzled expression is on his face. He also received a notification from the messenger. The red-haired girl is still standing near the grass. She stretched out one hand forward, and she also received a notification. A message from Kang Tison is written on the blue screen. He wrote that she is on the first floor, the cleanup is happening as usual. The young man asks what will happen. He would not trust everything written on the wall if he were them. The young man is still sitting on the grass. He stretches, holding one hand up. A blue window is open in front of him. He says that even if they believe, he does not know how they will act. The young man says that out of 10,000 people who chose the solitary confinement mode, only T-Yeon will survive. The young man stretches out his hand and stares at it. A blue sword appears above his palm. Kang Tison says that it is time for him to move. The young man dips the meat of a large rat into water. A purple glow emanates from this piece. The blue plate says that the quality of this meat is 86%. It is safe to eat if there is nothing else. The young man lifts the piece in front of him, just above his eyes, and looks at it. His expression says that he is not very excited. He wonders if it is safe to eat or not. He says that he will try to think about his goal, maybe then it will taste better. Kang Tison opened his mouth and put the meat on his tongue. The blue tablet says that he ate raw meat. The young man chews it diligently, a small drop of saliva flows from the corner of his lips. Kang Tison frowned and looked ahead with a not very pleased look. The blue tablets say that a health check is taking place. The young man leaned forward, he bent over the grass, resting his hands on it. A bright purple glow rises above his figure. It makes a sound characteristic of control. The pink tablets say that the result is negative, the young man was poisoned. Kang Tison is kneeling near the lake and drinking water from his palm. The young man thinks about how food poisoning constantly takes away health points for 2 days. Kang Tison thinks about how if you do not drink antidotes or health potions periodically, you can die. Some guy is lying on the floor, he has black crosses instead of eyes, and a golden nim glows above his head. There is a large pile of human skulls lying next to him. Kang Tison thinks that for a newbie, poisoning is a nightmare. Kang Tison raised his hand to his face, clenching it into a fist. Golden energy is hovering around him again. The young man looks a little anxious, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The blue plate says that he has fully restored all his indicators. Kang Tison breathes out in relief. He thinks that this is why people who have experienced this will write in the chat that food cannot be eaten without cooking. Kang Tison took another piece of meat and bit into it with his teeth, pulling. The blue plate says that he ate raw meat. He thinks that food is very rare in the labyrinth. The young man puts the piece of meat on the cloth and holds the sword above it. He chews the meat of a large rat. The blue plate says that the health check is complete, his condition is unchanged. Kang Tison thinks that he can buy a road ration from the merchant, but it is too expensive and there is not enough of it. Dark stains appear on the purple background. Kang Tison thinks that the monsters of the labyrinth will be the only most accessible food. The young man bites off a piece of meat, the other half is clutched in his hand. The pink signs again showed the negative result and the message about poisoning. The young man leaned over the ground near the water and pressed his hand to his mouth. He is completely glowing golden. Kang Tison thinks that sometimes the player is forced to eat raw meat and in situations where he is in danger. The young man thinks that then, this is the worst situation. The blue sign says that Kang Tison has fully restored all his indicators. The young man is sitting, leaning forward slightly. He raised his hand in front of his face and looks ahead. A drop of sweat runs down Kang Tison's cheek, and his mouth is slightly open. He thinks that he is almost full. The young man stood up and headed somewhere. He looked down with a serious look. The blue sign said that he had developed immunity from the poisoning he had suffered. Kang Tison had received a skill that was activated under certain circumstances for a long time. This skill was called immunity to diseases. The young man was happy that he had received this skill. Kang Tison extended his hand over the blue sign that appeared near the water. The sign said that immunity to diseases was a skill that was activated under certain circumstances for a long time. The mastery of this skill was equal to 1%. It gave immunity to various diseases. At the moment, Kang Tison had immunity to food poisoning. The young man thought that immunity to diseases changed everything. Kang Tison was standing near the water and looking down at it. He extended one hand to the side and squeezed it. The young man said that he would now receive another skill. Kang Tison thinks that as his skill improves, it will increasingly protect him from food poisoning. The young man thinks that constantly getting sick to improve his skill is not much fun. Kang Tison went into the water up to his waist. He stands in it with his clothes on. The young man says that he does not feel like it. The water in the lake sparkles brightly and shimmers due to the bright rays. Kang Tison dived under the water. He closed his eyes and floated down. The young man squeezed his eyes shut as hard as he could and pressed his lips tightly. The blue sign says that he cannot breathe. Kang Tison thinks that it hurts, but he needs to endure it. The young man opened one eye, his eyebrows still furrowed. Kang Tison's mouth is open and twisted in pain. He thinks that he does not remember from whom, but he heard that death by drowning is one of the most terrible and painful. The shadow of a young man is visible through a thick layer of water. Kang Tison emerged from the water. The young man's eyes are closed. Large drops are running down his face. He makes a loud sound. The pink plate says that Kang Tison held his breath for so long that he almost died. The blue plate says that he received a skill that is activated under certain circumstances. It is called holding his breath. The young man is standing on the shore, his legs bent. He rests his hands on his knees, hunching his back. The pink plate says that the young man felt the proximity of death. The blue plate says that he received a skill that is activated under certain circumstances. It is called the line of death. Kang Tison looks ahead, frowning. Drops of water are running down his face, hair, and clothes. The young man's mouth is slightly open, apparently trying to catch his breath. A small amount of steam is coming from his clothes. Kang Tison raised his hand up and brushed his bangs from his forehead. He looks forward, frowning and slightly baring his teeth. Kang Tison says that he hopes it worked. On the blue plate are written the characteristics of a skill called holding his breath. It costs 1 point of mana. His mastery is equal to 1. The inscription at the bottom of the plate says that Kang Tison can hold his breath for a long time. At this point in time, he has increased the time by 2 times. Kang Tison is standing on the shore of a lake. A fairly large puddle has formed around him. The young man looks up and squeezes out the edge of his sweater. He thinks that with this skill, you can pump up the time you can hold your breath. The young man thinks that this will be very useful to him in those places in the labyrinth where the air will be poisoned. The young man opened the blue window of the system and carefully examines what is written there. He stretched one hand towards the windows and holds the other one in the air near his neck. The young man makes a short questioning sound. He thinks that few will figure out how to get this skill, because to do this, you need to be underwater and almost suffocate. Kang Tison thinks that this skill also comes with an additional one, which is called the Death Line, so there are solid pluses all around. The characteristics of the Death Line skill are written on the blue plate. His mastery is equal to 54%. The inscription at the bottom of the tablet says that Kang Tison has the ability to sense the approach of death. This skill is activated in the most dangerous situations. The young man wonders why his mastery of this skill is immediately equal to 54%. The labyrinth tower reaches high into the sky. Above it, the space is open with many bright stars. The young man stands near the tower with a puzzled expression on his face. He thinks about the fact that the mastery of his skill is equal to 54%. The young man wonders if this is his indicator from the future. Kang Tison ponders how it is possible that he inherited this skill from himself before the time travel. The young man suggests that it may be because this is a skill that affects his mind and not his body. Kang Tison thinks that this is not the case because the skills called calm consciousness and insight are equal to 1%. The young man stands near the spring and looks down, putting his index finger to his chin. One of his eyes is closed, and with the other he is thoughtfully examining something. He says that he does not understand. The young man stands near the wall of the room, stretching his hand forward. Blue stains appear near his hand. Kang Tison thinks that in the labyrinth there are many inexplicable things. He cannot afford to sit and think about everything. The young man stretched out his hand with an open palm, near which a blue sword appeared. The young man took hold of its hilt and the weapon became ordinary. Only energy hovers around its blade. The young man stares ahead, frowning. He smiles slightly. Kang Tison says that many skills have not yet been discovered. He should not stop. A young man in brick red armor and with a shield behind his back stands on the green grass. In front of him is an open blue messenger window. Jun Hayek asks the guy if he is sure that this will work. And out loud he asks the question of whether he has gone crazy. The young man looks out the messenger window, baring his teeth. Large drops of sweat are running down his face. Kang Tison writes a message and asks the guy if he doesn't know the principle that no risk, no gain. Kang Tison continues his message by saying that if the risk was small, he wouldn't get anything. Now is the best moment. Jun Hayek writes a message that he doesn't care about it now. He can't. The guy apologizes to Kang Tison. Jun Hayek stands on the shore of the lake and looks up with his mouth wide open. He put both hands to his head and grabbed his hair. Kang Tison writes a message that it will be worse for him. Jun Hayek says that even if this is true, how can he do it? A message from T-Jun is written on the blue messenger window. He writes to Jun Hayek that he is not the only one. No one except Kang Tison was able to obtain this skill. Kang Tison closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The young man looks completely calm. O is standing on the grass. He holds a sword in front of him, which he squeezes with both hands. Blue energy flies around the young man. The blue sign says that he has activated a skill called holding his breath. Kang Tison is standing in a clearing, surrounded by a blue glow. He thinks about the fact that combinations of conditions and circumstances play a huge role in obtaining skills. The young man says that if you use a skill in a certain situation, you can open another one. Kang Tison quickly rushes forward, striking with his sword, leaving a blue line behind him. Kang Tison is training with himself, standing next to the source. The young man moved his hand with the sword to the side and spread his legs wide. He thinks about the fact that holding your breath while stationary and in battle are two different things. The young man stares ahead with his sword outstretched. Behind him, everything is painted purple with bright pink streaks. Kang Tison jumps forward with his leg tucked in the air. There are many purple lines glowing around him. The young man stares ahead with his brows furrowed. A large drop of sweat is running down his cheek. White smoke is floating in the air around him. Kang Tison opens his mouth with beads of sweat running down his cheeks. The young man took the scarf in his hand and lifted it up to his face. The guy's mouth is wide open with white smoke floating around. Kang Tison makes strange sounds as he tries to catch his breath. The young man is standing near the wall, which is covered in cuts from his blows. The blue signs say that he delivered several blows with a skill called holding his breath. Kang Tison has just received a special active skill called holding his breath attack. The young man continues to lift the scarf with his hand. He looks down, his brows furrowed. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison has gained more than 10 skills, and they congratulate him on it. He was given the title of skill player. The young man holds out his hand with a sword in front of him and examines his weapon. A slight smile shines on his face. He says that it is not bad. The light gray background smoothly flows into dark blue with white streaks. The rat flies forward towards the guy holding the sword in his hands. There is another large specimen in front of him. Kang Tison thinks that just as he predicted the movements of the large rat, he can do the same to a person. Kang Tison strikes the head of the large rat, which is standing near his feet. The young man thinks that with the help of an attack while holding his breath, he can be unpredictable for his opponents. The dark blue background with white streaks again smoothly flows into light gray. Kang Tison threw his sword over his shoulder and carefully examined something in the blue window. The young man said that this was a great skill that helped him during his last passage through the labyrinth. He ordered to open the statistics. Kang Tison extended his hand towards the blue plate. His characteristics were written on it. The young man is currently at level 3. His strength is equal to 10 points, intelligence 12, agility 21. Mana is filled to 12 points out of 12, health is also full and equals 120 points. 1 point is added to the young man's attack and 7 to his defense. He thinks about the fact that it seems Tion said that her agility after the first floor was equal to 13 points. The young man ponders that he now has 21, this is much higher. The young man leaves the room with the source, walking away from it. The door remains open behind him. Kang Tison thinks that now he can begin to build his main skills. A young man walks forward along the stone corridor of the labyrinth. One of his hands is clenched into a fist. He thinks about how basic skills are usually worth 10 basic ones, and allow the player to overcome the huge difference in statistics with the enemy. Kang Tison holds a sword in his hands and looks at it, closing his eyes behind his long bangs. Blue and pink energy flies around. He thinks about the skills that helped, such as increase in multiplication, or the last judgment that bypasses the enemy's defense. The young man tightly grips the hilt of the sword, raising it in the air in front of him. He continues to think about skills, about zeroing the blow or stopping time, which acts in a certain radius around the player. The young man confidently walks forward with a straight back. Memories of monsters in the last battle are visible around him. Kang Tison thinks about how these are all basic skills that give huge advantages over other players. Many people stretched out their hands. In front of them was a dark blue and green space. Kang Tison stopped in the corridor and called for a blue window. A long sound was heard. The young man thought that perhaps that was why the methods for opening these skills were specific. He reported that, for example, full observation could be obtained if the skill insight was pumped up 2 or 3 times. The young man slightly turned his head to the side and carefully examined something. His face was hidden in the shadows, only his eyes were illuminated. He thinks that if on the first floor there is an opportunity to open the main skill, which on the subsequent floors will be much more difficult to open. A large rat stands on the floor, engulfed in red fire. The pink sign says that Kang Tison sees a large rat. The young man took the shield in his hands and waves it. The large rat jumps forward, going to bite the guy. At the same time, it makes a long nasty squeak. The young man thinks that he must get this skill. The rat clings to the guy's leg with its teeth, holding it with its paws. The rat dealt 4 points of damage to the young man. Kang Tison calmly looks down, pursing his lips. The rat dealt 3 more points of damage. The creature clings to the young man's leg with its paws and teeth. The rat makes long sad sounds. It dealt another 4 points of damage. Kang Tison calmly stands with the rat on his leg and holds the shield in his hands. He looks up and looks at something in the blue window. He thinks about the rat gnawing at his leg very vigorously, thinking that he can't respond. Kang Tison thinks about allowing a few more hits. Several pink tablets appear with damage messages. In total, Kang Tison has been dealt another 20 points. The young man stares ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. The rat continues to bite his leg. It is engulfed in a red magical glow. The pink tablets indicate that 3 more points of damage have been dealt. He is on the verge of death. Kang Tison looks down, half of his face is hidden in shadow. The young man thinks about how little time is left. The pink tablet indicates that 4 more points have been dealt. The young man slams his shield into the rat with a sharp movement, throwing it aside. The pink tablet indicates that the young man's life is in danger. Kang Tison opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. The blue plate says that the skill mastery of the Deaf Line skill has increased to 3%. And the skill mastery of the Calm Mind skill has increased to 2. Kang Tison is standing next to the rat, holding his shield in front of him. The rat squeaks in confusion and questioningly. It pounces on the young man's leg again. The rat's paws are stretched out forward, ready to dig in with its claws. The pink plate says that the young man's life is in danger. Kang Tison takes the rat's blow on his shield. It flies to the side and falls to the floor. The young man looks at its body from a few steps away. The blue plate says that he completely repelled the enemy's attack. The young man looks down from above. Bruises are visible under his eyes. He raised one hand above the shield, and the other holds it. The blue plate says that he received a special skill called Block. Kang Tison thinks that this is a good skill, which nullifies damage up to a certain threshold, but he doesn't need it. The rat rushes at the young man again, and he takes it with his shield. It makes a long, nasty sound. The pink sign says that the young man's life is in danger. Kang Tison imagines a man with his hands clenched into fists and covered in blue fire. He thinks about the endurance skill. Kang Tison remembers his battle with monsters. Kang-on stood in a stream of magic and could barely stand on his feet. The young man thinks that this skill nullifies the blow that the player was supposed to finish off and subsequent blows for some time. Dust clouds rise above the city, and a huge crater shines in one of the courtyards. Many monsters that look like large green lizards are piled up. Kang Tison thinks that only he has figured out this skill. The young man turned his head to the side and pursed his lips. He is sitting on a pile of defeated monsters, and T-Yon and the guy are standing next to him. He turns to Kang Tison and asks him how he got this skill. T-Yon says that she is also interested. The young man holds a sword in his hand and looks down, slightly turning in their direction. Someone asks him why he has such cheating skills. The young man hesitates and wants to say something. Two hands touch at the fingertips. Space with stars is visible behind them. Kang Tison thinks that there are several ways to learn skills in the labyrinth. The first is to learn from another person. The man stands with a sword in his hand, pointing the tip upward. His cape flutters in the wind. Kang Tison thinks that the second way is to do something that others could not. The young man clutches the shield in front of him and looks out from behind it. He thinks that the third way is to try to reproduce an effect close to the skill. Red lightning flashes in the air, created by the rat. It stuck its tongue out of its mouth, drooling on the floor. Kang Tison thinks that he held his breath, and so he got a breath hold. The young man thinks that he practiced punches using a breath hold, and so he got an attack while holding his breath. The rat jumps at the young man. It stretched its paws forward. Kang Tison stands in its way, putting a shield in front of it. The young man wonders what he should do to get stamina, which nullifies the fatal blow. The rat approaches the young man's leg. Its eyes are wide open. It is anticipating prey. A sign appeared on the pink plate that the young man's life is in danger. Kang Tison looks ahead, frowning, and a drop of sweat runs down his temple. The young man smiles, looking down. He says that everything is simple. Kang Tison thinks about how he will block attacks that would be fatal for him. Another attack of the rat is blocked by the young man's blue shield. The creature flies to the side due to the force of the blow. A blue tablet appears saying that he blocked several attacks that could have been fatal for him. Another blue tablet says that he received a skill that is activated under certain circumstances for a long time. It is called endurance. The young man looks at the blue window with a satisfied smile. The rat rushes forward, preparing to attack the young man again. It makes a loud, drawn-out sound. The young man raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and looks at it. Blue windows hang in front of him. He says that this skill saves lives should he give it up out of fear. T-Yon and the young man look away. The girl folded her arms across her chest. They both look surprised. The girl raised her hand to her face and closed her eyes. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's face and he smiles nervously. He asks Kang Tison how this is possible. T-Yon says that she knew that Kang Tison was sick in the head. The young man thinks that this is how people usually react, but in the labyrinth, nothing can be gained without risk. Kang Tison moves forward to the source, his hands clenched into fists. The young man raised his palms with water to his mouth and sipped from them. His legs began to glow golden in the places where there were bites. Kang Tison sits on the grass, bending his legs. In front of him are open blue windows, which he examines. The young man rushes and says that he has increased the mastery of the skills Death Line and Calm Consciousness. He wonders what else he can learn. Kang Tison closed his eyes and raised his index finger up. He says that he has a couple in mind, but in his past life he had as many as 200 skills. There is a rustling sound. A white-haired and bearded man opens his mouth wide and frowns. He enters the door. The man is wearing armor and bracers. He exclaims that there is already someone here. The sign says that Kang Tison met a man looking for a god. Kang Tison turns to the man and dispels the blue windows. He says that this is a great answer. The young man stands up and puts a shield in front of him, intending to defend himself from the man. Kang Tison thinks that monsters have no way to the living source, which means that he is an NPC. The man rubs his beard with his hand and looks forward, slightly tilting his head. He asks the guy if he is a traveler. Kang Tison thinks that as far as he knows, most NPCs in solo mode are crazy. Kang Tison stares at the man from under his brows. The young man's mouth is slightly open. He asks him again about the traveler. The man replies that this is what they call those who pass the test to pass the labyrinth. He asks the young man if he is one. Kang Tison answers him in the affirmative. The young man slightly lowers his chin and remembers how he sat at the table next to T-Yon. She told him that when she was resting at the living spring, some grandfather knight appeared. She adds that he seems to be a servant of some god. Kang Tison opens his eyes wide, drops of sweat flow down his cheek. He thinks about what happened next. He must remember as soon as possible. A bright pink trace accompanies the fist of the man who is about to attack Kang Tison. The young man holds a shield in his hands and slightly hunches his back. The man looks ahead, his eyes glow blue. He stretches his fist forward, about to hit the guy. The man tells Kang Tison to reflect this. The young man stares ahead with wide eyes, his brows furrowed. Large drops of sweat run down his face. The red sign says that Angel has used a non-lethal blow. The other sign says that Angel is attacking. Kang Tison widens his eyes even more, a drop of sweat runs down the bridge of his nose. The young man's face lights up pink. The man's fist flies straight into Kang Tison's face. The young man looks straight ahead, his eyes wide open. He holds a blue shield in his hands. The sign says that Kang Tison has activated a skill called Death Line. The young man thinks about how he is going to die. Kang Tison stretches his arms forward with the shield, taking the blow on him. There is a bright purple glow around the young man. He makes some kind of muffled sound. The man's fist hits the center of the shield. Kang Tison and the man are standing in a clearing near a spring. The force of the blow creates an energy wave around. Kang Tison clenches his teeth tightly and bares his teeth with tension. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The guy's eyebrows are furrowed. He thinks about how strong the blow is. The young man tilts his head forward. A bead of sweat is running down his cheek. The man with a white beard smiles widely. His eyebrows are slightly furrowed. He lets out a satisfied laugh. The young man grits his teeth as he parries the man's blow. He punches the shield, and a purple light trails behind his hand. The young man stands with his legs wide apart and his knees bent. He moves his shield to the side and closes one eye. A blue sign appears, saying that Kang Tison has stood up to incredible power. The young man's strength has increased by 1. The second sign says that Kang Tison has unlocked a conditional activation skill called Reflection. Kang Tison looks straight ahead. The man's fist is a few centimeters from the young man's face. The old knight asks the young man how he likes it. The fist has almost struck Kang Tison, and the young man stares at him. His eyes are wide open, and beads of sweat are running down his cheek. He thinks that he won't have time to dodge, and what kind of techniques are there when the man has such power? The man hit the young man so hard that he flew back a few steps. A bright purple flash accompanied the trajectory of the fall. The man looks forward, his brows slightly furrowed. The man stands half-turned, his hands clenched into fists. He swings one as if he is going to deliver another blow. The man says something about how amazing it is. The young man narrowed his eyes and frowned. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Kang Tison is sitting near the remains of a wall, leaning his back against them. A huge hole has formed in the wall, through which you can see the walls of the corridor. The pink plate says that Kang Tison was dealt 35,211 points of damage. The blue window says that a non-lethal attack effect was activated, the damage was nullified. The man says that he thought he would deal 100,000 damage, but only 30,000. Kang Tison covered one eye, the young man's mouth is slightly open. Beads of sweat are running down his face. He thinks about the man breaking the wall of the strike labyrinth with it and wonders what it is. He reflects that the gatekeeper was also very strong. In solo mode, all NPCs are monsters. The man approached Kang Tison and stands a few steps away from him. He put one hand on his hip and extended the other along his body. The young man leaned forward slightly. The man says that in addition to this, Kang Tison surprised him. The shield bent under the man's blow. The young man let go of it. The man says that Kang Tison in the last world put the shield in front of himself and then let go to reduce the force of the collision. The young man continues to sit on the rubble of the wall. He raised one hand in front of him. The man stands opposite and smiles widely. Kang Tison says that he can't just stand there like a dead man. The man agrees with him. The man brought his hand to the grass, stretching out his fingers. He says that he did not intend to kill the guy, so he used a non-fatal blow. The man extended his hand to the young man, who grabbed it, continuing to sit on the rubble. A golden glow appeared around their clasped palms. The man says that Kang Tison would have survived without it. He adds that he didn't think it would be a problem for the guy. The guy asks him again if he really thinks so. The man raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and turned his head in her direction. He closed his eyes and frowned. The man turns to Kang Tison and says that he fought for his life like crazy and that impressed him. The man adds that Kang Tison distinguished himself with skills. Even with such statistics, he was able to reflect his blow. Kang Tison put his hand to his chest. He looks away in confusion. The young man thinks about the fact that he knows that the NPCs here are not bots, but individuals. He thinks in surprise that the man knows about skills. Kang Tison thinks that Tion did not tell him this. The stone walls reflect the reflections of the water. The man closed his eyes and frowned. He says that frankly, he thought that Kang Tison was a weakling, but he is glad that he was wrong. The man says that he gives the guy a full pass. He asks the young man his name. Kang Tison introduces himself with a short pause. The man raised his hand to chest level and opened his palm. The man smiles, squinting his eyes. His figure is illuminated by a warm yellow light. He says that it is a pleasant meeting. It is a real miracle. The man introduces himself and says that he is a seeker of God. His name is Angel. The girl presses her hands to the grass. Her face with wide open eyes is reflected in the blue water of the spring. The girl raised one hand to her face and closed her eyes. She is kneeling near the lake. Beads of sweat are running down the girl's cheeks. She says that the rats got her. The girl's hair falls down to the ground. Angel is standing behind her. Taeyeon says that at least it's safe there. She turns her head back, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. There's a rustling sound behind her. The man's fist flies towards the girl's face, a bright pink energy glowing around it. Taeyeon looks straight ahead, her mouth slightly open. She starts to speak, asking who it is, but doesn't finish her sentence. The man's fist is a few centimeters from Taeyeon's face. She steps back slightly. The man makes a thoughtful sound. Angel stretches out his hand forward, his hair fluttering in the air. The man's eyes shine a bright blue fire. He addresses the girl and says that she is a coward. The girl sits on the grass and looks at the man in shock. Her eyes are wide open and her hands are down. Kang Taesun thinks about Taeyeon saying that the knight looked at her with disdain and left, and she never saw him again. Kang Taesun and Angel shake hands. The man has a wide smile on his face. His eyes are closed and his eyebrows are raised. The young man, on the contrary, frowned and looked a little puzzled. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He was thinking about how to understand this situation. Kang Taesun and Angel were standing a few steps away from each other. The young man put his hand on his hip and extended the other side. The man extended his hand forward. Kang Taesun turned to Angel and asked him if he could ask a question. The man answered him in the affirmative. Kang Taesun asked him why he suddenly attacked people. Did he really like to bully the weak? The man brought his hand to his beard and rubbed it. He covered one eye and frowned. Angel denied the guy's assumption and said that he was a paladin. He asked the young man why he would bully the weak. Kang Taesun looked at the man with a frown. A bead of sweat was running down his cheek. The man standing in front of him closed his eyes and lowered his chin. He said that this is a simple test for visitors to the spring. The young man asks Angel about the test again. The man raised his hand up and extended his index finger. He smiled widely, raising one eyebrow. The man said that he was testing whether the players had the will to fight for their lives in the labyrinth and whether they were worth his attention. The man added that he was irritated by people who did not know anything about themselves. Angel extended her hand forward and gave a thumbs up in a gesture of approval. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and looked away. Angel told Kang Taesun that he was worthy of his approval, to which the man congratulated him. Kang Taesun exhaled and thanked him. The young man thought that this explained a lot. He thought about the fact that the man judged people by their self-confidence. Kang Taesun thinks that now, at least, he knows that he will not be the young man's enemy. Kang Taesun looks at the man, who puts his hand to his chest. He smiles widely, looking at the boy. Kang Taesun asks the man about his name. Angel replies that it was the name given to him by his heroic father. Kang Taesun looks away, frowning slightly. The young man looks thoughtful. He says that the man spoke of searching for a god. The young man asks Angel which god exactly. A creature, vaguely resembling a man, sits on a throne. His figure and face are hidden in shadow, only bright red eyes are visible. He holds some kind of weapon in his hand, and a fire is blazing behind his throne. Kang Taesun explains that there are many gods in the labyrinth. The girl is dressed in a long dress, beautiful curly hair flows down her back. She holds a scale in her hands. The other girl looks like a little fairy. She stretched out her hand and a light lit up at the tips of her fingers. Kang Taesun thinks that the gods are very different. They test and reward the players. Taeyeon is standing on the white tiles near the high gate. Kang Taesun says that most players did not care about the gods because they can only be found in solo mode. Taeyeon holds onto the door frame with her hand and looks forward. Her eyes are wide open and her eyebrows are raised high. She looks surprised. Kang Taesun thinks that Taeyeon told him a lot about how evil and disgusting the gods are, so he knows a lot about them. Angel raised his hand to chest level and narrowed his eyes. He smiles widely, raising his eyebrows. The man agrees and says that the more people know about the goddess, the better. The woman in the golden robe extends her hand downwards. Her other hand is pressed to her chest, her eyes are closed. Behind her, a bright circle is visible, like stained glass. At her feet sit several people, their hands folded in front of them, as if in prayer. Angel says that he serves the goddess of love and her name is Levinov. He goes on to say that they worshipped her, they loudly praised her name from dawn to dusk. The man says that she is a wonderful goddess who united with those who loved her. Angel is a young woman, kneeling among the same people. He says that there is no goddess more beloved in his world than her. The man stands in front of the young man, his hair fluttering in the air. Kang Taesun looks at him with an interested look. Angel says that unfortunately, his world was destroyed and he is the only person who knows about the goddess. The man leans forward and raises his hand, clenched into a fist. Kang Taesun asks the man if he entered the labyrinth in search of the goddess. Angel answers in the affirmative and reports that he has not found a trace of her yet. Kang Taesun stands in front of the man, but he is not looking at him, he is looking to the side. He is thinking about the goddess Levinov, he knows her, thanks to T-Yon. The young man is thinking about the fact that he even knows what floor she is on. T-Yon is looking forward, her eyes are wide open, and her mouth is twisted. She frowned, a drop of sweat is running down her cheek. Kang Tison starts thinking about something. Levinov is sitting on the floor, she is covered in blood. Blood is running from her eyes, her entire chest is covered in blood. T-Yon is standing in front of the goddess, the girl's hair is fluttering in the wind. Kang Tison is thinking about what T-Yon told him, that she found this goddess brutally murdered. The girl is looking intently at the blue window of the messenger. She extended her hand to it, a drop of sweat is running down her cheek. T-Yon is surprised at something and says that it is terrible. Kang Tison is standing in the middle of the city, looking out of the messenger window with his mouth slightly open. T-Yon wonders why she found this, the girl says that she is going to throw up. Kang Tison is staring ahead, the young man is thinking. He is thinking that everything is so disgusting that even T-Yon almost threw up, although she has seen a lot. The young man wonders if he needs to tell the man about this. Kang Tison is standing opposite Angel, the young man's arms are crossed over his chest. The man opposite him, resting his hand on his hip, is smiling widely. He turns to the guy and asks if he can ask him a question. Kang Tison asks a counter question and asks what he wants to ask. The young man stretched his arms along his body and stands with one leg slightly forward. Angel is standing opposite, he stretched his hand forward. The man asks Kang Tison if he is in a hurry to get out of the labyrinth. The young man answers no to this question. Kang Tison thinks that his goal is not to go out as soon as possible, but to become as strong as possible and collect all the rewards. The man raised his hands to his chest and starts clapping. The man looks at the young man with an excited expression. He keeps his hands at chest level. He says that this is simply wonderful. The man asks Kang Tison if he wants Angel to teach him the skills of the goddess Levinov. Kang Tison looks at the man with doubt and confusion. The young man's mouth is slightly open. He answers that he agrees to the man's proposal. Angel opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. He looks surprised. He is amazed that the young man did not experience a shadow of doubt. He expected the guy to at least think about it. Kang Tison wonders why he would refuse. Kang Tison looks down, his chin is slightly lowered and his lips are pursed. He is thinking about it, that he met a non-player character of such power that it is impossible to even imagine. The young man thinks that naturally he wants to know all the skills that Angel knows. Kang Tison stretched out his hand forward and looked closely at his palm. He asks the man what he wants in return. Angel replies that he wants nothing and suggests that the young man take it as an apology. The man closed his eyes and slightly lowered his chin. He raised his hand and holds it in front of his beard. Kang Tison repeats the man's words about the apology. The man says that this is an apology for the sudden attack. He says that although it was for the sake of testing, he used violence against a stranger. Angel says that he is a paladin and should apologize for this. Kang Tison smiles slightly, baring his teeth. The young man looks thoughtful, he looks somewhere down. He asks the man if maybe he just shouldn't have attacked. Angel denies it and says that it doesn't work that way. The man runs forward, waving his arms in the air. His hair flutters in the wind. He says that he's only apologizing to Kang Tison because he thinks he's worthy. The man adds that otherwise, he would have just spat in the guy's face and left. Kang Tison looks at the man with a puzzled expression, his mouth slightly open. He thinks about the man, that he's quite a character. Angel approaches the young man and touches his forearm. Kang Tison looks at the man, lifting his chin and folding his arms over his chest. Angel says that apologizing in words is worthless. The man says that he thought that since Kang Tison is a traveler, he would definitely want to enrich himself with new skills. The man asks the guy if he agrees. Kang Tison tells him that of course he agrees. The man frowned slightly and closed his eyes. He raised one hand to chest level and rested the other on his hip. The young man looks at him, clenching his hand into a fist. Kang Tison thinks that it is better to learn the skill through a non-lethal attack than to really risk his life. Angel says that he is glad he almost disgraced the gods with his behavior. The hole in the wall is a few steps from the spring. Bright golden lights are floating in the air. The man says that everything is fine and urges him to begin. Angel stretched his hand forward, palm up. A wide smile shines on the man's face. He looks pleased. Angel suggests that Kang Tison try to hit him with his flimsy shield first. Many different types of weapons are stuck in the green grass near the spring. There are shields, swords, bows, and arrows. They all shine brightly, small golden sparks are floating in the air. Kang Tison says that there are many skills in the labyrinth, the ones that can be easily obtained are basic. A young man wearing a short t-shirt with a fur collar holds a long sword in his hands. He frowned and opened his mouth wide. The man looks dissatisfied and tense. Kang Tison says that if the player has a sword, he will master the skill of wielding a sword. A man with white hair and a wide mustache raises his hand with a shield, which is shrouded in a green glow. He is wearing a small armband and a scarf. A bright scar runs across half of his chest. If the player has a shield, he will master the art of wielding a shield. The young man holds a spear behind his back. He slightly turned his head to the side. Kang Tison says that if the player has a spear, he will master the art of wielding a spear. The young man says that a similar skill can be obtained by acquiring a weapon. Kang Tison thinks that as the skill level increases, knowledge of how to use a certain weapon also improves. The man looks down tensely, beads of sweat running down his face. He is sitting on the ground. Several swords are lying behind him. Some are stuck in the ground. The blades of some of these weapons are covered in cracks. They shine brightly, reflecting the rays of the sun. Kang Tison thinks that one could say that, in fact, every player has such a skill. The man puts his hand on the ground and runs it across it. His fingers leave dents in the surface. He sits on his knees and looks up. A girl, shrouded in a golden glow, stands next to him. Her hand is slightly extended to the side. He holds her palm above the ground. The girl's long dress falls to the ground. Kang Tison thinks about a skill that combines all the basic skills. The girl put her hand to the man's face. Tears are running down his face. His mouth is slightly open. His gray hair flutters in the wind. Kang Tison continues to talk about the skill. Although it is not a throw, it can easily claim to be the most useful. Angel raised his hand to chest level. The other is stretched along the body. Tears shine in his eyes. The man looks sad. He says that the skill is called the art of using air weapons. Angel adds that even the goddess herself praised him. The man says that he wants to teach Kang Tison this skill. The young man looks at him with a puzzled look. The boy's mouth is slightly open, and his eyes are wide. He raised one eyebrow in confusion. He says that he understands him. Angel stands with one hand on his hip and the other stretched out along his body and clenched into a fist. He has a wide smile on his face. His eyes are closed. He asks the boy if he thinks that all of this is useless. Kang Tison tells him that the fact that all the skills are combined changes absolutely nothing. Kang Tison puts his hand to his chin and looks forward thoughtfully. He frowns slightly and purses his lips. He thinks that perhaps the skill would be useful if it included basic skills and not the art of wielding weapons. The young man thinks that no matter how you connect them, it will be useless because of the errors in the system. Angel asks the guy if he has an additional blow. The man came a little closer to the young man and stands half sideways. He smiles widely, looking at the guy. Kang Tison answers him in the affirmative and says that he has one blow. The man replies that this is a wonderful number, then his damage should be about 4. Kang Tison says that this is a basic blow, so most likely that is it. The man slightly leaned his body forward. He raised one hand to chest level and extended his index finger upward. He slightly moved his other hand behind his back and clenched it into a fist. A red circle with diamonds appeared near the man. The blue sign that appeared near the man says that Angel activated target lock. The second sign says that the man will take a blow with fixed damage. He says that this is excellent. It must be the basic damage from the shield. Angel suggests that he attack. Kang Tison stretched his hand with the shield back and frowned. He says that the man is using a skill and asks him if he is so determined. Kang Tison strikes the man's head, causing Angel's eyes to bulge. The man spread his legs wide and spread his arms out to the sides. The blue sign says that Angel received damage equal to 4 units. The man presses his hand to his head and looks at the young man. Beads of sweat are running down Angel's face. Kang Tison stands next to him and looks at him with a calm gaze. Angel asks the young man if it was necessary to hit him on the head like that. Kang Tison briefly answers him that it is his fault. The man looks dissatisfied. He raised his hand to chest level and points his finger somewhere. His eyebrows are furrowed and his eyes are narrowed. He says that this time, let Kang Tison use his fists. Kang Tison thinks about how angry Angel will get if he hits her head again. Kang Tison raises his fist and is about to strike Angel. The young man's brows are furrowed. His mouth is tightly pressed. Kang Tison agrees and blocks the strike. The young man's hand hits the man's chest, right in the center. Kang Tison's fist is engulfed in blue energy. The man looks down calmly, looking calm. The blue sign says that Angel has been dealt 2 points of damage. The young man takes his hand away from the man's chest and looks down, puzzled. He holds his other palm next to him, with one finger bent. The man smiles widely, tilting his head slightly to the side. He asks the boy if he got the message. Kang Tison asks if the man wants to show that the damage varies depending on the type of weapon. Kang Tison stands with a sword in his hand, the blade raised up. His other hand is clenched into a fist and pulled to the side. Next to him are 2 tablets with inscriptions about adding 20 and 50 points. Angel glances sideways, his mouth slightly open. He raised his hand to waist level and extended his index finger. He says that the young man is right. He catches on quickly. Angel says that this is why adventurers use one weapon. The man explains that, for example, if you put on a glove that gives plus 50 points and take a sword that adds 20 points. Kang Tison walks forward, holding his sword in front of him. He is about to strike the head of the creature, whose eyes have turned into crosses. At another moment, Kang Tison attacks the creature with his fists, striking directly at the head. Angel says that when attacking with a sword, the damage will be counted only from the weapon. The man adds that when striking with a glove, only 50 points of damage will be used. Angel says that in this way, damage of 70 points will be impossible. Kang Tison looks forward. He looks calm and thoughtful. He introduces a young man who is wearing armor and holding several blades. Kang Tison asks if it is not obvious. The young man says that if it were possible to add up the damage of equipment, then all players would have hung weapons on themselves long ago. Angel thoughtfully runs his fingers through his beard. He has closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head. The young man adds that this is why they use one weapon and try to perfect it. Angel stares ahead, his mouth wide open. The man's arms are stretched out in front of him, palms up. He says that this is uncomfortable. Angel suggests that Kang Tison think about it. During a fight he can only use one type of weapon. The man is indignant at the fact that this is a stupid rule. The man is tense. He holds a sword with one hand and pulls back the monster's mouth with the other. Everything around is splattered with blood. Someone says that during a fight, you inevitably have to risk your life. He adds that the process requires the entire body to exert force, sometimes using not only the weapon, but also the arms and even the shoulders. Angel turned his back to the young man and raised his hand up, clenching it into a fist. He holds his other hand near his chest. Kang Tison looks at the man with a slightly puzzled look. He says that because of the system, only the smallest damage is counted at such moments. Kang Tison wonders if there is a way around this. The man agrees and says that his religious order, serving the goddess Levi-Noth, did not like this. He says that his body is his weapon, and his weapon is part of his body. Angel says that there should be no difference in the use of them. The man clenched his hand into a fist and smiles widely. He turned back, causing his hair to rise in the air. He says that therefore, after many searches for a way out, he was able to develop the skill of the art of wielding air weapons. The man adds that his action in the labyrinth is a complete combination of basic skills and the addition of damage from the entire attack and equipment. Kang Tison raised his hand to chest level and put his index finger to the side, slightly bending it. The young man looks like he realized something. He asks the man again about the entire attack. Angel frowned and narrowed his eyes. He imagines a young man who attacks various monsters. He hits a purple dragon with a sword and punches several small green monsters. Angel says that Kang Tison got it right if he has a sword that gives plus 20 points and gloves that give plus 50 points. In this case, it does not matter what he strikes with next, the total damage will be equal to 70. Stands in front of the man stretched out one hand forward. The young man clenched his left hand into a fist and looks at the man with wide open eyes. Kang Tison says that this means there are more options for striking. Angel says that this is exactly it. The skill affects not only the weapon, but also every part of the body. Kang Tison pushes the rat away with his elbow. It flies away with its mouth wide open. The young man kicks the creature in the head. He leans forward and swings his fist. The man says that it doesn't matter if you hit with your arm, shoulders, or foot, the total damage will still be 70. Kang Tison looks down slightly. He smiles slightly. A small drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He wonders if the body really becomes a weapon. Kang Tison muses that with this skill, you can use the entire inventory, which was previously considered useless. Two people are in a labyrinth near a chest. It contains a huge amount of gold and jewelry. One man is kneeling in front of the chest and holding a ring in his hand. The second, very young, is holding a belt in his hands and looks dissatisfied. The first man wonders what the ring is for if it won't even help against the monster. The second man agrees that the belt is also useless. At the end of the long stone corridor, a bright golden light can be seen. Kang Tison thinks that he might not be so useful now. He thinks that the further the player advances through the labyrinth, the better his equipment becomes, the sooner the skill will gain new colors. The young man folds his arms over his chest and looks ahead from under his brows. One of his eyes is completely covered by his bangs, a slight smile on his face. He says that this is an amazing skill. The young man stares ahead, a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Kang Tison's lips are pressed tightly together and his brows are slightly furrowed. He is thinking that the value of the skill is almost equal to the value of the main skill. Angel puts one hand on his hip and raises the other to his chest and points his index finger upward. The young man stands next to him, his arms crossed over his chest. Angel says that maybe it is not so surprising for Kang Tison, but ordinary adventurers will not acquire such a skill in their entire lives. The man asks the young man if he wants to learn it. Kang Tison answers that he agrees. The young man looks forward, his eyes wide open. Angel smiles widely, his eyes are narrowed. He extends his hand forward with curled fingers. The man laughs and says that Kang Tison has no doubt. The man stands in front of the young man. He extended his hand to his shoulder. Angel's hair fluttered in the air. The young man and the man are enveloped in a green golden glow. Angel tells Kang Tison to relax. The man looks straight ahead, a slight smile on his face, and small light rectangles are flying around his face. He says that this skill is different from other skills because he gained it through his own experience. Angel adds that this is why he can easily pass on the skill to Kang Tison. The man puts his hand on the young man's shoulder, and a green golden energy hovers around them. Kang Tison glances at his shoulder. Angel says that, moreover, he has mastered the skill 100%, so Kang Tison can learn it without any pain. The blue tablet says that the basic skill called Shield Mastery has been combined with the Air Weapon Mastery skill. The young man's eyes are wide open, and green rays are glowing around his pupil. The blue tablet says that the basic skill called Sword Mastery has been combined with the Air Weapon Mastery skill. Kang Tison admires the flow of knowledge and information. He did not even think that he would be able to adopt the skill so quickly. A bright green light illuminates the space, small geometric shapes periodically sparkle in it. Kang Tison is enveloped in green light. He raised his hands to chest level, palms up. The young man's hair fluttered in the air. The blue plate says that Kang Tison received the skill from the creator of the art of wielding air weapons. Angel stands in front of the young man. He still extends his hand towards him. The young man lowered his hands along his body and clenched them into fists. The blue plate says about the highest rank skill, which is called the art of wielding air weapons. His mastery is currently at the level of 1%. The inscription at the bottom of the plate says that the art of wielding weapons in the body, due to lack of mastery, damage losses are possible. The man looks to the side with wide open eyes. His lips are tightly pressed. He smiles slightly. Kang Tison looks at his palm, which he raised closer to his face. Angel says that he advises to train every day until he masters the skill perfectly. He also has something else to say. On the palm of Angel's hand lies a small silver ring. The blue plate says that it is a faded ring. It gives +1 point to the attack. The last line of the table says that it is someone's old ring. It seems that it used to be very valuable. Angel says that it is still not good to get drunk and forget about everything in the world. The man asks for forgiveness. The young man puts the ring on his index finger and raises his hand to chest level. He examines the jewelry with a smile on his face. He also raised his other hand and holds it near his chest, touching the forearm of his other hand. The young man says that this is enough. Kang Tison thinks that in the past he would have simply thrown this thing away, but now this ring is like a rusty sword. Angel put his hand to his beard. He holds the other one in the crook of his elbow. The man looks to the side, looking thoughtful. Angel says that he has conveyed to Kang Tison everything he wanted, but the young man cannot achieve much at this point. The man stares ahead, his eyes wide open and one eyebrow arched. He smiles widely and looks confident. He asks the young man if he would like to train with Angel. The man raises his hand up, as if beckoning the young man towards him. Kang Tison looks at the man, his body slightly turned to the side. Angel suggests that the young man test the skill before using it. Kang Tison looks ahead, a blue sign hanging in front of him. He has one hand moved to the side. The young man smiles slightly and looks interested. Kang Tison agrees and says that he sees no reason to refuse. Angel stands a few steps away from the young man, his clothes and hair fluttering in the air. The young man has his hands out in front of him, holding a shield. A bright purple flash is directed towards the young man. Kang Tison spread his legs wide, waiting for the strike. Angel rushes forward, fist out in front of him. Kang Tison leaned his body forward, holding his shield with both hands. They had the same expression on their faces, a slight smile and slightly furrowed brows. A bright golden pink flash lit up the air. Kang Tison thinks about how, in the labyrinth, leveling up depends on any actions taken. Angel runs towards Kang Tison, the man's hair fluttering in the air. The young man looks down at Angel and holds a shield in his hands. Angel's fist flies over the head of the young man, who ducked to get out of the way of the attack. Bright purple energy glows around the man's hand. Kang Tison thinks about how no matter how useless the location is, if you search it thoroughly and find something, your detection skills will increase. Angel attacks the young man with his knee, jumping high into the air. The young man holds out his shield in front of him. He places his feet in a way that allows him to maintain his balance comfortably. Kang Tison thinks that if he constantly blocks his opponent's blows, his shield skill will improve. Angel strikes the young man's shield. His clothes and hair are in the air. Energy of different colors glows around the man and the young man. Kang Tison strikes the man with his shield. This causes Angel to look up. Beads of sweat are running down his cheek. Kang Tison looks pleased. He smiles slightly, frowning. The young man says that fighting a strong opponent makes sense. Something is happening in the brick room. Kang Tison lies on the green grass, his arms spread out to the sides. The young man frowns and looks painful. His mouth is twisted into a painful grin. Kang Tison is surprised that they trained for 2 days. Kang Tison thinks that he never thought that he would gain such a skill. The young man raised his hand, and a blue sign appeared next to it. It says about the skill of continuous activation. It is called tenacity on the battlefield. Mastery of this skill is equal to 3%. The last line says that Kang Tison lasts on the battlefield for a long time, fatigue comes late. Kang Tison lies on the grass, 2 blue signs hang in front of him. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. Kang Tison thinks about how thanks to this skill, he could fight a C-rank monster for several days. The young man thinks that it can only be obtained in battle with a player, so he abandoned it in solo mode. The young man continues to lie on the grass, his face covered by an awning. He looks up and back at the man who is hanging over him. Angel stands with his hands on his hips, leaning forward slightly. The man says that he cannot believe that such skills belong to such a young and inexperienced adventurer. The man says that he is indeed a good judge of character. Angel puts his hands on his hips and smiles widely, his eyes narrowed. The man's figure is illuminated by a golden glow. He asks Kang Tison how he is and whether he thinks that this is enough. Kang Tison sits on the ground, bending one leg at the knee. He puts his hand on it and looks away with a wide smile. He says that this is quite enough. Angel sat down on the grass next to the young man and leaned slightly towards him. Kang Tison looks at the man with absolute calm. Angel says that everything is fine and asks the young man to promise him 2 things. Kang Tison asks the man what things he is talking about. Kang Tison looks forward, he looks satisfied and absolutely calm. Angel says that since the young man has mastered the skill, he will be able to pass it on to someone else. The man continues to tell him what to do if Kang Tison encounters a pathetic and useless player. The man looks forward, one of his eyes shines with a bright blue light, and the other is hidden by his bangs. Behind him, everything is painted red. The man tells Kang Tison not to teach such players. If he breaks this rule, the man will kill him. Kang Tison looks forward, one of his eyes is hidden in the shadow. He says that he understands the man. Angel looks forward with a small smile on his face. Small bright sparks are floating in front of him. He says that if he learns anything about Lady Levinov, he must tell him. This is the second condition. Kang Tison and the man are sitting on the grass next to each other. The man has spread his arms out to the side and is looking at the young man. Kang Tison says that the chance that they will meet again is very small. Angel says that he does not expect anything special. Angel looks down, tears are shining in his eyes. He looks very sad and sorrowful. He says that he hopes for a miracle. Kang Tison looks at the man who is opposite him. The young man looks thoughtful. He thinks that if Angel could find the goddess, Levinov would either survive or they would die together. The goddess is in space, she seems to be crumbling into many pieces. The young man thinks that if Angel does not manage to find the goddess, then Levinov will obviously be dead. The young man presses his finger to his chin and looks down thoughtfully. He wonders if he should tell the man. The young man thinks that he is confused. Angel looks at Kang Tison with a slight smile. The man rests his hand on his bent knee. Kang Tison asks him if he wants to know where his goddess is. Angel answers in the affirmative and adds that finding her is the man's main desire. Kang Tison looks from under his brows. His gaze is serious. He addresses the man by name. Angel continues to sit on the grass, placing her hand on her knee. The man's eyes are wide open. He looks shocked. Kang Tison says with a short pause that he knows where she is. The man looks forward. A thin golden ray passes near his face. Angel's gaze is slightly lowered. Her eyes are wide open. The man looks very surprised and shocked. His arms are hanging down by his sides. The armor he wears on his chest gleams brightly, reflecting the light from the torches. He asks out loud, amazed, about the young man's words. Kang Tison stands in front of the man, his hands clenched into fists. The young man's mouth is slightly open and he is looking straight at the man. Kang Tison says that he knows where the goddess Levinov is. The man looks angry. He looks forward, frowning. The man frowns with displeasure. Wrinkles have appeared on his forehead. He opens his mouth and grimaces with displeasure. The man's hair falls over his face, slightly covering his left eye. He says that this is not a funny joke. Angel goes forward to where there are many stairs. They are all very chaotic, leading in different directions. Some of the stairs look like they are about to collapse. The man's hair and the edges of his cloak are fluttering in the air. One of his hands is stretched along his body and clenched into a fist. Angel says that he went through the entire labyrinth, but did not find even a clue. He asks Kang Tison a question. Does he really know where the goddess is, having just entered the first floor? Kang Tison slightly looked away from the frowning man. The young man stretched out his arms and slightly bent them at the elbows. The man standing opposite him stares at the young man, literally burning him with his gaze. He thinks that Angel does not believe him. This is a completely natural reaction, but the young man has an answer to this too. Kang Tison raised his hand and put it to his chest. He looks at the man confidently. The young man's mouth is slightly open. His bangs fall on his face, hiding his frowning eyebrows. He tells Angel that she can trust him. Kang Tison has an object that describes the labyrinth. The man stands opposite the young man. One of his hands is clenched into a fist, the other is stretched out to the side. The man looks angry and tense. He stares at the young man. Half of his face is hidden by long white strands. Kang Tison stands in front of the man, one arm bent in front of him, the other stretched out along his body. Angel says that this is a lie, there are no maps in the labyrinth. Kang Tison tells him that this map does not refer to the entire labyrinth, but only to a certain creature. Angel looks shocked by this news, his eyes and mouth wide open, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The man raised his hand to his face and put it on his chin. Tears are streaming down the man's eyes, he looks forward in shock. The man says that this cannot be. He asks the boy if this is a divine summoning. Kang Tison briefly answers him in the affirmative. The young man put his hand to his chest, which he stretched out along his body and clenched it into a fist. He looks forward confidently and seriously. The young man says that this item can be obtained in the labyrinth. Kang Tison explains that the object shows the location of a deity. He says that it contains his family's information. He has memorized the locations of all the gods. On the tabletop lies a horn with straps wrapped around it so that it can be hung. Next to it is someone's hand, dressed in a fingerless glove. Kang Tison remembers Ti-Yon offering him to look. She said that she would tell him because she simply could not help but share. Ti-Yon and Kang Tison are sitting at the table in the dining room. The young man is sitting sideways and nibbling on an apple. He is looking at the girl. She has placed one hand on the table and is touching the strap of the horn. With her other hand she is propping up her cheek. The girl is looking down, closing one eye. She says that she received this object on the 89th floor, but it is useless. The girl adds that the deities are terrible, they only laugh at her. Kang Tison asks the girl about the fact that she is whining again. Kang Tison looks ahead with a confident look, his mouth slightly open. The young man reflects on the fact that he thought it was just some trinket and did not even suspect that it could be useful. Kang Tison says about the 78th floor, the library and the 24th secret room, the goddess Levianoft is there. Angel stands with his back straight and his arms down by his sides. He looks at the young man in amazement. The man's eyes are wide open. The man's mouth is slightly open and he looks ahead with wide open eyes. There are tears in his eyes and his eyebrows are arched. He says that the library is indeed there, he has not checked it yet. He loudly shouts agreement and says that it is there. Angel walked up to Kang Tison and grabbed him by the shoulders. The man looks very excited, his eyes are wide open. He leans forward and shakes the young man a little. Kang Tison looks at the man with slight confusion. The boy waved his hands in the air and leaned back slightly, as if trying to get rid of the man's hands. The young man's eyes are wide open and his mouth is slightly open. The young man says that he thinks he has repaid him enough. Angel laughs and says that it is more than enough. Kang Tison looks forward, he is slightly confused. Angel thanks the young man and says that he has never been so grateful. Angel squeezes the young man's shoulder, beads of sweat are running down the man's arm. From the look of it, the man is clutching Kang Tison's shoulder very tightly. Angel looks forward, his eyes and mouth are wide open, a tear is running down his cheek. He tells Kang Tison that the man is now in his debt. Kang Tison rubs the shoulder that the man was squeezing. Angel spreads his arms out to the sides and smiles widely. Small beams of light appeared around him. Kang Tison talks about his shoulder. Angel apologizes and says that he can't hold back his emotions. Angel puts his hand to his chin and looks thoughtfully at the ceiling. Beads of sweat are running down his face. The young man stands at a distance and looks at the man. Kang Tison continues to hold his hand near his shoulder. He asks Angel if he is going to fetch the goddess. The man replies that it is a bit difficult. He explains that the 78th floor is quite large, he needs to prepare so as not to get into trouble. Angel smiles with narrowed eyes, he puts one hand to his chest. Angel the man says that he thanks the young man again from the bottom of his heart. Angel adds that it is difficult for him to express his gratitude in words. Angel raised his hand to his head and touches his chin thoughtfully. He tilts his head to the side and closes his eyes. Kang Tison looks at the man with a calm gaze. Angel says that he would like to repay him. The man stretched his hand out over the grass. A small ring is lying on his palm. The blue plate says that it is a bronze ring. It adds 20 points to health. The last line says that it looks like a sacred ring, but the religion has been destroyed, so only one person can own it. The man offers the young man to take the ring and says that it will be useful for a skilled loner like him. Kang Tison puts the bronze ring on his middle finger and examines his hand with two ornaments. Bright sparks are hovering near the young man's hand. Kang Tison slightly opened his mouth and opened his eyes wide. He is happy with the gift out loud. The young man thinks that on an easy difficulty level, he would need such an item to get to the 30th floor. Angel put his hand on his hip and looks at the guy with a slight smile on his face. His hair is fluttering in the air. Kang Tison stands in front of the man and looks at him. The young man's arms are stretched out along his body. The man says that he did not give it to the player on the first floor. The man adds that he thinks he deserves it. Angel says that he hopes that he will not regret his decision. Kang Tison looks down, a slight smile on his face. He looks satisfied. The young man says that he does not have time to relax, so the man does not need to worry. Angel turned his back to the young man and raised his hand to the level of the rudder. He clenched his hand into a fist and closed his eyes. The man smiles. He looks satisfied, as if his hopes were justified. His bangs fall over his face, covering quite a large part of it. Kang Tison looks at the man's back. The young man, as usual, is calm. The man says that he is glad to hear this, then he will go get ready. Kang Tison asks the man if he is going down. Angel heads towards the door, turning back to wave to the young man. The man has a wide smile on his face, his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. The man's other hand is clenched into a fist and slightly extended to the side. A bright beam of light, similar to the sun, illuminates the door, behind which are the corridors of the labyrinth. Angel says that he has finally found what he was looking for, so he cannot idle away. Angel thanks the young man again and says that they will see each other again. Angel happily moves forward, stretching his arms up. His eyes shine with some kind of crazy light. Kang Tison stands behind him and watches the man go. Angel laughs loudly and addresses the goddess, saying that he will be there soon. The man exclaims loudly, addressing the goddess, that the last one who remembers her is already very close. Kang Tison stands in the middle of the room with the source. The young man clenched his hands into fists and stares ahead. Clouds of dust are flying above the ground. Angel leaves the room and laughs loudly. The goddess is standing behind Angel. She has bowed her head to his. Her eyes are closed. A soft, happy smile shines on her face. The woman is still dressed in a yellow dress. The man looks very pleased and happy. Kang Tison wonders if Angel will be able to find the goddess. The young man thinks that if he can, then she will survive. Angel folded his hands in front of him, looking forward with a crazy look. Near his hands there is a bright blue glow. His palms are folded in a special way, as if the man is going to pray. On his face there is a wide and unnatural smile. The man's clothes are covered in blood, which is also on his hair. The goddess hugs him from behind. Black liquid flows from her eyes, which falls on the man. The woman's hair rises high into the air. It reaches for the cosmos, which is spread out above the heads of the man and the goddess. Kang Tison makes a guess that the goddess may already be dead. Kang Tison looks down, his lips pursed and slightly twisted. He thinks that in any case, he will not meet Angel anytime soon. In the corridor of the labyrinth, a torch hanging on the wall burns brightly. Bright orange sparks fly off from it. Kang Tison leaned forward, leaning on his shield. The young man stands with his foot on the corpse of a rat. A blue tablet appeared near his other hand. He is enthusiastically doing something in the tablet, reaching out to it. The young man says that after some time spent on the floor, his agility has increased to 25, so catching a large rat will not be difficult. The blue tablet says that the young man activated the increase in the state of the soul. The second blue tablet says that the difference in the state of the soul of the young man and the soul of the target is too great. Kang Tison looks down in confusion, his face hidden in shadow and only slightly illuminated by the torch. The blue sign says that obtaining resources from the victim is impossible. The young man makes a long questioning sound. The rat is lying on the floor, with bloodstains around it. The young man takes his foot away from the monster's corpse, and Kang Tison's boot print remains on the rat's fur. He thinks that if the difference is too big, there will be no improvement. The young man thinks that he feels sorry, but this was expected. Kang Tison is standing in the hallway, holding a shield in his hand. Behind the young man lies a rat with many bloodstains around it. The young man says that he thinks he has squeezed the most out of this floor, and it is time for him to move on to the second floor. Kang Tison moves further down the hallway, touching the wall with his hand and peeking out from behind it. He says that he needs to go somewhere first. The double wooden door is bolted and wrapped in many chains. Everything around is overgrown with moss, which has entangled the walls. The young man thinks that there are secret rooms in the labyrinth. The young man is sitting on the floor near the treasure chest. He has his legs crossed. He is wearing a green jacket with red inserts and long pants. Gold coins are falling out of the chest. The guy has a wide and joyful smile on his face. He stretched his arms towards the chest, one clenched into a fist. Near the chest there are small columns of gold coins. Kang Tison thinks that there is one room on each floor. The young man reflects that whoever manages to find such a room will be generously rewarded. Many multicolored flasks with potions are in the air. Among them, jewelry with various artifacts flashes, as well as gold coins and precious stones. Kang Tison thinks about the magic staff and the ring of levitation. Many people are pressing on each other, trying to grab something. There is a terrible crush in the crowd. Clouds of dust are flying around. Kang Tison thinks about the stat-boosting potions and items that give a serious advantage in the labyrinth. Kang Tison thinks about the fact that only one person can enter the secret room, so there is serious competition in easy mode. Kang Tison walked up to the wall and touched it with his hand. The young man looks at it carefully. He thinks about how, due to the competition, he missed many such rooms. He thinks about how, in this way, it is not skills that play the key role, but luck and experience. Kang Tison thinks about how this is a solo mode, so she will be able to open all the rooms. Kang Tison pushes the door forward and is about to enter the room. The young man wonders if the layout will be the same. Kang Tison stands in the doorway of the room and looks at the empty room with no torches. The young man thinks that the difficulty of the level changes the map of the labyrinth. Kang Tison thinks that the general structure is the same, so all the secret rooms are similar. The young man smiles widely and looks down. He looks pleased and happy. He says something. The room is in space. It is very small. There are no windows in its walls, only one door. The young man stands in the doorway and looks ahead. He says that there is only one entrance, and the room itself is empty inside. The wooden door is illuminated by a bright light. A lot of people pass by. Kang Tison thinks that this room seems useless, so many players just pass by. Moss grows in the cracks in the floors. Kang Tison says that secret rooms are usually found in such places. The young man put his hand to the wall and brought his face close to it. He presses on the bricks, apparently checking something. A young man is standing in a room near a wall. Kang Tison is standing near the wall and tapping it with his hand. He looks concentrated. One hand of the young man is resting on his side. He is thinking about how at first glance these are ordinary stones, but by tapping each one, you can find a secret room. Kang Tison closed one eye and exhaled loudly. He says that it will take some time. The young man stretched his hand up and took out a piece of the wall. In his other hand, he is already holding a stone. The young man stretched out his hand and stared ahead. His face is hidden in the shadow. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor of the room and looking around the room, stretching out his arms. He is thinking about his actions. First he needs to press, then turn and push. Kang Tison takes one of the bricks out of the wall. He thinks that if it doesn't work, then he needs to try with the next brick. The young man thinks that if there is a failure here too, then he needs to take the next one. Kang Tison raised his head up and pulls out a brick. With his other hand, he leans against the wall. The young man looks focused. He thinks that this is fun and much better than surviving in a room for a week. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. He stares up. The young man picked up a piece of the wall in which a space was formed. The blue plaque says that detection skill has increased by 5%. A bright golden line appeared on the wall. Kang Tison is standing in the formed passage. Part of the wall collapsed, allowing the young man to go further. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison opened a secret room. The second plaque says that he received a new title called Adventurer. It is also said that Kang Tison's intelligence has increased by 3 points. Kang Tison is standing in the passage. Behind him there is a bright yellow glow. The young man has his arms outstretched and is looking at the room. At the end of the room there is a chest that is glowing with a golden glow. Kang Tison says that here is the treasure of the secret room. The young man is holding the edges of the passage with his hands. He looks around. The young man looks calm and attentive. The young man says that it seems like you can just go up to it and open it, but the young man thinks that there is a catch. Kang Tison went inside the room. He looks wary. The young man's arms are stretched out along his body and clenched into fists. He starts talking about something. A rat is sitting near the wall. It is all shrunk. The creature makes long squeaking sounds. The young man stepped on the rat, literally flattening it on the floor. The creature makes a drawn-out and surprised sound. Kang Tison picked up the rat by the tail and holds it in the air. The young man looks at the creature with a thoughtful look. The rat shakes in the air and makes squeaking sounds. The young man releases the creature from his hands and the rat flies to the floor, backwards. It makes a loud and short squeak. Kang Tison looks down, his mouth slightly open. A rat is lying on the floor. It landed on its back and curled up. An arrow flew towards the rat, which pierced its side. The creature opened its mouth and pressed itself to the floor. The rat makes a loud cry of pain. Kang Tison crouched down on the floor and examined the rat, which was lying a few steps away from him. There was an arrow in the rat's side. Kang Tison asked about the arrow traps. The young man said that this was to be expected for the first floor. It seemed that the traps were not so scary. Kang Tison walked up to the rat. He clenched his fists and straightened his back. He said that he would look at something. Kang Tison pulled the arrow out of the rat's body. The young man glanced sideways at it. It was engulfed in a pink glow. Kang Tison continued to walk forward. He extended one hand to the side. A hologram of an arrow appeared above it. He said that he was stronger than most of the players on the first floor. The young man said that he could do it if he concentrated hard enough. The young man stopped, 1 foot stepping on a brick that sank down. He said that he already had about 7 arrows. The young man stood near the passage, his eyes closed. He extended his arms forward, his fingers curled. His figure was illuminated by a golden glow that emanated from the hole in the wall. Several arrows flew towards the young man. They were engulfed in pink energy. Kang Tison smiled slightly. He looked ahead intently. The young man said that he would take some. Kang Tison looked ahead intently. The young man smiled slightly. Small depressions appeared in the floor. A bright yellow light burst through them. Kang Tison catches 2 arrows in the air. The young man moves forward quickly. He is enveloped in a pink-purple glow. The young man is standing in a room. Another arrow is flying towards him. It is supposed to hit him in the back, on which there is a blue shield. The young man looks thoughtfully at the arrow, which glows with a bright red light. The young man thinks that it is getting more difficult. Kang Tison moves forward. He holds his hand clenched into a fist near him. Behind him, a blue glow comes from the shield. The young man says that he thinks that it is not worth buying arrows from the store. Kang Tison catches 2 more arrows that flew in the air. The young man stares ahead, his brows slightly furrowed. He says that here you can grab for free. The young man makes a long questioning sound. The blue sign says that this is a poisonous arrow. It gives +2 points to attack. It poisons the target. The young man holds the arrows in his hands and examines them. One of them is pink and the other is blue. The blue signs say that one of these arrows is a paralyzing arrow. It gives +2 points to the attack. The last line says that it paralyzes the target. The second sign says that the arrow may not work depending on the level and characteristics. The young man says that these arrows are kind of strange. The young man glances sideways. He squints his eyes slightly. The young man stands surrounded by blue light. In both his hands are holograms of pink and blue arrows. A smile shines on the young man's face. The young man says that it is better for him. He wonders whether he should return to the trap. Many arrows fly forward from the left side. They glow pink. Arrows are also flying from the other side. Kang Tison holds 3 arrows in his hands. He looks at the tips and smiles. The young man looks pleased and happy. He says that everything is repeating itself. It's even fun. The young man stretched his hand forward. A sign with his items appeared next to it. The arrow almost completely disappeared in the blue window. The young man says that 100 arrows should be enough. Kang Tison confidently heads towards the chest, which is a couple of steps away from him. The young man thinks that now it is the turn of the main course. The young man stares ahead. His mouth is slightly open. He makes some kind of sound similar to a laugh. The young man pushes off the floor, leaving a golden flash after this action. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor, leaning on one hand. He moved the other to the side and clenched it into a fist. The young man carefully looks ahead. His eyebrows are furrowed. The white light smoothly turns into dark gray. Kang Tison thinks that he will try to simply break through. He needs to deflect the arrows with a shield and have time to run. The young man thinks that this is a labyrinth. Kang Tison is standing in the room, raising his head up. A huge number of arrows are flying towards him. The young man kicks the arrow and breaks it in half. Kang Tison stretched one hand back and clenched it into a fist and stretched the other forward. One of the arrows flies very close to the young man's head. He counts their number to himself, first one, then the second. The young man crossed his arms at the wrists and caught the arrows with his hands. A bright red flash appeared near one of the arrows. The young man looks forward intently. A blue glow sparkles around him. The young man continues to count the arrows. There were 3 and 4. Kang Tison caught the arrows with his hands. He spread his legs wide and leaned forward slightly. Multicolored flashes spread out from the young man in different directions. He thinks that this is the 5th. Kang Tison goes forward and he stepped on a stone, which went down. The young man thinks that the next one will be on the 9th brick. Kang Tison spread his arms to the sides. A shield is attached to his back. Several arrows shrouded in red light fly towards the young man. Kang Tison thinks that there are 9 arrows to expect. Kang Tison runs forward, lifting his legs high. He holds one hand in front of him and the other one behind his back. The young man furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison activated the attack in one breath. He gains the ability to hold his breath for 10 seconds. The young man stares forward, his brows furrowed so much that wrinkles appeared. His bright purple eyes glow. The blue plaque says that insight has been increased by 2%. The young man quickly moves forward. He stretched one hand down and lightly clenched his fingers. Arrows shrouded in pink light fly towards the young man. The entire space is painted in pink light. The young man thinks that there are 3 arrows in front of him, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 below. Kang Tison thinks that it will not be easy to dodge. The young man looks forward, a slight grin on his face. Kang Tison's hair flutters in the wind. He is thinking about something, but the thought does not reach its conclusion. The blue tablet says that the young man has increased his sensitivity to the limit. The second blue tablet says that Kang Tison has received a special active skill called Enhanced Senses. The young man moves towards the arrows, which are brightly glowing with a red-pink light. The young man stretched one hand back and held the other in front of him. The young man caught the arrows in the air, squeezing them tightly in his hands. Kang Tison continues to move forward rapidly. An arrow engulfed in red glow flies towards the young man's chest. He looks at it carefully. The young man thinks that there are still 5 arrows left. The blue tablet says that Kang Tison has activated reflection. The next blow will be reflected. The arrow bends in the air. It glows with red fire. The young man glances sideways at the weapon that bends around his body. The young man looks collected and attentive. The pink sign says that Kang Tison has taken 8 points of damage. The young man thinks about how there are 4 arrows left. The young man runs forward, waving his arms in the air. One of his legs is bent and almost pressed to his chest. In front of the young man are 2 arrows that are heading towards Kang Tison. He thinks about how he can withstand this kind of damage. Kang Tison thinks that thanks to the reflection, there is even more space to move. Several bright arrows are visible on the dark gray background. There are red streaks behind them. Kang Tison thinks that all the remaining arrows are flying in one direction. The young man caught the arrow with his hand, it bent slightly. Kang Tison hung in the air and caught another arrow. A blue glow appeared near the tip of the arrow. Everything behind Kang Tison is engulfed in blue light. The young man looks focused and tense. Several more arrows are flying towards him. Kang Tison thinks that there is one last trap left. Kang Tison stepped on the stone again, which went down. A golden aura glows around the young man's leg. Kang Tison stares ahead, one of his eyes is hidden in the shadow. His bangs fall on the young man's face, preventing him from seeing. Kang Tison thinks that according to the rules, this trap must release 10 arrows. Kang Tison looks forward, shadows fall on his face. The young man's eyes are wide open and his lips are pursed. Kang Tison stretched his arm out to the side and left one hand behind. Many arrows fly towards him, all of them glowing with golden light. Kang Tison wonders about the 15 arrows, is this a joke? Kang Tison looks forward, a golden flash sparkles near his face. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and grinned, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Kang Tison frowned in displeasure. The young man stands on one leg, he crossed his arms in front of him. Kang Tison caught a couple of arrows, now they glow blue. Another arrow flies towards the young man. Kang Tison stretched his hand out and clenched the arrow in it. The young man's legs are wide apart and bent at the knees. Kang Tison clenched his teeth and grinned a little anxiously, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He thinks about how there are more of them than he expected. Kang Tison thinks about how he is not sure he can block them all. Kang Tison caught the arrow, a bright blue flash trailing behind it. The young man looks ahead, frowning. He thinks about how the more than 3, the more confusing their trajectories. The young man stretched out his hand, 2 arrows pierced his hand. He clutches one in his hand. Blood gushes from the arms on the young man's hand. Kang Tison looks ahead nervously, clenching his teeth and baring his teeth. He thinks that since he can't dodge, then he will have to take the blow. Many pink signs appear. They say that the young man received damage equal to 16 units, twice, and damage equal to 15 units, also twice. The last pink sign says that Kang-san is in critical condition. Drops of blood fall to the floor of the room. Kang Tison presses his hand to his shoulder, leaning slightly to the side. The young man bit his lip and closed one eye. He frowns because of the pain, beads of sweat are running down his cheeks. The pink plate says that Kang Tison is losing blood, his health indicators are decreasing. The young man utters some incomprehensible sound. Kang Tison takes the arrow fragments out of his hand, they fly down, engulfed in a bright glow. The young man is hunched over tiredly and breathing noisily. He makes a sound because of the pain and says that it hurts a little. The blue plate says that Kang Tison experienced terrible pain. It also says that a special active skill was obtained, which is called pain relief. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor in the room and bandaging his hand. He holds one edge of the bandage with his teeth and squeezes the other with his healthy hand. In front of Kang Tison hangs a blue plate with a health scale. It is filled to 54 units out of 140. Kang Tison thinks that thanks to the skill, he feels less pain, but he has not mastered it much, so he cannot get rid of it completely. The young man adds that if he had not experienced this before, he would have passed out already. Kang Tison stands near the wall, in which there is a window with a red lever. The young man thinks that even though he is now crippled, he still received the skill. The young man adds that he does not want to get into something on the way back. Kang Tison walked up to the wall and pressed the lever. This action is accompanied by a bright flash of light. The young man bared his teeth, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. A bright golden light appears in a small depression in the hay. The young man looks in that direction, pursing his lips. Kang Tison opened the lid of the chest, releasing a bright golden light. Kang Tison looks inside the chest and sees a wooden staff with some kind of circle on the handle. Kang Tison holds one hand on the lid of the chest, which is covered in moss. The young man thinks that he hopes that he has disarmed all the traps. Now it is time for the reward. Kang Tison stares down at what lies inside. Bright golden sparkles fly around the young man's face. Kang Tison is surprised and wonders if the items are already appearing. Kang Tison took the contents of the chest and squeezed it in his hand. The young man stares at what was inside. His other hand is stretched out along his body. He says that even in hard mode, it did not start lower than the 10th floor. The young man is surprised to find a club in the shape of a staff. Kang Tison squeezes the staff in his hands, which glistens brightly in the golden light. The blue plate says that this is a staff of flame. It also says that this is a staff used by novice wizards. The plaque also says that this staff can generate basic energy, otherwise known as a fireball. The young man says that he thinks it is quite useful. The young man stares at his hand, from which a blue glow emanates, his brows slightly furrowed. Behind him is a man in purple robes, holding a staff in his hand. On the man's head is a hat with a pointed tip. A bright fire is flaring up behind his back. The The young man thinks that the Staff of Flame is much superior to other magical items. The young man wonders if this is all thanks to the solitary mode. T-Yon is standing in front of a blue background, on which blue fragments of something are flying. The girl looks scared, tears are frozen in her eyes. T-Yon's hair is fluttering in the wind. Kang Tison thinks that T-Yon did not really hunt for secret rooms, so there is no point in comparing. A young man stands in the passage that was formed after the wall was destroyed. He touches one of the bricks with his bandaged hand. Behind the young man hangs a blue shield with a cross in the middle. The young man thinks that now everything should be much better. The rat opened its mouth wide and stuck its tongue out. It bared its sharp teeth that fill its mouth. The rat is engulfed in red fire, its eyes glow brightly. The rat makes a loud and drawn-out sound. The monster jumps towards the young man, but flies past, spreading its paws in the air. Kang Tison looks at the rat. He raised one leg up, bent at the knee. Kang Tison does not look tense, he is absolutely calm. The rat makes some kind of slightly muffled squeak. The young man thinks that now he can only use one hand, but this does not prevent him from dealing with large rats in no time. The rat is next to the young man, pressed against the floor and shaking. A red aura glows around the monster. The young man examines the rat, standing absolutely calmly. The rat makes many short squeaking sounds. The young man stares ahead, slightly lowering his gaze. He smiles slightly, his eyes are wide open. The blue plate says that despite being in a crippled state for a long time, Kang Tison can perform various actions without problems. The young man stretched his hand up and points his finger at the blue plate. Kang Tison smiles slightly and looks very pleased. The blue plate says that the young man has received a special skill called Unwavering Will. Kang Tison rejoices out loud and says that this is excellent. Kang Tison walked up to the rat and stepped on it with his foot. The rat sprawled on the floor, stretching out its paws to the sides. A large number of puddles of blood appeared around the rat's body. Kang Tison slightly moved his hand to the side and clenched it into a fist. Bright yellow sparks are shining on a green background. A blue plaque says that Kang Tison has killed a large rat. Bright green moss is pushing through the wall. Kang Tison entered a room with bright green grass. He opened the door and holds his hand, taking a step inside. Bright golden sparks are shining near the spring. Kang Tison knelt down in front of the living spring. He scooped up water from there with his palm and brought it to his face. The young man takes a sip, and the water runs down his hand. The young man covered one eye, and with the other he looks ahead. The bandage on his hand begins to unwind under the influence of yellow light. A blue plaque says that Kang Tison is now in good condition. Kang Tison is sitting on the green grass, leaning on one hand. He bent his leg at the knee and placed the other on the ground. In front of the young man are two blue plaques. Kang Tison says that he will see what skills he has received. The blue tablet shows a special active skill called Pain Relief. His current mastery level is 1%. The last line shows that Kang Tison is resisting the pain, but the sensations are still strong. The second blue tablet shows a special active skill called Sense Enhancement. His mastery level is 1%. The last line shows that Kang Tison's senses are increasing, but he can only notice small changes now. The young man looks forward attentively, his lips slightly pursed, and he looks thoughtful. Kang Tison stretched out his hand towards the tablet and bent his index finger. Kang Tison looks at the blue tablet in front of him. Kang Tison thinks that these two skills are pretty good, but they don't really make sense now. The young man thinks that the higher his mastery level, the more effective the skills will be. The blue tablet shows a special skill called Unwavering Will. It costs 1 mana to use. The skill mastery is equal to 1%. The last line says that no wounds or injuries will break Kang Tison's fighting spirit. The young man is able to ignore wounds for 10 seconds. Kang Tison is sitting on the grass and rolling up the sleeve of his clothes. He looks down attentively, his lips slightly pursed. Behind the young man's back hangs his shield. Kang Tison thinks that this is a great skill for reducing pain. He reflects on the fact that it was certainly not easy, but it was worth it. Kang Tison is clutching a staff of flame in his hand, many sparks emanate from it. Its characteristics are written on the blue plate. The basic magic he owns is a fireball. This staff uses 3 mana points. The mastery of the staff is equal to 1%. The second blue plate says that the staff of flame creates a fireball, inflicting damage to the target without resistance. The enemy changes state. He begins to burn. The young man thinks that, as expected, the staff is the most valuable. Kang Tison rose to his feet and stands on the green grass. The young man clenched one hand into a fist and extended the other forward, palm up. A blue glow appeared above his hand. Kang Tison looks away, a slight smile on his face. The young man says that he has nothing more to look for on the first floor, it's time to move on to the second. The young man imagines himself in a room with a fire and protects himself from it with a shield. The young man goes down the stairs, where a green creature similar to an orc is waiting for him. On the next stage, there is a blue monster similar to a strange cat. Kang Tison thinks that the construction of the labyrinth is simple. On each floor there is a staircase guarded by a boss, so in order to advance, the player needs to defeat it. Kang Tison approached the tall double red doors. He stopped in front of them and slightly spread his arms to the sides. The young man says that it would be nice if the boss fight ended in a jiffy. The young man says that in that case the difficulty of the single player mode would not be worth it. The tall red door opened, giving the opportunity to go inside. Kang Tison enters the room, waving his hands clenched into fists. There is a large creature in the room, the familiar rat. It hangs in the air and makes strange sounds. The rat's aura glows with a bright red light. The young man entered the room and stopped a couple of steps away from the monster. The blue shield still hangs behind him. In front of him stands a rat, which is pressed to the floor. The rat's eyes glow with a bright red light. A bright glow bursts out from under the monster's clawed paw. The rat continues to make drawn-out, melancholy sounds. Kang Tison addresses the monster and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. The rat opened its mouth, showing its huge teeth. She stretched out her paw in front of her. A bright light sparkles in the center. A red aura glows around the rat and light smoke hovers. A blue sign says that a huge rat has emerged. The creature makes a long and nasty squeak. Kang Tison took the shield off his back and hung it on his hand. The young man stretched it out slightly to the side. He looks forward with a smile, his bangs covering his eyes. He wonders that here he is, the boss of the first floor of the solo level. Kang Tison and two other young men are in the room. There is a lot of blood on Kang Tison's pants. They are partially torn. The young man is holding a sword in his hands, which brightly shines in the air. The other two people who are in the room look scared and shocked. Kang Tison thinks that on the easy difficulty level, he was on the 10th floor. The young man thinks that he wonders how many souls have suffered from these paws. The rat tensed up and is about to attack the young man. The monster is hovering in the air, its claws tucked in. There is smoke and a red aura around the boss. The young man stands in front of the rat, holding a shield in front of him. He wonders if this is surprising after all he has been through. The young man looks forward, his mouth slightly open. He holds a blue shield in front of him, which is shining brightly with white light. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed. He turns to the rat and orders it to attack. Yon is sitting on the floor of the labyrinth. The girl is holding one hand. The sleeve of her clothes is torn. There are tears in her eyes. The girl is shaking and looks scared. Next to her are several bottles of blue liquid. She looks at the blue honeycomb system that is in front of her. A shrill squeak is heard from there. Kang Tison thinks that the giant rat cannot be defeated by the player of the first floor. The young man says that this is why Yon had to cheat. Many small blue rectangles appeared in the darkness. Kang Tison says that the girl used the information that the boss of the labyrinth is in a restricted area. A huge rat stands in front of the girl. The monster's mouth is wide open. Yon is sitting on the floor next to the rat, which is trying to get to her. Saliva remains on the invisible wall, which does not allow the rat to reach the girl. The monster makes squeaking sounds. Bright flashes of fire appear on the muted orange background. The girl holds a bottle in her hand with a wick inserted into it. Its edge is lit, a flame shines brightly on it. Kang Tison says that the girl had to fill the room with oil and set it on fire. Yon stretched her hand forward and pulled the other back. She is standing on one leg, her hair is flying into the air. A bright flame is visible in the doorway, which filled the room. The young man says that if you think about it, the decision is quite logical. Kang Tison tilted his head down, he closed his eyes. The space behind the young man is painted blue, small orange sparks fly in the air. His bangs fall down, covering part of the young man's face. He hugs a blue shield to himself. Kang Tison thinks that, considering that she was the last player left, such a strategy was close to ideal. The young man looks away, his eyebrows are furrowed, and his lips are pursed. Near one of his hands there is a staff. Blue system windows appeared near the second one. A bright orange light shines behind the young man. Kang Tison thinks that the labyrinth did not count on such a fight. The rat opened its mouth wide and jumped forward. The giant rat stuck its tongue out, red energy glowing around its body. It is going to attack Kang Tison, who is standing in front of it with a staff in his hand. One of the young man's legs is extended forward. A bright yellow flash appeared near it. The monster makes a long squeaky squeal. Fiery sparks sparkle brightly in the air. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has activated the fireball spell. Kang Tison tightly squeezes the staff of flame in his hand. A bright orange fire glows around the weapon. The young man pursed his lips and frowned. Orange smoke and bright sparks are visible on the black background. The young man thinks that in order to become stronger, he must demonstrate impressive abilities. Kang Tison raised one leg up and extended his hand with the staff forward. Fire emanates from his weapon, which is directed towards the rat. The creature has its mouth wide open and is next to the flames, which almost completely engulf the body of the giant rat. Its tail is waving in the air, the fur on its back is tousled. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has dealt 14 points of damage. The rat makes a loud squeaking sound. It opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue. In its mouth it has huge sharp fangs. A bright fire blazes around the monster, which engulfs the rat itself. The blue plates say that a burn check is currently in progress. The second one says that the check has been successfully completed. The giant rat is getting burns. Kang Tison raised his leg up and moved one hand behind his back. In his other hand, he is clutching a bow around which light energy hovers. The young man frowned and looked ahead from under his brows. He seemed focused on the battle and thoughtful. The young man said out loud that everything was fine. Kang Tison thought about how the burn dealt 1 point of damage every 10 seconds, but much more was needed. Kang Tison pulled the bowstring. An arrow was inserted into the bow, the tip of which glowed with purple fire. The young man spread his legs wide. His bangs fell on his face, covering one eye, which probably interfered with his vision. Kang Tison hung in the air, releasing arrows towards the rat. The monster was furious, its mouth wide open. An arrow hit it in the shoulder. Purple streams of energy were floating in the air around the monster and the young man. The blue sign said that Kang Tison dealt 7 points of damage to the rat. The second sign said that the poisoning status was being checked. The next sign said that there was a check error. It seems that the giant rat was not poisoned. Kang Tison took another arrow. It is engulfed in green fire. The young man confidently looks forward, his brows slightly furrowed. Green magical ribbons wriggle around the young man. In front of the bow are small bright clots of energy similar to ball lightning. Kang Tison is not particularly upset by what happened. He says that he is not going to stop there anyway. The giant rat is engulfed in a golden green glow. It stands on its hind legs, its tail stretched back, its fur is tousled. The giant rat makes squeaking sounds. A blue sign says that the target is paralyzed. The giant rat will not be able to deal damage for 10 seconds. The young man approached the rat. He holds a bow in one hand and clutches an arrow in the other. Kang Tison turns his head to the side and looks at the arrow. The giant rat pressed itself to the floor, engulfed in a golden glow. Kang Tison says that these are strange arrows. They are an interesting thing. The young man took out 3 more arrows. Blue energy sparkles around them. The young man smiles slightly, frowning. Kang Tison says that now it is time to start the real game. The shadow of a giant rat is reflected on the stone wall, into which another arrow was stuck. Bright purple flashes appeared in the space. The blue sign says that the young man has dealt 8 points of damage. Kang Tison thinks about the fact that he paralyzed the boss with the arrow. The other 2 blue signs say that the poison status is being checked. They say that the check is successful and the giant rat is poisoned. Kang Tison released the bowstring and fired an arrow forward. The young man frowned and pursed his lips. The space around is colored purple. The young man thinks about how he deals even more damage thanks to these arrows. The young man stands near the giant rat. She is spread out on the floor. There are many STRL in her body. Kang Tison moved one hand to the side and the other holds the shield in front of him. The rat makes a quiet squeak. The young man moved his hand with the shield to the side. The young man's brows are furrowed. He stares forward. Everything around the young man glows with a bright blue light. The young man thinks that this fight is more boring than difficult. Kang Tison walked up to the rat and struck it with his shield. A bright blue flash appeared in space. The blue sign says that the giant rat is weakened. It will take more damage. The second sign says that Kang Tison dealt 13 points of damage. Kang Tison stares forward. The young man's brows are slightly furrowed. The giant rat's eyes glow with a bright red fire. Its mouth is slightly open. It is baring its teeth. The rat makes loud sounds. Kang Tison thinks that this method has its limits. The young man looks up, his brows furrowed, and his lip pressed tightly together. He says that something is about to happen. Someone is sitting on the floor of the labyrinth, holding a sword in his hand. He is looking at a huge rat that is clenching the player's body in its teeth. Kang Tison wonders if it is time already. The rat is staring ahead, its eye glowing with a bright red fire. The young man thinks that when the rat's health drops below 20%, the Berserker mode will be activated. Several people are in the labyrinth room. They look in horror at the monster that casts a shadow on them. One of the players says that his paralyzing arrows no longer work. Another person screams loudly for salvation. Kang Tison lifts his head up. He is lying on the floor. The young man's clothes are torn. The sword lies nearby. Someone screams that it is impossible to escape from the rat. It is catching up. The man says that he is finished. The black background smoothly turns into light gray. White smoke is spreading in this space. The rat opened its mouth wide and bared its teeth. Its eyes glowed bright red. It let out a loud, piercing squeal. The blue sign said that the giant rat was enraged. It had entered berserk mode. The young man stared at it with a piercing gaze, his brows furrowed. Kang Tison smiled slightly. He thought that the second phase had begun. The fight was getting more difficult. Many pieces of rock flew forward. A bright flash appeared under the giant rat's paw. The creature rushed to attack, opening its mouth and showing huge teeth. The young man spread his legs wide for greater stability and put his shield in front of him. A bright reddish flash appeared near the impact site. Purple and red energy flies around the rat and Kang Tison. The young man stares ahead, his teeth clenched tightly, and his mouth twisted into a tense grin. The young man's brows are furrowed, and a drop of sweat is running down his face. Blood is dripping from the corner of his mouth. Kang Tison holds a shield in front of him, which is engulfed in a pink-purple glow. The pink plate says that he has received 8 points of damage. The young man thinks that with his current strength, this is beyond his capabilities. The young man looks at the rat in front of him. Kang Tison holds the shield in front of him. The rat lifts its head up and raises its paws. The young man thinks that his strength barely reaches 11. Kang Tison thinks that in order to deal serious damage to it, he will have to bet on the best stat, that is, agility. The rat's eyes begin to glow a bright red light. Kang Tison looks slightly to the side and holds a shield in his hands, which glows blue. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The rat came close to the young man and bared its mouth. Pink clouds of smoke appeared on a dark gray background. The rat dug its claws into the floor, breaking the surface. The monster glows red, its fangs are bared, it looks down. The creature makes a loud sound. The young man rushes forward, holding the shield in front of him. He attacks the giant rat. Purple energy is trailing behind the young man. He thinks about what to strike now. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has dealt 7 points of damage. The rat raised its head up and opened its mouth. Everything around it glows red. The giant rat makes a long squeak. Kang Tison holds the sword in his hands. He holds back the onslaught of the rat. The young man grimaced and furrowed his brows with effort. The monster made loud and drawn-out sounds. The pink plate said that Kang Tison received 5 points of damage. The blue plate said that the young man dealt 7 points of damage. The young man put one foot forward and held a shield in front of him, which glowed with a bright blue fire. The rat pulled its head to the side due to the blow. The blue plate said that the young man's combat endurance increased by 1%. Kang Tison bent his arm with the shield at the elbow. He stared ahead, his teeth were tightly clenched, a drop of sweat was running down the young man's cheek. The rat opened its mouth wide and bit the guy's shield. The young man thought that it was becoming difficult to breathe, his body could not withstand it. The young man held a sword in his hand, which he pulled back. In his other hand he held a shield, with which he repelled the attacks of the rat. The blue plaque says that the young man has activated breathing. He can breathe freely for 10 seconds. Kang Tison strikes with his sword, a bright flash trails behind the blade. The young man's brows are furrowed, and his mouth is slightly twisted. He lets out a loud exhalation. The young man strikes the giant rat's body multiple times. Kang Tison stands in front of the rat, his legs are spread wide. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison has dealt 8 points of damage. The other plaque says that he has dealt 7 points of damage. Kang Tison flies high, his arms are spread wide. The rat attacks the young man, a red aura glows around it. The rat makes a long and loud sound. The pink plaque says that Kang Tison has received 24 points of damage. Kang Tison looks up at the rat. The young man bares his teeth and frowns. His figure is highlighted in red and blue. The young man exhales loudly and loudly. Kang Tison thinks about the fact that he has been dealt 24 points of damage. The young man thinks that if this continues, he will not be able to withstand even a couple of blows. The young man puts one hand in front of him, protecting his face. He moved the other to the side, he is clutching the sword. Kang Tison runs under the paw of a rat, which touches him. The pink plate says that the young man has received 25 points of damage. Kang Tison thinks that with the help of reflection, he can withstand about 8. Kang Tison strikes with the sword, he holds the hilt with both hands. The young man looks concentrated, his eyebrows are furrowed, and his lips are pursed. The rat is next to him, its paw is hovering above the young man. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has activated reflection. The next attack will be reflected. The young man moves forward quickly, his arms stretched out behind his back. He has a satisfied and confident smile on his face. He flies straight towards the head of the giant rat. The young man thinks that he will finish before the end comes. Kang Tison holds a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He is close to the rat, which bared its teeth furiously. It lets out a long, loud squeal. The blue plate says that the young man successfully counterattacked. The enemy received significant damage. Kang Tison puts his sword in front of him and points it forward. His eyebrows are furrowed, a small strand of hair falls on his forehead. Kang Tison lets out a long, noisy breath. The young man pointed his sword towards the rat, which opened its mouth wide. A bright blue flash appeared around the young man's weapon. The young man jumped forward, tucking one leg under himself. He pointed the sword at the body of the rat, which towered in front of the guy. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison dealt 20 damage. The rat opened its mouth wide, revealing huge teeth. Red blood stains appeared around its muzzle. The creature fell to the floor, raising clouds of dust into the air. Kang Tison stands with his back to the rat. One of the young man's hands is clenched into a fist, the other holds a sword. Kang Tison is engulfed in a blue glow. The blue plaque says that the young man defeated a giant rat. The young man raised his hand to his chin. He narrowed one eye and looked thoughtful. The young man says that it was easier than he expected. The young man is standing in a labyrinth. He is engulfed in a bright golden glow. In front of the young man are several blue plaques. They say that the young man defeated a difficult enemy alone. The young man's agility was increased by 2 points and his mana by 3. The plaques say that the young man activated a strong attack. His strength has been increased by 2 points and his agility by 3. The young man wonders if it is time for a reward. Kang Tison looks at his hands, which he has raised to his chest. Golden energy is writhing near them. A satisfied smile is on the young man's face. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison's level has increased. He has reached a better state. The young man says that this was expected, but still pleasant. 2 golden plaques decorated with patterns appeared on a cosmic background. The first one says that Kang Tison defeated the boss of the first floor. The young man received a basic reward, which includes 1 potion to increase a random attribute. The second gold plaque says that Kang Tison found the secret items of the first floor. The young man received a secret reward, which includes 2 potions to increase a certain attribute. The young man stretched out his hand forward. Several jars of potions fall into his palm. Kang Tison is surprised and says that before, he rarely received such a thing even on the 50th floor. The young man is sitting on the corpse of a slain boss. He is drinking a potion from a red flask. There are several more jars nearby. The blue tablets say that Kang Tison used a random stat increase potion and a specific stat increase potion. The young man is holding a red flask in his hand and staring at the blue tablets. There is a slight smile on his face and the guy looks pleased. The blue tablet says that the effect of the random stat increase potion increases strength by 1 point. The second tablet says that the young man's strength has been increased by 2 points. Kang Tison says that this potion also increases strength. The young man is comfortably seated on the body of a giant rat. He leaned back and supported himself on his hands. In front of him is a large blue tablet with the guy's stats. He is currently on level 4. His health is 155 points, his mana is 15, his strength is 17, his intelligence is 16, and his agility is 30 points. 2 damage points are added to his attack, and 7 points are added to his defense. The last line says that the object is in the best condition. The young man says that he has increased his strength by 3 points at once. He says that this is wonderful. Kang Tison crossed his legs and put his hand on his knee. The young man turned his head to the side and exhaled loudly. The blue tablet contains the characteristics of strength, intelligence, and agility. The young man says that he has these characteristics, and he is only on the first floor. He continues to say that he suffered like crazy on the easy difficulty level to get them. Kang Tison leaned back and leaned on one hand. He stretched out the other one and looked at something in the blue tablets. Kang Tison says that he has obtained some skill. The young man's hand is stretched out towards the blue system window. It says about a special active skill called counterattack. The mana consumption of this skill is equal to 5 points. The mastery of this skill is currently equal to 1%. The last line says that this skill deals a counterattack. It deals much more damage than a normal attack. The young man pronounces the name of the skill questioningly. He says that he obtained this skill faster than he expected. He says that this skill is as useful as reflection. Kang Tison lay down on the rat's back. He stretched his arms above his head and covered one eye. The young man says that he has checked everything that needs to be checked. Kang Tison stares forward intently and slightly surprised. He wants to check something. Kang Tison stretched his arms out in front of him, reaching his fingers towards the blue keyboard. The sign says that Kang Tison adheres to the basic strategy of the first floor of the solo mode. Kang Tison sat on the monster's back and leaned one hand on it. He leaned forward, bringing his face closer to the blue tablet. He says that he published his strategy but did not expect much. The young man looks forward, pursing his lips. A bead of sweat is running down his cheek. One eyebrow is raised. In front of him is a blue tablet. The young man makes a questioning sound out loud. 2 young men are standing in a space that consists of bright blue geometric shapes. One of them stretched his arms forward and opened his mouth wide. A bead of sweat is running down his cheek. He is wearing a short red t-shirt. Bandages are visible under it. He has long pants on his legs and one knee is also bandaged. The second guy stretched his hand up and clenched his other one into a fist. He has green hair. He is wearing a khaki sweater and a dark turquoise t-shirt on top. He asks if someone can send him the route to the source of life. He adds that he is a little scared to go there. The second guy says that there is nothing to be done. He explains that each player has a different location, so all that remains is to follow the merchant's instructions. T-Yon is in the same space of the system, surrounded by blue light. Behind the girl is a young man with his hands on his hips and his eyes closed. T-Yon puts one hand to her chest and stares forward, her mouth slightly open and her eyebrows raised. She is dressed in a white tunic with golden edges. The girl tells the guy not to give up, he will be safe at the source. The girl also says that if he stays in this place, it will only get worse. The young man talks about catching up with death and says that it is even funny. Kang Taesun is standing next to the young man in brown armor. Kang Taesun looks puzzled and thoughtful. The young man standing next to him smiles and narrows his eyes. He says that they have every chance. The guy says that it is better than just dying in ignorance. Kang Taesun stretched out his hand forward, he raised his eyebrows and pressed his lips tightly together. A blue messenger window is open in front of him. He is surprised by what is written there. Lee-san writes that he reached the source of life and thanks for the support. Jun Hyuk congratulates him and urges him to be careful, then he will not die on the first floor. The young man is lying on the floor in the labyrinth. On his back there are a huge number of rats that are gnawing the guy. He opened his mouth wide in pain. A messenger window hung in front of the guy. Lee-san wrote a request for help and that something is wrong with his legs. Kang Taesun thinks that the gaming community is not at all what it was in his past life. A very thin man is sitting near the wall of the labyrinth. His clothes are all torn, a sword lies next to him. A messenger window is open in front of him. Chang Wook writes that he does not want to die in the labyrinth from hunger. He asks what the point is and writes that he can't do it anymore. Kang Taesun thinks that no one even mentioned strategy back then, and all the words were full of despair. The man walks down the corridor, his shadow reflected on the wall of the labyrinth. In his hand, he holds a weapon that he has thrown over his shoulder. Taeyeon is sitting on the floor of the labyrinth, she is playing with one hand. She raised the other in front of her, the girl's hair falls to the floor. In front of Taeyeon, there is a blue messenger window. She asks if there is anyone there. Kang Taesun thinks that in the end, people became so desperate that there was complete silence. The young man says that except for Hee-young. Kang Taesun leaned against the wall and raised his hand to his chin. He smiles and looks satisfied. In front of the young man, there is a blue messenger window with messages open. Taeyeon asks where Kang Taesun has disappeared to. She writes that she hasn't seen him since that message. The young man hums loudly. He thinks that everything is changing little by little. Kang Taesun is standing near an arch in the wall. There is a staircase that leads down. The young man is standing half sideways. He pulls a brown fingerless glove onto his hand. The young man asks if it's time for him to go in. There is a brown cloth bundle on the wooden surface. The blue plate says that these are fighter's gloves. They give +1 point to the attack. It also says that they protect the hands and can inflict additional damage to the enemy. Kang Taesun is standing opposite the merchant, who is clenching a pipe in his teeth. The young man put his hand on his hip and looks at the man's hands with slight bewilderment. Toto picked up the gloves and holds them in the air. The merchant asks Kang Taesun if he is sure he wants to buy them. Does the guy really fight with his fists? The man also asks if Angel taught him the art of air weapons. Kang Taesun asks the merchant if they know each other. He replies that they are both rotting here, so yes. Kang Taesun goes down the stairs, which are located in the arch. He goes straight into the darkness. The young man touches the wall with his hand. The man asks him if he is going to sell only the meat. He also says that if he kills the boss, then the skin and tooth can also be sold. Kang Taesun replies that he is not going to sell, he has a use for it. The merchant takes the pipe out of his mouth and holds it in his hand. He exhales smoke and looks ahead with a smile. He says that he understands the young man. Kang Taesun walks straight ahead. He carefully looks ahead. The man asks the young man if he wants to find a blacksmith. The man is standing near a low stone wall. On his belt hang 2 bags with tools. In his hand he clutches milk and the other holds a sword. His hair is tied in a small ponytail. There is a fire in front of the blacksmith. The young man thinks that this is the blacksmith of the Harfin Labyrinth. Kang Taesun reports that Taeyeon said that she would not have come this far without his help. Kang Taesun walks forward, putting his hands in his pockets. Behind him, the archway is brightly lit. The young man says that she said that Kang Taesun would be able to find him in the depths. The young man says that he will have to hurry. Kang Taesun goes down the steps. He stretched out one hand forward and clenched it into a fist. The stairs go in a circle and go far down. The second is behind him. Kang Taesun thinks that this place is a little further than the entrance to the labyrinth. The young man thinks that anyone can be reborn there. The young man looks forward, he looks calm. Rays of light fall on his face, small golden sparks fly around. Kang Taesun reports that the creatures that live there are not so strong. The young man rests his hand on the wall. In front of him, there is a view of islands with green grass. There is a bright blue sky, the sun is shining. The young man thinks that now he will start the quest of the second floor. The blue sign says that the young man needs to defeat the boss of the second floor and go further. Kang Taesun is standing near the exit of the corridor. The young man looks at the blue windows of the system that appeared next to him. There is a slight smile on Kang Taesun's face. His eyebrows are slightly raised. The blue sign says that the young man received a weak mana increase potion as a reward. It also says that the secret reward is unknown. Kang Taesun asks a question about the mana increase potion. He asks if this potion is so rare that it is not even sold in shops. The young man says that this sounds promising. The young man looks satisfied. He smiles, looking forward. One of his hands is raised, the index finger is extended and pointed towards the blue window. There are many blue signs with inscriptions flying in front of the young man. One of them says that he has an unread message. Kang Tison is standing on the green grass and looking into the blue window of the messenger. A few steps away from the young man there is a cliff. Kang Tison asks, "What is this?" The young man writes a message in which he asks a question, asking what is going on. Jun Hyuk asks him if Kang Tison is here. The young man is surrounded by a huge number of messages from the messenger. He looks at them thoughtfully and perplexedly. T-Jin writes that thanks to Kang Tison he was able to reach the source of life. He thanks the guy. Soo Hyuk is happy to see Kang Tison and writes that it is indeed him. One of the players writes that he has a question for the young man. Lee Sang is happy that the young man is alive. Kang Tison frowns ahead. He looks dissatisfied. His brows are furrowed. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. There are many messages from the messenger open next to him. Kang Tison wonders which one to start with. A blue sign says that Jun Hyuk sent a request for a private conversation with Kang Tison. The young man says that this is very timely. Kang Tison stands surrounded by blue geometric shapes. Jun Hyuk runs towards him, waving his hands in the air. He is surprised and says that it is true. The young man also says that Kang Tison does not write anything. He asks the young man a question, asks what is wrong. Jun Hyuk stands next to Kang Tison and rubs the back of his head. He has a wide smile on his face, his eyes are narrowed. Kang Tison folded his arms across his chest and looks at the guy slyly. Jun Hyuk says that it was nothing, he just wanted to make sure that their savior was alive. Kang Tison asks the guy why he doesn't worry about himself. Kang Tison thinks that, frankly, he didn't expect that people placed in an unknown world would risk their lives because of some posts in the community. Kang Tison raised one hand and folded his fingers, the other is at chest level. The guy looks down and to the side, his mouth slightly open. He says that it's not for him to talk about this. The young man asks Jun Hyuk why he rushed here so thoughtlessly after reading the post. Jun Hyuk opened his mouth wide, there are tears in his eyes. The young man holds his hands in front of him. Kang Tison stands in front of him and looks at the guy with slight bewilderment. Jun Hyuk says that he had no choice, everyone was on edge. The young man says that all they could do was grab any chance. He also says that the thought gives him goosebumps. Jun Hyuk thanks Kang Tison. He utters a few affirmative words. The white background smoothly flows into black, with clouds of light smoke and bright sparks floating on it. Jun Hyuk hugs himself with his arms, he is slightly hunched over. Tears are streaming down the young man's face, his mouth is slightly open. There is blue energy behind the guy, similar to a portal. Jun Hyuk says that Kang Tison himself knows this, without entering the labyrinth, you will not get food. The young man says that the people who entered the labyrinth had no choice. He also adds that the hunger was getting stronger and stronger. Jun Hyuk says that in such a situation, you will start eating all your limbs. Light gray smoke and bright white sparks are floating on the black background. Jun Hyuk says that there was no one to talk to. He asks a question, how can you not go crazy here? Jun Hyuk stretched his hand, clenched into a fist, up and looks at the young man. The guy looks upset and sad, his mouth is wide open. The guy closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. Jun Hyuk turns to the guard and asks if he has any food. He asks the guard not to ignore him. Jun Hyuk is lying on the floor of the labyrinth. He put one hand far from his body and clenched it into a fist. With his other hand he does something in the blue window that is hanging right above him. He says that she ran into the labyrinth in the hope of finding food. The young man lets out a long moo. He says that something was there then. A white cloud of smoke and sparks is hovering against the black background again. Jun Hyuk sat on the floor, he bent his knees and leaned on his hands. His mouth is wide open and his eyebrows are furrowed. A messenger window is open in front of him. The young man talks about the solitary confinement and wonders about clearing the first floor. He says to Kang Tison that it may not mean much to him, but they all needed that post back then. Kang Tison holds one hand to his chest and the other to his chin. He looks serious and thoughtful. A yellow flash appears behind him, leaving a long trail. Jun Hyuk is standing a few steps away from Kang Tison. He says that T-Yon went first, then the others followed. Kang Tison thinks about this. He thinks that T-Yon has often poured out her feelings to the community before. Kang Tison thinks that it is possible that her success has made others believe in themselves as well. He looks at Jun Hyuk, who points to his chest. Kang Tison asks him how many people managed to kill the big rat. Jun Hyuk replies that two, him and T-Yon. Jun Hyuk smiles and looks down, he looks cute and kind. Golden sparkles fly around the guy, everything behind him is painted yellow. Kang Tison thinks that he does not know what is going on with T-Yon, but this is the first time he has heard of this guy. The young man thinks that, apparently, in his past life, he simply died in some stupid fight. Jun Hyuk asks a silent question. Kang Taesun crossed his arms over his chest and stands half-turned. He looks at the young man with a serious look, his mouth slightly open. Kang Taesun thinks that since he was able to defeat the big rat, he is not inferior to Taeyeon. Kang Taesun thinks that he will consider Jun Hyuk lucky for surviving thanks to his post. Kang Taesun tells Jun Hyuk that he will soon come across a strange old man looking for a goddess. The young man says that he will attack, but if Jun Hyuk reacts well, he will receive something useful. A man with long hair stands surrounded by red-orange energy, lightning flashes in it. Kang Taesun says that his attitude towards the guy will directly depend on his actions. The young man urges Kang Taesun to be careful. Jun Hyuk opens his mouth wide and raises his index finger to his face. The young man asks Kang Taesun to tell Taeyeon about this. He asks Kang Taesun if he is okay. Kang Taesun stands a few steps away from Jun Hyuk. The young man is completely calm. Jun Hyuk turned away from him and pressed one hand to his chest and just raised the other. Kang Taesun asks the guy what he is talking about. Jun Hyuk says that he just thought that he was trying too hard for them. He says he appreciates the help, but they are going through the same labyrinth he is. Jun Hyuk says they are rivals now. Kang Taesun stands behind Jun Hyuk. The young man looks at the boy with bewilderment. Jun Hyuk closes his eyes and frowns. He raises his hand to his chest and clenches it into a fist. He says he is weaker for now, but if Kang Taesun continues to spoon-feed him like this, he may surpass him. Jun Hyuk says that does not mean he is going to do anything. The young man says that his conscience does not allow him to receive what someone else has worked hard for. Kang Taesun puts one hand on his side and stretches the other up, flicking the boy. Jun Hyuk winces and steps back slightly. Kang Taesun says the boy is talking nonsense. Jun Hyuk says he is actually serious. Kang Taesun looks down on the boy. He smiles, raising his eyebrows slightly. He asks the boy who he called his rival. Several people are standing in a camp, which is illuminated by the setting sun. The young man raised his hand high in the air. The girl turned back and looks with a smile. Behind them, there are tents with people walking around. The sky is painted in pink and purple colors, and the clouds are bright orange. Kang Taesun says that they are all people who are faced with the destruction of the planet. Kang Taesun crossed his arms over his chest and points his index finger somewhere above. He looks thoughtful, his lips are pursed. The young man says that the reason why he shares everything with the boy is very simple. He continues to say that he just does not want the boy to die carelessly in some dangerous place. Jun Hyuk raised his hand to his head, a bead of sweat runs down his cheek. The young man looks surprised, his mouth is slightly open. Kang Taesun tells the boy that he knows it himself, many people have died even following his clear strategy. Kang Taesun asks what the point of competing is. He says that the main thing is not to drop out and to become stronger. Kang Taesun asks the boy if he thinks he can catch up with him with a few tips. Kang Taesun stands with his back to the boy, the young man's mouth is slightly open and his eyes are closed. Jun Hyuk looks at the boy, narrowing his eyes and smiling nervously. He says that he hasn't even cleared the first floor yet, so maybe he really did go too far. Kang Taesun says that it's good that he understands it. The young man encourages Jun Hyuk to not give up. The young man is standing on a blue floor. His shoes are covered in blue rectangles. Kang Taesun is standing on a blue background. The young man is looking ahead with an intent gaze. Behind him is a man who has crossed his arms over his chest. His face is hidden. He is shrouded in purple light. Kang Taesun thinks that it was around then. Jun Hyuk puts his hands on his hips and looks forward with his mouth open and eyebrows raised. Kang Taesun asks the guy what is going on in the community now. The guy replies that nothing, they are communicating with players from other modes. Jun Hyuk purses his lips and looks at him with a serious look. He says that for some reason many were looking for a fight. Jun Hyuk adds that he is not paying attention yet because he does not understand the reason. Kang Taesun is half lying on a blue surface, hands are reaching out to him from all sides. The young man looks scared, messenger windows are hanging in front of him. Kang Taesun turned his head to the side, his mouth is slightly open. He thinks that those who have not found a place for themselves are already starting to go crazy. The young man says that he understands and wishes him luck. Kang Taesun is standing on an island, a messenger window is hanging in front of him. The young man has a view of a bright blue sky and many small islands that are flying in it. Jun Hyuk happily wishes him luck in return. Now everything is happening at the solitary level on the second floor. The young man is walking forward, there is a very small amount of soil under him. Small pieces break off from the island and fly down. Also, the ground below looks like bumpy little hills with plant roots hanging from them. Kang Taesun straightened his back, he goes forward, clenching his hands into fists. The young man looks forward carefully. Behind him grows a tall tree with bright green foliage. From somewhere above, a yellow ray of sunlight falls, illuminating the space. To the side of Kang Taesun is a stone castle with towers, it stands on a small hill. He thinks that the first floor was training, They say that the real labyrinth begins with the second. Several creatures similar to goblins are sitting on the floor. They are dressed in short brown shorts that are torn at the edges. One of them has pierced ears. They have gold earrings inserted into them. All goblins have huge fangs and sharp claws. They all look in one direction and make sounds. Light gray smoke and small green lightning appeared on the black background. Kang Tison opens the door to the room with his foot. The goblins look at the doorway where the guy is standing. The blue signs say that a goblin archer and a goblin swordsman have appeared. There are more green lightning bolts on the black background. They glow brightly. There is also light gray smoke floating around. Another sign says that a goblin with a shield has appeared. The goblins have bared their teeth, showing huge fangs. They look warlike and are preparing to attack. They make loud growling sounds. Kang Tison stretched his hand behind his back, where the quiver with arrows hangs. In his other hand, he is clutching a bow that glows blue. There is a wide and satisfied smile on the young man's face. His eyebrows are slightly narrowed. He calls on the goblins to attack. The black background with smoke and green lightning bolts smoothly turns into a calm white color. Green smoke has appeared on the black background. Kang Tison is thinking about the goblins. The green monsters are looking forward. They look aggressive. Creatures with green skin and huge fangs, earrings in their sharp ears. Kang Tison looks at the opponents. His lips are pursed, one eye is hidden by his bangs, the other glows with a bright purple light. A quiver with arrows hangs behind the young man. Kang Tison holds a bow in his hand, and the other reaches behind his back to get the arrows. The young man glows blue. Goblins run towards him, holding their weapons in front of them. The young man thinks that one such monster is easy to deal with. Kang Tison reports that, given their weak intelligence, it becomes many times more difficult. Goblins opened their mouths wide and stuck out long tongues. The space around them glows green, small lightning flashes. The young man thinks about what happens when they unite. Kang Tison holds a bow in his hand. He released an arrow, which will envelop in blue light. The young man frowned and pursed his lips. One of the goblins staggers back and holds his head high. An arrow is sticking out of his chest. The rest of his brethren still charge forward. One of them has arrows sticking out of his hand. The blue sign says that the young man has dealt damage to the goblin. The target was paralyzed. Kang Tison put his shield in front of him. It is engulfed in a blue glow. The goblin with the shield and sword attacks the boy, crashing into him. There are blue geometric shapes around the young man. Kang Tison put one hand behind his back and clenched it into a fist. The young man smiles and frowns, looking at his opponent. He says that it was a good try, but still too weak. He also suggests that the goblins try to block with their worthless shield. The goblin opened his mouth and looks up. He lets out a drawn-out roar. Kang Tison put his shield in front of him and hits the goblin. There is blue energy around the young man. The blue plaque says that he dealt 3 damage to the goblin. The goblin is lying on the floor, his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He is pinned down by a shield, from which blue sparks fly off. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison dealt 4 damage to the goblin. The monster let out a long exhalation, similar to a wheeze. Kang Tison looks down, holding a blue sword in his hand. The young man frowns, his mouth slightly open. He briefly says goodbye to the monster. The goblin opened his mouth wide, sticking out his tongue. He slightly raised his head up and growls loudly. Kang Tison turned his head to the side, his eyebrows furrowed. The young man himself looks concentrated. He says that this is pointless. The goblin lets out a long loud scream. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor of the room, riding a shield, which is pressing one of the monsters to the floor. Behind him lie 2 more bodies of creatures. 2 goblins look at the young man. They have their weapons out in front of them. The creatures jump forward, swinging their sword. Their mouths are wide open. A bright green light is behind them. Kang Tison stretches his hands forward and holds a sword in them. The goblins let out a loud war cry. The young man looks forward with a puzzled look. His eyes are wide open and his eyebrows are raised. The sword is reflected in the young man's eyes on a yellow-purple background. The goblin holds it in his hands, gripping the hilt tightly. He holds it out in front of him, raising the blade up. Kang Tison makes a long sound. He asks if this is a longsword. Kang Tison looks at the goblins, who are moving towards him with swords. The young man smiles, pressing his lips tightly together. He has pulled one hand to the side and is clutching a staff of flame, which is glowing golden. Kang Tison calls on the monsters to attack him. A funnel of yellow-orange power swirled in space. Kang Tison pulled his staff back and looked askance at his enemies. The young man smiled confidently. A bright yellow flash illuminated the space of the room. Clouds of dust burst through the destroyed roof and doors. Wall fragments and bright sparks flew into the air. A bright golden light illuminated the space near the walls. Orange sparks flew against a black background that smoothly turned into light gray. Kang Tison clutched a sword in his hand, the blade of which sparkled brightly. The blue plate said that this was a rusty sword. It gave +2 points to attack power. It also said that it could be used profitably if desired. Kang Tison walked along a narrow path that hung over an abyss. In one hand, the young man held a new shield. He raised his other hand up, in it he clutched a long sword. He looked at it with a slight, satisfied smile. Behind the young man, there are ruins of a stone building. Kang Tison says that this is better, it will be much more convenient than with a shield. The blue plaque says about a wooden shield, it adds 3 points to defense. It also says that it is quite compact, can block most attacks, but breaks quickly. The door to the room opens, a bright beam of light seeps through the opening. Kang Tison looks forward, his eyes sparkle with a pink-violet light. The young man looks, his mouth slightly open, he looks a little surprised. Near him, the space glows red, bright sparks fly. Kang Tison makes a questioning sound out loud. The young man is standing with a sword in his hand. In front of him is something strange, several stone rings that hang in the air, and between them there is a red glow. Around them are sharp, high stone peaks. The pink plaque says that the young man has discovered the altar of Rakharatas. The blue tablets say that Kang Tison received a bonus for being the first to discover. His intelligence was increased by 1 point and his mana by 2. The altar is burning brightly, illuminating the area around it with red light. On the wall next to it is a skull with horns, with a red light burning in its eye sockets. Kang Tison comes closer to the altar and examines it. He thinks about how all the gods of the labyrinth are very different. The young man explains that some gods are hostile, while others are friendly. The young man reports that some are arrogant, while others are compassionate. Kang Tison raises his head up, carefully examining the room. Red smoke with small black streaks hovers near him. The young man thinks about how most gods consider players their toys. Kang Tison pronounces the name Rakharatas and asks if he was the god of death and discord. Kang Tison stands next to the skull and raises his head to examine it. The skull has huge horns and fangs. The young man thinks that it is tangible, its power heavier and darker than any other power. The skull flashes with red eyes, pink sparks emanate from the altar. The blue plaque says about the altar of Rakharatas. It says that this is an altar created by the followers and servants of Rakharatas. This gate will open the way to the deity, from here Rakharatas rules the world. There are many red sparks sparkling on the black background. Kang Tison stares ahead, his mouth slightly open and his eyes frowning. Red energy is hovering around the young man. He says that now he understands why Tion ran away. Kang Tison stands with a sword and shield, he looks up. The young man is in the center of a funnel of red and black energy. Kang Tison asks if this is a deity. Kang Tison raised his hand with a sword to chest level. He looks somewhere down, his eyebrows are slightly frowned, and his lips are pursed. The young man's bangs fall on his face, getting in the way. The blue plaque says about an additional quest. It says that Rakharatas wants to test the one who came to his altar. The second tablet says that if Kang Tison accepts the quest, he will be tested. A reward is given for completing it. The reward will be determined by Rakharatas after evaluating Kang Tison's actions for testing. The young man holds his hand with a sword near his face. He smiles widely and happily. Kang Tison looks pleased, red energy hovers around him, illuminating his figure. The young man says that he is not a coward, so he will accept it. The black background is almost invisible, hidden by red smoke and bright sparks. The blue tablet says that an additional quest has begun. The second tablet says that Rakharatas is satisfied with the young man's decision. Kang Tison raised his hand with a shield up, protecting himself from the bright light. Red streams of energy merge together, illuminating the space and rising high up. Someone's hand, dressed in iron armor, appears from this energy. The hand is wrapped in ribbons of magic, which seems to create a creature. Someone dressed in armor is descending. Pink-red ribbons glow around his feet. Kang Tison raised his hand with a sword, covering his face. In front of him is a ball of ribbons of energy, from which red smoke emanates. The entire space around is painted in this color. On the head of the creature is a helmet with horns, it has a red tail. The horns are wrapped in pink smoke. This creature is tall, it is fully dressed in armor. In his hand he squeezes a long sword. On the blue tablet it is written that Kang Tison met a servant of Rakharatas. He is an illusion. On the second tablet it is written that the test of Rakharatas is to defeat his servant. Kang Tison put a shield in front of him and stares at the enemy. The young man moved his hand with the sword slightly to the side. He asks about the armor and says that it will be difficult to find a place to attack. The Rakharatas servant holds his sword out in front of him, pointing it towards the young man. The illusion's eyes are glowing brightly with a red light. There is red energy and small black lines behind him. Kang Tison thinks that the Rakharatas servant is damn strong. The dark gray background smoothly turns into black. It is covered with pink streaks and blue sparks. The Rakharatas servant pushes off the floor and starts moving towards the young man. The illusion's legs are shrouded in a bright pink glow, red sparks fly around. The young man stands a few steps away from the illusion and holds the sword tightly in front of him. The Rakharatas servant moves forward, inflicting a blow on the young man, a pink flash trailing behind his sword. Kang Tison holds his shield out in front of him, defending himself from the attack. Beads of sweat are running down the young man's face. He looks at his opponent with wide open eyes. The black is covered with pink cracks, like a pattern on marble. The pink plate says that Kang Tison has received 25 points of damage. The young man holds the shield in front of him. It almost touches the guy's face. The sword of the Rakarada's servant continues to press on him. The young man clenches his teeth tightly and bares his teeth, looking ahead. He lets out a loud exhalation. He begins to pronounce a phrase about what will happen if the blow is just as strong after an attempt to block, but interrupts himself. The dark gray background smoothly turns into a light one. Blue sparks and pink limbs sparkle on it. The young man tightly squeezes the sword in his hand, which is engulfed in a blue glow. Kang Tison looks straight at his enemy. A yellow flash appeared in the air due to the blow. The Rakarada's servant slightly recoiled from the guy and bent over. The young man finishes the phrase and says that there is no point in using a shield. Kang Tison leaned his body forward and spread his legs wide. He squeezes two swords in his hands, one curved and the other not. Kang Tison tilted his head down, causing his bangs to hide his eyes. The blue plate says that the guy is holding a slightly rusty sword and just a rusty sword. Kang Tison crossed their blades in front of him and looks at his opponent through them. The young man looks serious and focused. Blue sparks sparkle around him. He says that he hasn't used two swords for a long time. The young man jumps forward, leaving a yellow flash behind him. He flies towards the Rakarada's servant, who has put his sword in front of him. The space around him is painted blue. The young man strikes with both swords at once. The Rakarada's servant puts his weapon in front of him, blocking the attack. The white background smoothly flows into light gray. It is all covered in black stripes and light smoke. Kang Tison continues to press and hold the swords near the enemy. He frowns and looks forward. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The enemy continues to hold back the blow with the sword. A purple glow appears around him. Kang Tison is silently surprised by what is happening. The young man strikes with one sword and pulls the other one behind his back. He stares at his opponent, frowning. The Rakarada's servant has his sword out in front of him and his legs are wide apart. The illusion stands with his hand extended forward, clutching his weapon in it. The illusion is shrouded in a purple aura, and the space behind him is painted red. The young man thinks about how there is not a single scratch on his opponent. Kang Tison clenches his teeth and looks ahead, frowning. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek, and the guy's face is illuminated by a red light. He thinks about how the Rakarada's servant is much stronger than him. There is no point in continuing the fight. The young man took a few steps away from his opponent and knelt down on one knee. He lowered one sword to the floor and holds the other in his hand. The young man looks at the Rakarada's servant. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The illusion stands with his legs wide apart and holds his sword at the ready. Kang Tison thinks about what is happening. The young man pushes off the floor, leaving a bright white flash behind him. He runs forward quickly. The space around him is painted blue. The Rakarada's servant moves after the young man, who runs away from the scene of the battle. The illusion waves his arms in the air, continuing to hold the sword. The young man stares ahead with a frown, holding swords in his hands. The young man turned around, leaving a golden mark behind his feet. He says something about how good it is. Kang Tison lifted one leg up and spread his arms with swords to the sides. The Rakarada's servant runs at the young man, holding his weapon behind his back. The young man is a couple of centimeters from the illusion's chest. The guy's brows are furrowed, and his teeth are clenched tightly. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The Rakarada's servant looks at the boy, holding a sword in his hand. Kang Tison says that he is faster. The young man and the illusion cross swords. A blue glow appears around them. Kang Tison pulled one hand with the sword back. The blue plate says that 6 points of damage were dealt to the Rakarada's servant twice. The white background is covered with black cracks. The young man thrusts the sword into the servant's side. He stares at his hand, which is holding the weapon. Kang Tison thinks about the sword getting stuck and says that he doesn't care. More black cracks appeared on the white background. The young man's hand is clenched into a fist. He hits the Rakarada's servant. Blue energy glows around the boy. The blue plate says 4 points of damage were dealt to the Rakarada's servant twice. The young man remembers how he stood next to the man, who raised his index finger up. Kang Tison himself crossed his arms over his chest and looks at the man from under his brows. The young man thinks about his mastery of the art of air weapons. Kang Tison strikes the Rakarada's servant in the stomach. A golden flash appears at the site of the collision. Kang Tison stares ahead with a frown. The Rakarada's servant steps back, waving his hand with the sword in the air. Kang Tison thinks about how he needs to distance himself from the enemy and disrupt his strategy. He also thinks that he has used this tactic many times before. He thinks that it will work now too. The blue sign says that Rakarada's is confused. Kang Tison is a few steps away from the Rakarada's servant. The young man has raised one leg and stepped back slightly. In his hand he is clutching a sword, which he holds at the ready. The Rakarada's servant stands in a fighting stance and looks down. At his side is the young man's sword. Kang Tison thinks that this is easier than he expected. Kang Tison raised his hand with the sword to face level. He stares down, his brows slightly furrowed, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Blue sparks are glowing around the young man. He says that, considering that he is only on the second floor, everything should go well. He also reasons that Regressed is the god of death and discord, and he probably wanted to witness a tough fight, but the young man is in a hurry to disappoint him. Kang Tison looks back, large red streams of magic appear behind him. A drop of sweat is running down the young man's face. The blue plate says that the radius of Regressed's power has been reduced. The servant of the god stands with his arms stretched out along his body. Kang Tison's sword is still in his side. There is bright red energy behind the servant, and pinkish smoke is floating near his face. The blue plate says that the servant of Regressed has restored his intelligence and skills. The dark gray background smoothly turns into white, it is covered with black stains. The young man looks forward, frowning, his mouth slightly open. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He looks puzzled. The young man asks a question about what is happening out loud. The eyes of the Regressed servant lit up with a bright red light. He put his hand with a sword in front of him. Black and red energy is floating around him. The servant's eyes are shining brightly, he is looking straight ahead. The young man is also examining his opponent, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Red and pink stains appeared on the black background. The blue plate says that the young man met the Regressed servant. Kang Tison looks ahead, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The young man frowned and slightly opened his mouth. The Regressed servant tilted his chin down, sticking out his horns forward. His entire figure is illuminated by red light. The servant takes the young man's sword out of his body. Everything behind him is painted red. There is bright energy in the air. The servant stands half sideways, with his back straight. He holds a sword in his hand, the tip of which is pointing downwards. The tail on his helmet flutters in the air. The servant raised one hand up, the hem of his cloak fluttered. He looks at his opponent. The man threw two swords, which fly towards the young man in the air, spinning in the air. The swords glow bright blue. Kang Tison flies back. The young man looks forward from under his brows, his bangs falling over his eyes. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek, and his eyebrows are furrowed. Kang Tison's eyes glow a bright purple. The young man thinks that his opponent is no longer marked as an illusion, and the general atmosphere has changed. Kang Tison breaks with his feet, he stands on his toes. He holds his swords in his hands. The young man slightly tilted his body forward and looks at his opponent from under his brows. The space near the young man is painted blue, and near the servant Regressed is red. The young man tilted his chin down and opened his mouth slightly. Half of his face was hidden in shadow, a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The guy's figure was illuminated in red, smoke was floating around. Kang Tison thought that now the Regressed servant had acquired consciousness, so the guy's tactics might not work anymore. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth nervously. He held his sword out in front of him, defending himself from the enemy's attack. The Regressed servant struck the prana with his sword. His weapon was shrouded in a pink glow. Pink streaks appeared on the black background. The Regressed servant's eyes sparkled brightly. Red energy was flying near his head. Kang Tison knelt down, holding back the enemy's attack, the young man holding two swords in front of him. The Regressed servant continued pressing with his sword. A bright pink lightning appeared around the point of contact of the weapons. Red stripes glowed on the black background. The pink signs say that Kang Tison has taken 13 and 11 damage. The young man looks at his opponent from under his brows. The guy looks exhausted, blood is trickling from the corner of his lips. His brows are furrowed, sweat is running down his cheek. His swords are shrouded in a bright blue glow, and the enemy's weapon glows pink. The dark gray background smoothly flows into a light one, blue stripes are visible on it. Kang Tison wonders what is happening. The Regressed servant is moving completely differently than before. The servant pulled his hand with the sword behind his back, he put the other one in front of himself, launching a force wave. Kang Tison flies back, leaving a blue trail in the air. Near the Regressed servant, everything glows red, and near the young man, a bright blue light. Kang Tison collided with the wall. A grimace of pain is displayed on the young man's face. His mouth is wide open, his eyes are too. In his hands he clutches swords that glow blue-violet. The pink plate says that the young man has received 25 points of damage. A blue flash appeared on a dark gray background, and stone fragments are flying around. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth, looking forward, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Small stone fragments are flying near him. A bright golden flash appeared behind Kang Tison's head. Kang Tison stands with his back hunched over, one hand stretched out to the side, and the other he raised in front of him. There are bruises under the young man's eyes, blood is dripping from his mouth. He clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth, the young man's brows are furrowed. He sighs loudly and thinks about how perfectly the Regressed servant wields a sword. The young man also notes that he acts like a truly experienced knight. Kang Tison mentally says that he has encountered such a thing for the first time. The servant's eyes glow with a bright red fire. He stares at his opponent. Behind him, Everything is red and filled with energy. Kang Tison has opened his palm, holding the sword. He holds it by the handle with his thumb. There is blue energy around his hand and the sword. The young man thinks about holding the weapon, but he cannot control it at all. Kang Tison wonders if this is possible if the difference in skill is too great. The gray background smoothly flows into white, blue sparks fly on it. Kang Tison holds the sword in his hand, slightly moving his thumb to the side. The blade is engulfed in blue magical light. A trickle of blood flows from the corner of the young man's mouth. He says that he wants to become stronger. The Rakarada's servant stands in front of the young man. He holds the sword in one hand. Behind his back, a red tail flutters, which is attached to his helmet. Behind the servant's back is a skull. Its eye sockets sparkle with a bright fire. The young man is engulfed in a blue glow. He leans forward slightly. Kang Tison thinks that in the labyrinth, every move is evaluated, and based on the evaluation, a certain title or skill is awarded. The young man reflects that this is perhaps the most valuable skill of all that he can get here. Kang Tison is standing near the wall, his back slightly hunched, his hands with swords extended in front of him. The young man's face is hidden in the shadows, only his eyes are glowing with a bright blue light. The guy's entire body is covered in blue magic, which rises upward, forming Kang Tison's gas. They glow brightly, looking at the enemy. Dark blue energy with bright blue sparks rises up from the eyes. The servant stands a couple of steps away from the guy and looks at him. Kang Tison's eyes are wide open and his eyebrows are furrowed. There are several abrasions on his face. The guy's mouth is slightly open. Blue energy is hovering near his face. The light gray background turns white, small blue sparks sparkle on it. Kang Tison thinks about what he wants to learn. The young man moved his hand with the sword to the side. It is enveloped in a blue glow. The Rakarada's servant stands a few steps away from the guy, the floors of his cloak rising into the air. Behind him is an altar that glows red. Kang Tison addresses the servant and says that he surpasses the young man in swordsmanship. Small orange sparks sparkle against the dark background. Kang Tison swung one hand, moving it behind his back. He stretched the other out in front of him. An orange circle sparkles brightly in it. Kang Tison looks at his opponent, frowning and pursing his lips. Behind his back are blue rectangles. Bright orange sparks fly in the air. Kang Tison says that he is a player and with only swordsmanship, the Rakarada's servant will not defeat him. The young man pointed the staff of flame towards his opponent. A bright flash of fire flies towards the Rakarada's servant, illuminating the space with golden light. The servant seems confused. He slightly recoiled back and raised his hands in front of himself, instinctively defending himself. The Rakarada's servant grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and held it out in front of himself. He slightly hunched his back and tilted his head down, doing this with a movement. A bright yellow flash caught up with him and is next to him. Bright orange sparks fly on a black background, illuminating the space. It disappeared. The Rakarada's servant is standing in the room, his cloak and tail hovering in the air. He looks at the dream where Kang Tison just stood, but now he is not there. The Rakarada's servant seems surprised by this fact. The light blue background is covered with gray stripes. Kang Tison stares forward, his mouth slightly open. His eyes shine brightly purple. White smoke flies near his face, and the space is painted a dark blue hue. The young man swung his sword, holding it with both hands. He stares at his opponent, frowning. Kang Tison appeared behind the Rakarada's servant, who turned his head back slightly, noticing the movement. Kang Tison tells him that he is here. The light gray background smoothly flows into white. The young man strikes the Rakarada's servant, a blue trail trailing behind his sword. The young man looks very serious. His eyebrows are furrowed and drawn together, his lips are tightly pressed together. Due to the blow, the servant slightly hunched his back, his tail fluttered into the air. Everything around is illuminated with blue light due to the flash that occurred after the attack. The blue plate says that the young man dealt 6 points of damage to the Rakarada's servant. Rakarada's extended his hand to the side, clutching the hilt of his sword. His eyes glow brightly, and red energy emanates from his weapon. White stripes appeared on the gray background. Kang Tison stands with his legs wide apart and holds his swords in his hands. He steps back slightly, avoiding the attack. The Rakarada's servant strikes with a sword that has a bright pink train behind it. His tail and cloak flutter in the air. Kang Tison looks forward and smirks. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. His bangs fall on the young man's face, covering one eye. The enemy's sword is next to him. It almost touches the guy. Kang Tison says that this is pointless. The white background flows into gray, with blue stripes running across it. The Rakarada's servant strikes with a sword that glows with pink fire. The space behind the servant's hand is painted blue. The tablets say that the young man has activated division. The next attack will be divided. Kang Tison bent one leg at the knee and transferred his body weight to it. The young man moved his right hand with the sword to the side and slightly behind his back, and holds the other next to him. A bead of sweat runs down the boy's face, his brows furrowed. The Rakarada's servant strikes, lowering his hand with the sword down. A bright pink golden trail stretches behind him. The pink plate says that the young man received 15 points of damage. The Rakarada's servant is silently amazed at what happened. Kang Tison crossed his arms with swords in front of him. He stares at his opponent, frowning. The blades of his weapons shine brightly. Behind the young man's back, blue energy hovers, rising high into the air. The blue plate says that Kang Tison activated the attack in one breath. The young man holds the swords in front of him. Bright golden flashes appeared near them. The Rakarada's servant holds the sword with both hands, preparing to fight back. Kang Tison fights the enemy. He strikes him with his swords, knocking out golden flashes. The young man looks focused. The blue tablets say that she dealt 6 and 5 damage to the Rakarada's servant. The pink tablet says that the young man himself received 11 damage. Kang Tison strikes the enemy, holding the weapon firmly in his hands. The Rakarada's servant has blocked with his sword, holding it in front of him and taking the blow on the blade. Kang Tison looks focused on the battle and very confident. During the entire battle, the space around was painted with blue and purple streams of energy. The blue tablet says that the young man dealt 6 damage to the Rakarada's servant. The white background smoothly flows into dark gray, with bright orange sparks visible on it. The blue tablets say that the young man attacked his enemy in succession. The second tablet says that he has received a skill called Successive Attack. The young man holds a staff of flame in his hand, which is engulfed in fire. The boy looks forward with confidence. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek, his lips are pressed tightly together, and his brows are furrowed. Kang Tison thanks him for his skills and says that he is a little busy. The young man pulls his hand with the staff back, and with his other hand he protects himself from the fire that has appeared in front of him. The flames move forward, hitting the Rakarada's staff and completely enveloping it. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has dealt 13 points of damage to the Rakarada's servant. Orange sparks flicker on a black background. The plates say that a burn check is in progress, and it was successfully completed. The plate says that the Rakarada's servant received burns. Kang Tison brought his hand to his face. He clenched it into a fist. The young man's face is covered in abrasions, and there are bruises under his eyes. Beads of sweat run down his cheeks, and the boy's eyebrows are furious. There is a golden fire in front of him, and a blue background behind him. He thinks about when his opponent will die. The young man is already running out of mana. The Rakarada's servant dropped to one knee, the other is bent and he leans on it with his hand. In his other hand, he is clutching a sword, which he pointed forward. The servant lowered his head down, his tail is blazing brightly. Kang Tison thinks that he has 5 units of mana and 70 units of health left, but if he retreats now, it will only be worse. White sparks sparkle on the light gray background. Kang Tison stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. A drop of sweat is running down his face, the guy's cheeks are bruised. He frowns and confidently looks at his opponent. Blue energy is around the young man. He thinks that he has nowhere to run. The Rakarada's servant jumps forward, intending to strike the young man. He is clutching a sword in his hands, which he pointed at the guy. Kang Tison rushes towards him, one hand pulled back, the other held in front of him. They both clutch swords. The space around is illuminated by a bright blue light with blue stripes. 2 bright flashes appeared on the battlefield. One of them is larger and orange, and the other is slightly smaller and bright yellow. Kang Tison folded his hands behind his back, pressing his swords tightly together. The young man raised one leg, and with the other he pushes off the floor. His opponent bent his knees and looks at the young man. The Rakarada's servant extended his hand with a sword in front of him and spread his legs wide. His figure is illuminated by blue light. Kang Tison jumps forward, raising his swords above his head. The Rakarada's servant pierces him with his weapon, the sword passes through. The skull seems to be watching what is happening. Bright red energy illuminates the space. Blood gushed out of the wound, splashing into space. The Rakarada's servant holds the sword by the hilt. He has plunged it completely into the body of a young man. The space around is illuminated by a bright red light. The red background smoothly flows into dark burgundy. 2 white stripes intersect on it, forming a cross. The pink plate says that Kang Tison received 80 points of damage. The young man clenched his teeth and bared his teeth in pain, blood gushing from his mouth. He frowned and opened his eyes wide, looking forward. There are bright orange-red flashes around him. The young man frowned and clenched his teeth tightly. A bead of sweat is running down his face. He raised his hand with the sword up and looks towards him. The blade is engulfed in a blue glow. The blue plate says that the young man activated a skill called Nullification. The second plate says that the fatal blow was nullified. The young man squeezes the swords in his hands and attacks the enemy with them. He looks very furious. His teeth are clenched tightly, his brows are furrowed. It seems that the young man is angry. Bright flashes appear near the shoulders of the Rakarada's servant. The entire area around is painted blue with bright light sparks. The blue sign says that all damage received will be reduced to 0. Bright blue and purple stripes appear on a black background. The Rakarada's servant looks forward with burning eyes. 2 yellow flashes appear near his head. Kang Tison opened his mouth wide and furiously frowned. His cheeks and forehead are covered with abrasions. There are bright blue lines near the young man. The young man exhales and screams loudly. Kang Tison's sword plunges into the neck of the Rakarada's servant, who looks at his opponent. His helmet, sword blade, and the entire area around him are illuminated by a blue flash. Kang Tison crossed his arms with weapons, bringing the blades behind his back. The young man lowered his head down. He hangs in the air in front of the enemy. Kang Tison cut off the head of the Rakarada's servant. Bright pink energy splashes out of him. The servant's head flies to the side, his horns crumbled and scattered in space. The background acquired a dark red tint. The young man is on one knee, he presses one hand to his chest. The second, in which the sword is clenched, he lowered down. The young man opened his mouth and stared ahead. The Rakarada's servant exhales noisily. The helmet falls off the head of the Rakarada's servant in pieces. Under it was a blond man with blue eyes. He smiles slightly, looking ahead. The space behind him is painted blue, small pink magical flashes fly in it. The Rakarada's servant says that it was an excellent fight and calls Kang Tison brave. The young man is sitting on the floor, putting one hand to his chest. He covered one eye, looking straight ahead. Beads of sweat run down his cheek. The space around him is illuminated by pink and blue streams of magic. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison has defeated the Rakarada's servant. The young man looks forward into a blue space with pink streams of magic flying through it. The young man falls backwards, waving his arms in the air. The blue plaque says that Rakarada's is pleased. The young man lies on the floor with his arms outstretched. The swords lie next to him, blades up. The young man's mouth is wide open and his eyes are closed. He looks dissatisfied and tired. The young man calls Rakarada's a freak and reproachfully says that the god is pleased. The guy says that it was unfair to change the quest so suddenly. Kang Tison calls the god a cheater. The young man continues to lie on the floor. He slightly raised his arms and head. Kang Tison carefully examines himself. A bright golden glow has appeared around him. The blue plaques say that Kang Tison has defeated the Rakarada's servant. The second tablet says that Kang Tison has gained a huge amount of experience. His level has increased. The third tablet says that the young man is in better condition. Two more tablets say that Kang Tison has defeated a strong opponent and spiritual enhancement has been activated. The young man exhales loudly and slightly surprised. The golden background flows into white, small sparks fly on it. Kang Tison stretched out his hand forward. A blue system window hangs in front of him. Golden streams of magic are still behind the young man. Kang Tison asks how much stronger he has become. The young man orders to show the status window. His characteristics are written on it. Kang Tison is currently at level 6. His endurance is 190 points, mana is 22, strength is 27, intelligence is 25, and agility is 40 points. At the moment, 5 points are added to his attack and 2 to his defense. The last line says that the young man is now in a better condition. Kang Tison is amazed by this out loud and says that his characteristics have increased by 17 points, mana by 5, and endurance by 30. He says that this is quite a lot. The light gray background smoothly flows into dark. Numerous pink sparks are visible on it. Kang Tison examines the tablets hanging in front of him. With one hand he touches the blue window, and the other is lowered down. The young man's gaze is directed slightly to the side, his lips are pursed. He asks if there will be loot and says that he was waiting. The blue tablet says that Kang Tison has passed the Rakarada's test. He will receive a reward depending on his decision. Bright pink flashes flicker against the dark blue background. The young man presses his hand to his chest and walks forward. He is slightly hunched over and looks tired. The space around is illuminated by pink light. The blue tablet says that Rakarada's is extremely pleased with Kang Tison. The second tablet says that he decided to reward the guy. Kang Tison says sarcastically that it is very funny, he almost died, and a god does this. Kang Tison slightly lowered his head down. He is standing half sideways. The eyebrows of the young man are raised high, and his eyes are wide open. He looks surprised. He looks at the pink lump of energy from which rays fly in all directions. The blue tablet says that the area of Rakarada's influence is decreasing. The second tablet says that Rakarada's rewards Kang Tison. Another tablet says that the young man receives the ceremonial sword of Rakarada's. Kang Tison questioningly hums. The young man opened his palm. On it lies the sword that he just received. Its handle is wrapped in something, and the blade is made of red metal with serrations. Pink energy glows near the sword. The blue plaque says that this is the ceremonial sword of Rakarada's. It gives an additional 5 points to attack. The last line says that this sword restores health after killing an enemy. Another plaque says that this sword belonged to those who worshipped Rakarada's. The red color is a symbol of absorbed blood. The light gray background is covered with white cracks, looks like marble. Kang Tison raised his hand to his face and rubs his right eye. He raised his eyebrows high in surprise. Beads of sweat run down his cheek. The young man looks at the sword, which shines brightly. Kang Tison asks if he imagined it. Is it really him? He says that this is some kind of loot that is unusual for the second floor. The young man stands in the room, stretching one hand along his body. In the second, he continues to hold the Rakarada's sword. He slightly raised it up. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison has undergone difficult training. He will be given an additional reward. The blue plaque says that the young man has obtained a passive skill called the Struggle Trace. Kang Tison asks if he is trying to repay the young man for his suffering. A silver square icon appears on a yellow background. It depicts a shield with swords. A knight with a red tail on his helmet is attacking the young man, who is holding a wooden shield. His mouth is wide open, and he is clutching a sword in his other hand. The blue plaque describes the passive skill called the Struggle Trace. The mastery of this skill is equal to 1%. The last lines say that Kang Tison has proven his fighting spirit. This skill can be strengthened in combat with enemies. Kang Tison raised his head up and carefully examines the plaque. His eyes are wide open and his lips are tightly pressed together. The young man looks calm and thoughtful. He mentally asks about the passive skill again and says that it will not be superfluous. Kang Tison extended his hand with the Rakina's sword forward. He clenched his other hand into a fist and extended it along his body. Behind him are tall stone peaks. One of them is falling. The space around is painted in a dim purple light. Kang Tison asks if this is not all and asks what else will happen. The young man opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. He stares ahead, with a slightly surprised look and his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes widened even more. A bright orange sign appeared on a light purple background. It says that Rakarada's offers Kang Tison an apostle contract. The young man has two options, accept or reject. Kang Tison mentally asks a question about the apostle contract. Kang Tison opened his mouth and raised his eyebrows. He looks surprised. The young man crossed his arms over his chest. The space behind him is painted pink. There is an orange sign hanging in front of the young man. Kang Tison asks a question about the apostle's contract. The young man looks behind the sign, carefully examining the space behind it. Kang Tison says that there is not even any explanation. He wonders how he is offered to make a choice. Kang Tison sat down on the floor. He is in the lotus position. The young man stretched out his hand forward and is about to press the button that says about accepting the contract. Kang Tison makes a long moaning sound. Kang Tison turned his head to the side. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Half of his face is hidden by his bangs, which fluttered in the air. The entire space seems to be filled with dust and faded. The first blue sign says that the range of influence of the Rakaradas has decreased. The second says that it is decreasing. The young man thinks about this time. Kang Tison looks away in confusion and surprise. His eyebrows are raised. There are red lines around the young man. The young man makes a questioning sound out loud. Kang Tison brought his hand to his face. He rests his index finger on his chin. There is a slight smile on his face. He looks down thoughtfully. The young man thinks that it seems that when the gods want to influence the player, they undergo certain hardships. Kang Tison thinks that Rakaradas wants the boy to be his disciple so much that he is ready to endure punishments. The young man also thinks that there is something else. The young man is standing in the same room. He is clutching a sword and a shield in his hands. A huge creature appeared in front of the young man. Its head is hidden in the shadows, but a wide smile and bright red eyes are visible. Black lines rise up from its body. The creature stretched out huge hands with black nails towards the young man. Kang Tison thinks that even if he accepts this as a kind gesture, he is still a god. The young man also reflects on the fact that Rakaradas has already created chaos and confusion. Kang Tison wonders if it is to his advantage to accept the god's offer. The young man hangs in the air, thin white threads extending from his limbs. A huge hand with long nails holds the ends of the threads. It holds the young man like a puppet. The dark gray background smoothly flows into white. Small black specks flicker on it. Kang Tison denies and wonders if he will become an enemy of the god forever. The young man slightly frowned and looked ahead attentively. His lips are pursed. He looks thoughtful. Kang Tison thought about the situation and says that he declines. The young man reached out his hand to the orange sign. He extended his index finger to the button that says decline. The blue sign says that Kang Tison has rejected Rakarada's offer. The apostle's contract has not been accepted. Kang Tison has one hand on his hip. The other one is stretched out by his side. He looks at the sign, which has faded and is about to disappear. Kang Tison says that it is good that Rakaradas is not angry about the refusal. Then he makes a questioning sound. The young man stares at the new orange sign that has appeared in front of his face. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The sign says about an additional quest. It says that after a successful fight, Rakaradas wants to give the young man another test. The conditions are listed on the sign. You need to kill all the enemies on the second and third floors and return to this room. The last line says that the reward will be determined by the decision of Rakaradas. Kang Tison stretched his hand up and raised his head. He closed his eyes and looks dissatisfied. The young man says that he does not want to accept the quest. He also says that Rakaradas deceived him once, so he will deceive him a second time. He asks how he can trust a god. The blue sign says that Kang Tison has rejected the additional quest. The orange sign continues to hang in front of the young man's face. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek, Kang Tison's lips are pursed, and his eyebrows are furrowed. The dark gray background is covered with light clouds and small orange rectangles. The orange sign says the same thing as the previous one. It offers to accept the quest. Kang Tison stretched his hand towards the sign. He nervously pursed his lips. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The guy looks down. He makes a questioning sound and agrees. Kang Tison says that he will probably have to accept such a simple quest. The blue sign says that the additional quest was accepted. Rakarada smiles, showing his fangs. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, to his chin. The eyes of the god are hidden by red magic and shadow. A blue sign says that Rakarada is satisfied with the young man's choice. The red background with a black grid smoothly turns into a simply dark background. The merchant is sitting at a table with a pipe in his mouth. The man puts his hands on the tabletop and looks away. Behind him is a rack with various potions and weapons. Kang Tison came out of the dark corridor and heads towards the table. Part of the wall is missing near the room where the merchant is. Kang Tison says that he needs to buy something. The merchant asks him about his return. The man raised one eyebrow and looks forward. Kang Tison stretched his hand over the tabletop. On it are gold coins and several flasks with potions. The man asks about the potions and asks why the young man needs them now. Kang Tison replies that he thinks he will need them. The young man raised his hand to his stomach. Red and white rectangles hovered near it. The man looks at the young man with an attentive gaze. Kang Tison thinks that he was not going to buy anything before, but the quest may become difficult again. The young man has a sword attached to his belt. The sword that Rakarada gave him. It shines brightly with a red light. The young man opens his eyes wide and looks ahead questioningly. The man begins to talk about the young man's sword. The black background smoothly flows into light gray and it is covered with red lightning. The merchant holds a pipe in his hand. Smoke rises from it. He looks at the guy's sword, which shines brightly. The man asks Kang Tison if he received the weapon from Rakarada. The merchant also notes that it seems to him that the god forked out a lot of money for the young man. Kang Tison opened his mouth slightly and raised his eyebrows. He looks at the merchant with a surprised look. The man took the pipe in his teeth again and looks straight ahead. Kang Tison asks the merchant if he heard of Rakarada. The man agrees and says that this crazy god has already caused more than one head to fall. The merchant also says that he does whatever he wants. Kang Tison looks very surprised, his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows raised. A bright golden flash appears near the young man's head. He mentally wonders what it means that Rakarada has been doing this for a long time. Kang Tison turns to the merchant and asks him if he can ask. The young man asks himself what an apostle's contract is. The man holds the pipe in his hand, pressing it with his thumb. One of the man's eyes is closed, and his eyebrows are arched in surprise. He asks Kang Tison if Rakarada really offered him an apostle's contract. The light gray background smoothly flows into dark gray. Small orange sparks sparkle on it. The man pulled the pipe over the ashtray and poured the contents into it. Small sparks rise into the air. Kang Tison agrees and says that he refused because there was no explanation. The merchant says that this is an excellent choice. Such decisions cannot be made spontaneously. Many orange sparks shine on a black background. The man frowned and raised one eyebrow. He stares ahead. The background behind him is painted dark gray. On it there are white streaks of smoke. The man talks about the Rakarada's contract and asks how long it has been going on. The merchant leans on his hands, which are lying on the tabletop, and looks towards the guy. Kang Tison is standing in front of the man. He looks surprised. The young man's mouth is slightly open, and his eyebrows are raised. The merchant apologizes to Kang Tison and says that he cannot help. The man put one hand on his elbow, and the other rests calmly on the table. The man acquired a mouth and looks closely at the guy. Behind him is a shelf with books, potions, and weapons. The man says that for the young man, he is just a merchant in a shop. The man also adds that the terms of the contract do not allow him to do more. The man raises his hand and waves it in the air. Kang Tison looks at the merchant in surprise. Kang Tison asks him again about the contract. He replies that it is because of it that he is here. The man asks the guy if he does not understand this. The merchant tells Kang Tison that he can go if he does not need anything else. The merchant sits at the table, resting his head on his palm. Kang Tison heads towards the exit. The merchant's shop is near the arch that leads to the corridor. The man says that if Kang Tison is going to the shop again, he should come to another floor. Kang Tison replies that they will see each other again. Light clouds hover on a dark gray background. The young man steps into the room. His shadow is reflected on the floor. Kang Tison looks at the blue sign hanging in front of him. He stretched out his hand towards it and extended his index finger. The young man looks a little surprised. He says that he thinks that now is the time. Kang Tison, Jun Hyuk, and T-Yon are standing in the space of the system. Around them are blue geometric shapes that form the floor, walls, and ceiling. Jun Hyuk is happy. He smiles widely and squints, raising his hand with an open palm up. Taeyeon puts her hands on her legs and looks nervous. Kang Taesun stands in front of them, crossing her arms over her chest. Taeyeon and Jun Hyuk greet the young man. He asks them if they met the night. Jun Hyuk opened his mouth wide and raised his eyebrows. Beads of sweat are running down his face. Taeyeon is standing behind him. She clasped her hands together and pressed them to herself. Beads of sweat are running down her face too. Jun Hyuk answers in the affirmative and adds that the night looked completely different from what Kang Taesun described. The young man asks him what he is talking about. The light gray smoke smoothly turns into dark gray. White sparks sparkle on it. Jun Hyuk tilted his chin forward and twisted his mouth. He closed one eye and looks down. Some energy hit his cheek. Jun Hyuk knelt down, one hand resting on the floor, the other raised to his face and put it on his cheek. He frowned and opened his mouth. The guy looks towards Angel, who is standing with her back to him. Jun Hyuk says that the man simply spat in his face and left. The young man looks at the huge man who is enveloped in red energy. He turned his head back, his hair flying in the air. Kang Taesun, his mouth slightly open, asks Jun Hyuk if he really didn't block Angel's attack. Jun Hyuk asks how it is even possible to block it. The guy exclaims that he couldn't even move. The man simply confused him. The black background turns to white. It is covered in smoke of different shades of gray. Taeyeon closed her eyes and looked down. Kang Taesun looks at her, her arms folded across her chest and her mouth slightly open. Jun Hyuk also looks at the girl standing next to her. Taeyeon says that she also met Angel, but nothing helped her move. She asks Kang Taesun what he did. Kang Taesun asks Jun Hyuk what he did. The young man asks if the boy has grabbed onto Angel. Jun Hyuk hangs onto the knight's leg, hugging his knee. He closes his eyes and opens his mouth wide. Angel spreads his legs wide and waves his arms in the air, looking displeased. Jun Hyuk agrees with Kang Taesun and says that Angel told him to go away. Kang Taesun puts his hand to his chin and looks up thoughtfully. He imagines the man sitting next to the flasks containing the potion. Kang Taesun thinks about how he gets Angel only reacts to those who respond to his attack. The young man muses that the dwarves and Rakuratas behave the same way. Kang Taesun asks Taeyeon and Jun Hyuk where they are now. Jun Hyuk opens his mouth and raises his eyebrows high. He says that he is hunting large rats. Taeyeon hits a rat sprawled on the floor with his sword. The creature opens its mouth and sticks out its tongue, its eyes flashing red. Taeyeon says that she is doing the same. The girl says that she has decided to level up a bit before moving on. Kang Taesun looks ahead calmly, his face expressionless. The young man asks what about the others. Jun Hyuk raised his hand to his head and extended one finger. He puts his other hand on his hip. Taeyeon stands behind him, looking at the boy with wide eyes. Kang Taesun looks at the boy carefully. Jun Hyuk says that a few more people have started hunting the big rats. He also says that he thinks that they will need some more time. Kang Taesun wonders in his mind that they are still trying to get used to this world. The young man thinks that he will tell them about the second floor later. The white background fades into pink smoke with small lightning bolts. Kang Taesun closed his eyes, his bangs casting a shadow on his face. Taeyeon and Jun Hyuk look ahead with identical expressions. They are attentive and a little surprised. Their eyes are wide open and their eyebrows are raised. Kang Taesun urges them to listen to him carefully. Taeyeon puts her hands to her face, covering her mouth, looking scared. Jun Hyuk clenches his teeth and bares his teeth, frowning. They imagine a huge rat that has its mouth wide open. Sticky saliva is dripping from its fangs. Kang Taesun says that before heading to the second floor, they will meet a boss in the form of a giant rat. The young man also says that its health is about 200 units, and it deals a blow that even blocking won't save you from. Jun Hyuk asks Kang Taesun how he dealt with it. Bright pink clouds are flying on a gray background. Kang Taesun raised his hand up and waves it in the air. The young man tells them to think for themselves. He can't tell them. Kang Taesun also adds that he thinks that after some thought, they will find the answer. Taeyeon put her hand to her chest and looks forward with a wide smile. She put her other hand behind her back. Jun Hyuk stands a few steps away from the girl. He raised his hands to chest level. His palms are clenched into fists. The young man smiles widely. They are still surrounded by the blue space of the system. Kang Taesun tells them to tell the other players so that they don't die. Taeyeon agrees and thanks Kang Taesun. Jun Hyuk tells him that they will give it their all. Blue geometric shapes smoothly transition into a monochromatic white background. Kang Taesun wishes them luck. The young man stands in the corridor, raising his hand to the messenger sign. He slightly raised his eyebrows and looks surprised. He says that he conveyed everything he wanted. Kang Taesun turned his head to the side, glancing over his shoulder. He had a slight smile on his face, and he looked pleased. An orange sign appeared behind him. It said that an additional quest had begun. It said that after a successful fight, Rakuratas wanted to test the boy again. The young man needed to kill all the enemies on the second and third floors, and then return. The reward for the quest would be determined by Regressed. Kang Tison wondered if now was the time to begin the quest. Light gray smoke swirled against a black background. A wall with an arch stood in the middle of a stone cave. The sun was shining from above, illuminating the space with golden light. There were many trees growing near the wall. Light smoke was flying against the black background, as if it was illuminated by something. Kang Tison was clutching Regressed's sword in one hand and holding a shield in the other. The space around him was painted bright red. The young man was walking forward along a stone path, which was partially destroyed. The young man raised his arms with weapons up and looks around. Kang Tison looks away, still holding his hands up. Several goblins are looking at him from behind the rubble of the wall. They make a long sound. The young man is standing under a tree that casts a shadow on the floor. A goblin is sitting on a tree branch, watching the young man. The creature makes a short roar. Kang Tison lowered his arms with weapons down and looks at the enemies approaching him. Goblins with different types of weapons are running at him from all sides. They make a loud piercing cry. Kang Tison extended his hand with a sword forward, its blade glowing brightly. Kang Tison looks from under his brows, one of his eyes is hidden by his bangs. There is a slight smile on the young man's face. He says that he will try new skills. A bright flash of light illuminates the space, which is painted red. The blue sign says that Kang Tison has activated a trace of struggle. Bright golden flashes appear near the goblins, pushing them away and striking. Kang Tison looks up, holding a sword in his hand, which he fights with opponents. Kang Tison jumped on the goblin. He stands on his chest. The young man plunges the sword into his body. The goblin opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue. The space around is painted pink. Kang Tison smiles, his eyes wide open, which glow brightly. His eyebrows are slightly raised. He looks pleasantly surprised. Green energy hovers around his face. He says that his head is clear, no worries. He also says that this is great. This state heals and increases all characteristics. Suddenly, some sound is heard. The young man holds a shield on his hand, with which he throws one of the goblins to the side. He moved his hand with the shield, reflecting the attack from behind. Kang Tison says that he has no limits. If this continues, he will be able to fight forever. Kang Tison leans forward, moving his hand with the shield back. He smiles contentedly, frowning. The goblin flies back, holding his sword in front of him. He lets out a loud cry. Kang Tison is happy and says that such a skill can become his main skill. A bright flash appeared in the cave space. Dust rises from the ground. Bright green spots are carried in space. The goblin landed on its back, with several scars on its chest. The creature's mouth is wide open, its tongue hanging out. Green blood stains and pieces of wall are floating in the air around it. The goblin lets out a loud scream. Gray clouds have appeared on the black background. Small golden sparks are also flying around. Kang Tison is standing in the middle of the room, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. He is holding the goblin with the same hand. Several corpses of creatures are lying around the young man. Kang Tison makes a questioning mooing sound. Light gray clouds are floating on the black background. The man's shadow is reflected on the yellow double door. Two swords are depicted on it. Kang Tison says that he does not remember such a door in the labyrinth. Gray clouds of smoke are still floating on the black background, but now green sparks have appeared. Kang Tison opened the door and hunched over, going inside. With a calm expression on his face, he looks around everything. On the green grass there is a monument that looks like a grave. A white butterfly sits on it. Bright rays of the sun illuminate the space of this room. Kang Tison asks a question about what it is. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison found a warrior's grave. Kang Tison raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. He looks surprised. His face is illuminated by bright rays of sunlight. Small sparks fly in the air. The young man approached the grave, which is entangled with a liana. It is also slightly covered with moss. The blue plaque again says about the discovery of a warrior's grave. The second plaque says that Kang Tison received a bonus for the find. It also says that his intelligence has increased by 1 point and his mana by 2. The light gray background is divided by a bright white stripe. The young man placed his hand, dressed in a fingerless glove, on the grave. White smoke appeared in the air, enveloping the room. Kang Tison raised his hand up and put it to his forehead. One eye of the young man is squinted. He is looking at a bright flash of golden pink color. It appeared above the grave. The white background smoothly turns into pink. A white creature appeared on the yellow background. A small ghost waves and smiles. A red cloak is tied around his neck, which flutters in the wind. He greets the young man, calling him a traveler. Kang Tison opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows high. He looks amazed at what he sees. The ghost dived behind the grave. His red cloak and tail are visible. Kang Tison looks at this in surprise, standing a few steps from the grave. The ghost says goodbye to Kang Tison. The young man raised one hand to chest level. He looks puzzled and surprised. Behind his back is a bright green background with white and black dots that look like eyes. There are also questions on the background. Kang Tison placed his other hand on the grave, on which he wears rings. The ghost flew out of the grave, hovering above it and waving his arms. Then he dived back into the monument. The ghost makes an exclamation sound and says that it was nice to meet you, and then he says goodbye to Kang Tison. The white background smoothly flows into light gray. It is covered with bright pink flashes. Kang Tison tightly closed his eyes, pursing his lips. The space behind him is painted in pink and purple colors. The black background smoothly flows into green. Bright sparks shine on the green half, and red energy hovers on the black. The young man again put his gloved hand on the monument. The ghost leaned half out of the monument, his mouth slightly open, and looks a little surprised and displeased. He asks the guy what he is doing. Kang Tison grabbed the ghost with his hand, causing his eyes to bulge. The space around is painted red. The ghost tells the young man to leave. Red stains appeared on the black background. Kang Tison looks angry. His eyes are completely white, and his mouth is twisted in displeasure. He tightly squeezes the cutter in his hand, crushing its body. Kang Tison covers him to stop these jokes and calls for a quest. The light gray background with red stains smoothly flows into white. Kang Tison looks forward, holding his hand in front of him. The ghost broke free and flies away from the guy, leaving behind a bright line. He makes an indignant sound and asks about the fact that the guy dares to ask him for a quest. The ghost asks Kang Tison if he knows who is in front of him. Kang Tison replies that in front of him is the ghost of a fallen warrior and asks who else. The ghost hangs in the air, displeasedly opening his mouth and looking sideways at the young man. Kang Tison put his hand on his hip and looks up. The ghost lets out a satisfied laugh and says that now everything is simple. You do not need to risk your life to find out something. O asks the young man if it's cool to have the system report everything to you. Kang Tison asks him if the system was working before the labyrinth appeared. The ghost hovers above Kang Tison and turns towards him. It sticks out its tongue and looks satisfied. Kang Tison looks up. There are bruises under its eyes. A bead of sweat runs down its cheek. The ghost denies and says that the system was working. The white background below is painted with bright purple streaks. The ghost stretches one arm up and winks. Its cloak flutters in the air. Behind the ghost are a merchant and Angel, their eyes sparkling brightly. The merchant has his arms crossed over his chest and holds a pipe in his mouth. Kang Tison mentally wonders what's wrong with this ghost. The young man thinks about how his aura is different from the other NPCs he's met before. There is smoke and small golden sparks flying around on the light green background. Kang Tison folded his arms over his chest and looked up. He had the Rakarada's sword hanging on his belt. The ghost lay in the air with his arms folded over his chest, looking displeased. Kang Tison orders him to shut up and asks if he is giving a quest or if he is just an object. The ghost says loudly that the guy perceives a person as an object. The ghost also calls Kang Tison a rude person. The ghost hovered over the grave. He closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides. The grave monument is brightly lit with a golden light. Small sparks fly in the air. The ghost agrees with something. He says that he is a ghost and is here to give quests. Kang Tison raised his eyebrows in confusion and narrowed his eyes. The young man looks up with his mouth slightly open. The ghost says that he does not share quests with random weaklings. Kang Tison asks the ghost why he is on such an early floor. The warrior's soul flies around in circles, baring its teeth in rage. Eventually, it flies up to the guy and looks at him, frowning. Kang Tison watches him in bewilderment, a drop of sweat trickling down the young man's cheek. The space around him is painted red. The ghost asks how he can know this. He also curses at the labyrinth. He asks why he was even placed on such a floor. The ghost urges the young man to leave. He says that he can come back when he gets to at least the 30th floor. Kang Tison turned his back to the ghost, but slightly turned his head and looks over his shoulder at him. The sword on his belt shines brightly red. Kang Tison mentally clicks his tongue in displeasure and thinks that he is unlucky. He also reflects on the fact that this useless NPC is not worth humiliation. The ghost hangs over the grave, which stands in the middle of green grass and bushes. Golden sparks are floating in the air. The hilt of the young man's sword is shining brightly. The ghost bids farewell to the boy, calling him a traveler. Suddenly his eyes widen. The ghost looks very surprised. His eyebrows are raised. A golden flash appears behind him. The light gray background smoothly flows into black with bright pink lightning. The sword on the young man's belt shines even brighter. The space around is painted red with black stripes. The ghost asks for a minute and talks about the weapon. He loudly asks if this is a Rakarada's weapon. The ghost asks Kang Tison where he got it from. The young man walks away from the clearing where the grave stands. He raises one hand up, waving away the ghost, who has caught up with the boy. The ghost hangs over his shoulder and stares ahead. Kang Tison looks displeased. His eyebrows are furrowed. Kang Tison says that he has completed the god's task. The ghost hangs in the air. He looks down, pressing one hand to his chin. He looks thoughtful and puzzled. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He asks the guy several times about the task of this capricious god. The black background smoothly flows into yellow. Golden stars sparkle on it. The ghost flew closer to the young man and pressed himself to his cheek. The young man looks dissatisfied. A drop of sweat is running down near his eye. The guy's lips are pursed. He glances sideways towards the soul of the fallen warrior. The ghost narrowed his eyes and smiled. Everything around him glows yellow-orange. The ghost says that he changed his mind. He will give the young man a mission. Kang Tison asks who he is. The light yellow background smoothly flows into white. Bright stars sparkle on it. Kang Tison continues walking from the grave. He closed his eyes and pursed his lips. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek and his hands are clenched into fists. The ghost flies around Kang Tison, trying to get something out of him. The ghost says that Kang Tison should have been told right away. He says that the young man deserves to receive the quest. The ghost asks the guy to come over and explain the conditions of the task. Kang Tison says he doesn't want to. The ghost tells him that the guy asked for it himself and urges him to listen. The light gray background smoothly flows into black. A man in a red cloak stands with his hand extended upward. He holds a sword in it, which shines brightly. Golden light descends from above, illuminating the man. He smiles slightly, confidently looking down. The ghost says that he was once a glorious fighter. He says that people believe that he would be the first to reach the end of the labyrinth. The man is very handsome. He has bright yellow eyes, blonde hair. The man is lying on the green grass, crossing his legs. He has his hands folded behind his head. The man's eyes are closed. A sword is stuck next to him. The ghost says that in an attempt to break through into the depths of the labyrinth, he met a strong opponent. The ghost says that he returned to the 10th floor to rest. The ghost is hanging in the air. His mouth is slightly open and forms an oval shape. The ghost's arms are down. His cloak is fluttering in the air. Next to him is a hologram of his face when he was still alive. The ghost says that he had almost no health, although low-level monsters could not penetrate his defense. He also says that he fell into a deep sleep, but the boss of the 10th floor had a weapon with an automatic attack. The man is lying on the ground, his hands under his head. Someone is standing a few steps away from him and clutching a sword in his hand. Its blade gleams brightly. The space around is covered with black specks. The ghost says that the boss killed him right in his sleep. The man is lying, his eyes closed, his face is covered with abrasions. The boss with red eyes swings his sword, putting his hands behind his head. His figure is hidden in the shadows. The outline of his head is not visible. A bright flash appeared behind him, painting the space purple. The ghost hangs in the air. He clenched his teeth and grinned. He also frowned, which caused many wrinkles to appear. Everything around him is covered in red lightning, and black stripes appeared in the space behind him. The ghost says that the hero who was able to protect the very depths of the labyrinth died because of some bot. The black background with red lightning smoothly flows into white. Kang Tison looks forward. He looks calm. Black and golden sparks fly in the air near the young man. The ghost hovered near the young man's head and looked down at him. Kang Tison slightly turned his head back, examining the soul of the dead warrior. The ghost says that he has only one task for the guy. It is necessary to kill the boss of the 10th floor. The ghost flies in the air, lowering his head down and stretching out his arms. A blue plate with patterns appeared. Behind it is a grave and a clearing, which is illuminated by golden light. The sign says about an additional quest. It says that the warrior buried in the labyrinth wants Kang Tison to take revenge. It also states the conditions. It is necessary to kill the boss of the 10th floor. The reward depends on the warrior's decision. The ghost says that after that he will give the reward to the young man. Kang Tison looks a little anxiously at the blue window of the system that appeared in front of him. He reached out his hand to it and presses something with his index finger. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's face. The space behind him is painted purple. Kang Tison thinks about the fact that the reward depends on the ghost's decision. He thinks about what this means, that if he gets angry, he may not give anything. Kang Tison also thinks about what this quest is. The young man is standing near the double door, on which swords are depicted. Kang Tison raised his hand to it and is about to push it. The young man glances back. A ghost hangs at a short distance over his shoulder. Kang Tison asks the ghost if it turns out to be a long quest. The ghost asks him if he accepts it. The young man answers in the affirmative and says goodbye to the ghost. The gray background smoothly flows into black. Light clouds fly on it. Bright golden stars shine in the air. Kang Tison heads down the corridor. His shadow is reflected on the floor. The ghost flies forward at a fairly high speed. The space around him is all painted pink. White stars fly in the air. The young man is standing in the room. His eyebrows are slightly raised, and his mouth is slightly open. A ghost sits on the guy's head. He folds his arms and smiles contentedly. Everything around him glows with a bright yellow-violet light. Kang Tison asks the ghost if he is ready with him. He answers in the affirmative and orders him to go forward. Light clouds of smoke and bright golden stars fly on the black background. The young man raised one hand and put it to his forehead. Beads of sweat are running down his cheek, he looks unhappy. The ghost is circling above his head, he looks happy. The entire space around the ghost is bright yellow, and as it gets closer to the young man, it turns purple. The ghost asks Kang Tison how he can find out that the guy killed the boss. He says that he can't stay by the grave. He also says that he's already bored here, and even though there's still a long way to go to the 10th floor, he thinks it will be fun. Kang Tison put his hand to his head and tilted his head down slightly. Beads of sweat are running down his face. His mouth is twisted in displeasure. Golden sparks are flying near the young man's face. Kang Tison mentally wonders if he'll really have to drag this drum all the way to the 10th floor. The ghost waves his arms while in the air. There are large beads of sweat on his cheeks. The area behind him is painted in bright yellow. He asks when the boss managed to set up an automatic attack. The ghost says that he himself, of course, let his guard down. The young man quickly walks forward along the stone path. In front of him is a long bridge. Kang Tison bent his back and hunched his head into his shoulders. Above his head hangs a ghost, around which golden sparks sparkle. Golden sunbeams fall from above, illuminating the space. The ghost says that weapons with an automatic attack appear much later. He also says that the monster of the 10th floor simply could not have such a thing. The ghost asks the guy how he thinks he got it. Kang Tison replies that he does not know. The young man asks the ghost to be silent for a while. He tells him that he accepted his task, so he must be ready for anything. Kang Tison asks if he really shouldn't have accepted it. The young man opens his mouth and glances sideways at the ghost, who is hanging in the air. He folds his arms over his chest and looks at the young man with displeasure. The stone vaults of the island hang over them. Kang Tison thinks about the fact that he needs to know as much as possible. He asks the ghost if he was a fighter and asks what he did before entering the labyrinth. The ghost asks the boy why he would tell him all this. Kang Tison turns around and walks away, his back perfectly straight. The ghost looks at the young man with slight bewilderment, his arms down. Kang Tison says that if he does not want to, then he should not talk. The ghost hangs in the air, folding his arms over his chest. The background behind him is colored pink and yellow. He agrees and says that if the boy begs so much, then he will tell, especially for him. The ghost says that he was from the great royal family of the Karvat Empire. Kang Tison says that he also said that he can remain silent if he wants. A man in a red cloak sits on a throne, one hand on the armrest, the other pressed to his chin. His face is hidden in shadow. Behind him, the entire space is black, shards of glass are falling from above. Above the throne, there is a bright semicircle of bright lines. The ghost says that he was the eldest son and the future heir, but that is not all. The man hangs in outer space, his cloak fluttering in the wind. His face is still hidden. He stretched out his hand forward, tightly clutching a sword in it. Its blade shines brightly, gleaming golden. The ghost says that he was incomparable, an excellent swordsman, and clever. He reports that in the entire empire he had no equal. He also adds that every young lady hurried to his ball. The man stands in a ceremonial white uniform with epaulets. He looks slightly to the side, his face is not visible. There are white flowers around the man, a golden semicircle glows above his head. The ghost hangs in the air, folding his hands in front of him. He looks happy. The cloak behind him flutters in the air. The space around is painted in golden color with bright circles and stars. Kang Tison looks forward at the ghost. He looks puzzled. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. His lips are pursed. The ghost says that those were happy days. The young man thinks that by the way he speaks, he looks more like a street thug. Blue sparkles and shards of glass shine against the black background, which glow brightly. The man falls down, waving his arms in the air. There is a sword in his chest, blood gushes from the wound. There is a purple-pink background behind him. The ghost says that then the end of the world came and he came to save everyone. The ghost says that there is something else, but does not finish the sentence. The multicolored background smoothly flows into purple. Kang Tison closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head down. His mouth is slightly open. Behind him hangs a ghost, who looks dissatisfied. He lowered his hands down and frowned. Kang Tison says that the ghost died. He fell asleep on a low floor and was killed. The ghost urges the young man not to bring him out. Purple lightning appeared on the white background. The ghost frowned. He looks angry, his teeth are clenched tightly, and his mouth is twisted into a grin. There is a bright purple glow behind him. He agrees and says that he blundered at the very end. He could not save the world. The ghost also says that one mistake cost him everything. Now he will calm down only when his killer himself is in the grave. Kang Tison is standing near the wooden door. He put his hand to it. The boy turns his head slightly to the side, but does not look back. Behind him hangs a ghost, which glows slightly red. Kang Tison asks him if this is the last one. The ghost calls out to the young man and asks if he is listening at all. The young man opens the door and enters the room. He looks forward attentively, pursing his lips. Behind him hangs a ghost, which folds its arms across its chest and looks at the boy's back with displeasure. He says that today's travelers have no manners at all. The young man's shadow is reflected on the floor of the room. A bright yellow beam illuminates the space. There are many goblins here. They all turn their attention to the young man. Behind them is a double door of red color. The goblins began to make various sounds. Bright yellow sparks appeared on the black background. Kang Tison holds a bow, pulling back the bowstring. A bright yellow light shines around the tip of the arrow. The young man frowned and looks concentrated. He begins to count, saying that now he is the first. The goblins are in a room with a stone floor. Most of the monsters are covered in bright golden lightning, which causes them discomfort. One of the goblins shakes his head from side to side. He stands with a sword and a shield in the middle of his fellow goblins. The same goblin makes a questioning sound. Golden flashes appeared on a black background, which are connected to each other. Kang Tison swung his sword, taking it behind his head. The guy is standing in front of the goblin and is about to attack him. There is a bright pink glow behind the young man. The sword in his hand sparkles red. The goblin makes a loud cry. The light gray background smoothly flows into white. The young man squeezes the hilt of the sword, pointing the blade upwards. He hits the goblin's head with the hilt. Because of this, the monster bends down and waves his arms. He makes a surprised sound. The blue plate says that Kang Tison dealt 10 points of damage to the goblin. The white background smoothly turns into light yellow. There are white flashes on it. A young man stands in the middle of a stone room and holds a Rakarada's sword in his hand. Near him there are many goblins who are going to attack the young man. Someone holds a sword, someone a spear. All of them make loud battle cries. Kang Tison looks down, his lips are pursed, and his eyes glow brightly purple. The young man squeezes a bow in his hand. A yellow flash sparkles near it. Small blue rectangles fly in front of the guy. The young man says that this is the second one. The goblin, in turn, makes a loud cry. The light yellow background smoothly turns into white. A bright flash sparkles on it. One of the goblins lies on the floor. There is an arrow in his chest. 2 more monsters are pierced by arrows. Golden sparks run along their bodies. The goblin with a shield and a sword looks at what is happening in bewilderment. He makes a loud roar and scream. A light yellow background with white flashes smoothly flows into a light one. The ghost is hovering behind the young man. He looks at him in bewilderment. Kang Tison raised his hand with the sword up and raised his eyebrows. He looks at the goblin, who is in front of him. Bright purple flashes sparkle near the guy. The ghost calls out to the young man and asks what he is doing. He says that the guy shoots paralyzing arrows and hits, repeating the same thing. He also says that the guy is aiming at the same goblin. The ghost asks the young man if he has a special dislike for him. Kang Tison says about one more time. The ghost hovers in the air near the young man, his cloak fluttering in the air. Kang Tison lowered his hand with the sword down and turned his head to the side. He frowned and pursed his lips looking at the ghost. With his other hand, he squeezes the goblin's neck, causing it to twitch in the air. The ghost asks Kang Tison if he is trying to get a skill. He replies that he is clever. Kang Tison tilted his chin down and closed his eyes. He reaches behind his back with his hand. Near the young man's other hand is a bow that has just appeared from the inventory. Behind the guy's back, a ghost flies, slightly glowing red. The rest of the space is painted blue. The ghost says that being clever is not enough. He apologizes and says that the guy is messing around, so he will not get a skill. The guy answers him and says that he will get it, and what a skill it is. Kang Tison opened his eyes wide and frowned. He stares ahead. Blue sparks sparkle in the air near his face. The dark background is covered with light clouds. Bright golden sparks sparkle on them. The ghost flies above the young man, winding circles. He looks dissatisfied, waving his arms in the air. Kang Tison looks at him in bewilderment, turning back slightly. In one hand he holds a bow, and the other is slightly moved to the side. Goblins are lying in front of him. Arrows are in their bodies. Golden lightning sparkles around the monsters due to the paralyzing effect. The ghost calls out to the guy and asks him how many floors he thinks he has passed. The ghost answers his own question and says that 85, he knows everything. Kang Tison turns sideways and looks up. There is a confident smile on his face. His eyebrows are slightly furrowed. In his hand is a goblin, which the guy lifted off the floor by the throat. Golden sparks sparkle behind his back. The ghost hangs over the young man and looks down at him. Kang Tison offers the ghost a bet and says that if he does not get the skill, he will become his slave. He adds that he will do everything the ghost tells him to. He can even kill himself. Blue sparks sparkle on the black background. The ghost looks surprised. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. His mouth is wide open. His hands are down. Kang Tison says that if he wins, the ghost will have to answer all his questions honestly. The ghost tells the guy that he is brave. He asks a question about the guy just getting into the labyrinth, and he already wants to find out who is smarter. The black background smoothly turns into white. Bright blue sparks sparkle on it. The ghost is hanging in the air, resting one hand on his hip. He brought the other to his chin. His mouth is slightly open, he looks pleased. Behind the ghost's back, everything is painted yellow with orange stripes. He agrees and says that he agrees. The ghost says that he will show what the great heir of the Carved Empire is capable of. He says that if the guy can win, he will answer his questions honestly, but if the ghost wins, the young man will become his slave. Kang Tison smiles contentedly and confidently, frowning. A bright blue flash appears in front of him, and everything behind him is painted blue. He agrees and says that he took the ghost at his word. The ghost quickly waves his hands in the air, a wide smile on his face. He closed his eyes, tears pouring out of them. Everything behind him is painted yellow-orange. He laughs very loudly. Kang Tison knelt down, his hands resting on the floor. Beads of sweat are running down the guy's face. He looks dissatisfied. The ghost flies above him and waves his hands in the air, smiling widely. The space around is painted bright yellow with golden highlights. The ghost orders the young man to crawl on all fours and address him as you. He asks the young man if he understood him and calls him worthless. Kang Tison answers him in agreement and calls him master. The ghost imagined this card, happily waving his hands in the air and closing his eyes. He looks very pleased. There are pink notes above his head. Golden sparks are floating in the surrounding space. The ghost makes a thoughtful sound and asks what else he can come up with. He also says that he can have fun until the young man dies. Kang Tison is holding a goblin in one hand and a Rakarada's sword in the other. A quiver with arrows hangs behind the young man. The ghost hangs upside down, looking at the guy with his mouth open. He asks Kang Tison if it's time for him to give up. The ghost says that Kang Tison will not buy himself off anymore. The young man asks him in return if he has heard of a skill called battle. Small golden sparks sparkle against a dark background. Two people are standing next to each other. They are holding swords and shields in their hands. Another man is flying at them from the side, swinging an axe. Behind them, on a yellow background, a red cross is drawn. The ghost asks the guy what is not heard here. He says that it is a basic skill. The ghost crossed his arms in front of him and opened his mouth wide, slightly frowning. Golden sparks are floating in the air around him. The ghost says that when two people enter a fight, other players are forbidden to interfere. He asks the guy if this is true. Kang Tison stares ahead, frowning. The ghost is hanging in the air behind him. He lowered his hands down and stretched out his mouth. The space behind the young man is colored blue. The ghost sparkles with a muted red light. Kang Tison says that he can just get something like that. The ghost asks him, "What kind of nonsense is this?" The goblin's eyes are closed. Tears are flowing from his eyes. One of his fangs is broken. His ears are lowered down. Behind him, bright yellow flashes appeared, which are connected to each other. Kang Tison raised his hand with a sword up, holding it with the tip down. He rested his other hand on his side, a satisfied smile on the guy's face. The ghost behind him looks surprised. He looks up, his mouth rounded. Blue tablets appeared above the young man's head, around which brown stars sparkle. The tablets say that when faced with a large number of enemies, Kang Tison continued to fight with a single opponent. The second tablet says that Kang Tison received an active skill called Forced Combat. The young man rejoices out loud at this. Green spots appeared on a black background. The ghost hung in the air. He looks down, stretching out his arms. He looks surprised. His mouth has become like an oval. The space behind the ghost is colored purple. Green blots are flying in the air. The ghost makes a surprised and questioning sound. The black background is covered with white clouds and bright sparks. There are also purple rectangles here. An octopus-like monster stands near the circle. A wave of force rises up. The entire space is painted in pink-purple and seems to have faded. A blue tablet obscures his vision. Kang Tison is thinking about a skill called Forced Combat. The tablet says about this skill, it consumes 10 points of mana. Mastery of this skill is equal to 1%. The last lines say that Kang Tison fights one enemy. For 10 seconds the guy receives damage only from his target. Gray asphalt covered with purple triangles smoothly turns into light gray smoke. Kang Tison smiles smugly, looking down at the blue tablet. He stretched out his hand to it, pointing his index finger. Behind him hangs a ghost, which is covered in beads of sweat. He looks annoyed and nervous. Kang Tison is thinking about continuous damage, crowd, confusion, intimidation, and other things. He muses that it is a basic skill that has various effects. Kang Tison says that he finally got it. The ghost approaches the young man and presses himself against his cheek. His eyes are wide open and his brows are furrowed. Beads of sweat are running down his cheek. He slightly lifted one of his Yuraku. Kang Tison glances sideways at the ghost. A flash of fire appears behind them. The ghost calls this nonsense. He says that even if Kang Tison was stuck in lava or in outer space, this skill would help him survive. The ghost asks if it is possible to get it by doing such nonsense. Kang Tison says that this is probably why many people do not have it. The young man puts one hand on his hip and raises the other and rubs his head. He looks at the blue tablet hanging in front of him. The ghost looks down at the young man from above. He opened his mouth and beads of sweat were running down his face. Kang Tison said that in fact, these are not the worst conditions for obtaining a skill. The ghost wonders in his mind what the young man did to obtain other skills. Kang Tison lifted his chin up and smiled widely. He looks satisfied. Blue smoke is flying behind him. Blue sparks are sparkling in the air. Kang Tison asks the ghost if he has forgotten about the dispute. The ghost folded his arms over his chest and pursed his lips in displeasure. He looks offended. His bangs fell down, covering his eyes. Behind him is a purple background with black stripes. The ghost silently reacts to this question. Kang Tison rests one hand on his hip and looks forward, pursing his lips. He looks calm and confident. The ghost hovers above the guy and looks down at him. Golden sparks are sparkling around him. The ghost agrees and says that they will consider Kang Tison the winner. He says that he is different from other characters. There are no restrictions in his storyline. The ghost asks Kang Tison who he is anyway. He urges the guy to listen and says that skills do not mean anything. The ghost tells the young man not to get too cocky since he managed to get a new skill. Kang Tison turns his head to the side and opens his mouth. He looks a little dissatisfied. The young man asks the ghost what he is babbling about. Kang Tison urges him to just answer the questions. The young man moves forward, his hands clenched into fists and lowered down. The ghost hangs behind him. He swears angrily, frowning. The space behind them is illuminated by a golden light and small sparks fly in the air. The ghost calls Kang Tison a little rascal. The young man calmly looks away. The ghost hangs next to him, his head and hands lowered down. He looks displeased and as if offended. The ghost says that the skill called forced combat is of course a good skill. He also says that there are others in the labyrinth. The ghost asks the guy if he has heard of a skill called jump. Kang Tison answers in the affirmative and asks why just jump. The young man asks if the ghost has not learned the skill called huge jump. Kang Tison walked up to the door and opened it. A yellow light shines through the opening. The ghost hovers over the young man and looks down at him. He asks the young man again about the skill called huge jump. The young man concludes that the ghost has not learned it. The ghost flies after the young man. He looks a little sad and gloomy. He glows red, slightly illuminating the space around him. He says that he admits that Kang Tison is good at skills, but for the labyrinth this will not be enough. He asks the guy if he knows that his whole life depends on his actions and discoveries. The ghost also asks what the guy is doing. White smoke hovers on a black background. Kang Tison is clutching a brown rectangle in his hand, and he raised his other hand up. The young man looks at it, examining the rings. The ghost hovered behind the guy, carefully examining the back of his head. The corridor they are walking along is completely filled with white smoke. The ghost asks about the secret room and says that small difficulties await the young man. Kang Tison turned his head to the side, his bangs hiding one of his eyes. He looks straight ahead and seriously. A golden flash sparkles near his head. The black background gradually becomes golden. It is all covered in smoke and bright sparks. There is a brick in the stone wall that glows brightly with gold. A blue sign appeared above it. It says that the young man has gained a strong premonition. Light beige smoke smoothly flows into a monochromatic black background. Kang Tison looks into the space that opened up where the brick was falling in. He pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. The ghost hovered behind him and lowered his hands down. He makes a short questioning sound. The ghost looks forward in surprise with his mouth slightly open, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. A white flash appeared behind him, and a red background appeared behind it. Kang Tison put his hand on his hip and raised his hand up, extending his index finger. A smile shines on his face. The ghost hangs behind him with his hands down. White smoke hovers around the young man. Kang Tison thinks that this is all thanks to the skill called detection. The young man also thinks that when the mastery reaches 20%, the necessary information is automatically revealed to me. Kang Tison says that this is great. The ghost asks him if he has already mastered the skill called detection. He also says that he does not say anything about the level of mastery anymore. Kang Tison holds one hand out to the side and clenches it into a fist. The other one is bent at the elbow. He is standing in a corridor. Smoke is hanging in front of him. Above his head, in the ceiling, there are spears built in, pointing downwards. The young man chuckles thoughtfully and asks about the goblin traps this time. Kang Tison thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin and looks forward. He looks calm and focused. The ghost of the fallen warrior hovers over his shoulder and looks at the young man. He says that the traps are set randomly, so it will not be so easy to break through. He adds that he thinks it is better to turn back. The white background smoothly flows into black. Clouds of white smoke are hanging on it. Sharp peaks peek out from the ceiling, shining brightly. Kang Tison thinks that arrows come first. The space in the corridor is filled with smoke, which is penetrated by black inclusions. There is a space on the floor in which there is some kind of liquid. Kang Tison thinks that a trap follows. Light smoke stands out clearly against the black background. The young man stares ahead, his eyes sparkle brightly. The guy frowns slightly, examining something. At the end of the passage there is a small room. In front of him are thick walls. Behind them is a chest, which glows brightly with a golden color. Moss grows near it, which spreads to the walls. Kang Tison thinks that finally there are moving walls. Light blue energy appears against the dark blue background. The ghost looks ahead. He looks surprised. The young man is enveloped in a blue glow that spreads around. The young man crouched on the floor. He is in a pose that is usually taken before a race. Blue energy is hovering around the guy. The ghost is hovering over Kang Tison's back and looking at him. A drop of sweat is running down his head. Blue energy is in the air and rising up. Kang Tison thinks that all this is no different from the easy difficulty level. The young man lifts his head and moves forward quickly. He pursed his lips and frowned. The space near his face is painted yellow, and blue energy emanates from the guy himself. The ghost flies back, waving his arms in the air. A bright purple-blue flash appeared in the space, which threw the ghost back. He screams loudly. Kang Tison moves forward quickly. He tightly grips the hilt of the Rakarada's sword. The young man's brows are furrowed, his lips are pursed. Arrows fall on him from above, breaking in the air. The blade of the sword shines brightly with red light. Pink from the sword strikes remains in the air. The dark gray background with black stripes smoothly flows into white. Kang Tison quickly runs forward along the corridor. In front of him there is an abyss with sharp spears that are directed upwards. The young man jumps over this pit, pushing off from the wall. He looks focused on what is happening now. Kang Tison lands on the floor, leaning his hand on it. He stares ahead. His bangs fall on his face, interfering and flashing before his eyes. A blue trail stretches behind the guy. Kang Tison runs forward, putting one hand in front of him and the other behind his back. He smiles, pursing his lips and drawing his eyebrows together. A bright white light stretches behind Kang Tison. The entire space around is painted in gold. Sparks of the same color are in the air. The ghost watches what is happening, his mouth slightly open. He lowered his hands down. His bangs cast a shadow on his forehead. Behind the ghost there are 3 white dots on a blue background. The black background is covered with rare light blue lines. Kang Tison moves forward along a narrow corridor. One of his hands is in front of him, and the other is behind his back. The walls are rapidly approaching each other. A little more and they will flatten the guy. Kang Tison frowns and purses his lips, looking forward. He glances sideways. Unruly bangs climb into his eyes. The wall is very close to his face. Bright blue sparks appear on the dark blue background. They look like stars. A bright flash of blue color appeared immediately. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and stretched it out. The space around it is all blue with bright lightning. The young man swung his fist, getting ready to hit someone. He frowned and twisted his mouth. The entire space around is illuminated by a blue flash of light. Light blue sparks shine on the black background. Kang Tison stretched one hand in front of him and the other behind his back, both clenched into fists. He frowned and looked ahead from under his brows. Kang Tison's hair fluttered in the wind. Blue energy hovers around the guy, which also engulfs the guy himself. The ghost looks ahead, his mouth wide open in surprise. His eyes are very cross-eyed. A drop of sweat is running down his face. Behind him, everything is illuminated with yellow light. Kang Tison stretched out his hand, slightly bending his fingers. Fragments of something are flying near it. A small blue lightning comes from the young man's fingers. Kang Tison stretched out his hand forward, palm up. Golden crumbs are pouring from it. Kang Tison looks ahead with a light, almost imperceptible smile. He thinks that this wall is not part of the labyrinth. It is made by goblins. The young man also thinks that the wall is not that strong. It will be easy to break it. Kang Tison says that it is the same here. Golden sparks are floating against the dark wall. The young man is standing near the wall and pulling the red lever down. Black notes are floating near his head. The ghost is hovering behind the young man. He looks dissatisfied. The ghost is pressing his lips tightly. Sweat is running down his face. The corridor near the young man is shrouded in gray smoke. The ghost is thinking that it is better to remain silent. Kang Tison thinks and says that he did it. The young man says that he is interested in what the reward will be. Kang Tison knelt down near the chest. Its lid is already open. A blue tablet is hovering near the guy, to which he stretched out his hand. A small ring is clenched in his fingers. His other hand is lying on his bent knee. There is a satisfied smile on his face. His eyebrows are slightly raised. A ghost hangs near the guy, leaning forward slightly, looking into the young man's face. Golden stars shine brightly in the space around him. The blue plaque says that Kang Tison received a spring ring. It adds 5 points to his mana. The last lines say that this is a ring that was lost in the spring. It exudes a pure aroma. The young man asks a question about the mana ring and says that it is timely. The ghost hangs above the young man. One of its hands is extended towards the guy. A drop of sweat runs down the ghost's face. Its mouth is rounded. Kang Tison puts the ring on the index finger of his left hand. The young man looks forward, his mouth slightly open. Golden sparks fly near the guy's hands. The ghost turns to the guy and asks his permission to ask a question. He asks the young man who he is. Kang Tison asks the ghost again if he is being talked about. The ghost is clearly surprised by what is happening, his eyes are wide open. The space behind him is colored yellow, and there are 3 red questions. Kang Tison asks the young man if the ghost will understand if he repeats it twice. Kang Tison puts his hand on his hip and looks at the ghost that flies next to him. It looks surprised and glows with a red light. The ghost asks the young man again about something that happened twice. Kang Tison tells him that if he does not understand, then he should forget it. The young man thinks about the fact that the ghost does not know at all. He thinks about how to get to Ouroboros. He needs to overcome more than 85 floors. Kang Tison remembers how he squeezed the pink stone that transported him to the past. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's face, blood flows from the corner of his lip. He is covered in it and abrasions. Kang Tison looks forward, frowning slightly. The space around him is colored blue with bright blue sparks. On the black background, there is light smoke and small white sparks that look like stars. Kang Tison pursed his lips and looks down, raising his eyebrows. In front of him hangs a blue messenger sign. The guy stretched out his hand to it. The ghost hangs behind the guy and frowns with displeasure. Kang Tison thinks that about 10 days have passed since he got into the labyrinth. The ghost asks the young man to tell him. Blue rectangles appeared on the white background. In the space of the system, which is entirely made up of blue squares and rectangles, there are players. A fair-haired man stands with his arms outstretched in front of him. He is wearing a green jacket with a hood. In front of him is a man with brown hair. He is wearing a mustard-colored cloak and a bright orange scarf. Behind his back is a scabbard with a sword. The third man stands a little further away. He has green hair. The first man asks the second how he dealt with the big rat. The man with green hair says that you just need to train. The second one says that if he clashes a couple of times, he will learn to predict the movements. He also says that then he will understand how to strike. Ti-Yon is standing behind Jun Hyuk. The girl folded her arms across her chest and closed her eyes. She smiles slightly, but looks nervous. Jun Hyuk looks ahead in surprise, his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows raised. Someone asks Jun Hyuk how he did it. The guy asks again if they are sure about him and says that this is nothing compared to the guy who went much further than them. Ti-Yon says that this is some kind of anomaly. There are several blue rectangles on a white background. Kang Tison stretched out his hand forward, touching the blue messenger window. The ghost hangs above her and stares at her. Kang Tison says that now is the time. The ghost asks the young man what it is and what he is doing. Kang Tison asks the ghost if he knows about the community page. The ghost frowns and looks ahead, stretching out the sound for a long time, as if he understood something. There are blue rectangles on a white background. Kang Tison put his hands in his pockets and stands in the system space. He slightly narrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth. The young man greets those present. Ti-Yon and Jun Hyuk stand in front of him, looking at Kang Tison. There are many more people behind them, also looking at the guy. Ti-Yon is surprised by the young man, and Jun Hyuk says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Someone from the crowd is surprised and asks if this is really the same Kang Tison. The young man stares ahead. Jun Hyuk stands opposite him, his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows raised high in surprise. Jun Hyuk says that he usually opened a private conversation, but today he went to the general page. The guy asks Kang Tison if something happened. He says that he thinks that now is the time to share news. He asks how they are doing. The white background smoothly flows into black, with bright sparks sparkling and smoke spreading out. A young man is kneeling next to a large rat, which is lying on its back on the floor. He raised his hand with the sword up and clenched the other into a fist. His brows are furrowed and his eyes are closed. Golden sparks are floating around the guy. Jun Hyuk says that it is difficult for him to say, of the people who reach the source of life, about half manage to cope with the rat. The guy also says that he thinks that the other half will succeed. White smoke spreads out against the black background. Kang Tison looks forward, her mouth slightly open. Jun Hyuk and Ti-Yon are standing opposite her, looking nervous. Behind them, a huge rat towers, its mouth bared fiercely. Kang Tison turns to Ti-Yon and Jun Hyuk and asks about them. Jun Hyuk replies that he ran away as soon as he saw the boss. He says that he made a punch and he himself almost went crazy. On a dark blue background, light blue rectangles and bright sparks sparkle. Ti-Yon closed her eyes, raised one hand to her face, and placed the other on the crook of her elbow. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the girl with a satisfied expression. Jun Hyuk twisted his mouth in displeasure, gritting his teeth. Ti-Yon says that she too, her strength will not allow her to resist such a monster, so she is looking for another way. The girl also says that she will have to work hard, but it will be safer. Kang Tison says that he thinks that they have everything planned out well. On a light blue background, there are bright light blue rectangles and black stripes. Kang Tison put his hand, clenched into a fist, to his chin. Opposite him are two guys who are looking at the young man with wide eyes. Kang Tison slightly tilted his head to the side and frowned. There is blue energy and small rectangles hovering near his chest. He says that he has come to tell the players at the solo level about skills. Jun Hayek raised his hand up and opened his mouth slightly. A green-haired young man stands behind him and looks at the guy in surprise. Kang Tison closed his eyes and slightly lowered his chin. Jun Hayek says that they are very important and asks why now. Kang Tison says that now is the best time because skills, although not the only, are a very effective way to pass the labyrinth. The young man also says that if he had dealt with this issue earlier, then, consider, he would have put the cart before the horse. The white background smoothly turns into dark gray. On it there are white clouds and bright sparks. Ti-Yon put her finger to her cheek and thoughtfully looks up. Her eyes are wide open and her eyebrows are raised. She remembers how she was in the labyrinth, and near her, a huge rat was preparing to attack. Ti-Yon says that when they first entered the labyrinth, they still wouldn't have understood what to do even if they had been told about the skills. The young men crowded together with excited faces. Kang Tison says that he will tell them now and calls on them to listen to him carefully and then explain to the others. One of the guys is happy and says that this is very valuable information. The second one says that everything is as expected from Mr. Kang Tison. Blue rectangles are hovering on a dark green background. Kang Tison stands in front of a crowd of other players. He crossed his arms over his chest. One of the guys raised his hand up and opened his mouth wide. He thanks the young man and says that they will not forget this kind gesture. Kang Tison stands with his arms crossed over his chest. He is staring at something in front of him. He says that it is better to listen first and then thank him. The players crowded together and look ahead with their mouths wide open. They are waiting. Behind them, a golden-orange background shines. Kang Tison begins to talk about the easiest skill. The young man says that he will tell you how to obtain a skill called Pain Relief. Kang Tison raised one hand up and points to it with the other. His mouth is wide open and his brows are furrowed. Kang Tison calls for everyone to thrust a sword into their hand. The young man stares ahead, one hand in front of him and the other pointing to it. Behind his back is a bloody sword. Kang Tison asks the people if they all have a rusty sword. He calls for them to take it and thrust it deep into their hand. It must reach the bone well enough for it to count, so they should not hesitate or be afraid. The young men look amazed. Their mouths are slightly open and beads of sweat are running down their faces. Someone asks again about throwing to the bone. Kang Tison puts his hand on his side and looks at the people standing in front of him. One of them asks if the guy seriously wants them to impale themselves on their own swords. Kang Tison answers in the affirmative and says that the source of life is right in front of them. The guy asks what the problem is. Kang Tison looks forward, slightly raising one roll and pursing his lips. Kang Tison says that if they fight the big rat in this state, they will be able to unlock a skill called Unwavering Will. He also says that this skill allows them to fight ignoring any wounds, so it is necessary to defeat at least one. The young man clutches the wound on his hand from which blood flows. The big rat jumps at him to attack. Several young men imagine this picture. Their eyes are wide open, their mouths are twisted in defeat. One of them asks if Kang Tison really advises them to die by their own hands. The second player asks what else, will he be able to get other skills that will appear later. Blue rectangles shine on a white background. Kang Tison points his finger up and opens his mouth. He says he will continue and calls for careful listening. He says the next skill is holding your breath. He says they can get it if they jump into the spring of life and hold their breath until the last second before they die. He says that if they use this skill to the very limit, swinging a sword, they can get a skill called attack while holding their breath. A young man is in the depths, spreading his arms to the sides. Blue bubbles are coming out of his mouth. The players imagine this picture with even more incomprehension faces. Someone says that this is also a call to end their life with their own hands. The young man opened his mouth wide, and a large rat jumped on him. The players imagine this picture. Kang Tison talks about a skill called Endurance. It nullifies an attack that would be fatal for them. The young man says that while they have 1 health, they need to block the attack of the large rat about 30 times. Kang Tison says that this risky game is doable. The young men are in the system space. They look confused and annoyed. In front of them stands Kang Tison, who looks at all these players. One of them asks if skills can only be obtained by going this far. The second man says that he can't. He asks Kang Tison how he thinks he should take such absurd measures. Another guy says that they need skills, but that's a bit too much. Someone says that he's saying the same thing. He can't do such a thing. White sparks sparkle against the black background. Kang Tison turns his head to the side and looks over his shoulder. He says that he's not going to force them. He has no reason to do so. The choice is up to them. The young men are sitting at a table. In front of them is a plate with chicken legs. The young men are holding mugs of beer. Kang Tison thinks that their reaction was obvious. He also reflects on how they are all people who recently lived in an idle present. The young man also thinks about how the war is just an echo of history and how the famine is now far behind. The young man sits in a chair and plays a video game. There are empty plates and a chip bag next to him. Kang Tison thinks about how they never risked their lives for anything while they were living like this. He also reflects on how their attitude is unlikely to suddenly change just because they are trapped in a labyrinth. White sparks sparkle against the black background. Kang Tison turns his head to the side and looks back over his shoulder. Behind him stands Ti-Yon. She asks the young man if there is another way. Kang Tison apologizes and says that there is no way. Ti-Yon and Jun-Hyuk clearly did not expect to hear this answer. Their eyes are hidden in the shadows, beads of sweat are running down their faces. Kang Tison stares off to the side. A white flash appears behind his head. Jun-Hyuk and Ti-Yon are standing slightly ahead, with the rest of the players behind them. Jun-Hyuk says that since this is the case, he supposes that he will just have to try. Ti-Yon says that she thinks she needs to do something completely crazy. Someone from the crowd asks the guys if they are crazy and if they are really going to test this nonsense. He warns and says that this could all be a lie. Kang Tison widens his eyes and raises his eyebrows. Ti-Yon puts her hand to her cheek and looks forward. Jun-Hyuk is standing behind him, his mouth wide open and his brows furrowed. The girl asks why Kang Tison would lie to them. Jun-Hyuk says that the guy can handle it on his own. He asks why he would lie. Jun-Hyuk says, and then how come they are fine even though they used his attack methods? The two young men look deflated, their cheeks are pink. The young man turns his head and smiles slightly, looking at them. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks down at Ti-Yon and Jun-Hyuk, who are standing opposite each other. Jun-Hyuk says that he wants to try the safest of the skills. He says that holding his breath doesn't seem that dangerous to get. Kang Tison says that he will be fine if he gets out of the water right after replacing the system window. He says that it will be very difficult to suppress his instincts, so he will have to suffer a little. The young men look forward in amazement, their mouths slightly open. The space around is painted blue. Someone asks if he really is going to do this. Kang Tison is hidden by the blue windows of the system. He turned his head back. They wave their hands after him. Ti-Yon says that she will try, and Jun-Hyuk thanks Kang Tison. The ghost hangs in the air above the system plate. The young man touches it with his hands. The ghost says that he was wondering what he was doing. It is clearly something useless. He also says that it does not matter what advice he gives, they are destined to die in this labyrinth anyway. The young man looks at the irritated ghost with a slight smile. Kang Tison says that they can save themselves if they are on the edge. The ghost says that it makes no difference if the guy has finally finished. Then they need to move on quickly. He also says that they have already arrived, and he decided to chat about strange topics for some reason. The ghost says that he almost died of disappointment. Kang Tison stands near the red doors and smiles at the ghost who flies next to him. He says that it is time to hunt the boss. Kang Tison walks forward, holding out his hand. The ghost flies after him, frowning in displeasure. Kang Tison asks the ghost if this is already the end of the second floor. The ghost agrees and asks if he is not going to squeeze all the information about the boss out of him, even after winning the bet. White clouds are hovering on the black background. The young man rested his hands on the door leaves and pushed them. He says that there is no need, he wants to ask him about something else. The ghost makes a surprised sound. Dark stripes appeared on the light gray background. Kang Tison looks forward, wide-eyed and smiling. He says that now we can begin. A goblin dressed in a purple cloak stands in the room, multicolored magic emanating from him. At his feet stands a goblin with a sword. The blue signs say that the Goblin Commander and the Goblin Instigator have appeared. The goblin holds a staff with both hands, which is covered in lips and eyes. Pink lightning flashes against the black background. The goblin opens its mouth wide and runs forward, preparing to attack. The commander stands behind him and watches. Kang Tison has put his shield in front of him, defending himself from the goblin's attack. In his other hand, he holds the red sword Rakaratas. Behind him hangs a ghost, who is looking down intently. Kang Tison hits the goblin with his shield, pushing him back. The ghost approaches and turns his head from side to side. He calls for the young man to stop, saying that now is not the time for this. The ghost sank to the floor, beads of sweat running down his face. He thinks that it is too late. The goblin commander's green eyes sparkle brightly. He has stretched out his staff forward. He is surrounded by purple magic. The young man clutches a red sword in his hand and stares ahead. The ghost flies behind him, puffing in displeasure. He calls out to the young man and says that he may know the skills, but he doesn't know the attack methods. The ghost says that he needs to attack that guy first. He asks the young man if he can't see that he's doing something suspicious. Kang Tison replies that he shouldn't worry, he can see everything perfectly well. Kang Tison narrowed his eyes and frowned. He says that for him, this method is the most reliable. The goblin commander pulled his staff forward, purple magic sparkling near it. The goblin himself looks pleased and seems to be smiling. Kang Tison stands surrounded by pink-purple magic that forms a ring. This magic also entangles the young man's legs. Kang Tison closed his eyes and raised his head up. His hair flew in the air. There is pink energy and small sparks around him. Kang Tison opened his eyes, which are glowing brightly with a purple light. The young man is standing on a small hill. Ugly monsters that look like golems are making their way towards him. The young man wonders about this place. The creature stretched out its hand, skin is dripping from it. The young man looks down at the huge number of these creatures that are rushing towards the guy. He says that because Kang Tison chose the easy mode, they all died. They ask why he was the only one saved and say that it is all his fault. They shout loudly that it is all because of him. The young man looks forward, pursing his lips. He does not look worried, rather dissatisfied. The creatures touch Kang Tison and touch him with their hands. Someone asks why he was born at all, it is all his fault. Someone calls the young man useless. These monsters say that the guy is just a monster, they feel sorry for wasting food on someone like him. The young man glances sideways at the monsters that are already very close to him. A drop of sweat is running down the young man's cheek. T-Yon is kneeling, her clothes are covered in blood. She lowered her head down, closing her eyes. He whispers the name Kang Tison. The young man looks down, there are strange patterns above his head. The guy looks dissatisfied, sweat is running down his cheek. T-Yon asks why he never came for her. The young man's purple eyes are shining brightly, his eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Drops of sweat are running down near his eye. T-Yon opened her eyes and stretched her hand forward. Tears are running down her cheeks. There are shards of broken glass above the girl's head. The girl asks the young man why he left him to die alone. The girl is sitting in the middle of these strange creatures that filled the space. She pressed her eyes to her face and tilted her head down. The girl glows with a bright blue light. Kang Tison is hovering in the air, with many monsters underneath him, reaching out their hands to the guy from all sides. Kang Tison looks nervous, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek, and he frowns with displeasure. Blue lines in small bubbles are floating on the red background. Kang Tison has his head bowed down, the creature's hands are clasping his body. There are purple bubbles around. Kang Tison has opened his eyes slightly, frowning. The young man is looking down, his mouth slightly open. His eyes are glowing brightly with purple light. The creature's hands continue to hug the young man. He apologizes and says that this will not work on him. Orange sparks are sparkling on the black background. Kang Tison calls for them to be put back. The ghost is hovering above the floor, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He clicks his tongue with displeasure. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor, hunched over, his hands with weapons on the floor. A purple sphere sparkles around the young man. The ghost hovers next to him and examines the young man. He says that he thought that he finally left the grave after so long. He also says that this is why you should have listened to him. Bright orange stripes appeared on the black background. The goblin commander raised his staff up, creating a bright orange ball. The commander pointed his sword towards the young man, who remains inside the purple sphere. The ghost wonders if his revenge is destined to happen again. Orange sparks fly against the dark gray background. The young man's eyes are wide open and he stares ahead. His brows are furrowed, his bangs fall over his face. The young man says that he said to put them back. Kang Tison raised his sword up, deflecting the attack and breaking the purple sphere. Yellow flashes formed in the space around him. Kang Tison continues to sit on the floor, his head down. The blue plaque says that thanks to his iron will, he endured. The ghost hung in the air with his arms stretched out downwards. Sweat runs down his face. He makes a surprised sound and asks the boy if he really survived that. Kang Tison stands up and holds his sword out towards the goblin commander. He looks shocked, as if he didn't expect it. The goblin makes loud questioning sounds. Kang Tison walks forward, his lips pursed and his back slightly hunched. Pink sparks fly across the black background. The goblin raises his staff up, a pink funnel swirling around it. He lets out a loud scream. The blue sign says that the goblin commander has gone berserk. The second sign says that no test is needed, it was ignored with an iron will. The young man walks forward, waving his hand in the air. In his second hand, he is clutching the Rakarada's sword. Kang Tison says that he said it wouldn't work and asks the goblin if he understands. A bright pink flash appears across the black background. The goblin looks up, his mouth slightly open in shock. He clutches his staff in both hands. Pink energy flies above him. The goblin makes long questioning sounds. Kang Tison looks forward, his mouth slightly open, his brows furrowed. The young man is engulfed in a blue glow of energy. The tablet says that the goblin commander activates a curse. Kang Tison says that unfortunately for him, he never loses when it comes to psychic attacks. The blue tablet says that no test is needed. The white background smoothly flows into light gray. The young man is standing on the floor, his legs engulfed in a blue glow. The goblin commander is lying near the wall. His staff is lying nearby. The young man has raised the goblin up, in his other hand he clutches a sword with a red blade. Kang Tison lowers his head down, his bangs hiding his face. The blue tablet says that Kang Tison has withstood several psychic and magical attacks. The young man lifts the sword and looks at it closely. The blade shines brightly, illuminating the space around it. Behind the young man, everything is painted in red light. The blue plate says that he has received permanently active skills. They are called mental stability and magic resistance. Kang Tison says that since he got everything he wanted, then bye. The black background smoothly flows into white. It is covered with black stripes. The ghost looks up, lowering his hands down. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. Green flashes of energy fly near him. Near the red blade of the Rakarada's sword are bright sparks and green blots of energy. The sword itself shines, reflecting the light. The ghost wonders how the young man withstood the mental attack purely on iron will. The ghost also thinks that even he can't do that. Kang Tison lowers his head down and looks closely at his hand. In the second, he squeezes the Rakarada's sword. The young man is engulfed in a blue glow. The ghost thinks that he planned to control his future actions by leaking him some information. The ghost also thinks that he was a psychopath who is beyond his imagination. The young man stares to the side, his bright purple eye flashing. The ghost wonders in his mind who Kang Tison is. The young man is clutching a flask of blue potion in his hand. It is of a strange elongated shape with a sharp end. In the space around there are bright white stars and blue pentagons. 2 system tablets have appeared. One of them says that this is a low-level mana increase potion. The second tablet says that Kang Tison's mana is permanently increased by 10. The labyrinth staircase leads down. White particles are floating in the air. Kang Tison is descending the steps. Next to him hangs the ghost of a fallen warrior. The young man has raised his hand up. On his index finger is a bunch of lockpicks. The guy twirls it in the air. Kang Tison has a wide smile on his face. He looks pleased. In his other hand he is holding a flask of potion, the lid of which has flown off to the side. The ghost narrowed his eyes and watches the guy. The blue tablet says that in the guy's hands is a low-level set of thief's lockpicks. The last lines say that it allows you to disarm traps and pick locks. Kang Tison says that who would have thought that he would be able to get such items as a secret reward. He also says that thanks to this, he was able to get the trap disarming skill so early. Kang Tison brought the flask to his mouth to take a sip. The ghost hangs in the air next to the young man. He frowns and looks displeased. He says that the guy seriously does not miss anything on the second floor before moving to the next one. Kang Tison asks what is so upsetting about this and why it upsets him so much. The young man continues to go down. He stretched out one hand in front of him. Above it hangs a bunch of lockpicks. Kang Tison looks at it with a satisfied smile. But over his shoulder hangs the ghost. He lowered his hands and looks displeasedly towards the young man. Above them hangs a blue sign. It says that the 3rd floor quest has begun. It also says that Kang Tison needs to defeat the boss of the 3rd floor and move on. The ghost frowns in displeasure and says that he has already died. He also asks the young man if he really thinks that he will be happy that someone alive is doing well. Kang Tison understands that this is the case and says that it is not his problem. The ghost exhales loudly, and the young man says that now it is time for the 3rd floor. Another blue sign says that the reward will be a low-level stamina potion. The secret reward of this floor is unknown. The young man is standing opposite the merchant. The man puts one hand on the tabletop. In his teeth he picks up the pipe. The man stands sideways and looks at the guy with raised eyebrows. Behind him are shelves with flasks of potions and books. He says that the young man has finally returned and makes a questioning sound. The man clenched his teeth and grinned with displeasure. He frowned and looked angry. The ghost hovered near his face and smiled maliciously. He rejoiced and said that this was an old senile man who was more stubborn than a donkey. He clarified whether this was true. He also asked if he was still alive. The merchant tisked and asked the guy if it turned out that he had taken the ghost's quest. The man put his hand, clenched into a fist, on the table. In the other he held a pipe and frowned with displeasure at the ghost. It hung in front of the man, examining him. The man addressed Kang Tison and said that the ghost was an ordinary noisy loser. He also advised the young man not to let the ghost influence him in any way. The white background smoothly flows into dark gray. There are golden stains on it. The ghost said what impudent words from an old geezer who only knows how to pray. He was surprised that such an old man also gave advice. The ghost says that it seems that Kang Tison is very dear to him. The ghost and the man bump heads and glare at each other. A bright flash appears between them, reaching for their eyes. Kang Tison stands a little to the side and watches what is happening with his hand raised. The ghost asks the merchant if he should fool around with Kang Tison. He also says that he wants to see the old man jump up and down in anger. The merchant asks him if he really thinks that such a pathetic spirit can do that. Kang Tison apologizes, attracting the attention of the arguing. The black background with golden lightning smoothly flows into a monochromatic white. Flies with a displeased face. Swords, shields, and equipment fly in the air near them. Kang Tison stretched one arm along his body and made a fist. He stretched his other hand to the side where his inventory is. A large pile of various equipment has formed under him. The young man tells the ghost and the merchant to stop arguing and pay attention to the man they are talking about. Kang Tison says that he sells all of this. He also asks the man to show him something useful from his wares. Swords, shields, bows are lying on the table in front of the merchant. The man stretches out his hand towards them and raises his eyebrows in confusion. Beads of sweat are running down his face and his lips are twisted into a grin. The ghost flies next to him and also looks towards the things. The man is amazed that the guy has collected so much. He also asks him how many monsters he has killed. Kang Tison closed his eyes and his mouth is curved in displeasure. He looks dissatisfied and tired of what is happening. A bright pink flash shines above his head. The ghost says that if a dead soul is determined, then everything should work out, and clarifies whether this is true and why not. The merchant says that he thinks the ghost wants the last remnants of his soul to be destroyed. The merchant sits at the table, resting one hand on it, holding a pipe in his teeth. The young man stretched out his hand, palm up, wearing a new black fingerless glove. With his other hand, he clasps his wrist. The blue plate says that these are spiked gloves and they give +2 points to attack. On his hand, the young man wears a strangely shaped shield, as if made of pentagons. The plate says that this is a bronze shield. It gives an additional point to attack and 5 to defense. Kang Tison looks at his hand with new items with a satisfied smile. He rests the other on his side. Behind the guy are stone vaults of the room. He says that all this looks quite good. Kang Tison stretched his hand up and smiles, examining the glove that shines in the air. On his neck hangs a small round pendant on a black cord. On the finger of the young man 2 more rings appeared. On the blue plates it is written that Kang received a metal ring, which gives an additional point to the attack. He also received a thorn ring. It gives 2 more points to the attack. On the third plate it is written that the guy is wearing a pendant of a strongman. It gives +2 points to the attack. Kang Tison says that as he thought, these are the best things. He half-questioningly says that with this he can knock down even a goblin in just 2 blows. Says that this is a deception. The man remembers Angel, who extended 2 fingers and covered his eyes. The merchant says that this is the art of air weapons. The ghost and the man again met eyes. They look irritated and dissatisfied. A bright flash appeared between them, the rays from which reached for their eyes. Kang Tison watches them from the side. The young man tells them both to stop. He is already moving out. A beam of light falls from above, illuminating the space. Around grow trees with green crowns. White particles fly in the air. Near the destroyed wall there is a tall tree. Nearby there is a bright beam, which is directed into the depths of the space. Kang Tison walks forward along the stone path. On one hand he wears a shield, and in the other he clutches a sword. Above him flies a disgruntled ghost, who frowns and opens his mouth wide. Kang Tison asks him why he and the merchant have such a terrible relationship. He answers the question with a question. He says, "How can you love this insidious and feeble-minded old man?" The background with purple lightning smoothly turns into light gray. 3 goblins are next to each other. They open their mouths wide and look as if they are ready to rush into the attack. Behind them, the space is painted green. The goblins make loud warlike sounds. The young man calmly looks at them. He even looks slightly surprised. Behind him are 3 large white dots on a blue background. A bright blue flash hits the goblin in the cheek, causing his head to fly off to the side. Some of his teeth crumble. The other 2 goblins widen their eyes and look up, looking surprised. A bright flash appears near their heads, which hits the wall. The monsters make surprised sounds. The young man is enveloped in a blue glow. Half of his face is hidden in shadow. His eyes glow a bright pink light. The young man kicks the goblin to the side, causing him to bend in half. His face has a painful expression. Tears are flowing from the monster's eyes. He lets out a loud scream. Bright green stains appeared on the white background. Kang Tison frowned with displeasure. His eyes turned completely white. The guy looks displeased. Above his head hangs a ghost, who stares at the young man. Green splashes of some kind of liquid fly towards Kang Tison. The ghost says that this floor is not fun at all. He folded his arms over his chest and leaned back a little. Drops of sweat are running down the ghost's face. He frowned and looks displeased. He says that he means that usually this place is very difficult. The ghost clarifies with the guy if he knows. He also says that in each pack there is a goblin with a staff and mental attacks, so he even died. On the island there are 2 brick rooms that look like boxes. One of them is half destroyed, and the second one looks almost whole. The young man stands on the path that comes from these 2 rooms and looks at the ghost. He hangs above the guy's head and looks displeased. Above the destroyed room, it says that Kang Tison cleared it in 2 minutes. Above the second room, it says that the young man cleared it in 3 minutes. The ghost asks the young man if he really thinks there is any point in rushing so much. Kang Tison replies that the 3rd floor is definitely easier for him than the 2nd. The young man moves forward into a room with swirling fog. The young man stands near a door, one hand reaching forward to open it. Above his head hangs a ghost, which glows slightly red. He asks a question that in his opinion there is no point in killing everyone at this point. The ghost also says that at the guy's current level, experience is not dripping much. He asks Kang Tison why he does not rush forward. Kang Tison says that maybe so, but he has a quest here. The young man stares ahead, frowning slightly. Kang Tison holds the Rakarada's sword in his hand and strikes the goblin with it, which flies off to the side. A bright blue flash follows the sword. The young man has closed his eyes and is calmly fighting. The ghost hangs above his head and looks down with his mouth slightly open. He asks Kang Tison about the quest again and asks if he has received any more. The young man replies that it is a quest from Rakarada's. He told him to kill all the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The young man looks forward, stretching out his hand to the orange sign. It hangs in front of him, slightly translucent. The black background with light smoke and bright sparks smoothly flows into white. The young man squinted one eye and looked ahead with the other. He raised one hand and waves it in the air. In front of him is a goblin with a staff, around which purple energy hovers. The ghost hovered at a distance from the battle and looked down with his mouth wide open. He is surprised that Rakarada's gives out such quests. The ghost says that he also passed his test, but this is the first time he hears about it. Kang Tison agrees and says that he has a question for the ghost. A bright yellow beam breaks through the brown earth. The ghost looks ahead in surprise. Bright golden sparks appear behind him. The young man asks the boy how much he knows about the apostles' contracts. Kang Tison is sitting on a rock in a dilapidated room. Dead goblins are lying near his feet. The ghost hangs in the air, unhappy, with his back down, his arms folded across his chest. The ghost exhales and says that who would have thought that the young man had heard of them. He also asks about the fact that, apparently, Rakarada's even offered the boy an apostle's contract. Golden stars are hovering against the black background. The ghost landed on Kang Tison's head and folded his arms across his chest. The young man covered one eye and twisted his mouth. Everything behind him is painted yellow, and small golden stars are flying near his head. The ghost asks where to start. Kang Tison asks him if he will explain everything to him so simply and without unnecessary noise. The ghost circles above the young man's head. Golden stars shine around him. Kang Tison leans his back against the ruined wall and crosses his arms over his chest. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The ghost says that he has already died and asks the boy if he has forgotten. The ghost also says that he is bound to this place because of the laws, but there are no restrictions on information. He asks if it is okay that he started from the very beginning. The ghost hangs in the air. He raises one hand up. Behind his back is a dark blue wave and bright blue stains. He says that each god rules his own territory. Two girls touch hands, one sparkles with pure white light, and the other seems to be hidden in the shadows. The ghost says that someone is responsible for victory and others for defeat. He adds that just as Rakarada's are responsible for death and conflict, some are responsible for two or more aspects. He says that there are gods of design, who rule over only a certain concept, or gods of religions, which were born from the faith of people. The ghost says that there are many options, in all shapes and sizes. The young man looks away, his mouth slightly open. He is sitting on the ground, his hands on his legs, one of them holding a shield. He asks the ghost what it means to be a god in the labyrinth. He also says that he feels that the gods here are different from those on Earth. The ghost says that the gods of the labyrinth are those who helped build it. Kang Tison stares ahead in surprise, one eye shining with a bright purple light. He asks again about the construction. Light clouds and bright white sparks float against the black background. The ghost hangs in the air, his arms outstretched. Behind him, there is a man standing next to a circle with various patterns. The ghost asks Kang Tison if he remembers the system window that popped up as soon as he appeared in the labyrinth. It said that this labyrinth was created by a great magician a long time ago. It also said that there is a legend that whoever goes through it all will be granted one wish. There is light smoke on a black background. The ghost flies down, stretching out his arms. He approaches a man with blue skin and light blue clouds. He has a wide smile on his face. He is wearing a green-pointed magician's hat. The man stretches out his hand forward. On it is a bright golden star. The ghost says that even for a great magician, it was too difficult to create the entire labyrinth from scratch. He explains that this is why he searched for similarly enlightened ones to fulfill his plan. He says that his wish is to create the greatest labyrinth, that is, a tower that gradually descends into the abyss. A man with a sword stands next to a magician who holds a staff. On the other side stands a man wearing a cloak and a hat with a feather. The ghost says that this is how he summoned countless warriors and heroes at his own risk. The two men fight with swords, their weapons crossed, bright sparks coming from them. The ghost continues to say that he told them about the challenge he issued, about fights not for life, but for death. The man lies with his arms folded on his chest. Near his head are white flowers. He is surrounded by a large number of skulls. Kang Tison looks forward, his mouth slightly open and his brows furrowed. The ghost says that he told them about their untimely death. He wonders if they wanted to see this too. The young man says that he thinks the gods really liked this idea. A man in a green cloak and a hat of the same color stands in the center. A huge crowd of people in robes have gathered around him. their hands stretched out to the center. The magician holds his hands, palms up, with a bright yellow star shining on them. The ghost hangs by their side. He has his arms spread out to the sides and is slightly glowing red. The ghost asks the guy if he thinks they just liked it. He says that they were jumping for joy and joyfully supporting the magician. He says that this is why, after an infinitely huge amount of time spent by the gods, this place was built, this very labyrinth. A huge staircase leads down, it twists in a circle. At the very bottom, the space glows with a bright golden light. The ghost says that the gods have taken their places in the labyrinth they created, deep below, right on the ground floor. A huge woman with blonde hair touches her index finger to the head of a man who is calmly standing in front of her. The ghost says that from there they began to single out some of the people who got into the labyrinth. He says that by testing them and giving them attention to determine their worth. A golden ribbon and a red grid are on a black background. The ghost says that those who the gods are truly interested in, they make an offer. This is called the Apostles' Contract. The young man folds his arms over his chest and looks forward with his mouth slightly open. Behind him is a broken wall. Kang Tison asks if this is good or bad. The young man sits on a rock. A little to the side is the Rakarada's sword. The ghost hangs in front of Kang Tison. They both look towards the weapon. Its blade shines brightly with a red light. The ghost says that if the player becomes an apostle, he will receive many abilities, as many as the god favors him. He adds that they can reward beyond what they have received and provide assistance. The young man hunches his back and puts his hands on his knees. He looks at the ghost hovering next to him with his mouth slightly open. Kang Tison asks what the disadvantages are then. A girl with fair skin and white hair is wearing a yellow dress. Above her head is a bush with white flowers. The ghost says that firstly, his soul will belong to a god, and other gods may dislike him for this. A man with pointy ears holds someone's skull in his hand and smiles widely. The young man looks up. There is a ghost hovering there and raising his hand says something. He says that the Rakaradas, for example, have a lot of enemies. The ghost says that there are quite a few who do not like him. They consider his actions a real shame. The ghost says that if Kang Tison goes lower, then perhaps the gods will try to cause him all sorts of inconveniences. The young man put one hand on his leg and the other on his knee. He looks forward with a surprised expression, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The ghost says that there is one more thing. The boy will have to follow the god's orders, since he will grant him his power. He also says that even if he considers it unfair to himself, he will not be able to refuse. Kang Tison says that there are still a couple of pitfalls. The young man put his hand to his mouth and thoughtfully looks away, slightly frowning. He thinks about the fact that it seems like he should refuse the opportunity to become someone's apostle. He also thinks about the fact that, however, it is said that the one who goes through the labyrinth is guaranteed to be given a wish. The white background smoothly turns into light gray with bright white sparks. Kang Tison thinks that by victory they probably mean clearing. He also reflects on the fact that he has never heard from Tion about a wish fulfilled. The girl is standing in a white robe, her hair fluttering in space. Light bright sparks are flying in front of her. The girl has covered her eyes. She has raised her hands to chest level and is holding a purple stone in them. The young man wonders if the Ouroboros bezer could be what she wished for. There are black stripes and blue bright sparks on a dark background. The young man is sitting on a stone in a dilapidated room of the labyrinth. He has spread his legs wide and raised his hand up. The young man thinks that if we talk about the Tion she knows, then instead of rewinding time, she would choose something else. The young man rested his elbows on his knees and put his palms to his head. On one of his wrists is a green shield. Behind the young man, everything glows with a bright purple light. Kang Tison thinks that somewhere in the first point something does not add up. He thinks that if you put together the stories of the ghosts, then the adventurers smugly challenge the labyrinth in the hope of fulfilling a wish. He remembers how many people run from the bright fire that the monsters spread. The young man looks ahead, his brows furrowed, drops of sweat running down his cheek. He thinks about what happened to the people from Earth then. Golden sparks and a bright beam of light hover on the brown background. The young man is slightly hunched over, a ghost is hovering next to him. He looks at Kang Tison in bewilderment. He lets out a long breath. The young man thinks that he still does not know many things. Kang Tison rose to his feet, one hand on his hip and the other clenched into a fist. He slightly turned his head to the side and looks intently over his shoulder. There is a happy ghost flying there, who smiles and waves his hands. The young man questioningly suggests going forward. The ghost agrees and asks the guy if they can quickly clear them all out this time and move on. The brown background smoothly flows into black. Bright golden sparks sparkle on it. The young man thinks that he needs to focus on what he can do at the moment. White particles are flying on the black background. A bright flash appeared in the air. Next to it is a bright rainbow circle. The blue sign says that the trap was successfully disarmed. It is no longer dangerous. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor, one hand resting on his knee and the other stretched forward. In it, he is holding a bunch of lockpicks. A ghost is flying above the guy's shoulder, looking down, stretching out his arms. Kang Tison is surprised at what he did. The black background smoothly flows into light brown with rainbow sparkles. 3 lockpicks are hanging in the air, they are shining brightly. The blue tablets say that the young man has acquired a trigger skill called Trap Disarm. The second tablet says that the skill costs 1 mana and requires 1% mastery. The last lines say that the young man is trying to disarm a trap, and that at his current level, he should ignore it. Kang Tison is slightly hunched over and has his hand on his hip. He holds his other hand at the level of a gird, with a bunch of lockpicks hanging above it. The young man has a slight, satisfied smile on his face, and his eyes are closed. The ghost hangs over his shoulder, slightly squinting. Someone says that the skill has evolved from a skill called Conditional Activation. Kang Tison says that he thought he would have to spend about 100 tries to get it. He also says that it was easy as pie, and he did it in just 10. Kang Tison is standing near the wall, with one hand on it and the other held to the side. A blue circle with symbols appeared near her. A ghost hangs behind the young man. He looks dissatisfied. The ghost put his hands on his hips and frowns at the guy. On the blue signs of the system it is written that Kang Tison used a skill called Trap Disarming. A check was started. The young man holds his hand near the blue circle. Kang Tison looks away thoughtfully. A yellow beam comes from the wall near his head. The blue sign says that the attempt to disarm the trap failed. Kang Tison chuckles thoughtfully. The ghost put his hands on his hips and tightly clenched his mouth. His eyebrows are furrowed. Behind the ghost's back there is a bright red space with black patterns. Kang Tison squatted near the wall. The blue circle continues to be near the guy's hands. A ghost hangs behind his back, who waves his hands in the air. Kang Tison is dissatisfied with this fuss. The ghost makes satisfied sounds and says that the guy seriously managed to find the secret room in one go, but he is wasting time on a useless skill. The ghost asks him what he is doing. Kang Tison holds his hands in front of him. There is a blue circle next to them. The young man slightly opened his mouth and looks surprised. The ghost flies behind him and waves his hands in the air. He says that nothing much has changed because the young man increased his skill. He also says that the guy can just slip through all these traps on a physical level. The ghost adds that like last time, the guy did something and flew. Kang Tison says that he is not sure about that. The guy says that he does not know that much about this place. The stairs go far down. A bright golden light breaks through from below. The ghost frowns with displeasure. A drop of sweat runs down his face. A bright golden flash appeared behind the ghost. Kang Tison says that if he is trying to clear a place he knows almost nothing about, then the more trump cards he has up his sleeve, the better. The young man is standing almost next to the wall, his head slightly turned to the side. There is still a blue circle near his hand. Kang Tison says that he does not know when, where and how he will need it. The young man adds that he would rather take everything he can. This is his path. Blue fragments, small blue sparks, fly against the black background. The system plate says that the skill of disarming traps has increased by 1%. The young man stares ahead, his face illuminated by blue light. A ghost hangs behind the guy. Multicolored rectangles fly near him. The ghost imagines a young man with white hair reaching his hand up. There is a sword in his chest. Blood is gushing from the wound. The ghost lowered his hands down, his bangs falling on his face. He thinks that this is for sure. He was the one who could not follow this rule. Kang Tison is standing in a room with stone walls. He is stretching his arms up. The guy's mouth is wide open and his eyes are closed. In front of Kang Tison is a chest with an open lid. Everything around it is glowing golden. Kang Tison yawns loudly. The young man says that his skill has increased by about 7%. He also says that he has not received his reward yet. The guy believes that this is the end of the secret room on the 3rd floor. The young man stretched his hand down. Near his palm there are bright golden stars. On his thumb is a ring of an odd shape. The blue plate says that this is a curved ring. It adds 3 points of strength. The black background smoothly flows into light gray. Rare golden sparks fly on it. Kang Tison is standing in the room, holding the edges of the hole in the wall with his hand. A bright golden light breaks into the room. Inside there is a huge number of goblins that have been defeated. Kang Tison begins to talk about something that remains. The young man smiles widely, looking somewhere to the side. Behind him is a yellow-orange background with bright stripes and black splashes. The ghost hangs over the young man's shoulder and looks at him carefully. Kang Tison talks about the boss and asks the ghost if they will go. The young man moves forward to a double red door. On the floor, near his feet, white smoke swirls. Kang Tison opened the door and is about to go inside the room. He looks up towards the ghost that flies above him. Behind the guy there is a stone path and small islands. The ghost says that this is the goblin floor. He tells Kang Tison that he should already have a rough idea of what will appear there and asks if this is true. Kang Tison tells the ghost that he knows. The light gray background smoothly flows into a darker one. Goblins with weapons are drawn on the wall. There are inscriptions near them. Two goblins are talking about something, standing with their legs bent and arms outstretched. The young man entered the room, on the walls of which there are a huge number of images of these monsters. The floor is made of stones of different shapes. Kang Tison stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. A ghost hangs over his shoulder, also carefully examining the room. Kang Tison says that everything is quite obvious, you don't even need to look. The goblin opened his mouth wide, sticking his tongue out. Saliva flows down his huge fangs and mouth. There is a golden ornament on the monster's neck. The goblin looks very strong. His muscles are literally bulging. On the creature's head there is a golden ornament that holds gray hair. The goblin grins furiously, his eyes glow brightly red. The space around is illuminated with a bright green light. Green spots appeared on the brown background. The blue plaque says that the goblin leader has appeared. The young man has drawn his sword forward and is rushing to attack. He has pulled his other hand to the side and clenched it into a fist. A ghost hangs above his head, smiling at what is happening. He is amazed and asks to look at the goblin. He says that it seems that he knows that the young man has killed all the voices in the area. The ghost says half-questioningly that the goblin leader is definitely furious. The goblin has put his staff in front of him, green energy is glowing near it. Kang Tison moves forward, putting his hand in front of him and blocking the debris. The goblin is standing a few steps away from the guy, clutching the staff in his outstretched hand. The space around is illuminated by bright flashes and the goblin's green magic. The blue plaque says that the goblin leader is attacking in a wave. Kang Tison moves forward quickly. He put one hand in front of him and pulled the other back. In it, he is clutching the Rakarada's sword. A bright flash appears behind the young man. The young man moves towards the goblin, his hands behind his back and his eyes fixed in front of him. The goblin points his staff towards the boy. Bright green energy moves towards the young man. Kang Tison is clutching a staff with purple eyes in his hand. There is a crooked grin on the young man's face, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Purple magic is glowing around the boy, emanating from the staff. The blue sign again says that the goblin is attacking. Kang Tison tells him that he is not the only one here who can swing a staff. The goblin's red eyes are flashing brightly, his mouth open. Red splashes and bright lightning are flying around him. The goblin swung his staff, holding it in both hands. He looks huge compared to the young man. A green line of light stretches behind the goblin's staff. The monster lets out a cry. The goblin struck with both hands, opening his mouth wide. A bright white-green flash appears near the place of the strike. Green lightning appeared on a black background. The young man stands calmly and looks up at the enemy's staff, which is approaching his face. Kang Tison chuckles thoughtfully. The young man raised his hand and extended his index finger, touching the staff with it. Kang Tison says that the goblin is indeed slow due to its size. Kang Tison looks forward, his eyes wide open, his bangs falling on his forehead, getting in the way and blocking his vision. The goblin swings his hand, striking. A bright green line stretches behind the staff. The young man jumped high into the air and turned over. The goblin looks at this from below, perplexed. Kang Tison struck the monster, throwing it aside. A bright blue flash appeared in the air where the guy hit. There was a satisfied smile on the young man's face. The ghost was hanging in the air, one hand behind his back, the other to his face. His eyes were closed, and his mouth was wide open. The ghost raised his hands to his face and rounded his mouth. White smoke was floating behind him. He said that this was what he expected. The ghost said that at this point, the goblin leader was no longer a match for the young man. He also added that he was usually so hard to deal with. The ghost said that it was boring. Kang Tison narrowed his eyes slightly. Debris of something was flying around his face. The goblin closed his mouth. Clouds of steam were flying behind his head. The monster fell to the floor, hitting hard. Kang Tison stood on the goblin's back, pinning him to the ground. Debris from the stone floor rose up. A blue sign said that Kang Tison had defeated the boss of the third floor. The dark gray background smoothly flows into white. The young man straightened his back and looks ahead with a wide smile on his face. Kang Tison looks very pleased. There are a huge number of system windows near him. They say something about the young man's survivability and agility, and also that he activated something. Bright small sparks fly against the dark background. The young man holds a bottle of potion in his hands. He squeezes the cap from it in his teeth. Kang Tison's eyes are slightly closed. Golden stars fly near his face. The blue system window says that the young man received a basic reward. It says that the basic reward is a basic survivability enhancement potion. Kang Tison raised his hand with the potion to his mouth and takes a sip. He stretched out his second hand upwards. In it he holds a staff that slightly glows green. The young man looks at it intently. The blue plate says that the young man received a battered wooden staff. Kang Tison asks what this is and says that he sees such statistics for the first time. The young man holds the staff tightly in his hand, holding it in the air. The ghost came closer and looked at the weapon. The blue sign says about a battered wooden staff. It says that it adds 3 additional points to magic. The sign also says that the power of magic is weak. The ghost asks about the magic staff and asks if the young man received it. He says that Kang Tison's luck is simply beyond measure. The young man holds an empty potion flask in his hand and holds a staff in the other. He looks forward, puffing out one cheek. A ghost flies behind him. He folded his hands on his hands and closed one eye. Kang Tison asks what it is. The ghost is surprised and says that it is a staff that allows the guy to use magic. Kang Tison opened his mouth and looks forward. His eyes are wide open and a bead of sweat is running down his cheek. The ghost says that the young man can strengthen the magic he has already received with the staff. Kang Tison asks him to wait and asks again if magic can really be learned. The ghost is hanging in the air with his hands stretched out downwards. His mouth is slightly open and his brows are furrowed. Beads of sweat are running down his face. There is a bright golden flash near his head. The ghost is surprised and asks why the boy is pretending not to know about this. He asks how this can surprise the boy when he has already met monsters who use magic. Kang Tison looks up in surprise. A bead of sweat is running down his cheek. Ti-Yon is standing behind him, her hair fluttering in the air. Staffs of various shapes are flying around the girl. Kang Tison thinks about how he thought that in order to use magic, you need to limit yourself to what is in the staff. He also reflects on the fact that even Ti-Yon has never used magic on her own. Kang Tison asks the ghost how he can learn magic. The light gray background smoothly flows into dark, light blue energy flies on it. The ghost is hanging in the air, with his hands folded behind his back. He closed one eye and stares ahead. Behind him are two people in pointed hats. One of them raised his hand up, clutching a staff in it, from which blue magic emanates. The ghost asks again and says that the guy's face is discovering a new collection for himself. He adds that otherwise, he can learn from someone else, one of the two. Blue streaks of energy sparkle on the black background. The young man put his hand to his mouth and looks forward. He put his other hand on the crook of his elbow. Behind the young man's back is the head of a man with blue hair. Kang Tison thinks that the first option is on the verge of impossible. He ponders what this means, so he will leave it for later. He also wonders if there are NPCs in the labyrinth that he can learn magic from. Blue magic streaks sparkle against the black background. Many people are standing in the square, all of them looking around or up. Several warriors with weapons are standing in the middle of the ruined walls. Bright beams are shining on them from above. The young man thinks that this makes sense. There are only good NPCs in solo mode. Ti-Yon put her hand to her chest and stands in the middle of outer space. A man in a yellow cloak and a pointed hat of the same color stands with his back to her. Kang Tison thinks that this NPC is probably hidden somewhere, so Ti-Yon did not know about it. The guy also thinks that this explains why no one on Earth could use magic. Kang Tison closed his eyes, clutching an object in his hand that glows brightly with blue light. The ghost hovered next to him, a satisfied expression on his face. Kang Tison asks him, in any case, this means that at the moment he cannot study magic. The ghost says that it is time for the 4th floor and urges him to hurry. The young man opened his mouth and looks ahead with a surprised look. He says that since he has finished the quest, he will first go back and go to Rakrana's. The young man is standing in the middle of the labyrinth. He raised one hand and pointed it towards the blue window of the system. The ghost hovered above the young man's head and carefully watches what the guy is doing. The ghost asks Kang Tison what it is and what happened. The gray background smoothly flows into dark gray. The young man thinks about the fact that he received a reward for leveling up, a bonus for mental qualities. He also thinks that he received a reward for clearing the 3rd floor. Kang Tison stretched his hand forward towards the blue window. Kang Tison slightly tilted his chin forward. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He looks surprised. His brows are slightly furrowed. Kang Tison says that he did not receive any secret reward. The young man is amazed, thinking that there is something else hidden here. The ghost opened his mouth in amazement and stretched his hands down. Drops of sweat are running down his face. The ghost's brows are furrowed. He makes a long, indignant and questioning sound. There is white smoke on the black background. The young man is in the room where he fought with the goblin leader. The guy is staring at something in front of him. The ghost is behind him. He puts one hand to his chest. He says that the guy cleared the secret room and killed the boss. The ghost asks Kang Tison what this could be. Are there really 2 secret rooms here? Kang Tison walks forward. Next to him is a wall with goblins painted on it. There is white smoke on the black background, which ripples slightly. The young man looks towards the ghost. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face. He looks surprised. His mouth is slightly open. The ghost hangs in the air and stretches his mouth into a tube. Kang Tison asks the ghost what he thinks about this. He answers that they won't even be able to find the secret room of this floor. White smoke floats on the black background. The young man put his hand to his scarf and slightly tilted his head to the side. A drop of sweat runs down his face. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed and his lips are tightly pressed together. He thinks that he will waste too much time if he searches the entire 3rd floor again. He also thinks about the fact that he is unlucky. The guy wonders if he should give up and not collect the secret reward this time. Red feathers on a white thread are hung on the stone wall. Some dark stains are on the will of the goblin images. Here are two creatures standing behind each other, kneeling. The second picture shows a goblin leader with a staff in his hand. A young man is standing in the middle of the room and examining the walls. The eye of one of the drawn goblins is wide open and looking to the side. A blue flash appeared on the black background. Kang Tison thinks that the images on the wall are looking at one point. The young man is staring at the wall, pursing his lips. The ghost is a little to the side, looking down, his mouth open. The ghost asks Kang Tison where he is going. He clarifies that this is a completely different road. The young man stretched out his hand forward. A bright blue light appeared near his palm. Magic rises in the air, illuminating the space around. The ghost hangs a little in the distance and watches what is happening. The blue sign says that Kang Tison activated the neutralization of traps. The young man is standing near a hole in the wall that leads to some room. The debris is lying right at Kang Tison's feet, and behind him, clouds of dust are swirling. The young man takes a step into the passage, placing his hand on the wall. He has a slight, satisfied smile on his face. The ghost hovers above the guy, his mouth wide open and his brows furrowed. He asks the young man what he just did. Kang Tison replies that only this part of the wall was made of the same material as the trapdoor in the server room. The guy adds that he checked for luck and was lucky. The young man looks up and stares at something with a slightly surprised look. He presses his lips tightly together and raises his eyebrows slightly. He wonders what they hid in the hole. There are many columns in the huge room. In the center there is a throne on which sits a goblin in white clothes. The goblin sits with his head down and his hands on his knees. The blue sign says that the young man has encountered a former goblin lord. His name is Hage Ha. The young man's mouth is slightly open and his body is slightly tilted forward. A ghost is hovering over his shoulder, looking at what is ahead with confusion. Clouds of dust are flying around them. Kang Tison thinks that this is the first time he has met a monster with a name. The ghost attracts attention and is about to say something about it. He asks a question about something being wrong and asks the boy if he thinks the same. The ghost asks why someone of the Lord class is here. The ghost frowned and looks at him with a shocked and nervous look. A drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The gray background smoothly flows into light. The goblin reaches out his hand towards the sword that stands next to him. There is a displeased expression on the monster's face. Kang Tison asks the ghost if he knows anything about this. The ghost says that the lords are the kings of their asa, as the name suggests. The goblin grabbed the sword with his hand and squeezed his palm tightly. Red energy appeared near his hand. The ghost says that there can only be one lord. They transcend all limits and ideas about their paradise. The lord continues to sit on the throne, holding the sword with one hand, which is to the side and stuck into the floor. The monster opened its mouth, showing sharp triangular teeth. He says that he bears no malice towards them. The light gray background smoothly flows into dark. The goblin took the sword in his hands and holds it in front of his face. His eye glows red. Kang Tison's face is reflected in the blade of the sword, which perfectly matches the monster's face. The goblin says that they are also just toys that were dragged here. The monster says that he is just a creature who is given the role of a monster here. Bright red stripes appeared on the black background. The monster starts to say something. The goblin swung his sword, sending a bright red line of light forward. The columns in the rooms are broken in half, debris flies in the air. Kang Tison tilted his head down, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes are brightly glowing with violet light. A bright red flash is directed towards the guy's face. The monster says that he will kill Kang Tison. The columns are almost completely destroyed. Red sparks are floating in the air near them. Kang Tison frowned and stared ahead. A drop of sweat is running near the corner of his eye. Smoke and debris of columns are flying against the dark gray background. Kang Tison sank to the floor and put his hand to his chest. He clenched his teeth and bared his teeth, looking at the floor. The ghost hovered over the young man's shoulder. Near him are the bases of the broken columns. A blue sign says that Kang Tison activated the reflection. The young man stretched out his hand in front of him, protecting himself from something. The ghost hid behind the guy. A bright pink flash appeared in front of them. Fragments of columns fly in the air. Kang Tison raised his head up and looks with a slightly puzzled look. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. A ghost hangs next to him, who watches what is happening with the same expression on his face. Kang Tison thinks that if he did not have a reflection, he would already be on the threshold of death. The guy mentally marvels at what kind of a person it was. Pink caviar and smoke of the same color are flying against the black background. Kang Tan noticed something and glanced to the side. The goblin holds a sword in his hand and is about to attack with it again. Kang Tison is at a sufficient distance from the monster. Bright pink sparks sparkle against the black background. Kang Tison holds the Rakarada's sword in his hands. A bright blue glow has appeared near its blade. The young man walks forward, staring intently and frowning. Kang Tison clenches his teeth and bares his teeth, looking at his opponent. He and the goblin have their swords crossed and are very close to each other. The goblin frowned, causing wrinkles to form on his forehead. His eyes glow with a bright red light. A bright pink lightning appeared near the monster's face. The goblin holds a sword in front of him. Kang Tison grins with effort and clenches his teeth tightly. He frowned and stares ahead. With one hand, the guy holds the blade of the sword, holding back the onslaught of his opponent. The space around him is painted blue. Kang Tison mentally wonders where this incredible strength comes from. The goblin tightly grips the hilt of the sword and strikes. The space around him is painted bright pink. The dark gray background smoothly turns into light. On it there are pink stripes. The goblin did not even get up from his place. He still sits on the throne. The monster swung his sword, moving his hand to the country. A bright flash appeared in front of the goblin. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth. Beads of sweat fly off his face. Kang Tison holds the sword with both hands. He rests the blade on the floor and slides back, slowing down his hands and weapon. A blue shield hangs at the will of the young man. Kang Tison thinks that his strength indicator is now 37. He says that at an easy level of difficulty this was enough up until the 50th floor. The guy also thinks that now he can barely hold on. The ghost hung in the air and looked down with a surprised eyebrow. Bright pink sparks appeared on the black background. The goblin raised his hand up, swinging his sword. The young man stands a couple of steps away from him and holds the weapon in his hands. The young man clenched his teeth tightly and smiles slightly. He frowned and looked ahead. Kang Tison mentally ordered himself to think. He thought about how the Lord's weapon was a two-handed sword. The boy also thought about how that meant he should have an advantage due to its lightness. The goblin swung the sword and held it outstretched. Kang Tison rushed forward, frowning. The young man looked confident. He was clutching his sword in his hand, and blue energy was glowing around it. The goblin was clutching a sword in his hand, and it was shining brightly. He said that it was not bad, and asked if the boy was thinking about something. He did not finish the sentence, pausing. The goblin was holding the hilt of the sword, clenching his fingers tightly. A bright red flash was shining around the monster's hand. He continued speaking, and asked if the boy thought that he was the only one who thought of this. Bright pink lines and sparks appeared on the black background. The goblin holds a sword in his hand and holds it above the young man's head. Kang Tison stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. Between the goblin's hand and the young man's is a blue system window. It says that the young man has activated the reflection. The hilt of the opponent's sword is aimed straight at the young man's forehead. Kang Tison frowned and stared ahead, beads of sweat running down his face. He clenched his teeth and bared his teeth. The pink plate says that Hage Ha is activating a powerful blow. Kang Tison curses loudly. A bright purple flash appears in space. The young man flies forward, putting one hand to the side. In it, he is clutching the Rakarada's sword. Kang Tison's mouth is wide open and he stares ahead, his eyes completely white. The blue plate says that the young man has received a powerful blow. The second plate says that all of the young man's actions have been delayed for 10 seconds. The young man stepped onto the ground, a bright yellow flash burst from under his foot. Kang Tison clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth, looking forward. His face was covered in abrasions and beads of sweat. The young man's eyebrows were furrowed, he looked very nervous. The entire space behind his head was painted blue. Debris was flying into the air. Kang Tison mentally cursed and thought that in this state he couldn't even retreat. He thought that he needed to hold out for these 10 seconds. A bright purple funnel appeared on a black background. 10 seconds was written in its center. The goblin was sitting on the throne and looking forward with a displeased grimace. The young man extended his hand with a sword forward. Kang Tison opened his mouth wide and looked forward with a confident look. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Purple lines of magic were flying near him. The young man thought that it would be impossible to react to the attack now. He also thinks that this means something, but does not finish the thought. The swords of the young man and the goblin crossed each other. Near the point of contact, a bright blue flash appeared. The blue plate says that Kang Tison activated a skill called parry. It also says that the guy will automatically counterattack the opponent's blows. The goblin pursed his lips and smiled. The goblin swings his sword in the air, leaving a pink mark in the air. With his other hand, he still continues to hold onto the armrest. Kang Tison closed his eyes and grinned nervously, beads of sweat running down his face. A bright flash is directed towards him. The young man flies far back, struck by bright pink magic. The goblin made a strike, swinging his sword in the air. On the black background there is a purple funnel. It says 3 seconds left. A young man lies on the floor with his hand clenched into a fist. He frowns in displeasure and looks ahead. Beads of sweat are running down his face. He thinks that his position was compromised because he was too focused on dodging the sword. The young man rises up on the floor, one hand reaching for his forearm. The goblin extends his hand with the sword forward, pointing the weapon towards the young man. A bright pink flash hits the guy. The young man flies back, covering his eyes. He flips in the air, blue energy glows near the young man's body. The blue plate says that Kang Tison has activated a skill called Reflection. The pink plate says that Hage Ha has activated a powerful blow. The black background smoothly flows into red. Bright streaks of blood appear on this background. Kang Tison is sitting on the floor, leaning on his hands. He slightly tilted his head forward. Beads of sweat are running down his face. Blood splashes fly near the young man. Kang Tison makes a strangled sound. The pink sign says that Kang Tison has taken 46 damage. Pink sparks sparkle on a black background. The pink spot says that there are 0 seconds left. Kang Tison is lying on the floor, face down, with debris falling on him from above. A goblin is sitting on a throne, his head slightly tilted down. Kang Tison is on the floor, leaning on his hands and trying to get up. A ghost is flying next to him, glowing pink and red. The goblin turned his head slightly to the side, since the young man is behind him. The ghost calls the young man by name. Kang Tison opened his mouth wide and tilted his head down. He closed his eyes, drops of opt are running down his face. The ghost hangs at a distance from the young man and looks at him furiously. He says that he can't handle a guy like that yet. The ghost says that now is the time to retreat and move to the next floor. The ghost adds that Kang Tison will be able to return when he becomes stronger. The young man widens his eyes and looks forward. He slightly frowns, a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He refuses and says that he will continue as he is. The ghost hovers near the young man's head and looks at him in bewilderment. Drops run down his face, and the ghost's brows are furrowed. He asks the young man about his words again. Kang Tison is kneeling, leaning his hands on the floor. He slightly hunches his back and looks down. The ghost flies near the young man and looks into his face. He asks the guy if he has forgotten that this is a lord. The ghost says that this is not a creature that an adventurer from the 3rd floor can compete with. The ghost is indignant. He raised one hand up and opened his mouth wide. His brows are furrowed, drops of sweat run down his face. The ghost says that it does not look like it, that this monster is going to go somewhere. Kang Tison lowered his chin down, his mouth slightly open. He frowned slightly, his face covered with abrasions. The young man says that if his priority is safety, he will not get anything. Kang Tison also says that as soon as he leaves the floor, his reward will decrease sharply. Many gold pieces form a single surface in which there are blue crystals. The black tablet says that the young man can freely move between floors in the labyrinth. Also, on the next tablet, it says that, however, as soon as Kang Tison enters the next floor, the reward of the previous floor decreases. The last tablet says that the young man can earn 5 times less experience and gold, and special rewards will disappear. The young man rests his hand on the floor. One leg is on the floor and the other is bent at the knee. He rests it on the floor. The ghost flies near the young man's head. He thinks that, therefore, if he wants to get everything from this floor, then he needs to do something. The guy does not finish his thought. The ghost waves his hands in the air. His mouth is wide open. The ghost frowns, squeezing his eyes shut. Beads of sweat are running down his face. A bright pink-purple energy shines behind the ghost. The ghost tells Kang Tison that he is too overconfident and reckless. He exclaims that the young man has been working so hard to improve his skill percentage, and now he is suddenly rushing into such an adventure. Kang Tison continues to sit on the floor. He slightly turned his head to the side. The ghost hangs in the air and looks at the young man. Kang Tison says that he has no idea what the ghost is talking about. The guy says that everything he did was for the sake of dealing with this. The young man stood up. White smoke appeared near the sole of his foot. Kang Tison says that he has collected all the rewards and destroyed all the monsters. The young man also says that he did not do this to avoid danger. The young man looks ahead with his lips pursed. His eyebrows are furrowed, causing small wrinkles to appear. In the background is outer space. Kang Tison thinks that this is not for the sake of survival, rather he is putting his life on the line in this fight. The ghost looks ahead in shock, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide open. He wants to say something to the boy, but stops at addressing him. A bright blue flash appears on the black background. It says that Kang Tison is acting for the best rewards. The young man's bangs fall on his forehead, curling slightly. Kang Tison says that everything was for the sake of increasing his chances of success. The young man stands, clutching the Rakarada's sword in his hand. Blue energy sparkles around the young man, rising high into the air. The blue sign says that no verification is needed. It says that Kang Tison faced an enemy that could not be defeated, the boy's consciousness is unshakable, and his fighting spirit has increased. The young man's willpower has increased. The last blue tablet says that all stats have been increased. The young man stares ahead with his lips pursed. His hair is fluttering in the air. Blue energy is flying around the boy. The blue tablet says that during battle, the young man will be unshakable. The second tablet says that the young man has received eyes that can detect the enemy's weak point. The goblin sits on the throne with his head bowed down. In one hand, he clutches a sword, stretching it out in front of him. The young man thinks that they would not place an invincible enemy on the 3rd floor. Kang Tison thinks that there is definitely a chance to do so. The goblin sits on the chair, clasping one hand on the armrest, and in the other he holds a sword. The young man thinks that if he thinks about it, he has never gotten up from the throne. The young man wants to make a guess about something. The ghost hovers over the young man's shoulder and stares ahead. Kang Tison pursed his lips and stares slightly to the side. The ghost attracts the young man's attention and says something about a goblin. Kang Tison says that he is right, the goblin has no NG. The young man stands in the middle of the room and looks around. In one hand he holds a sword and the other is simply stretched out along his body. Kang Tison thinks that from what he understood, he is the previous lord. The guy thinks that in any case, he cannot get up from the throne, then he has a chance. The goblin bowed his head forward, closing his eyes. He laughs and tells the guy that he is a brave warrior. The goblin opened his eyes, which sparkle with a bright red light. He says that he respects the fact that he does not retreat. The goblin says that then he will confront the guy for real. A young man stands near the wall of the room, quite a distance from the goblin's throne. The monster asks the boy how he will approach him this time. He calls him a warrior. The white background smoothly flows into dark gray. The young man closed his eyes and stretched out his hand along his body. He put his other hand to the wall, a blue glow emanating from his palm. The sign says that Kang Tison has activated a skill called holding his breath. The young man swung his fist, moving his hand behind his back. He frowned and bit his lip. There are bright blue stripes on the dark background. The young man punches the wall, creating a huge dent in it. A bright flash illuminates the space. One of the columns crumbles, falling down in small fragments. The goblin sits on the throne and looks around. The columns begin to fall down. The room collapses. The goblin raised his sword up. A bright pink flash follows its blade. Stone particles are falling on a light gray background. The goblin continues to sit on the throne. The space around him is filled with rising dust. The goblin says that the guy used his head. He also says that the debris will fall on the guy too. The goblin asks if this sentence is true. There is light smoke on a black background. A young man is standing in the middle of the dust. He has closed his eyes and extended his hand. In it, he is clutching a staff that glows purple. A blue plate says that the young man has activated confusion and is currently being checked. The goblin has closed one eye and is looking forward. There are clouds of dust and a bright purple glow near him. The young man extended his staff forward and pointed it at the monster. The gentleman's eyebrows are narrowed and his mouth is slightly open. Many arrows are flying towards the goblin from all sides. The goblin is sitting on the throne. Purple magic is glowing brightly near him. He says he wonders if the arrows are really coming at him. The black background fades into brownish red. The pink sign says the test has failed. The goblin stares ahead, frowning. The monster has picked up the sword with both hands and holds it in front of him. He says that, however, the guy can't hurt him like that. The goblin sits on the throne. He waved his hand with the sword and opened his mouth wide. There is bright energy around. The goblin looks ahead in shock, his lips curled in displeasure. Bright flashes appeared near his head. One of them hits the goblin in the chest. The monster sits on the throne. The Rakarada's sword comes out of his chest. The young man sits behind the back of the throne, piercing it through. The goblin says that the guy was able to dodge all the debris. He asks the young man how he did it. The young man stood up and rested his hand on the back of the throne. Kang Tison grabbed the throne and looks forward, peeking out from behind the back. He says that he used a skill called forced combat. No one except the goblin can interfere with the guy. The young man stands with one leg in front of him. He is clutching a bow and arrow in his hands. Kang Tison says that this also applies to breakages, even if they fall on them. The young man says that only the goblin's weapon or what he throws at him can interfere with him. The light gray background smoothly flows into darker ones. Small white sparks sparkle on it. The young man stretched his hand forward, touching the back. The young man talks about the throne. The young man slightly moved his hand to the side. A green sphere with small sparks appeared between his palm and the throne. Kang Tison asks if the throne will be an exception. The young man sits on the floor, holding one hand outstretched forward. The throne is thrown far away, in the opposite direction from the guy. The blue sign says that the young man has activated a forced battle. The light gray background smoothly turns into white. The goblin is sitting on the throne, turning his head to the side. He laughs and asks the guy if he really uses skills like this. The goblin smiles widely, revealing his triangular teeth. He says that he is impressed and calls the guy a warrior. The young man looks forward, tucking his fur coat. His bangs fall on his face, covering one eye. The guy is sitting on the floor, leaning on his hand. The goblin says that he thanks the gods that his last battle was with Kang Tison. The young man is standing in a room, his legs wide apart and his body slightly tilted forward. A ghost is standing a few steps away from him. They watch the throne with the goblin flying away. The pink background says that the ghost sensed this. The young man quickly moves forward, his arms stretched out in front of him. On the pink background it says that Kang Tison, who is being watched by the ghost, used only his characteristics to win. The ghost looks up, arms outstretched. Beads of sweat are running down his face. On the pink background it says that because the ghost was looking forward to meeting a strong opponent. The ghost thinks about how this is possible. Light smoke hovers on the black background. The goblin sits on the throne, turning his head to the side. The young man moves forward quickly, stretching out his hand with a sword in front of him and the other one behind his back. Bright pink energy sparkles near the guy. Kang Tison brought the blade of the sword to his face. The guy stares forward, slightly frowning. A bright flash illuminates the space. The ghost flies away, waving his arms in the air and closing his eyes. He makes a slightly muffled sound. Bright sparks sparkle on the black background. The goblin continues to sit on the throne, which has fallen apart into many pieces. The goblin opened his mouth wide and raised his head up. He makes a loud sound, like a hoarse scream. The young man knelt down in front of the goblin. He is clutching the Rakarada's sword in his hands. Bright flashes sparkle near the blade. Goblin laughs and says that it is magnificent. He also says that if he cannot get close to him, he will not be able to deliver a decisive blow. The goblin asks the boy what he will do in that case. The young man looks forward, stretching out his hand. A bright flash appeared between the opponents. The goblin swung his sword in the air, still not giving up. He says that he will make sure that the boy does not take a step from there. The young man stares forward, frowning. His eyes glow brightly purple. The ghost opened his mouth wide and looks forward. His brows are furrowed and his eyes are wide open. Beads of nervous sweat are running down his face. He screams and asks what he is planning. The young man stares ahead, pursing his lips. Bright red flashes appeared in front of him. The young man stands with his feet shoulder-width apart and his arms stretched out in front of him. A cross of light passed through the young man. Kang Tison bowed his head in the eye and opened his mouth wide in a scream. Blood stains splattered the entire area around him. The bear plate says that 462 points of damage were dealt to the young man. It also says that the guy activated endurance. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and hunched his back. He slightly tilted his head forward, a blue stream escaping from his mouth. The entire area around him is filled with blue ribbons of energy. The goblin looks forward, swinging his sword and leaving a bright flash. Only legs remain where the boy had been standing. Ji-Biln is amazed at this. The young man holds his sword out in front of him and prepares to take the attack. A bright cross flies towards the boy. Kang Tison says that the effect of endurance will nullify the fatal attack. The young man frowns and stares ahead. His mouth is slightly open and twisted in displeasure. Blue and pink energy sparkles near the young man. The boy says that he is paraphrasing a little. Kang Tison says that this means that he will be invulnerable for exactly 1 second. The young man rushes forward, striking the goblin. The monster sits on the throne, clutching a large sword in his hands. The goblin opened his mouth wide, showing sharp, triangular fangs. 2 bright purple flashes hit the monster in the chest. The young man is near the goblin, striking him. The boy holds the lid of a potion jar in his teeth, which is flying in the air nearby. Kang Tison frowned and stared ahead. His entire face was covered in bruises. He was clutching an object in one hand and holding a Rakarada's sword in the other. The goblin grabbed the young man's hand and twisted it, intending to break the bones. The area around him was painted bright red. The young man was standing next to the goblin, one of his hands in the monster's grip. He pulled the other one aside. Saliva was pouring out of the young man's mouth. Beads of sweat were running down the guy's face. The young man clutched the sword with both hands and swung it. Blue energy was glowing near its blade. The young man's eyes lit up with a furious purple light. His teeth were clenched and his mouth was twisted into a grin. Kang Tison loomed over the goblin, striking the goblin in the chest with his sword. The monster was lying on the floor on the ruins of the throne. The goblin was looking ahead, his mouth slightly open. Golden shards of glass float in the air. Kang Tison opens his mouth and looks down, his eyes wide. Pink sparks and streaks sparkle against the dark background. The goblin smiles widely, closing his eyes. Tears gather in the corners of his eyes. He says that he is impressed. The goblin calls the young man a warrior. Kang Tison stands next to his fallen opponent. In one hand he clutches the Rakarada's sword, and with the other he holds the goblin's body. The young man has closed one eye and is looking forward with the other. The goblin lies on the ruins of the throne, his arms hanging down and his head turned to the side. Bright pink blood flows down the wreckage of the throne and falls on the floor. Kang Tison closed one eye and squinted the other. There are huge bruises under them. The young man's entire face is covered in abrasions and sweat. His mouth is slightly open from noisy breathing. The dark gray background smoothly flows into white. There are bright sparks of light shining on it. Kang Tison says that it is finally over. The young man is standing in a room with destroyed columns. There is a ghost hanging over Kang Tison's shoulder that is slightly glowing. Kang Tison says that he has received several bonus skills due to the difficulty of the floor. He also says that he has leveled up twice more. The young man presses his cloak to his cheek and looks forward. There are several blue system tablets next to him. The ghost hangs next to the young man's shoulder and stares forward. Kang Tison's eyes are wide open and his eyebrows are raised. He chuckles thoughtfully and slightly surprised. Kang Tison stretched out his hand forward towards the blue tablets. They say that the young man has activated a skill called Soul Quality Enhancement. Also, on the second tablet it is written that the young man has received a skill trigger called a Powerful Blow. Kang Tison says questioningly that he was able to obtain the Lord skill using Soul Quality Enhancement. The young man is surprised and asks what kind of skill it is. Kang Tison puts one hand on his hip and raises the other to his face. He looks thoughtful and serious. A ghost is flying near him, his hands down. The young man remembers a goblin sitting on the throne. The blue plate says about a skill trigger called Powerful Blow. The mana consumption of this skill is unknown, the mastery is equal to 1%. The last line says that each subsequent blow of the young man hits harder. Kang Tison says that, therefore, the damage grows proportionally to the mana spent. The guy also adds that he did not think that he would be able to get such a skill now. Kang Tison smiles and extends his hand towards the blue plate of the system. He imagines himself quickly running forward, leaving behind a golden trail. The blue plate says about a skill trigger called Acceleration. It says that this skill consumes 5 mana points, mastery is equal to 1%. The last line says that Kang Tison accelerates towards the enemy. Kang Tison says that in his past life, he would have hardly been able to obtain such a skill even if he tried very hard. He also says that this is why the battle with the Lord was so fierce. Kang Tison smiles slightly, looking at the green small flask in his hand. Small stars are shining brightly near it. Kang Tison says that he was wondering what the secret reward would be. The guy continues to say that it turned out to be a mastery enhancement potion. Kang Tison also says that it is very good. Thanks to this, you can rest soon. Kang Tison says that he will save it for now. The young man put one hand to his neck and stretched the other to his chest. He glanced sideways at the ghost, but looked below him. The ghost hovered over the young man's shoulder and looked at him. There is a necklace of 3 teeth around the boy's neck. The blue plate says that this is a necklace for a master. It adds 3 points to attack, defense, strength, agility, and intelligence. The young man asks the ghost why he is so quiet. The ghost says that nothing happened. He hangs next to the blue plate and looks at it intently. The young man's stats are written on it. Kang Tison is currently level 12, his health is 430 points. The boy's mana is 75 points, strength is 63, intelligence is 73, and agility is 58. At this point in time, 18 points are added to the young man's attack and 12 points to his defense. Kang Tison clenched his fist and raised it to chest level. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. He says that at this rate, he will surpass his stats from his past life when he was on the 5th floor of the solitary confinement mode. Kang Tison says that in an instant he became stronger as he thought, this is the answer. The young man put his hands on his hips and looks up. The ghost flies in the air and looks around. He is about to say something to the young man. Kang Tison makes a questioning noise. The ghost stares at the young man, his eyes narrowed. The ghost put his hands on his hips and squints forward. His eyebrows are slightly raised, his red cloak flutters in the wind. He says that it's okay, if the guy is done with this, then we need to move on quickly. Kang Tison closed his eyes and exhaled. He agrees and says that first we need to finish the quest. Light clouds appeared on the dark background. The stairs are covered with smoke, smoke is billowing near it. The door is in a stone wall. A young man stands in a room in front of the altar of Regressed. It glows with a bright red light, illuminating the bones of the skeleton, which is located on the wall. Kang Tison turned his head back. A ghost is hiding behind his shoulder. A drop of sweat is running down his face. He looks scared. Kang Tison asks him why he is so scared. The ghost makes a muffled, incomprehensible sound in response. The young man clenched one hand into a fist and raised the other to his face, protecting his eyes from the bright light. A pink flash appeared in front of the young man's face. Blue tablets say that Kang Tison has passed the test of Regressed. The second tablet says that Regressed is very pleased with the young man's battles and wants to bestow an appropriate reward on him. The young man stretched out his hand to his face and props his head up with it. He squints one eye and looks forward. In front of him hangs a bright orange tablet with patterns. Kang Tison thinks that Regressed knew for sure that the Lord was hiding on the 3rd floor. The guy also thinks that despite this, God gave him such a test. The sign again says the Apostles' contract offer. Kang Tison stretched his hand forward and pressed the no button. The young man closed his eyes, turning his head slightly. The ghost is hanging next to the guy. Kang Tison says that he said he wouldn't accept. The ghost asks again and asks the guy to wait. He says something about Regressed, but cuts himself off, and then adds that it doesn't matter. The young man is standing in front of a bright pink magic funnel. The ghost is hovering over the young man's shoulder and holding onto it with his hands. The blue sign says that the range of Regressed's influence has decreased. Kang Tison stretched his hand forward towards the blue sign of the system. The young man's mouth is slightly open. The ghost is looking out from behind his shoulder. The blue tablets say that the young man has received an indestructible shield as a reward. It also says that the young man has received a skill trigger called Indestructible Shield Strengthening. The young man asks again about the protective shield. The ghost says that it is the first time he has seen such a skill. The blue tablets say that the protective shield is currently equal to 10 points out of 10. The second tablet says that the constant trigger skill called Indestructible Shield Strengthening is equal to 1% of mastery. The last line says that its durability is proportional to health. Kang Tison mentally wonders about this being like a second health bar. He also thinks about how his health will not be spent as long as it is active. The young man puts his finger to his lips and looks forward thoughtfully. He mentally wonders if this could also be possible. On the dark background are multicolored pieces of energy wriggling in the air. The blue sign says that Reincarnated is looking forward to their next meeting. The young man has one hand on his hip and the other raised. The ghost hangs a few feet away from the young man and looks displeased. Kang Tison says that the fog has disappeared. The ghost exhales and says that he didn't think he would be so afraid even after it disappeared. Kang Tison leans forward slightly, hunching his back, and turns his head to the side. He looks at the ghost, who touches his back with his hands. Kang Tison asks the ghost if he doesn't need to hide already. The ghost asks the boy if he thinks his opinion might change after he learns the truth about him. The boy replies that it might. The young man goes down the stairs, the ghost flies after him. The blue signs say that the 4th floor quest is starting. The second sign says that you need to defeat the 4th floor boss to proceed. Another plaque says that the reward will be Ash shoulder pads, and the secret reward is unknown. The young man stares ahead. He imagines orcs, who look quite frightening. One of them has a horn on his forehead and a ring in his nose. The second has a long mohawk and a collar. The young man thinks about the 4th floor and that Tion said that this is the orc floor. The young man walked up to the door and touched it with his hand to push it inside. The ghost hangs next to the boy, his cloak fluttering in the air. Kang Tison thinks that each of them is quite strongly built, and their intelligence does not remain from their physical form. The boy also thinks that usually they are entire tribes of warriors. The young man thinks that he is curious about what awaits him here. Golden sparks stand out brightly against the black background and white clouds of smoke float. The young man opened the doors slightly and looked inside. The ghost behind his shoulder is also looking closely at the space. Kang Tison is talking about something that needs to be done first. The young man went inside the room. There is a tall wooden tower with a bright ball at the end. Kang Tison is thinking that everything is as he was told. The blue plaque says that the guy has discovered the altar of Balthazar. The young man reaches out to the structure and touches it. The ghost is hanging nearby and watching closely. Kang Tison is thinking that this place is connected to God, that the believers of Balthazar have built an altar for him here. Balthazar can exert his influence from here. The young man lifts his hand in front of him and creates a blue spiral. The ghost is hanging above the guy's head and is looking down carefully. He says that Balthazar is the god of victory. The ghost says that it is difficult for him to say whether he is evil or good. It would be more correct to call him neutral. Kang Tison chuckles thoughtfully. Blue tablets appeared against the background of the Og altar. One of them says that Balthazar wants to test the one who visited his altar. The second tablet says that if the young man agrees, he will be offered a test. If he copes with it, he will receive a reward. Kang Tison says that of course he agrees. A space appears near the altar, which is covered with multicolored ripples. The blue tablet says that Balthazar enjoys the guy's decision. The second tablet says that Balthazar is studying the young man's battle experience. Kang Tison put one hand on his hip and the other on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and grimaced with displeasure. A ghost flies behind him. The young man asks a question about what a god can study. The ghost says that since he is the god of victory, he will read the master's memories and decide if he is worthy. The young man stands in the room near the altar and looks away. The ghost hangs behind him and looks in the same direction. The blue tablet says that Balthazar offers the young man a worthy test. Kang Tison lifts his head up and grimaces in displeasure. Sweat runs down his face. Kang Tison asks why this is happening again. The young man adds that he only recently received it from Reincarnated. The ghost says that there is some meaning in this. He asks the boy, otherwise how can he please the god? Blue sparks sparkle against the dark background. The young man stares ahead at the ghost. Neither very close to each other. The ghost says that everything is fine, the boy can accept it, for his current one it will be easy. He says that gods usually hate to break contracts, and Reincarnated is a black sheep among them. The ghost hangs in the air, folding his hands behind his back and bowing his head. Kang Tison chuckles thoughtfully. The young man leaned forward and extended his hand towards the blue tablet. He agrees and says that he is taking the quest. The blue sign says that Balthazar is very pleased. The young man stretched his arms along his body and clenched them into fists. He stares ahead, a ghost is flying behind him. The blue sign says that Balthazar's radius of influence has decreased. The second sign says that the god has received the consent of the inhabitants of the 4th and 5th floors. The last sign says 20 to 1. The young man stares ahead, his eyebrows are slightly raised. Someone says that the fourth floor is changing. The young man fell down, he covered one eye and looked away. The ghost also flies towards the floor. The young man looks at the altar, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. The ghost looks scared, it flies behind Kang Tison. The guy wonders what is happening here. The island on which the room is located shakes, pieces of earth fly off from it. Several mechanisms peek out through holes in the wall. The space is shaking, more and more pieces of earth are flying in the air. The young man lifts his head up and looks at something in bewilderment. The ghost nearby looks exactly the same. Kang Tison asks if it is over. The ghost exhales and says that it is the first time he has witnessed something like this. Kang Tison runs forward to the red double doors. The young man opens the door and looks inside. He has a shocked expression on his face, a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. Clouds of white smoke are flying against the black background. Kang Tison looks forward in shock, his mouth open and he looks surprised. His eyes are wide open and his eyebrows are slightly arched. Kang Tison asks about something. The boy walked forward and the ghost flew next to him, saying that this was expected. Kang Tison frowned and the ghost next to him nervously said that Baltazar was the one who created the labyrinth, so it was difficult but possible to pass. The protagonist walked to one of the doors, putting his hand on the wall, while the ghost watched him from behind. The guy said that it was unlikely that something would just happen if he just stood there and watched. It was better to check everything at once. Kang Tison opened the door to the room in which an orc stood, looking at the guy. The system window showed the first room. A huge orc was holding a sword in his hand, his face was distorted with anger, and his eyes glowed red. The system window showed that an orc armed with a sword appeared. The orc clenched his sword in both hands, leaning over and clenching his teeth, and the guy mentally asked if the monsters here were the same. Kang Tison held the dagger in front of his face. A system window appeared next to him, which showed 420 against 1, and he thought that if so, then he immediately started the fight as soon as he saw it. It seems that now he understands the meaning of the recent vote. Kang Tison ran forward and the huge orc swung his sword, bringing it behind his back. The orc struck the guy and he held his wrist in front of him, blocking the blow. The system window showed that he received 4 units of damage. Kang Tison swung his dagger towards the orc's leg. The system window above the guy showed indestructible shield 6 out of 10. Health 430 out of 430. The guy thought that his health was normal. The indestructible shield suffers first. Kang Tison jumped above the orc, slashing at his arm, and he turned to the guy, swinging his sword at him. A powerful blow passed near the orc, his red eyes glowed brightly. Kang Tison tilted his head, a cut from the flow of energy passed across his cheek and he looked at it, thinking that in his previous life he would have died by now. But this time it was more difficult. What happened? The ghost watched as Kang Tison jumped over the huge orc, saying that he seemed to understand. Must be the essence of the Baltazar trial in one-on-one battles until the end, until the main character achieves victory. Well, and he also strengthened them well. Kang Tison turned over in the air and pointed his sword downwards. Red lightning emanated from it and the system window showed that he activated a powerful blow. The guy stabbed his sword into the orc's chest and he fell to the ground. The orc screamed loudly, throwing his head back. The system window showed that the orc was satisfied with the glorious battle. The orc fell face down on the floor, raising dust and causing rocks to fly into the air. Kang Tison stood next to him. The system window showed that he had defeated the sword-wielding orc. The boy threw his sword over his shoulder, looking back at the ghost and said that it was not that difficult. The ghost looked at the boy and said that there was no point in starting with difficulties. Most likely, stronger orcs would appear further on. Kang Tison smiled, looking away determinedly, and said that there were still 9 rooms left, asking if he would break through the rest. 3 rooms on a floating island that was illuminated by the sun. An orc with small horns and a sword in his hand fell to the ground, closing his eyes. The system window showed that Kang Tison had defeated the sword-wielding orc. The guy pulled his red sword out of the orc. Blood was dripping down it. The system window showed that his level had increased and the guy said that there were 5 rooms left. They looked impressive, but it turned out that he was afraid in vain. His level was growing, and the shield was growing with it. Kang Tison smiled, waving his hand to the side, opening the system window, which said, indestructible shield, 12 out of 12, health, 450 out of 450. The guy thought that the shield increased proportionally to health. It was unclear for now, but everything would become clear soon. Kang Tison left the room, walking along the road. The system window showed the 6th room. The protagonist stood in front of the orc, who hit his sword with his weapon, which broke at the end, scattering into splinters. The orc pointed his spear towards the guy, and he dropped the sword from his hands, looking at it in surprise. Kang Tison turned around sharply, grabbing the sword and slashing at the orc. The system windows showed that Kang Tison had activated reflection and he would automatically counterattack the enemy. The guy looked down at the red sword he was holding in his hand. There was a cloud of dust behind him, and he thought that the difference in stats between him and the orcs was quite large. But he couldn't crush them in one blow, and maybe it was because of the difference in skill. Kang Tison hummed thoughtfully, looking at the sword, while the ghost looked at him and thought that these guys weren't just swinging their weapons, they had some kind of systematicity in their skills. The protagonist held the sword with both hands, remembering how the orc did it. He swung his sword forward, frowning, also mimicking the movements of the orc with the weapon, who did the same. Kang Tison raised his eyebrows and looked at the sword in his hand, saying that as he thought, just copying wouldn't work. The guy lowered one of his hands, closed his eyes, and thought that in order to get this skill, maybe he needs to learn from someone. The ghost looked at the guy, asking if he really lacks a master in handling a sword. Kang Tison opened his eyes and looked to the side at the ghost. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why he did it so suddenly. The ghost turned his back to him and nervously said nothing, and they need to quickly go to another room. The system window showed the 7th room. A huge orc, who held an axe in both hands, swung at the main character, who stood in front of him. The system window showed the 8th room. The orc stood in front of Kang Tison, hitting his gloved fists against each other, looking down at the guy. The system window showed the 9th room. Rays of energy were visible flying in the air and dust was rising. Kang Tison exhaled and closed one of his eyes, wiping his cheek. Blood was dripping from his dagger. The guy stood in front of the red big door, looking up at it, asking if it was already the boss's room. He opened the door, looking inside, and said that if he thought about it, how could he find the secret room of this floor now? The ghost next to him looked at the guy and asked who knows, and it was the first time he saw something like this, so he couldn't help. The protagonist entered the room where there was a huge orc in shoulder pads. Holding a sword in his hands, the guy said that it seemed like he would have to look at every corner in the environment after the boss. The huge orc looked down at the guy. There was a collar on his neck, straps holding the horns on his head were visible on his face. The system window showed that an orc fighter had appeared. Kang Tison held his sword out in front of him, frowning at the orc, and thought that the boss was exactly as he had been told, probably no risk factors. Suddenly a cry was heard from the side. Kang Tison's eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy looked to the side, where a man with long green hair and a pointed hat was sitting in the corner, asking for help. The girl with green hair was crying, closing her eyes and trembling, saying that this all happened so suddenly. The ghost frowned, looking at her in shock, and asked why she was still here and if she was still alive. Kang Tison looked at him, asking if he knew her. The girl with green hair looked back in surprise, looking at the ghost, and asked if it was a warrior. She jumped from her place and crashed into Kang Tison's back, hiding behind her and asking him to save her. The girl frowned, looking at the guy, with tears in her eyes, screaming that the labyrinth suddenly changed and she was thrown here. And when she came to her senses, she found herself standing right in front of the orc. The ghost next to her was laughing loudly, his mouth wide open. The ghost flew in front of Kang Tison's face, pointing at him, and with tears in his eyes from laughter, said that he was so unlucky with his roommate. And did the girl know that it was because of him that everything changed here? The girl with green hair replied that doesn't it look like he just entered the labyrinth? Kang Tison walked forward and pursed his lips, closed his eyes, thinking that it seemed that the essence of the secret room's reward would be with this NPC. He said that he would first deal with the orc and come back, let them wait here. The green-haired girl looked at the ghost, confused, asking if a lone adventurer would go against an orc fighter. The ghost smiled and replied that everything would be fine. The orc chuckled, looking down at the boy, and extended his hand with a sword. Kang Tison frowned, looking up at him with purple glowing eyes, and thought that this big guy did not even look at the girl, so his target was him. The boy ran forward, holding his hand with a sword in front of him, and thought that this meant he would respond in kind. The system window showed that he activated acceleration. The orc swung his sword sharply towards the protagonist and he suddenly jumped forward, going behind him. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated a strong blow. The boy jumped into the air, extending his hand with the sword up, looking over his shoulder, while the orc frowned and struck him. The orc clutched his sword in his hands, blood splashes were visible next to him, and the system window showed that he was entering berserk mode. The leather straps on the orc's neck and head broke. He opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly, his red eyes glowing. The orc swung his huge sword sharply, trying to hit Kang Tison, but the boy jumped to the side, lowering his head. He pursed his lips and frowned, looking forward. The system window showed that he activated acceleration. The boy ran towards the orc, leaving behind a blue light of energy, while the orc swung his sword above his head. Kang Tison raised his sword to strike. It glowed with red energy, and the system window showed that he activated a strong blow. The protagonist slashed the orc sharply, and he flew to the side, opening his mouth. The ghost and the girl with green hair looked at this in shock. The girl opened her mouth. Kang Tison raised his free hand and clenched it into a fist with a smile. Several system windows appeared, showing that he defeated the orc fighter. He defeated the boss of the 4th floor and his level increased. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at this in shock. She put her hands on her cheeks and asked in surprise how could an adventurer from the 4th floor defeat an orc fighter, and this is some kind of nonsense. The girl asked what he was and Kang Tison turned to look at her questioningly, raising his eyebrows. He stood in front of the girl, who was kneeling, and said that he was a player of course. The guy crouched in front of her and tilted his head, asking who she was. The girl looked at the guy in shock, pointing at herself and looking at him and the ghost, stuttering. She held her staff, sitting in front of the protagonist and answered that she was Lilith, the one who summons magic. The girl opened her eyes wide, put her hand on her staff and answered that she came here to learn more about the great secrets. Kang Tison raised his eyebrows, lowering his gaze to her. He asked her about magic, and the girl looked at the guy in surprise, asking if he apparently came from a world where there is none, and this is some kind of strange world. The girl extended her hand, over which a golden mist was flying, and said that not everyone can learn magic, it is an innate talent, she has no talent, but she wanted to learn it more than anyone else. Golden rays of energy appeared around the girl's palm. She smiled and raised her hand. Golden energy flew through the air and Kang Tison also looked at her. Lilith said that this is why she came to this place, the labyrinth, here she can achieve her dream. The protagonist and Lilith stood next to each other, looking at the starry sky and the turquoise translucent veil. Kang Tison silently raised his gaze, the stars reflected in his eyes and flew nearby. The girl nervously looked at him, clenching her hand into a fist and smiling nervously, thanked him for saving her, but she had nothing at all to repay him. Kang Tison, without turning around, answered that there was a way. Lilith answered that she was completely broke, and all her catalysts and ingredients were gone. Kang Tison turned to the girl and answered that she needed strength, which she had. The girl with green hair opened her eyes wide, looking at the guy in surprise, her mouth slightly open and her eyebrows raised. Kang Tison turned to her, looking at Lilith sitting on the floor, and said that he wanted to learn magic. Lilith looked away and put her hand on her shoulder, silently turning away. Turquoise translucent veil, stars were shining nearby. The girl put her hands on her chest and looked down, sadly apologizing, saying that she studied it, putting her life on the line. She is really grateful for saving him, but she is afraid it will be difficult for her to fulfill his request. The protagonist looked down and thought that he was refused. To some extent he expected this. Should he start persuading? The ghost flew in front of the guy, surprised, asking Lilith why she didn't just teach him. The girl and Kang Tison looked at the ghost in surprise, and the girl put her hands on the ground and asked what. The ghost, looking at her, said that as she said, she has nothing but magic, although he understands how much he values it, but in a global sense it is nothing. Lilith raised her eyebrows, widening her eyes, when the ghost asked her if it was not worth her life. The girl put her hand on her shoulder, clutching her clothes, and looked away, saying that it was so. The ghost flew around the girl, looking into her face, and said that there was a benefit for her in this, asking how many floors she had already passed. Lilith covered her face with her hands and blushed, squinting and saying that up to the 9th, the ghost replied that everything was as he thought, and with her skills higher she would not pass. The ghost flew up to the guy, who looked at him and said that he would continue to storm the labyrinth, not to mention that the gods themselves recognized him, and it was because of him that the labyrinth had changed so much. Kang Tison went down the stairs, holding a sword in his hand. The ghost said that he would definitely reach the very depths, and maybe save those in the abyss. The ghost frowned and raised his index finger, saying that therefore, this would be an opportunity for her to learn magic that she had never dreamed of before. Lilith looked up at him in surprise, her mouth slightly open, and gasped. The ghost looked at the boy with a smile, saying that he thought it would be a good trade for both of them, asking what they thought. Lilith looked from the ghost to the protagonist, smiling widely and saying that now that she had rethought everything a little, she would teach him. The girl held her staff while the ghost and Kang Tison looked at her and said that moving forward together would be much more fun. She folded her hands behind her back and closed her eyes, smiling awkwardly, saying that because she was dragged here against her will, she would not be able to teach him right away. Lilith said that since the 5th floor is also an orc floor, it will be the same shape as this one. He will go to his place in the secret room of the 6th floor. Kang Tison nodded to her and crossed his arms over his chest, answering of course. Lilith clapped her hands with a smile. She pulled the veil to herself, around which the stars were flying and behind which her body was not visible. The girl disappeared behind the veil, saying that they would see each other on the 6th floor. Kang Tison and the ghost looked at this in surprise, and the latter said that he was wondering how she would get to the 5th floor, and it turns out that she can use such magic. Kang Tison looked at the exit where the girl was in surprise and thought that he did not feel anything. She really can completely hide her presence, that's what magic is. The guy looked at the ghost and said okay. The ghost looked away, pursing his lips. The protagonist looked at the ghost, asking why he suddenly helped him. The ghost waved his arms and closed his eyes, shouting why can't he be nice, why is he complaining when he is helped? The ghost pouted his lips and crossed his arms over his chest, frowning. Kang Tison thought that he was sure his attitude had changed after he defeated the Lord, and why was he like this? The ghost flew above Kang Tison, who looked at him and said with a smile that he just saw potential in him. It also related to his atonement. The guy asked about the atonement. The ghost frowned and raised his index finger, saying that from now on he will help him. Lucky after all. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that he definitely won't answer even if he asked directly. But no matter. The guy sat on the floor, and the ghost rubbed his head, telling him to finish the tests. Kang Tison replied that he understood, but let him give him something to eat first. The protagonist ate meat, looking at the system window in front of him, and thought that it seemed that Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-young had passed the first floor. A bit of a pity. They could have acquired more skills, but besides those two, no one else tried. The ghost frowned and looked at the guy, asking if it was even delicious. Kang Tison pulled the arm guard on his arm, looking at it, and thought that he should sort out the things he received. The system window showed Ash shoulder pads, defense +5. A scroll on which something was written and from which a golden light emanated. The system window showed an engraving scroll, applies a special engraving to a piece of equipment. Kang Tison held the scroll in both hands with a smile, looking at it. The inscription on it glowed with golden light, and the guy thought that he was lucky that finding Lilith counts as finding a secret, and the secret reward is good as expected. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated the engraving scroll, applied to the Rakarada's sword. On the red sword, around which red energy flew, golden symbols appeared. The system window showed the Rakarada's ceremonial sword. Attack +5, restores 5 points of health after killing an enemy. When attacking, there is a chance to knock back the enemy. Kang Tison smiled, picked up his sword and looked at it, saying that considering that it was a complete coincidence, he guessed that he was lucky to get it. A guy walked down the stairs, holding onto the wall with his hand, and the system windows showed that the 5th floor quest had begun. Defeat the boss of the 5th floor to proceed further. Another system window showed reward, dazzlingly decorated blade, secret reward, unknown. Behind the counter stood a man with white hair and a beard who was smoking a pipe. Behind him were shelves with colorful potions and bottles. Kang Tison went to the man's shop and he looked at the guy and asked why he came back, and there was a chaotic noise on the floors. Was this another test? The guy closed his eyes and nodded. Kang Tison went to the counter and looked at the man. He asked the guy what he would buy, and the guy replied that he would first sell what had accumulated and then a coupon to expand the inventory. The protagonist looked away questioningly, noticing something. He looked at the golden potion in the bottle that stood on the shelf and thought that it couldn't be and why it was here. Kang Tison pointed at the potion with his finger, asking if he could look at the bottle, and the man also looked at him, humming questioningly. The golden potion standing on the shelf, the man asked about it. The system window showed blessing dust, pollen that is collected from the wings of fairies. Rumor has it that whoever uses it can receive a blessing, 500 gold. The man took the pollen from the shelf and turned to Kang Tison over his shoulder, saying that it was as written, it grants a blessing, but no one knows if it is true. The man waved his hand, the guy who fell next to the bathtub that was filled with pollen, and the knight who frowned at the sword covered in pollen. The man said that there were those who tried to bathe in it but slipped, and others dipped their weapons in it but they only began to shine. Kang Tison turned to the ghost, asking if he knew about it, and the ghost spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he had no idea, never bought it. The guy thought that this was something that no one knew about. The protagonist remembered how people could stand at a shop with potions and herbs. Under the feet of one of the guys there was scattered gold pollen, and the guy thought that in the past life many were attracted by the promise of blessing. They bought it, but since no one ever achieved any effect, pollen was considered trash. Kang Tison lowered his gaze with a smile and thought that it was like that until he found it. He looked at the man, asking how many he had. He put his cheek on his hand and replied that he bought them cheaply, so only 3. The guy said that he would buy everything, and the man looked at him confused, raising an eyebrow. On the counter there were 3 flasks with gold pollen. The man brought his hand to them and asked that even considering that it was a rather useless but expensive thing. But well, here. Kang Tison held 3 small vials of pollen above his hand, smiling at the merchant, and said that they would see each other next time. The guy thought that the effect of the blessing dust, minute control over chance. The merchant looked after the guy, telling him to come back quickly. The ghost frowned, flying after Kang Tison, asking if he was going to tell him why he bought this. They went out the door and the protagonist opened the system window in front of him with a smile, looking at the ghost, saying that he would see it soon enough, he would be able to check it himself. The guy looked at the system window, which said, Baltazar is satisfied with his result. He is waiting to give out a reward. Kang Tison wondered if this was a veiled reminder that he needed to quickly clear the 5th floor. The guy looked ahead with his purple eyes. The ghost frowned as it flew next to his shoulder and said that he was quite an impressive guy. The gods were willing to cut their area of influence because they would grant him favor. Kang Tison looked at him and asked if interfering with the area of influence was really that important. The ghost frowned and looked at the guy with displeasure, asking if he was seriously asking such a question. The gods only cared about their influence. 5 people in white robes, with their hands folded and their eyes closed. Next to him was a translucent hand that held a star. The ghost said that they would never cut their area of influence for the sake of the believers who worshipped them, and the gods would only grant minimal rewards, passing it off as something worthwhile. Kang Tison looked at the ghost who pointed his hand upward, asking if he understood how much the gods valued him. The ghost frowned and looked forward, saying that so he can be quite proud of himself. The protagonist walked up to the door, opened it and looked over his shoulder, said that it was interesting. He only does quests because they give him a reward. Kang Tison lowered his gaze and said that he does not need anything else. The guy stood in front of the orc, who was holding a spear with a purple ribbon, black pants and shoulder pads, growling. The system window showed the first room of the 5th floor. An orc fighter appeared. Kang Tison raised his dagger to strike, frowned, and brought it behind his back, saying that this way the boss of the 4th floor appears immediately. But it does not matter. The boy slashed at the orc who held his spear out in front of him, clutching it in both hands and blocking the boy's strike, causing sparks to fly through the air. Kang Tison held a dagger out in front of him with golden symbols on it and red energy surrounding it. The orc frowned as red energy appeared next to him and pointed his spear forward. Kang Tison thought he was open. The boy walked up to the orc, frowning as he struck his chest. The system window showed that Kang Tison had activated a strong strike, and he activated consecutive attacks. The orc roared loudly and raised his hand with the spear, pointing it at the boy. Kang Tison flew through the air, holding his sword out in front of him. The red sword and spear collided with each other, causing sparks to fly. The protagonist pushed the orc's spear away from himself, and he opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. Kang Tison smiled, squinting one eye and looking at him, said that he was lucky. He swung his sword, striking the orc and flew behind his back, holding the sword in front of him and lowering his head low. Drops of blood were visible, and the system windows showed that he activated a strong blow, and he defeated the orc fighter. Kang Tison stood on the ground. An orc lying on the side was visible, under which there was a pool of blood. The guy raised his dagger with a smile, looking at him and said that this is not bad. Although he was strong, like a boss, he was still able to quickly defeat him thanks to the scroll. The protagonist opened the door, standing in the passage, saying that since the first room has such a strong boss, then the boss in the last room promises to be insanely strong. The stronger the enemy, the more you get. Kang Tison looked ahead with a smile and said that he is really looking forward to it. Cliffs, next to which square rooms made of yellow bricks were visible. Kang Tison put his hand on his wrist, exhaling. He was leaving the room where the dead orc was visible. The guy wiped his face with his hand and said that it was slowly getting harder. The system window showed, floor 5, room 5 cleared. The guy walked forward with a smile. There was dirt on his face and he thought that after all, once he passed this place, he would not only receive the reward of the god, but he would also be able to learn magic. Kang Tison looked at the ghost who was flying next to him and asked how he knew Lilith. The ghost turned to the guy and asked about that short girl. He flew forward, remembering how he was a human, a guy with blonde hair and yellow eyes. The ghost asked if he knew how the maximum lifespan restrictions disappear in the labyrinth. He said that girl was already here when he first entered it. The blonde warrior looked around the corner where Lilith was kneeling, trembling and covering her head with her hands, while an orc stood in front of her with an axe in his hand. The orc raised his axe behind his head, about to strike, but the warrior stood in front of the girl, holding his sword in front of him and turning to look at the girl. The ghost said that like last time, she was about to die on the 4th floor, sitting in front of the orc, so, on their first meeting, he saved her because he pitied her. Kang Tison confusedly asked about when he first entered the labyrinth and how many years ago it was. The ghost scratched the back of his head and confusedly said that he did not know, maybe about 100 years, if you take the time calculations from the outside. Kang Tison looked up at him in surprise and thought that then in the past 100 years she was not able to go further than the 10th floor and learn powerful magic. Lilith, with a nervous smile and tears in her eyes, folded her hands together, looking forward. The ghost said that although she came to the labyrinth for this, but due to her meager talent, she has not yet achieved a crumb of enlightenment. The ghost sighed and leaned on the shoulder of the guy who looked at him. The ghost said that he really helped her a little because all of this was so heartbreaking. It was surprising that she was still alive. Kang Tison looked away and lowered his gaze. He walked forward, clenching his hands into fists, remembering Lilith who was smiling and the man with long white hair who had his back turned. The guy thought that those who do not live for the sake of conquering the labyrinth, but for their own reasons, there are many more NPCs here than he expected. The door to one of the rooms creaked and 2 goblins turned to look at it. A stone flew out from behind the door, rolling on the floor, and the goblin looked at her questioningly, tilting his head. Another rock fell from behind the half-open door and the goblin looked up at her. He growled, running after the rock, running outside. Li Ti-young stood next to the wall, raising her sword to strike. The girl covered the goblin's mouth with a cloth and held the sword to his throat, clenching her teeth and closing one eye. The girl held the goblin, who was flailing his legs and arms, trying to break free. The goblin's legs went limp, dropping. Li Ti-young exhaled and fell to her knees, closing her eyes. Dead goblins lay on the floor around her, with pools of blood underneath them. Li Ti-young smiled and said that she barely managed to kill everyone by luring them out one by one. Kang Jun-hyuk smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that considering how long it took her to burn the boss alive, she was pretty good at this planning thing. Thanks to this, he was able to find out something too. Kang Jun-hyuk stood in front of the big red altar, smiling at it and letting out an admiring sigh. He extended his hand forward, but in front of the altar was a system window with the protagonist's face, which said do not even think about touching, and other gods can do anything, but do not mess with the Rakratas. Kang Jun-hyuk closed his eyes and smiled nervously, sweat pouring down his face, and said that since Kang Taesun says so, it is worth listening. Li Ti-young replied over the communication that he also found it quite strange. His curiosity continues to grow every day. The girl stood in front of the system window with a smile, holding out her hand to it and saying that they were able to survive thanks to Kang Taesun's advice and the skills he told them about. Kang Jun-hyuk also smiled and closed his eyes, holding out his hand to the system window that was in front of him, saying that she was right. A message from Young Young-hek from Easy Mod, who wrote, "Oh my god." The gray-haired guy gritted his teeth and lowered his head, frowning, telling him to stop fooling around. The gray-haired guy sat with one leg crossed over the other and his cheek resting on his hand, looking at the system window in front of him. There were 3 other people standing around. Kang Jun-hyuk wrote in the chat that Li Ti-young watched the chat with her teeth clenched and her brow furrowed in anger when Young Young-hek wrote that he was ashamed of them and why didn't they just go away and stop exaggerating. Li Ti-young asked about the exaggeration. Young Young-hek wrote that wasn't it true. They wrote that it was so hard to defeat a single rat on the first floor. It was just a normal mob. Why lie? The person on the green grass wrote on the blue keyboard. Another person in the dungeon also wrote with his fingers on the blue keyboard that it was true. Stop bragging aimlessly in the general chat and exaggerate things like that. Another person tapped on the blue keyboard, writing that he understood that they couldn't meet other people, but could they please refrain from doing so. Kang Jun-hyuk looked down, frowned and clenched his teeth in anger when someone wrote that can they even be sure that they will not meet other people? What if they are all deceiving them? The guy asked if they are serious. Kang Jun-hyuk clenched his hand into a fist and shouted, can he imagine how hard it was for them to gather their courage to go on? Young Young-hek smiled and crossed his arms over his chest, asking who asked them to choose the solo mode. They chose it themselves and why are they whining now? And everyone else on other modes is quiet, but they are very noisy. Kang Jun-hyuk wrote that this is too much. Kang Taesun stood in front of the system window, watching the chat. A defeated orc was visible next to him and the guy said that about a month had passed since they entered the labyrinth. He put his hand on his black scarf and tilted his head, looking down and thinking that it was about time that everyone from easy mode and normal mode had finished adjusting. As long as they were careful, there would be no reason for them to die, but this freedom was really becoming poison. A dark shadow with red eyes and a face distorted with anger held onto the clothes of a person who was looking at her in shock. Kang Taesun thought that now they were looking for a way to vent their pent-up emotions. Instead of the numerous and immense number of enemies in the labyrinth, they were targeting people from solo mode who they often saw in the general chat. The shadow gritted its teeth, drool was dripping from its mouth, and there were many red eyes on its forehead and neck. Kang Taesun looked back and frowned, thinking that in the past life, everything was not as bad as he thought. It was all because of this guy. The system window where Young Young-hek's messages were, writing what's wrong with Kang Taesun, what's he saying there, and this guy is the worst of them all. The guy with gray hair frowned and smiled irritably. Young Young-hek crossed his arms and said, about the skills he told them about, endure all this with 1 health, and he's just telling them to die? Why listen to such things? Kang Jun-hyuk waved his hand and frowned, asking what's wrong with him. Kang Taesun smiled. His eyes were covered by a shadow and he thought that he could see it clearly. Many people who were looking forward in fear stood in the dungeon. The girls covered their mouths with their hands. Kang Taesun wiped his face, looked up and someone asked why he kept interfering. Young Young-hek looked at him, frowning and clenching his teeth in anger. The gray-haired guy grabbed the protagonist's clothes while other people were watching and cursed loudly at him. Kang Taesun lowered his gaze and pursed his lips, thinking that in his past life, he was there to restrict him, but since he was gone now, Young Young-hek must have created a guild and conquered the entire easy mode. Young Young-hek stood with a wide smile, raising one of his hands. Under him were many silhouettes with big red eyes and Kang Taesun thought that in order to control the masses, he needed an enemy, so he chose the people from the solo mode for that role. He thought that people from different modes can't meet, and judging by the words of those who are in single mode, it is almost impossible to pass. Young Young-hek in the blue square kicked his foot, frowning, inscription, easy. The guy with blonde hair pushed the wall, squinting, inscription, normal. The guy with brown hair held a sword in front of him, walking forward, the inscription is difficult. Kang Taesun stood and looked forward in the red square, the inscription is alone. Kang Tison stretched out his hand to the blue keyboard, typing something, and thought that the possibility of retaliation is 0, but he still does not know something. On the system window, there was a message from the protagonist, who wrote that they will see each other in a month. Young Yonghek stood in front of the blue keyboard, smiling nervously and frowning, asked what. Turning off the TV, on which a white light flashed. Kang Tison smiled as he walked forward and closed his eyes, saying that they were now going to the last room. The ghost next to him asked him in surprise what he had done, and the boy replied that he shouldn't think about it. A large red door, there were rocks visible next to the path that led to it. The system window showed the boss of the 5th floor. A huge orc with 2 swords that he stuck into the ground. There were large horns on his head. There was a cross-shaped scar on his chest. Rocks were falling from the ceiling and the protagonist stood in front of him. The system window showed that the orc vice chieftain Latran had appeared. Kang Tison pulled out his red sword, looked up at the orc and frowned and said that it wasn't even a lord. The ghost frowned and asked why he would be here now. The appearance of Hage Ha was an anomaly. Latran put one of his swords behind his back, holding the other one in the ground, lowering his head. The ghost said that the vice chieftain is not weak either. Being the final mob, he is quite difficult to defeat, and many adventurers cannot even put up a decent resistance. The ghost waved his hand and smiled, saying that if it is Kang Tison, then everything is fine. The protagonist turned to the ghost with a smile and nodded. Stones fell from the ceiling of the cave. Kang Tison stood next to the blade of Latran's sword, who called the guy. The orc raised his sword, lowering the other one, and said that he thanks him for his fighting spirit. He already thought that these gods are completely useless, but this one seems to be different. The orc smiled, looking at the guy. His red eyes glowed, and he said that his comrades, whom he is proud of, have already left satisfied. He is right. Kang Tison closed his eyes and nodded silently. The boy looked at Latran, remembering the other dead orcs that died with smiles on their faces. The boy said that all the orcs he fought met their deaths with a smile, as if they were having fun. They were guys, more interested in the fight itself than in killing him. Latran clenched his free hand into a fist and raised his sword, looking forward determinedly, saying that it was so. What was the point in simply killing? They were just slaves locked in this place. The orc's hand trembled, veins bulging on it, as he said that they forgot about the proud fight. They did not even know when they would be freed. Latran looked down at the boy, bringing his hand to him, and said that however, they must trample on him, the one who freed them and gave them such a noble death. Latran bared his teeth, saying that he could not allow this. Kang Tison frowned, looking up at the orc. Latran put his fist in front of him and smiled widely, his red eyes shining brightly. He shouted that he would not allow it. He must die with dignity and let the great warrior show his true strength. Pulling his tongue out of his mouth, with a wide smile, Latran asked to grant him death. The orc stuck his chest out, spread his arms to the sides and raised his head. 2 red system windows showed that Latran was activating the charge and Latran was activating the raid. The blue system window showed that the target Kang Tison was a formidable enemy. The guy looked away, his mouth slightly open, his eyes were hidden by a shadow. Kang Tison pointed his sword forward, holding it in both hands and resolutely looking forward, said that everything was as he wanted. Latran lay on the ground, his eyes closed, blood was visible on his chest and mouth. The protagonist was standing next to him when the orc said that wow, the difference between them is so great. Latran looked at Kang Tison, who looked down at him. He asked what his true identity was. Was he really just an ordinary adventurer of the 5th floor? He had no true knowledge of swordsmanship, but he could already use air weapons. Amazing. Latran recalled how he had struck at the protagonist, bringing up his second sword to strike, but Kang Tison jumped to the side, dodging. Kang Tison pursed his lips and looked at the orc, holding his sword in front of him. Latran said that the guy's movements were definitely based on personal experience. Latran, lying on the ground, raised his hand with a wide smile and said that it was nevertheless a glorious battle, a truly honorable death. Kang Tison watched as a golden glow began to emanate from the orc, and he told the guy to step forward and achieve his victory. Latran disappeared, leaving behind a golden glow. Several system windows showed that Kang Tison defeated the boss of the 5th floor. He successfully completed Baltazakar's trial. Baltazakar was very happy. The protagonist looked down at the blue energy beam next to him in surprise. The system window showed that Baltazakar's area of influence was decreasing, and Kang Tison received a belt of fighting spirit. Another system window showed Belt of Fighting Spirit, attack +3, defense +3. Every time Kang Tison wins, he will recover 5 mana and 5 health. The protagonist put his hand to his chin. A system window appeared above him. It said that he received a new permanent skill proof of victory. And the golden system window in front of him wrote, Permanent skill proof of victory. Proficiency 1%, choose 1 stat and it will constantly increase. Kang Tison extended his hand to the system window, which showed that the proof of victory was set to mana. The guy said that it meant that every time he won, the stat would increase. The guy closed his eyes and sighed. When the system window showed that Regressed was offering him an apostle, the guy said no. 2 more system windows showed that Baltazakar was pleased with his choice, and he was looking forward to the next meeting. Kang Tison looked to the side, at the chests that appeared from the blue light and said that the gods really do offer good rewards. He looked at the two chests standing on the ground and asked about the whole two. The ghost flew up to them and said that one seemed to have a normal reward, and the other seemed to have a reward from the secret room. Since the layout of the labyrinth was changed, they moved the rewards here. Kang Tison pulled out a sword from one of the chests. Looking at the Neo, the system windows showed the basic reward of the 5th floor. A sparkling decorated sword, attack +5. The guy thought that it had the same attack as the Rakarada's sword. The protagonist held another sword with a black handle. Looking down at it and placing his hand on the blade, the system window showed the reward of the secret room. The knife of self-sacrifice. Kang Tison can accumulate health and store it. The ghost next to him said that he got the secret reward of this floor without doing anything. Kang Tison cut his wrist with the sword, and red blood gushed out. It stretched from the sword, around which red energy lit up, and the system window showed health 20 out of 500. The guy asked if this was some kind of potion and would be very useful in emergency situations. Kang Tison held a purple cloak in his hands with a wide smile, saying that this is the stealth robe. On the system window it was written, a reward for hidden research, the robe of the dark vaults, stealth lasts for a second, recharge 1 hour. The protagonist covered himself with a cloak, which made his body transparent. Asking the ghost how he was, he smiled and replied that if there is no detection skill, then no one will find him. Kang Tison smiled and put on a robe, covering his head with a hood, saying that it will be very useful in many situations in battle. On the floor, a passage was visible, a staircase in which led down. Kang Tison looked at him with a smile, holding a decorated sword in his hand, and said that they were going. The guy was walking down the stairs while the ghost was flying around him, saying that he had changed the type of weapon. And would he really be able to walk around with two at once now? That was cool, and his sword art was similar. The guy asked about sword art. The ghost closed his eyes with a proud smile and waved his hand, saying that it was a sword art that he had personally developed based on the sword mastery of the Great Cavern Empire. Thanks to this he was called a sword master. Kang Tison looked at him with raised eyebrows and asked if he could teach him, and he wanted to do so too. The ghost turned to the guy and said that he didn't think he could now. With his current stats he would probably die if he used it. Kang Tison walked down the stairs asking about death and if it was really sword art. His strength was currently around 150, and was that really not enough? Twisting down the stairs, the ghost smiled and said that just let him think that it was some kind of high-level skill. Well, if it was him, then maybe it would be okay. Kang Tison nodded, looking up at the ghost, who told him that as long as he focused on diving deeper, let him become even stronger and prove his strength to him, then he would leave him everything he had as an inheritance. The system windows showed that the quest of the 6th floor had begun. Defeat the boss of the 6th floor to move on. Kang Tison stood in the middle of the swamp, where small islands covered with grass were visible. Bare trees grew. 2 more system windows showed reward, scroll of engraving, secret reward, unknown. The guy stepped into the greenish water, lifting his foot, causing the mud to drag behind it. He frowned and looked at his raised leg, shaking it off, thinking that everything was as Lee Ti-young said. She said that it was difficult to get through because of the swamp. The main character was watched by a lizard with red glowing eyes, around which there was purple energy. The guy thought that she also said that the local monsters were not affected by the swamp. 2 lizards stood behind the trees, looking at Kang Tison. One of them held a trident in his hand, and looking at them, the guy thought that it only slowed down the movement of players. One of the lizards opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. They ran at the guy, who was standing waist deep in water, lowering his head. Kang Tison looked to the side and frowned, thinking that it was deep here. He pulled out a wooden staff with a smile, around which blue energy was flying, and looking at it, said that for him it was not a problem at all. Kang Tison swung his staff, releasing flames around himself, causing the 2 lizardmen to stumble back. One of the lizardmen screamed loudly as flames ignited around him, shining brightly. A lizardman was lying on the ground, with flames burning around and near him. Other lizardmen were visible behind the flames, and the system windows showed that the swamp did not stand in the way of Kang Tison's victory. The detection skill increased to 4%. The protagonist approached the lizardman and put his hand to its neck, causing it to cry out in surprise. The guy abruptly threw the lizardman to the floor, hitting it, and it opened its mouth, sticking out its tongue. Blood was running down the lizardman's muzzle. It was shaking, crying out in pain. The system window showed that Kang Tison defeated the lizardman. Mana increased by 1. Kang Tison stood in front of the dead lizard, while behind him another lizard was looking at him trembling. The ghost next to the guy asked if it really only increased by 1 for a win. Some useless skill. The ghost also asked how he knew that the swamp also counted as an enemy. Kang Tison answered that it was something like that. The guy turned towards the lizard behind him and it looked at the guy in surprise. Kang Tison waved his index finger and the ghost stuck out his tongue and did the same. The guy asked what he was doing there and to come here. The lizard opened its mouth wide and pulled out its tongue, screaming. It screamed again and a bright explosion was visible near the trees, raising dust. The lizard's hand lying on the ground. One of the lizards stuck out its tongue, lying on the ground. Kang Tison walked on, walking away from many lizards that were lying surrounded by fire. The ghost put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes, saying that it was too easy and he was bored. Kang Tison looked back at him, saying that considering all the trials he had already passed, ordinary monsters were simply no match for him. The ghost flew up to the guy and pointed both hands forward, smiling widely, asking him to look there. Kang Tison and the ghost looked at a protruding stone on one of the buildings covered in moss. The guy said that she had simply left a mark brazenly. The ghost replied that monsters would not have understood that it was some kind of sign, so Lilith was smart. The protagonist touched the stone on the wall, pushing it inside. A stone staircase appeared from the wall next to him, which he looked at. A smiling Lilith appeared from the wall, waving her hand and closing her eyes, asking if they were already here, and welcome to her secret room. The system window showed that Kang Tison was once again reunited with the girl who so longed for magic. Lilith sat on a chair with one leg crossed. Between her were shelves with books, potions, and other tools. She put her hand to her cheek, looking down. The ghost looked at the girl nervously, asking what she was doing. Next to him on his knees sat Kang Tison, and the girl with green hair blushed and with a wide smile closed her eyes, saying that she posed like a great magician, the first time she did something like this. The ghost flew to the guy, raising an eyebrow and asking if he would support her weirdness. Lilith said that she would start with explanations, for example, what magic is. The girl looked at her finger with a smile, over which golden sparks flew, and said that unlike skills, magic cannot be simply learned, you need to learn it from someone or earn it. A man with a long white beard and long dark clothes, who raised a wooden staff. Fire was burning around him, lightning flashed, stones were flying and splashes of water were visible. Lilith said that this is why things that cannot be done with skills are available when using magic, such as controlling fire, changing space or overcoming time. The value of magic is simply enormous. The girl smiled, looking away and putting her hand on her chest, saying that since she is in the role of a teacher, it turns out that he is her student. Therefore, he should address her with respect. The ghost looked at her with displeasure, asking why she is acting so smugly. The protagonist looked at the girl with a calm face, thinking that if he can learn magic, just addressing her politely is quite beneficial. The guy told the girl, "Yes, master," and the ghost opened her mouth wide, looking at him in shock and asking him to stop right now. Lilith said that he is too unfair to her. The protagonist watched as Lilith smiled and stretched out her hand, above which was burning purple fire, and said that in any case, magic, as he could already guess, is a real mystery. She asked what he saw here. Kang Tison answered that he saw some form of flame, and the girl smiled and said that this is what those who do not have magic skills say, they only see the natural form. Purple flame, around which energy flew. Lilith said that in the end he came from a world where there is no magic, so this was to be expected. Someone pointed a finger at Lilith. The girl with tears in her eyes sat on the floor, looking at him. Her hat flew off her head, and she said that finally, the way to learn magic is very simple. He just needs to make a contract with the god of magic. In her case, the god of magic personally found her and offered it to him. The ghost flew in the air, looking down at the girl and raising an eyebrow, said that there were no cases where the gods personally taught someone. It only happened to Lilith because her thirst for magic was so great. The green-haired girl put her hands to her cheeks and laughed with a wide smile. The ghost told her that it was not a compliment. Kang Tison looked at the girl questioningly, raising his hand and said, "Does he really need to make a contract with the god of magic too?" The guy thought that he had already rejected several apostle contracts, so a new contract sounded somehow dubious. Lilith touched the guy's shoulder and he tilted his head, looking at her hand. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, her face lit up with blue light, and she answered, "No, he is her, did he forget?" Lilith stood in front of the guy, putting her hand on him. A bright light lit up next to her, which illuminated Lilith and Kang Tison's face. Stones were flying around. There was space everywhere. Stars were visible in the sky. Two system windows showed that Kang Tison was infused with magic by a girl who was thirsty for magic, and he received magic. Lilith closed her eyes and smiled widely. Her cheeks slightly blushed and she said that like this, the one who has magic can pass on his teachings to those who do not have it. You can call it an advantage that the labyrinth gives. Kang Tison raised his gaze. The stars were shining around him, and many system windows showed magic proficiency 1%. He can use magic. It seems that he can only produce sparks now. He has received a magic gift. He has received magic extraction. The green-haired girl raised her hand and smiled, looking at the purple flames next to her, asking how it looks now. Above the girl's hand, there was a flame burning, inside of which there was also blue energy, and the guy answered that it was definitely different. Kang Tison's eyes widened in surprise. Next to him, there was purple energy that was visible, which illuminated the guy's face. He thought that he felt something that he had never experienced in his past life. This is what magic is. Lilith said that the preparations are complete. Now they will officially begin. The girl raised her fist with a wide smile. While the guy looked at her, she said that she will teach him a variety of ways to learn all types of magic. Lilith raised her index finger up and said that the easiest method to extract magic from an item that already contains it, something like a magic tool and a staff. Kang Tison held a wooden staff and a staff with many eyes on it, and the girl said in surprise that he already had a pair. The protagonist raised his hand above the two staffs, from which purple energy was stretching, which flew to the guy's hand, and the system window showed that he had started extracting magic. Kang Tison looked at his hands, around which there was a purple flame. Ghost and Lilith looked at him curiously. In front of the guy lay a staff, and several system windows showed that he had obtained the beginner skill Fireball. He had obtained a new beginner skill Random Psi Attack. Kang Tison extended his hand, above which a fire appeared, surrounded by purple energy. The system window showed that he had activated Fireball. Kang Tison looked at the flame in his hand in surprise, saying that this is what it feels like. Lilith closed her eyes with a smile and said that he is doing great. Number 1. The green-haired girl smiled and directed magic with bright sparks at the protagonist. Number 2. Lilith closed her eyes and folded her hands. Next to her was a bag. In front of her was a large hand that held a golden star. The girl raised her index finger and raised her gaze, saying that the second method is to learn from someone who already knows magic, or pay homage to a god to learn, but the second method is possible if he is a contractor, so it is not suitable for him. Lilith extended her hands, on which golden stars fell, coming from a large hand. She handed them to Kang Tison, smiling. Below was an arrow pointing from left to right. Lilith raised her eyebrows with a smile and said that therefore, in his place, she will pay tribute to the god to learn the skill, and then teach her follower. He just needs to pass her the materials for the tribute, which he finds while passing the floors. Kang Tison looked at her, saying that then they will do so. The girl closed her eyes and folded her hands, turning her back to the guy and saying that it was so great, she would finally start learning new spells again. Kang Tison raised his hand, saying that he can learn the ones she already knows, like that invisibility spell. Lilith turned to the guy, awkwardly looking at him. Sweat was running down her face and she said that it was possible, but also has a price. The guy asked again. Lilith sat next to two bags, folding her hands and squeezing her eyes shut, while a large hand came out of outer space. The girl said that she did not learn other spells herself, but received them, so she could not teach them to others on a whim. She must present gifts to the god of magic and ask for permission. The protagonist carried a huge bag on his back, squeezing her eyes shut, an arrow from it to Lilith, who spread her arms to the sides with a wide smile. Behind her was a large bag, an arrow from her to the cosmic large hand, which showed a large index finger when he had a large bag lying down. Kang Tison raised his index finger, looking at the girl, and said that if he wanted to learn a spell that she did not know, then a double offering would be needed, the first to learn the spell, the second to teach him it. He asked what he could offer as an offering. A sword with a golden hilt was stuck into the ground, with beads and necklaces hanging from it. Lilith replied that a weapon or armor was needed, but it had to be something valuable and unique. Kang Tison opened his inventory, from which many weapons, shields, and other items fell out. The guy looked at all this, asking how about this. Lilith put her finger to her face and crouched next to the items, saying that this could work, but all this would not be enough even for one spell. The guy asked, even considering that there were so many of them. Lilith lowered her gaze and said that this was magic. The usual amount would not be enough. Valuables were needed. Kang Tison picked up the necklace on his neck with his finger, raising his eyebrows, and the system window showed the master's necklace. He asked about it. The girl looked at the necklace in the guy's hand and looked at it in surprise, asked if it wasn't the Lord's thing. How did he get it? And with such, you can probably get a basic level spell. The guy replied that it was stingy. Kang Tison took a red sword in his hand, from which red energy emanated. Asking about it, Lilith looked at him nervously, frowning, and said that he would probably appreciate it, but he was sure that he could handle the consequences. He would probably provide him with a low-level spell with thoughts on how to cheat him. The protagonist put his sword behind his belt, looking at the girl, and said that if it concerns Rakratas, then he would even like it. The girl turned her back to the guy, looking at him in fear, and said that she saw for the first time that someone spoke like that about a god. The ghost closed one eye, looking at the girl, and said that he was always like that. Kang Tison showed a short wooden staff, asking how she liked it. The system window showed a worn wooden staff. Lilith folded her hands with a wide smile, looking at the guy who held the staff in his hands, and said that with this one it would be possible. He could ask for a beginner's spell for it. The guy asked if they were really on the same level as the master's necklace. Lilith picked up the wooden staff that the protagonist handed her, stretching out her hands to her. The girl said that it was not that. The concept of the offering itself was different. The gods love things that are related to them. Kang Tison said that then he would use this staff. The girl with green hair folded her hands, around which blue energy was flying, and said excellent. She spread her hands to the sides, smiling widely. Between them was a staff that glowed with golden energy, and the girl asked what spell he wanted. Kang Tison looked up at the few pixel symbols that were flying above him. There were fire, arrows, a target, and a closed purple eye. The girl said that invisibility was a high level, so it was impossible for now, but all the other spells were available. The orange fire symbol, she said that he already had the fireball, so next, 2 blue arrows. Lilith said that the frozen arrow was similar in ability to the fireball, only their attributes were different. A green target, Lilith said that a basic search could tell how many enemies were in the next room and where they were. A purple closed eye, Lilith raised her index finger and said with a smile that there was also a concealment curtain. This spell helps him be less noticeable without attracting attention. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest and looked up at the symbols. Lilith pursed her lips, pointing to the orange symbol of the target and the arrow in it, looking up at it, and saying that the latter is the creation of provisions. Its meaning is completely consistent with the name. It creates water and porridge, however, they have no taste. The protagonist looked at this symbol and pointed at it, saying that he wants to study it. Lilith looked at the guy in surprise, saying that she thought he would choose the frozen arrow. Kang Tison looked up, pointing forward, and said that he is not limited in time. He can come back here at any time, and the arrow is often on the staff. The ghost next to him smiled and said that he agrees. It is certainly better than goblin meat. Lilith waved her staff, from which green energy stretched, and a wooden staff hovered in front of her. The girl said that she understood everything. She pointed her staff forward, a cloud of green fog appeared above her, and the girl closed her eyes, speaking in an unknown language. Purple mist surrounded the blue eye, inside of which space with bright stars was visible. Lilith's hair was fluttering. The blue eye squinted, bright stars were flying around it, and a system window appeared, which said that Kang Tison felt a heavy gaze on himself. The guy raised his gaze, green mist was flying around him, and the guy wondered in surprise, was he laughing? The wooden staff began to disintegrate into stars. The orange energy from the dissolved staff was reaching towards the eye. Lilith lowered her head, her staff with a blue crystal was floating in front of her, and above the girl were rays of pink energy. The guy looked at his hand when pink energy appeared around him, and 2 system windows showed that Kang Tison had received provision production. Initial spell, provision production, mana cost, 5, produces a small amount of drinkable liquid and edible solid substance. Lilith looked at the guy with wide eyes, raised her hands, and said that he agreed to him so easily. She expected that she would have to go through some difficulties to get it. The guy asked about the difficulties. The girl said that the gods usually fussed too much when it came to the people they chose. The SKR warrior also went through some difficulties when he tried to get magic. The ghost crossed his arms over his chest, flying next to the protagonist's shoulder, and said that this was a little different from his case. The number of gods who hated this guy could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Lilith looked at him in surprise, leaning over, asking if he wanted to learn another spell. Kang Tison stood in front of her, answering that there was one, but he didn't have anything to offer right now, and he would come back later. Lilith smiled widely, looking up, and said that they agreed. She would try to follow him quietly. Then they would see each other later, and let him not forget to bring something worthwhile. Kang Tison opened the door, leaving, and turned to the girl with a smile, saying goodbye to her. Swamps, bare trees, between which stretched mud. Kang Tison stood between them. Raising his index finger, a flame appeared above it. He waved his hand, throwing the flames under his feet. Someone squealed loudly, and the guy said that it was definitely much more convenient than before. The guy put his hand to his chin and looked at the system window. The ghost next to him closed his eyes and smiled, saying that all he had to do next was pretty easy. Just let him continue climbing floors, and if he got a good item, then he would return to Lilith and learn new magic. On the system window it said, Indestructible Shield, 35 out of 35. The ghost looked at it, asking what he was looking at, and then saying that it seemed like the maximum amount of his indestructible shield had increased a lot. The ghost rubbed his cheek and closed his eyes, saying that they better hurry. Next to him, Kang Tison threw his coat on the floor and began to take off his jacket. The ghost looked at the guy in shock, his eyes wide. The guy took off his pants, and the ghost recoiled from him, waving his arms and asking what he was doing and what he was planning this time. The ghost opened his mouth, his eyes were drawn into his face. Kang Tison was standing on the ground, holding his clothes in his hands. He was wearing only black pants, and the guy said that he needed to get something. The ghost with a painful face lay on the ground, looking at him, and asked if this was another skill, and if it was necessary to take off all his protective equipment. The guy looked to the side and said that of course there was a reason, so let him just watch silently. The guy turned to the side, to the lizard, who was standing behind the tree. The lizard turned to the side, looking at the main character with his red eyes. Kang Tison was standing in a t-shirt, a golden light was shining around him, and next to him was an inscription that he was defenseless prey. The lizard ran towards the boy, holding a sharp trident in his hands and smiling. The blade of the trident was approaching Kang Tison, who looked down at it. The boy dodged the trident, grabbing it by the handle. A cut appeared on his cheek and the boy looked at it. The system window showed that he received 20 damage. The system window showed the indestructible shield is 15 out of 35. Kang Tison closed his eyes and waved his hand, causing the lizard to fall to the ground. The lizard opened its mouth wide and stuck out its tongue, lying on the ground. Kang Tison looked down at him, and the ghost flying next to him said that he took an attack that would have dealt him 50 damage, but in the end he only received 20 and that this will give him 2 system windows show that he received less than half the damage and he received a permanent durability skill. The ghost opened his mouth and raised one eyebrow as 2 more system windows appeared, showing that Kang Tison's health did not decrease from the first attack and he had obtained a permanent skill of zeroing out the first attack. The lizard with red eyes rose from the ground, holding his trident in his hands, while Kang Tison looked at him, saying that when he was attacked, being completely defenseless, he would not receive damage that would decrease his health. The lizard roared loudly, his face distorted with anger, and he ran at the guy again, pointing his trident forward. The trident entered Kang Tison's body, and he looked down at it. The system window showed that he had activated a complete zeroing out of the first attack, and the guy said that it was necessary to fulfill this stunning demand. The guy grabbed the lizard by the throat and it threw its head back, screeching loudly. Kang Tison threw the lizardman sharply into the tree, and it crashed into it. The system window showed that he defeated the lizardman. The ghost looked at this in surprise, flying behind Kang Tison. The guy turned his gaze to him and smiled, saying that he should be grateful to the Rakuratas for giving him such a skill with a shield, and how to him. The ghost put his hands on his hips and smiled nervously, saying that this is just an insanely crazy skill. A green monster surrounded by green monsters, which had many tentacles, the protagonist, who was standing in a destroyed building, and he, who was holding onto the blade of the sword. The system window showed, permanent skill, completely nullify the first attack, completely nullifies the enemy's first attack. This skill can only be used once per battle per opponent. Kang Tison, who had a trident pierced his chest, blue energy was shining behind the guy, an hourglass and a normal clock were visible, completely nullifying the attack. True to its name, no matter what attack the opponent uses, it will still disappear as if it never existed. Kang Tison stood in front of a huge mushroom with a black eye that looked down at him. The guy swung his sword in front of it, thinking that it was not that the attack would be blocked or dodged, but as if this attack did not exist in the first place, no matter the opponent, they would not be able to react to this skill. The guy stood in front of the system window, pointing at it, and the ghost next to him said that if he did not have an indestructible shield, he would not be able to get it. The guy replied that he would have to work hard for it. Kang Tison took the sword in his hand, next to which blood and red energy were flying. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that in his past life he really went through many difficulties. After hundreds of thousands of checks and thousands of attempts, he barely managed to get it. The system window showed that he used the knife of self-sacrifice. His indestructible shield was restored. Kang Tison raised the sword in his hands and smiled widely, saying that it was lucky that the shield did not count as health. Thanks to this he learned other skills. The system window showed, skill, durability, mana cost, 5, the damage from the enemy's next attack will be halved. Kang Tison stretched out his hand towards the fire that burned in front of him, and the ghost looked at him, said that he could understand why he wanted it. And now he will continue to descend down. The guy replied that not now, this is only a reset of the first attack. The ghost frowned and smiled nervously, saying that this cannot be, and is there really a reset of the second attack, or even further? Kang Tison walked towards the door, next to which a fire was burning and a ghost was watching him from above, asking if it was possible. He had received 20 points of damage before, and his indestructible shield only gives 35, and he would not be able to block 2 attacks. Kang Tison stood with his fists in front of him. 2 weapons were pointed at him, next to which was written -20. Under the guy there was an inscription shield 35. The ghost said that if he was hit twice, his indestructible shield would fly off and he would receive direct damage. Kang Tison spread his arms to the sides and smiled. 3 flasks of golden pollen were flying in front of him, and he said that everything was fine because he had this. The system window showed, pollen of blessings. It was obtained from the wings of fairies. There are legends that whoever uses it is guaranteed a wish. The guy closed his eyes, showering himself with dust from the flasks, and the ghost looked at him in surprise, asking what it was, and it was just trash under a beautiful wrapper. 3 flasks fell to the ground. Weak golden sparks were visible next to them. Kang Tison opened the door to the room. A lizard with red eyes looked back at him. The ghost frowned, looking at the guy. Red energy was flying around him and he asked if he really wanted to say that the pollen would solve all the current problems with the volumes of his shield. The lizard screamed loudly, his red eyes glowed, and he waved his trident, pointing it at the guy. He walked up to him, stabbing his trident into Kang Tison's body, who looked down at him. The system window showed that the first attack nullification was activated. The ghost looked down, looking at this, and said that this was not even a real attack, and if he wanted to get a full nullification of the second attack, then he needed to miss at least 2 more attacks, and not lose health. The lizard opened his mouth, his face distorted with anger when he put his hands behind his head, going to deliver a second blow to the guy. Kang Tison dodged, causing the trident to stick into his shoulder, and turning his gaze to the side, said that this is the second. The system window showed that he received 17 points of damage. The ghost frowned, looking at this in shock. When the system window showed the indestructible shield 18 out of 35, he asked how so. 2 cubes that had something golden in them. Kang Tison thought that there were many checks involved in making an attack: accuracy, evasion, defense, and finally luck. The lizard gritted his teeth, looking at the guy in front of him with annoyance. He jumped above Kang Tison, pointing his trident at him, and the guy thought that according to the system, incoming damage has a random range of 10%. If the attack is 30 damage, then it has a range of 27 to 33, which is completely dependent on luck. The guy blocked the strike with his wrist, a green beam of energy passed through it, and the guy said that this is the second one. The system window showed indestructible shield 0 out of 35. Around the guy's hand, golden pollen was shining. He remembered the 3 flasks, thinking that the pollen of blessing gives the effect of controlling the probability for a minute. If he uses 3 at once, he will receive the least damage. Kang Tison smiled, putting his hand in front of him. Golden energy was flying around him, and 2 system windows showed that his health did not decrease from the second attack. He received a permanent skill of completely zeroing the second attack. The lizard swung his trident down, leaving a green trace of energy, and lowered his weapon to the ground, looking down. Suddenly, a strong blow of blue energy passed across the lizard's face, causing it to open its mouth wide, from which saliva flew out. Kang Tison hit the lizard with his fist, leaving a blue beam of energy from the blow. The lizard's body bent. The guy kicked the lizard, causing it to fly far into the sky, leaving a bright beam of light in it. Kang Tison watched with a smile as the lizard flew away, thinking that he miscalculated the force of the blow, and the ghost looked at him in confusion, saying that he really would go to any tricks to get skills. A green beating heart, from which green pulses were emitted from the blows. Suddenly, 2 blows pierced this heart, causing blood to gush out. Kang Tison stabbed 2 swords into the chest of one of the lizard men, who opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue. From this, the system window showed that he defeated the lizardman. A few drops of blood fell on Kang Tison's cheek and he closed one of his eyes, moaning. 2 system windows showed that he accurately attacked the enemy's weak points, and he received a continuous skill, a strike to a vital point. Kang Tison was standing outside, next to a red door. There were bodies of lizardmen around, next to which drops of blood were visible. The guy said that he finally got this skill, and this skill requires grinding to learn, but due to the constant trials, he did not have time for it. Kang Tison raised his gaze, thinking of the man who pierced the heart of the monster. Above him was the inscription multiply by 3. The ghost raised his hand and said with a smile, "This is one of the basic skills to break through the initial floors of the labyrinth. If his skill grows, he can deal almost 3 times the damage." The system window showed constant skill, strike at the vital point, skill 1%. When Kang Tison attacks the vital point of the enemy, he will deal more damage. The protagonist stood in front of the red door and looking at it, said that the 6th floor is coming to an end. Only the boss remains, but there is something to do before he enters. Kang Tison raised his hand. A wooden mug of water and a plate of porridge flew above him. The system window showed that he activated the production of provisions. The guy held a spoon, his mouth open, and brought it to his mouth. He was sitting on the ground next to a broken wall holding a bowl of porridge in his hand while the ghost was lying on his head. The guy said it tasted like porridge. Kang Tison drank water from a glass, raising his index finger with a flame burning around it and looking at it, asked what about the random mental attack spells and if he used them repeatedly they would bump. The ghost said yes, but not with the result he expected from them. The next attack would only work after the first one ended. The guy frowned and looked away, saying that it worked sequentially like that. He held out his hand with a ball of fire burning above it. Kang Tison remembered Lilith, who turned around in surprise when he said he wanted to ask something. After all, magic in the labyrinth is considered a skill. The girl placed her hands on her waist, looking at the protagonist who stood in front of her with his arms crossed over his chest, and replied that it was a little different but it was close to the truth. The guy replied that if it was, then that was enough for him. Kang Tison raised his hands, holding them over the flames that burned between his palms, stretching. The flames between the guy's hands began to form into a fiery arrow. It disappeared, dissipating, and Kang Tison looked at it in surprise, raising his eyebrows and saying that he imagined a sharper shape, but it didn't seem to change at all. The ghost placed his hands on the guy's head, looking down at him, while Kang Tison thoughtfully put a finger to his cheek. The ghost said that what he was trying to do was high-level magic. If magic could be controlled so easily, then spells would not have ranks. Kang Tison spread his arms out to the sides and 3 fireballs appeared in front of him. With flames burning around them, 3 system windows appeared, showing that Kang Tison had activated the fireball. The guy waved his hands forward, directing the flames there, his hair and clothes fluttering. An explosion of fire passed on the ground in front of him. Kang Tison looked down at him, his face illuminated by the fire. He looked at the fire that was burning on the ground and said that even if he created a similar effect as he did with the skills, wouldn't it be possible to learn new magic? The guy looked at the 2 fireballs above his hands and the ghost put his hand to his face, asking if he was tired. The guy replied that he was not. Two flames were burning above the protagonist's hands, and he said that the fireballs did not combine until he gave the order, they just hung nearby. Kang Tison looked down at something in surprise, mentally asking what was going on. He waved his hand, sending a fireball flying through the air, leaving a trail of flames behind him. The boy watched it carefully. The fireball flew through the air next to the trees, and the boy thought that the power was different when it was flying and when it was standing still. Kang Tison looked ahead, where the fireball dissipated, and asked if it would work. Ghost looked at the boy, tilting his head, and asked what exactly. Kang Tison drank a blue potion. Looking to the side, the system window showed that his mana had been fully restored. He walked forward, forming a fireball above his hand again. The boy's hair covered one of his eyes. Kang Tison frowned and waved his hand, throwing the fireball forward. He ran next to the fireball that was flying forward. The boy pursed his lips and looked at him as he ran. Having overtaken the fireball, the boy stopped abruptly. The system window showed that Kang Tison had activated a fireball. He raised his hand, forming another fireball above it. The flying fireball flew above the guy's hand, combining with the second fireball, flying further. The ghost looked at this in shock, frowning and opening his mouth, asking so they actually combine. The protagonist remembered standing in front of Lilith, asking her if magic was considered a skill in the labyrinth, and the girl told him that it was a little different, but he was close to the truth. Kang Tison frowned, lowering his gaze. He ran in front of the fireball, which was flying forward. The guy raised his hand. The system window showed that he had activated a new fireball and put it under the flames. The fireball flying forward became even larger. Kang Tison activated the fireball again, bringing his hand to the fireball. The system window showed that he activated another one, also raising his hand, on which a fireball was burning. The same system window appeared, and tongues of flame were visible near the trees. Kang Tison stopped next to a stone wall. Above him, a huge fireball crashed into the wall, exploding. The ghost looked at this in shock, frowning and opening his mouth wide. Kang Tison ducked down, smiling, sweat pouring down his face, and his hair was illuminated by the exploding fireball, saying that this is super. The system window showed that he studied the fire volley. The system window showed the boss of the 6th floor. The red lizard opened his mouth wide with sharp teeth, growling. He tried to bite the protagonist, holding 2 tridents in his hands, but the guy dodged the attack, running around the guy. The system window showed a lizardman fighter. Kang Tison extended his hand, next to which fire was gathering, and frowned. The system window showed that he activated a fire explosion. A large ball of golden energy appeared above the lizardman, and the monster looked at it, raising its head. He crossed the tridents in front of his face, clenching his teeth and growling. Kang Tison snapped his fingers, purple energy flew around his hand, and the guy said that this will not happen. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated despair and madness. Purple energy appeared around the silhouette of the lizardman, and he opened his mouth in shock, sticking out his tongue. The lizardman shook his head and closed his eyes, growling. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, turning red from bursting capillaries. He covered his face and ducked, opening his mouth and roaring as a huge fireball flew towards him. Kang Tison stood with his hand outstretched as the fireball exploded in front of him, brightly illuminating the surrounding area, and the lizardman's cry of pain was heard. The guy stretched his 2 hands out, fiery flames flew around him, and several system windows showed that he had activated fire explosion, he had activated powerlessness, he had activated confusion. The silhouette of the burning lizardman was visible in the fire, and many more system windows showed that the lizardman had received 49 damage. The lizardman had received 50 damage, the check had passed, and the lizardman fighter had received the arson status. The ghost flew in the air, raising his eyebrows at the fire, saying that no matter what he tried to do, being mentally defeated and under continuous attacks, he could not do anything. The fire dissipated. In the center of the room lay the charred body of a lizard. Behind it was a chest that was shining brightly with golden light. And in front of the monster stood a guy. The system window showed that he had defeated the lizardman fighter. Kang Tison smiled, forming a flame above his index finger, saying that up until now he had only used magic as a support due to various limitations. But at the current level he would be able to break through further thanks to this. Ghost nodded, smiling, saying that he knew that there were people who had achieved this on lower floors, and it was impossible. The system window showed that Kang Tison had defeated the boss of the 6th floor. Kang Tison sat in front of the chest, holding a staff with a black circle on the end and a scroll in his hand. The system window showed basic reward. Kang Tison gets an engraving scroll, secret research reward. He got a staff of the ice heart. Staff of the ice heart, magic +6, mana consumption of 1 unit for each spell. The guy said that it looks quite useful. He thinks it's worth putting it in the inventory for now. The guy looked at the necklace with a white stone, picked it up by the rope on his finger, and also picked up his own on his neck. The system window showed fighter's necklace, strength +3, agility +1. The guy said that the Lord's necklace is better. I wonder if this and the one he got earlier will be enough to learn the second spell or sacrifice everything. The guy closed his eyes and said that he needs to check. The guy stood up, standing between two trees with leaves, and the ghost next to him said that he thought they would finally go down lower and how calculating he was. Kang Tison replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Kang Tison held a necklace with a white stone in his hand, around which green energy was flying. Lilith closed her eyes, her hair fluttering from the energy, and she spoke in an unknown language. The girl flew in the air above the protagonist, holding her staff, while green fog was flying around. Kang Tison looked at his hands, next to which blue energy and small blue fragments appeared. The system window showed that he had examined the ice arrow, and Lilith said that the transmission was complete. Blue sky, bare trees grew from the ground. On one of them, on a branch, there was a small house. Kang Tison sat in front of the green-haired girl, looking up at her, and said that, however, he didn't know that such small safe zones would appear after clearing the floor. He thought it was just another room. Lilith smiled and replied that she was a master of such places where monsters can't reach. Kang Tison smiled, raising his index finger, above which an ice arrow appeared. The system window showed that he had activated the ice arrow. The ghost flew in front of the guy's face, smiling, raising his hand, and said that he was thinking about that very thing. After all, probably with the sentence it would be quite possible. The guy looked at him and replied that he thought so. Lilith asked them confusedly, asking about that very thing and what they were talking about. The ghost and the protagonist turned to the girl and she looked at them questioningly. The ghost asked her with a smile to go outside for a while, and Lilith with a confused face agreed. Kang Tison stood on the street waving his hand. A powerful fire explosion passed in front of him and Lilith behind him looked at it in shock. The girl opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide in shock, and the ghost smiled, closing one eye and waving his hand, asking how she was and saying that Kang Tison was able to learn it himself. Lilith walked up to the guy, asking him how he was able to learn a high-level fire explosion spell in the past 100 years. The only low-level spell she could learn was invisibility. Kang Tison turned to look at her, asking if it was that difficult. The girl clenched her fists, looking at the guy with wide eyes, and shouted that, of course, in magic, the difference between spells and their rank is incredibly high. Spells for beginners only imitate magic so that they can be placed in staffs, but high-level spells can no longer be placed anywhere. Lilith fell to her knees, looking at the guy with tears in her eyes, asking how so. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, saying that he can show her. It's not like a secret. Bare trees in the swamp, between which stretched mud. Lilith asked the truth, asking if he really wants to become her teacher. The guy replied that he is not sure if he tells, it will help much. A couple of seconds later, the girl with green hair opened her eyes wide, smiling nervously, sweat running down her face. She lay on the ground, with a shocked expression on her face, asking what it is. Kang Tison and Ghost looked at her in surprise, and the latter said that this reaction is the most appropriate. The guy asked if she is really not able to learn it. Lilith sat on the ground and closed her eyes, stretched out her arms, waving her hands, saying that it is obvious, because magicians definitely never undergo difficult strength training. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the girl who clenched her hands into fists, with tears in her eyes, decisively saying, "Thank you anyway." She had no idea that there could be such a difference in system judgment. Now she can test everything in different ways. The guy left, waving his hand at the girl with a smile, and Lilith also waved her hand with a wide smile, saying that they will see each other on the next floor. The protagonist stepped on a step of the stairs. Kang Tison was going down. The ghost was flying next to him, looking at the guy. The guy waved his hand, opening the system window, which was written, Kang Tison, level 18, impenetrable shield, 39 out of 39, health, 725 out of 725, mana, 104 out of 104, strength, 161, intelligence, 79, agility, 122, attack, 24, defense, 21, condition is excellent. The protagonist looked down at the system window with a smile, thinking that most of his stats were superior to those in his past life. The ghost looked at the guy silently. A couple of system windows showed that the quest of the 7th floor had begun. Defeat the boss of the 7th floor to move on. Kang Tison walked out of the cave. Bright sunlight came out from the passage, and the ghost next to him said that this was the 7th floor, and it seemed that their pastime was coming to an end, and now it would probably be possible. The system window showed, reward, tattered necklace, secret reward, unknown. Kang Tison looked back at the ghost, smiling, and asked if he would finally teach him his swordsmanship. The ghost smiled at the guy. Orange energy was flying around him. He remembered a white castle with red roofs that had blood splashes on it. The ghost said that what he would teach him was the sword art of their empire. The Karvat Empire was a country that revered power and strength. A man in armor placed his foot on the back of a small boy who covered his face with his hands. The ghost said that was why they considered the weak useless. Apparently they believed that the weak were great prey for the strong. People in white uniforms and with blonde hair stood next to each other, looking at each other suspiciously. There were red flags above them. One of them had crossed golden swords on it. The ghost said that the imperial family was not much different. He stabbed the dagger into the necks of those who were of the same blood as him and fought for the throne. He had 6 brothers, only he remained alive. On the floor lay a golden crown, next to it were dark splashes of blood. The man in white gloves picked up the crown, lifting it up. The ghost said that everyone in the labyrinth wondered how he could survive in a world full of ambitious people. The guy with blonde hair put the crown on his head, blood was running down his face, and he pulled his other hand, saying that after all, this was his one and only world. The guy with blonde hair fell, fragments were flying next to him, and the ghost said that now, even if he dreams of returning, it is impossible. Even if he wants to save that world, he no longer has a chance. The guy turned into a ghost in a red cloak, who was falling down, and he said that therefore, leaving at least a tiny mention in his world, he is making his own atonement. The protagonist walked on the ground, next to the grass. He entered a ruined building, the walls and roof of which had collapsed, and said that it looked like a suitable place to study. The ghost looked at the guy, flying in front of him and raising his eyebrows, said that in any case, since this is an art from such a special world, then its specialty is based on strength. For them, defense simply did not exist. The guy with blonde hair swung his sword with a smile, striking the guy with brown hair, and the ghost said that the best defense is attack. They used a special method of attacking the place where the opponent's sword would be to neutralize it. Kang Tison said that there is a certain type of attack that cannot be blocked. They stood in the center of the destroyed building, and Kang Tison put his hands on his waist, while the ghost in front of him said that this only means that the attack power is much stronger. He guarantees, so what will he do? The protagonist smiled, looking at him, and said that he sees no reason to refuse. The ghost touched the guy's chest with his hand. The ghost regained his human form as a blonde guy who held his hand on Kang Tison's chest, closing his eyes and saying that the growing storm and the scars that resembled the marks of huge claws, the thunderstorm slashing sword, were the only remaining reminder of his world. 2 system windows showed that Kang Tison had met the owner of the thunderstorm slashing sword. He also obtained the high-ranking thunderstorm slashing sword skill. The ghost smiled as he flew in front of the guy. Behind him was his human form, who also looked at the protagonist with a smile. Kang Tison looked at the ghost in surprise, thinking about what just happened. The ghost told him that he could try now. On the system window was a symbol of crossed golden swords. It said, high-level skill, thunder slashing sword, proficiency 0%. Sword art that was passed down to Kang Tison from the ruined world. Only one person learned it. The guy stretched out his hand to the system window, saying that the proficiency was 0. The ghost next to him looked at the system window, tilting his head, saying that the proficiency should have been 100%, but he was dead. He only received permission to pass on the skill itself. Kang Tison looked at the system window, saying that he would have to work on it himself. The ghost raised his hand, resolutely looking at the guy, frowned, and said that he would still go a little further, so let him listen carefully. The bare branches of the trees, when the ghost explained something, he waved his hand, turning his head, and said that this is not about blocking attacks, but more about reacting to it. Only when he adheres to this concept, it can be called a sort of cutting threat. Kang Tison swung his 2 swords, crossing his arms, his eyes covered by his hair, and the ghost said that when he attacks the enemy's chest, he should bend his arms and move to the left. The guy swung his swords again, his cloak fluttering behind him. The ghost said that then he needs to use the flexibility of his entire body. Kang Tison got tangled up in his purple cloak. He raised one hand with a sword above himself and stretched out the other, saying that he has no idea what he is talking about. The ghost looked at him in surprise. The ghost put his hands on his head and closed his eyes, saying that it is not easy to explain the art of swordsmanship with words, and he could not imagine that they would get stuck on this. The protagonist looked at him questioningly. The ghost looked at Kang Tison, who was thinking, waving his hands, and saying that it was not that he did not have talent. Usually one shows the other a technique, explaining everything along the way, but they cannot do it, so everything is more difficult, and he simply does not have enough experience yet. Kang Tison asked, so you can say that mastery is also a form of experience. The ghost raised his eyebrows in surprise and put his hand to his face, saying that well, this is something that he needs to acquire on his own, so it is a form of experience. Kang Tison remembered how he killed the Goblin Lord, holding a red sword in his hand, while the goblin turned his head away, bleeding, and the system window said that he defeated the previous Goblin Lord. He remembered holding a small bottle of green potion, smilingly saying that he was wondering what the secret reward would be. This is a mastery enhancement potion, and in the next few days there will be no need to work. Kang Tison extended his hand. A flask with a green potion appeared above it. The system window showed, a mastery enhancement potion increases the mastery of one skill by 5%. The guy drank the green potion, closing his eyes, and the ghost looked at him in surprise, asking if he really thought it would work. The warrior with blonde hair and a red cloak blocked the blow, raised his sword to attack, and swung 2 swords. The system windows showed that Kang Tison used a mastery enhancement potion. The mastery of the thunder cutting sword increased. Kang Tison widened his eyes, looking forward in surprise. His purple eyes glowed and there was green energy around him, and he said in surprise that he understood. The guy took his sword in his hand, while the ghost frowned and looked at him. The ghost raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth slightly, looking at the guy who swung his sword with decorations on the blade. Kang Tison swung his sword down, bringing the second one behind his back. He extended his hand with an ornate sword, frowning. The guy turned his back, putting two swords in front of him, and then bent down, lowering his head, stabbing the two swords down. Kang Tison looked to the side with his purple eyes. The ghost looked at the guy in shock, trembling. He remembered when he was a human, standing with his back turned, raising his hand with a sword. The blonde smiled, looking at his sword, which he held in his hand. He raised his hand, against the background of the brightly shining sun. A hand in a white glove, against the background of the sun. Kang Tison extended his hand up, clutching the hilt of a red sword with black patterns. He abruptly brought the sword down, swung the second one behind his back, bending his leg at the knee and frowning. Kang Tison smiled, sweat running down his face, and he said that it worked. The ghost smiled uncertainly, looking at him in surprise, and said that it turned out that it was possible. He thanked the guy, and Kang Tison asked in surprise what he said. The ghost replied that he said nothing, and was he really imagining things. The merchant with a white beard and hair threw a couple of gold coins in his hand, saying that he had no idea why he was buying such trash. Kang Tison held a sword in his hand, the blade of which was dirty. The system window showed a rusty sword, attack +1. The merchant said that if he had a reason, then fine. Kang Tison smiled and threw the sword over his shoulder, looking at him and saying that they would see each other next time. Fog was flying in the air, bare tree branches were visible. Two blades collided with a trident. Kang Tison stood in front of the lizard, giving the trident two rusty swords, and the ghost next to him smiled and said to really understand the art of the sword of cutting thunder. A real fight is needed. For training on mobs he bought that terrible sword, which will significantly delay the process. He is a good guy. The lizard opened its mouth, angrily looking at the guy with red glowing eyes, and pointed its trident at him. Kang Tison thought of several green silhouettes. One crossed his arms, the second spread them out to the sides, and the third put one sword in front of him. The guy thought he could see it. All are capable of reacting to the attack. The guy swung one sword sharply, knocking the lizard's trident down. He hit the lizard's neck with both swords. The guy crossed his arms, clutching the hilts of the sword, blue energy flying around them. Kang Tison swung his two swords sharply, cutting the lizardman's throat with them, and the system windows showed that he had defeated the lizardman warrior. His lightning slashing sword mastery had increased by 1%. Kang Tison wiped his face, breathing heavily, and the ghost next to him smiled widely, saying that it wasn't bad at all. But he thought he could move even better if he moved his wrists by 3 centimeters. The guy replied that he would remember that. He smiled and looked ahead, saying that this fight should have lasted much longer, but thanks to the lightning slashing sword technique, he managed to do it faster. At this rate, he would fly to the 7th floor. A bright fire could be seen near the trees. Kang Tison crossed his arms, holding swords in front of the lizard that struck him, and looking at this, the ghost frowned and said that it was important to move forward, but at the same time take steps back in time. When he retreats to the left, let him put his foot forward a little more. Kang Tison sighed heavily and jumped away from the lizard, looking at him, and the ghost said that he had retreated too far. Even his steps when retreating should be used to attack. Kang Tison put two swords in front of him, blocking the attacks of the trident, frowned, and the ghost said that from here he should press on him harder and let him press harder, leaning on him with his whole body. A room made of bricks. Someone was saying something. Kang Tison was lying on the ground, putting a bundle under his head. A fire was burning next to him, and behind the guy was a wall. The ghost flew next to the sleeping guy, tilting his head and thinking that this might be a little unexpected, but he really is unusual. Kang Tison put his hand under his head while he slept. The fire lit his face, and the ghost thought that he spends 12 hours in battle, 6 hours in sword practice, and only during sleep does he rest. He remembered how Kang Tison wiped his face with a smile, turning over his shoulder, and said that this was fun, not tiring. It was better than repeating that suffocating and unknown future. It was better to try a little now. The ghost closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was easy to say, but do most people think so? Asking what kind of life he had. The ghost fell on the guy's face, smiling, and he frowned in displeasure. The ghost said that it did not matter, he was still crazy. Kang Tison slept, closing his eyes, while the ghost lay on his face. The protagonist held a couple of stones in his hand, standing in front of the trees. The guy threw the stones forward and they flew in the air, falling. He looked at them with a frown. The stones were reflected in Kang Tison's purple eyes. Many cuts passed through the air. A blue beam of energy passed between them. The stones fell to the floor, cut into two, white mist emanating from them. 4 days have passed since Kang Tison learned the art of cutting thunder. The ghost looked at the stones, and the protagonist stood in front of them, holding two swords in his hands, saying that now his control has become better. The guy raised his two hands, holding swords in them, looking at them and thinking that he can properly respond to his enemy's attacks. But what is this? Something is missing. The guy lowered his gaze when from behind the broken wall a lizard approached him, holding a trident in his hands. Kang Tison looked at him, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth, thinking that instead of deep in thought, he should practice more. The ghost told the guy to close his eyes. Kang Tison looked up at the ghost and he crossed his arms over his chest, smiling. The guy obediently closed his eyes. Next to his feet, a turquoise energy was visible, which illuminated the guy's shoes. The ghost told him to move forward step by step. Kang Tison with his eyes closed held two swords in his hands. Turquoise energy stretched forward in the darkness and the ghost said that he needed to empty his mind and follow the path of the sword. The lizard held a trident in his hands, pointing it forward. His red eyes glowed brightly and the ghost said that the reactions are based on his own premonition. Let him rely on his own intuition, maintaining a beastly stance. Let him continue to move forward. The lizard clenched his teeth. A purple beam of energy passed through him. Kang Tison struck the lizard twice. Two purple beams of light passed from his cuts. Many wolves made of blue energy appeared behind the guy, running towards the lizard. Kang Tison gritted his teeth, frowning. Next to him, one of the wolves opened its mouth wide. The guy slashed the lizardman with two swords on his shoulders, while many wolves ran towards the lizardman from both sides of the guy. The system windows showed that Kang Tison defeated the lizardman. The lightning sword art skill increased by 3%. The guy was breathing heavily, lowering his gaze. Purple sparks were flying around him. Many wolves were running next to the ghost, who looked down at the guy with a smile and said that this is the first sword of the lightning sword art. The wolf fang. Kang Tison looked up at it in surprise. Blue energy was dissolving next to the guy. He looked at the ghost, who raised his hand, saying that there are still many swords that he needs to learn. But nothing will work with these weaklings. Even if they were on the 10th floor, he thinks it would be difficult to teach him. The ghost smiled as he waved his hand and said that he did well. He was very impressed with how he learned the first sword. Kang Tison smiled as he looked at him and nodded. The two system windows showed high-level skill, Thunder/Sword, proficiency 12%, sword art that was passed down to Kang Tison from the ruined world. Only one person learned it. Li Ti-yong bit off a piece of dried meat on a stick. She chewed it, sweat running down her face. The girl was sitting next to a collapsed wall. A fire was burning nearby, and she closed her eyes, saying that it made her sick. Li Ti-yong bent her knees and looked away, taking another bite, saying that she still hesitated to eat humanoid-type monsters, but the food rations were too expensive. She missed the food on Earth. The girl put her hands on her knees and blushed slightly, closed her eyes and buried them in them, thinking about pizza and cheese corn, thinking that she would like to eat them again, or anything but this horrible thing. Li Ti-yong looked away, sadly saying that she wants to return to Earth. The girl was sitting by the wall when many system windows opened in front of her and she asked in surprise what it was. The girl looked down at the system window that was reflected in her eyes. 3 system windows showed the beginning of a special mission, return to Earth. In a week everyone will be returned to Earth, survive and return. The reward will greatly depend on the results. This quest cannot be refused. Li Ti-yong asked if they can really return to Earth. The girl wrote a message. Did everyone see the special quest? Na Yi-yeon from the single mode wrote, can they really return to Earth? Moon Yi-song wrote that it was super. Li Ti-yong stood in the blue space in front of several boys with a surprised expression. The boy with brown hair and green eyes said with a wide smile that this quest is not a scam. Another boy with blonde hair closed his eyes and frowned, saying that they could finally leave this creepy labyrinth. Kang Jun-hyuk stood behind them, frowning. He raised his hand and said that he thought that everything was not so rosy and simple. The boy with blonde hair turned to him and frowned, shouting that of course this was good news. They would go back home. The other boy with brown hair also turned around, asking how could she not be happy. Kang Jun-hyuk shook his hands and said no in confusion. He frowned and looked at the 2 boys, saying that the reason they came here in the first place was because monsters invaded Earth. A huge monster with bright red eyes was walking through the ruined city where the dark fog was flying. The other guys looked at Kang Jun-hyuk in shock, their eyes wide open in fear, and gasped. The messages in which people wrote that they had become stronger, so they should overcome this. Someone wrote if there was at least canned food left on Earth, maybe they could even eat rice. Another replied that he wanted canned corn. On the system window, Kang Jun-hyuk wrote that it was normal that they even entered this labyrinth. The protagonist reached out to the system window. Blue energy was flying nearby. A large ice arrow was flying above Kang Tison. There was blue energy around. The system window showed entry-level magic, ice arrow, mana cost 6, mastery 1%. The ghost tilted his head, flying towards the guy and asked if he was still watching the chat while he was doing magic. And what was so interesting there, Kang Tison turned his gaze to the chat window and replied that it seemed like they would all get out soon. The ghost put his hand to his face and raised an eyebrow, asking about the place that broken people bequeath. Kang Tison frowned, looking at him and replied that he was talking about something else. The guy abruptly waved his hand and the ice arrow crashed into the wall, causing it to be covered in a thick crust of ice. Kang Tison smiled. Blue energy was shining next to him and he said that the ghost will know when the time comes. From now on he will try to conquer the labyrinth even faster. The ghost spread his arms to the sides and pursed his lips with a confused expression on his face. Kang Tison leaned over, opening a small chest, inside of which a bright golden light was shining. The system window showed that the secret room of the 7th floor had been cleared. The guy held a large green crystal in his hand, which was shining brightly. The system window showed, reward, agility rune, agility increased by 10. Kang Tison stood in front of a dead lizardman, on which blood spatters were visible, saying that it was not difficult. The system window showed, the boss of the 7th floor, the elite lizardman was defeated. The boy looked to the side at the small earrings in his ear, touching it with his hand. The system window showed, normal reward, shabby earrings, mana plus 10. Kang Tison unbuttoned his black jacket and looked at the armor underneath, pursing his lips. The system window showed, secret reward, clean leather armor, defense plus 8, agility plus 2. Kang Tison sat in front of Lilith, who closed her eyes, holding her staff, saying something in an unknown language, while green energy flew around. The system window showed that Kang Tison learned a new spell, basic detection, mana cost 2, identifies the area. He will only be able to determine the location of objects. The girl looked at the boy with big eyes, pursed her trembling lips and asked when he planned to learn new spells. Kang Tison looked at her, answering that right after he learned all of hers. The guy was walking down the stairs with the chat window open. The ghost next to him was looking at him. He frowned and pursed his lips, saying that he keeps looking at the chat. What's going on there? And this is called addiction. Kang Tison looked up at him in surprise. He closed his eyes and waved his hand, causing the system window to dissolve. The guy said that it was nothing special. It was just that one guy who usually talks a lot in the chat, slandering others, was nowhere to be seen. Kang Tison imagined Young Yonghek clenching his teeth and putting his hands to his head, frowning and asking what they should do, while a confused brown-haired guy was standing behind him. Kang Tison said that he was sure that guy was going crazy right now, since he didn't expect something like this in the future at all. Kang Tison smiled, looking forward and said, I wish next week would start soon. The ghost looked at him with annoyance, frowning and pursing his trembling lips, asking what exactly he was waiting for. 2 system windows showed that the quest of the 8th floor had begun. Kill the boss of the 8th floor to move on. Kang Tison walked out of the cave onto the floating islands. A red big bird could be seen flying in the air. Some islands had nests with eggs. The system window showed, reward, Marnius rune, secret reward, unknown. The huge bird opened its beak and pulled out its tongue, screaming loudly. Kang Tison walked on the ground, holding a sword in his hands and looked up at it, when the shadow of the bird loomed over him. The guy jumped off the ground, and from the destroyed wall nearby, flying into the air. He looked at the bird with a gloomy look, flying next to it and saying hello to it. The guy hit the bird on the back, causing its eyes to turn white and it screamed loudly, opening its beak. Kang Tison landed on the ground next to the ghost. The bird fell next to him and the system window showed that he had defeated Markanda. The guy said that the monsters in this place acted according to their instincts, so catching them was easy. Kang Tison looked at the rusty sword in his hand and said that he never thought that his swordsmanship would come in handy against animal-like monsters. The ghost crossed his arms and said with a smile that it was primarily created to fight against humans. Kang Tison closed his eyes and extended his index finger, next to which there was a fire burning, saying that he still planned to clear this place quickly. It was perfect for learning something new. The guy extended his hands forward. Several explosions passed through the air. Some birds were covered with a crust of ice. Kang Tison walked forward, looking at the burning and frozen birds, saying that it was very convenient. He noticed something, looking up and raising his eyebrows in surprise. The boy walked towards a small fountain with water inside, which stood on a floating island. The system window showed that Kang Tison had discovered Oman's altar. Kang Tison placed his hands on the edge, his face reflected in the water, and the ghost looked at the boy's reflection, saying that Oman is the god of trials. He tests adventurers and enjoys when they discover new powers and talents in themselves. He is exactly the god he needs now. Kang Tison looked at the 2 system windows that appeared in front of him and which said that Oman wants to test the one who came to his altar. The reward, Oman will decide based on the result. Kang Tison smiled, looking forward determinedly, and said that there is no reason to refuse. The water from the fountain flew into the air and the boy looked up at it in surprise while it was spinning in the air. The system windows showed, an additional quest has begun. Oman is preparing a test. The guy was surrounded by a wall of water and he looked to the side. The ghost raised his gaze, saying that it was a wall of water. The island where the fountain stood was completely surrounded by a wall of water. The water in the fountain turned blue. In its center a blue light was visible. Dark water began to flow out of the fountain, flowing along the floor. A dark figure began to appear from the water, holding a sword in his hand. The system window showed Oman's test to show his strength. Kang Tison swung the sword, bringing it to his chest and jumped, stretching one leg forward, thinking that he needed to keep his distance and collect information. The guy's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, noticing something. Kang Tison stood in front of a silhouette from the water, who bent his leg at the knee and raised his sword to strike. The guy thought why he was so slow. Kang Tison swung his sword sharply, cutting off the head of the water silhouette, and the system window showed that Kang Tison passed the test. As a reward for it, his agility increased by 1. The guy looked to the side, where a dark fog was flying over the fountain, and black water was flowing onto the floor. Another silhouette from the water appeared, who pointed his sword at the guy. Kang Tison thought that it seemed like such monsters would continue to appear. The guy blocked the attack of the silhouette with his 2 swords, frowning and thinking that this one was already faster than the previous one, but it was still slow. The protagonist swung his sword forward, cutting off the head of the water silhouette. The guy looked to the side. Dark drops of water were flying next to him, and he said that he seemed to be starting to understand what kind of test this was, an increasing test. The 2 system windows showed that he had passed the second test. As a reward, his strength had increased by 1. The ghost smiled and extended his hand and said that he was right. Now there were tests for adventurers from the 1st and 2nd floors with an average level of strength. He said that through this test, the guy would be able to find out which floor his current level is suitable for. Kang Tison looked at another water silhouette that was running towards him, holding a water sword in front of him. The guy frowned and smiled, looking at him with purple glowing eyes, saying that it was wonderful. He himself was curious. Kang Tison swung his sword, releasing a purple beam of energy and cutting the silhouette into 2. The system window showed that he passed the 3rd test. His intelligence increased by 1. Kang Tison swung his sword again, cutting off the head of the water silhouette. The system window showed that he passed the 4th test. His agility increased by 2. A splash of dark water on the floor, with blue energy inside. The system window showed that Kang Tison passed the 5th test. His strength increased by 2. The guy blocked the attack of the silhouette, who slashed his spear at the guy's sword. The system window showed that the shadow made a sharp strike. Kang Tison thought that at this level, they were already starting to use abilities. Kang Tison raised his hand. An ice arrow appeared above it. Blue energy illuminated the guy's face, who was smiling. The system window showed that he activated the ice arrow. The arrow flew towards the shadow, who held out a spear in front of him, blocking it. The arrow broke the shadow's water spear. It hit the silhouette's chest, tearing it apart. The system window showed that Kang Tison had passed the 6th test. His mana had increased by 2. The guy looked back at the system window, where his mana was shown, which had decreased slightly, and said that his mana was restored after completing each test, and it was great that there was no limit. Kang Tison said that he could try a lot of things then. He waved his hands, throwing a large fireball at the water silhouette. The system window showed that he had passed the 7th test. His strength had increased by 1. Kang Tison raised his index finger, looking at the purple flames around him, and thought that shadows of his current floor's level would start to appear. The system window showed that he had activated confusion. The shadow held his head as purple energy appeared around him, and an ice arrow pierced the shadow's chest. The system window showed Kang Tison activated the ice arrow. The guy smiled, stretching out his hands. Purple light illuminated him, and the system window showed that he passed the 8th trial. Mana increased by 4. The guy thought that it was still very easy. He was looking forward to the next development. Kang Tison looked at the bowl that was standing quietly, asking why nothing else appeared. The ghost opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. Tears appeared in his eyes when he said that he seemed to understand, and this is so ridiculous. Kang Tison looked at him and asked, "What is it?" A bowl standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by a wall of water. The ghost said that the level of Oman's trials is not higher than the floor the adventurer is on. If he wants to continue the trial, he will have to pay a certain price, and it seems he is not willing to reduce his area of influence for this. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes, saying that no god has ever said such a thing. The ghost raised his hand to his face and said that this is all because he is unique. Moreover, there should be a gap between these gods now. They are under pressure. He wants to see his potential, but does not want any losses. Drops of blue water were flying next to the fountain. The water in it was also glowing. Kang Tison looked at him questioningly, standing next to him and crossing his arms over his chest. The guy sighed and turned away, closing his eyes. He said that this is taking too much time. He better go past the labyrinth. Suddenly, the water in the bowl stirred. Kang Tison looked at the pair of system windows in surprise, which showed that Oman's area of influence had decreased, and Oman was offering an enhanced trial. Kang Tison stared at the system window in silence, while the ghost next to him laughed loudly, saying that this was such a circus. 2 system windows appeared above the fountain, showing that Oman was having mixed feelings, and Oman's trial, prove your strength again. Kang Tison smiled, holding his sword in front of him, and thought that from now on, he could see the shadows from the floors he hadn't reached yet, and he was looking forward to it. the shadow of a monster that was bending down while its body was being collected from the water. Kang Tison blocked its attack as the shadow struck him, holding two swords in front of him. The boy frowned and pursed his lips, his eyes glowing brightly with a purple light. He swung his sword, striking the shadow twice. A blue energy wolf opened its mouth next to the guy. The system window showed that the 9th trial had been passed, and its strength had increased by 4. Kang Tison stood behind the dissolved shadow, lowering his sword and looked to the side, when many system windows showed that spiritual growth had been activated. The reflection mastery had increased to 3%. The guy said that even spiritual growth had been activated. Kang Tison turned to the ghost, while the next shadow had formed in front of him, and said that this was all great, of course, but what was this thing? The shadow pulled the bowstring of the water bow. A bright blue light was shining at the end of its arrow. The ghost said that it didn't seem like they were taking any specific person, but they had their own history, those who had passed the trial and lost, those who had a contract with a god, and in the end, those who had fallen down and sold their souls so as not to disappear. 3 water arrows flew towards the protagonist, who looked at them. Kang Tison held out his sword and raised his index finger. A fire appeared above it. The ghost said that they were all nothing more than shadows of different warriors who were lost in the endless history of the labyrinth. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated the fire explosion. The protagonist waved his hand, releasing a fireball forward, which the shadow dodged. An explosion passed along the ground near the water wall. Kang Tison raised his hand above the shadow's head. Purple energy appeared around it. The system window showed that he activated madness. Kang Tison raised his hand above the shadow, closing his eyes. 2 ice walls appeared in the shadow's body, and its body was covered with an ice crust. 2 system windows appeared, which showed that the guy activated the ice arrow. Another system window showed that he passed the 10th trial and his strength increased by 5. Kang Tison exhaled. Frosty steam came out of his mouth and he looked forward, saying that the ghost said so. They are not ordinary toys of the gods. Each of them has their own unique movements. Their fighting styles are also different. He will remember this. Next to the water arrow, many strikes were visible. The system window showed the shadow from the 13th floor. The silhouette swung his weapon, which Kang Tison dodged. Turning his gaze to him, he thought that gradually they are starting to show different abilities. The shadow was surrounded by fire and the guy looked at it with his swords lowered. The system window showed the shadow is from the 14th floor. The guy thought that while he was using skills, this shadow relied too much on them, so its movements were a little strange. This shadow was definitely easier to kill than the previous one. Kang Tison blocked one of the shadows with his 2 swords, putting them in front of him. The system window showed the shadow is from the 15th floor. Kang Tison placed his feet on the ground, causing stones to fall on it, thinking that from this point on, their stats are about equal to his, or even higher. Kang Tison stretched out his hands, forming a fireball next to the shadow's head. The system window showed that he activated the fire explosion. The ball exploded in front of the shadow, which staggered back. The protagonist walked through the fire, frowning. The system window showed that he activated the acceleration and powerful strike. The guy swung his sword, striking the shadow, causing it to dissolve. The guy thought that the number of his abilities is much greater. Kang Tison wiped his face with his hand, looking up at the 3 system windows, which showed that the 15th trial was passed. His strength increased by 6, agility increased by 5, mana increased by 4, spiritual growth. The guy said that they not only give experience points, but also increase spiritual power and increase stats. This is truly crazy. Kang Tison looked at another shadow that was formed from the water, and the guy said that if you make a quick assessment of all this, he said that about 60 units of stats are added. Isn't it funny? The ghost spread his arms to the sides and smiled awkwardly, saying that all this is possible only thanks to the main character. I wonder how much stronger he will become by the end of the trial. The system window showed a shadow from the 18th floor. Kang Tison swung his sword towards the shadow, leaving a purple light from the cut. Behind him were 2 wolf heads made of blue energy. The body of the water shadow began to dissolve. It suddenly rushed at the protagonist, raising its swords to strike. The water shadow grabbed the guy and stuck its sword into his back. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated a complete nullification of the first attack. The guy swung his sword sharply, leaving a purple light and killing the shadow. The system window showed that he passed the test. The ghost flew nearby, looked down at the guy and said that it seemed he wanted to arrange mutual destruction, but he was unlucky. Kang Tison stood in front of the dark puddle while the ghost was flying in the air, closing his eyes and spreading his arms out, saying that this zeroing is still cheating. The system notification appears after he has already been attacked. As long as his opponents have no idea about his zeroing skill, they will not be able to react. The system window showed the shadow of the 19th floor. The shadow struck a huge hammer at Kang Tison, who blocked it by crossing 2 swords. The guy leaned on the ground with his feet, causing it to crack. He gritted his teeth and frowned. The system window showed that his opponent is an enemy that cannot be defeated, and the guy said that now they are also voicing negative predictions. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. A golden ring appeared around him, and the shadow was thrown back. The system windows showed that the test was passed. He did not lose faith in himself, going out against an invincible enemy. He activated an unbiased duel. The thirst for battle was activated. Kang Tison activated contempt for the strong. The guy thought that after so many trials, he was simply overflowing with skills to enhance against dangerous opponents. The guy frowned, blocking another blow of the shadow with his swords, causing sparks to fly to the sides. The shadow's hand squeezed its hand on the weapon. It began to swing its hammer, leaving a trace of water behind the cuts, and Kang Tison jumped back. The system window showed that the shadow was activating a storm. The protagonist clutched his swords in his hands as his hair and clothes were blown by the wind from the shadow. The guy thought that this skill that can force the body to rotate and strike at 270 degrees, but it also has its own weakness. He will no longer be able to stop, and his back will be open at that moment. Kang Tison went behind the shadow, who was swinging her axe. The guy brought his sword behind his back to strike. The system window showed that he activated acceleration. Kang Tison abruptly stuck two swords into the shadow's back. The guy's eyes glowed brightly, and the system window showed that he activated a powerful blow. The system window showed that the 19th test was passed. Kang Tison stood in front of a dark puddle of water, looking away, and thought that now he was able to easily get rid of it thanks to his settlement, but such situations will not happen again. The system window showed the shadow of the 20th floor. Kang Tison stood with his back to another shadow that stood in front of him, holding a weapon in its hands. Rays of purple energy began to emanate from the shadow, and the system window showed that the shadow was activating absolute energy. Kang Tison pursed his lips and pointed his sword at the shadow, frowning and saying that he expected such difficulty. The system window showed the test passed. Kang Tison overcame the test thanks to his tenacity. The shadow ran at the guy, bending his body. Kang Tison raised his hand with the sword behind his back. Beams from the blows were visible near the wall of water. The shadow struck the guy's shoulder, swinging his sword wide, and Kang Tison pursed his lips. The system window showed that he activated reflection. The shadow hit the guy with his fist on the cheek, and he closed one eye, turning his head away from the blow. Kang Tison frowned, stretching out his hand forward, purple energy flying around it. The system window showed that he activated madness. A red dome appeared around the shadow, and it spread its arms to the sides. The guy flew back, hitting his back on the floor. The system window showed that the shadow activated a counterattack. Kang Tison closed one of his eyes and wiped his face with his hand. Blood was flowing from his nose, and the guy thought that this was a counter skill that pushes the enemy back a distance proportional to the stats. He himself learned this skill quite late, and yet the shadow did not have much health left. A golden beam of light was visible as the guy ran forward. He struck the shadow with two of his swords, but it blocked his attack with its greatsword. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated acceleration, and he activated a powerful strike. The water shadow waved its hand. A weapon began to form from the water next to its hand. She struck the guy with the second sword, and he clenched his teeth and closed one eye. The system window showed that Kang Tison received 210 points of damage. The guy clenched his cloak in his hand, covering his face with it. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated the robe of the Dark Vault. The boy disappeared, leaving a blue beam of light, and the shadow raised her head questioningly. Kang Tison walked behind her and swung his sword, his eyes shining brightly as he said goodbye to the shadow. Kang Tison chopped off the shadow's head with his sword, pursing his lips and frowning. 3 wolves made of blue energy appeared behind the boy, opening their mouths. The system window showed that the 20th trial was passed. Kang Tison closed his eyes and fell to the floor, breathing heavily. The system windows showed that his strength had increased by 20. His agility had increased by 13. His intelligence had increased by 10. His mana had increased by 14. Spiritual growth. Kang Tison opened his eyes wide, looking ahead at something. Beads of sweat were running down his face as he looked ahead. Another shadow was coming out of a puddle near the fountain, leaning on its hands. She extended her hand towards the boy. The shadow emitted rays of blue energy. Kang Tison looked at her in shock. A purple mist appeared around him. Sweat was running down his face. The boy lowered his head and smiled. He closed his eyes and raised his hands, saying that they would finish here. The shadow disappeared, turning into a puddle, and the system windows showed that Oman's test was completed, and Oman thoughtfully kept silent about the results. The blue system window that said, Kang Tison, level 21, impenetrable shield, 50 out of 50, stamina, 835 out of 835, mana, 215 out of 215, strength, 332, intelligence, 175, agility, 268, attack power, 24, defense, 29. The protagonist is in perfect condition. Kang Tison and the ghost in the red cloak looked at the system window, and the ghost said in surprise that this is an incredible increase, and it is generally adequate that the adventurer from the 8th floor defeated the shadow from the 20th. They looked ahead. In front of them was a white bowl of water. Water was flying in the air. 2 system windows showed. Oman's area of influence has decreased. Oman is giving out rewards. The ghost said that Oman's strength has really decreased significantly. Kang Tison raised his hand. Purple mist and golden stars were flying around. Many system windows showed that he received a certificate ring, strength +5, defense +5. He passed the test of strength test, so he gets additional rewards. Proof of limited mastery, 1%. All his stats will be increased if he fights against an enemy of his level or close to his level. The guy said that he received a new ring and a passive skill. Kang Tison crossed his arms and closed his eyes. When a system window appeared, it said that Oman offers an apostle contract. The guy said that he refuses. A stream of water poured out of the fountain and the guy looked away questioningly while the ghost laughed at him. A system window appeared. It said, Oman promises another meeting in the future. The water around the floating island sank. Kang Tison was standing near the fountain. The protagonist turned over his shoulder, looking to the side, thinking that his current ceiling was the 20th floor. Really useful information. Maybe this test should be told in the chat. The protagonist was lying on the floor under a low ceiling that had spikes on it. He pulled his hands, opening a chest from which a bright golden light came out and thoughtfully hummed. 2 system windows showed the secret room reward, ankle projector, defense +6, agility +3. Kang Tison stood near a huge red monster. With feathers, wings, and a beak, there were ice crystals on its body. Kang Tison stabbed the monster with his sword, saying that it became much easier. The system windows showed the boss of the 8th floor, Markando Rusha. Kang Tison sat on the monster, holding a chest on his lap and thoughtfully humming while looking into it. The ghost next to him looked down at the guy and said that usually people become stronger in a more adequate way, but it was his spiritual power. That skill in Oman's variability made him even cooler. Kang Tison smiled. Holding a golden crystal in his hand that cast a bright light from itself, he said that it was worth putting into the inventory. The system window showed the rewards of the 8th floor. The Manhwa rune represents attributes based on the probability of using runic weapons. 3 more system windows next to the guy showed secret rewards for discovery. He received a passive skill, touch exploration mastery, 1% every time when attacking an enemy. Part of the damage dealt will suck out a certain percentage of the enemy's stamina. Kang Tison looked back, thinking about how a large hand was pulling a green creature towards itself, saying did he really get a skill as a reward, and it will be useful in protracted battles. The guy jumped off the huge monster on whose back there was ice and put his hands in his pockets, saying that now they had collected everything they could and they should speed up their descent down. 4 days until returning to the ground. The system windows showed monsters of the 9th floor, goblins. On the ground there were 3 goblins in silver armor, masks on their faces and weapons in their hands. The one in the middle was walking forward and the other 2 behind him were looking back. 3 goblins ran forward, raising their weapons to strike. One of them jumped and slashed with green energy at Kang Tison, who frowned and parried it with his sword. The other 2 goblins stood in front of the boy. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a bright blue mark from the cut. One of the goblins stood by his side, and the boy said that he still easily dealt with them, but who would have thought that normal goblins would be stronger than lizardmen? The ghost behind the boy looked at him, saying that he was sure that they were training somehow. The leader must have taught them this. He believed that Kang Tison should be able to guess who it was. The protagonist stood with 2 swords in his hands. Next to him lay the defeated goblins, and behind him was an image of 2 creatures, a dark creature with green glowing eyes and a green mist around him, and a gray monster with a long nose and red eyes, with a red mist around him. The guy thought that the one he fought earlier, Haji, is the former leader of the goblins, and the current one is now on this floor. 3 days until returning to Earth. A goblin in a brown cloak and a hood on his head sat on the ground. In one hand he held a staff, at the end of which there were 4 skulls, and in his second hand he held a spear. Behind him was a wall on which there were drawings. The system window showed the boss of the 9th floor. The Hobgoblin Elder appeared. The goblin growled with a wide smile and held out a staff in front of him, around which purple energy appeared. Kang Tison turned his feet on the ground. Next to the floor was illuminated by purple light. He placed his hand on his cloak, which was fluttering with energy. The system window showed that the guy activated the cloak of stealth. The guy disappeared in front of the goblin, leaving behind a bright blue beam of light. Kang Tison appeared behind the goblin, swinging his sword, cutting off its head, causing it to spin in the air. The system window showed that he defeated the Hobgoblin Elder. Kang Tison stood in front of the wall with rock carvings, looking at the ghost flying next to him and saying that they can go. The guy extended his hand, a blue circle with chips appeared in front of it, and the system window showed that he activated trap detection. Kang Tison frowned and looked ahead, his face illuminated by a blue glow. The protagonist walked towards a large goblin, who was wearing a helmet with long horns. The goblin looked down at the boy with his red eyes. The system window showed that Lutra, the goblin lord, had been detected. Lutra asked if he was the one who had won. Kang Tison closed his eyes and nodded silently to him. Lutra smiled. A faint green light began to emanate from him, and said that he had fought against a monster, that is, a warrior like him, so he must have died satisfied. Kang Tison stood with 2 swords in his hands, his eyes glowing purple, and purple mist and lightning flew around the boy. Lutra said that for this, he wanted to thank the protagonist instead of him. The boy tilted his head, looking at the goblin who was sitting in front of him, and said that he was the one who had displaced Heijawa from his position as lord, so why was he doing this? Lutra raised his hand, with sharp claws that had a green glint on them, and smiled. Small crystals were flying above him, and he said that in the end he was destined to be killed. Shouldn't he leave something behind as a memento of himself before he died? Wasn't it obvious that dying as a goblin lord was better than just being one of them? Kang Tison looked at the goblin, pursing his lips. Lutra's shadow fell on the boy, and he thought that in the end he did this because of his greed. The goblin lord stood up from his place, holding 2 spears in his hands, crossing them. The crystals above his head were sparkling, and Lutra said that he knew this day would come someday, but it still felt strange, but he should just accept it. Lutra looked at the protagonist with his red glowing eyes, tilting his head, and said, "Let them fight." Kang Tison looked at the goblin with purple eyes. He swung his weapon sharply, leaving a blue light in the air and striking Lutra, who blocked the guy's sword by crossing his spears. The protagonist pressed Lutra's spears with 2 swords, one of which was shining brightly, and the goblin screamed. He looked at Kang Tison from under his brows. His spear was shaking, sweat was running down his face, and he said that he couldn't even keep up with his skills. He couldn't resist his fast movements and sword mastery. Kang Tison looked down at the goblin with a calm face. A bright blue light was shining from below him, and he asked what the goblin lord was going to do. Lutra swung his spear sharply, leaving a bright green light, and pushed the guy back, screaming, "No way." The goblin smiled widely. A red mist was coming from his eyes, and he said that he didn't care that there was no chance of winning. He would just do his best. He wanted to brighten up his remaining time. Kang Tison jumped forward, raising his 2 hands with swords back. Purple mist emanated from his eyes, and next to the guy, 2 blue ghost wolves were visible, baring their teeth. The guy said that he would also give it his all then. On the walls, on the ropes, blue and red crystals hung and dangled. Lutra sat by the wall that was broken. Large pieces of rock fell from above and crystals were shining. He said that he couldn't believe that he pushed him back so much, but he was satisfied. That was enough for him. Kang Tison extended his hand, grabbing 2 arrows with gold tips. Lutra told him to step forward, and the system window showed improved arrows attack +10. The protagonist stood in front of the goblin sitting on the floor, raising his hand. A ghost in a red cloak was flying next to him. The system window showed that he had defeated Lutra. The guy with black hair looked at the ghost who was looking up and said that they could go. More system windows showed. He had received the title of Kill the King of Kings. When he fights against a lord, king, or elder, his stats will increase and the reward will be increased. The sky was blue, mountains and trees were visible. A girl with green hair, a green dress and a hat held a staff in front of her. Her eyes closed, green energy was flying around, and in front of the girl sat Kang Tison. The system windows showed that he had learned the Shroud, entry-level magic, Shroud, mana cost, 4, proficiency, 1%, hide signs of presence. Many bottles of potions in the hands of the protagonist. A man with gray hair, a beard and a smoking pipe in his hands looked at this with an eyebrow raise, saying that he can't believe that he lost half of his luck, and why is he buying so many potions? The guy replied that he needs them for something. Kang Tison walked down the stairs while a small ghost was flying behind him. The guy stepped on the steps with his black boots. The system windows showed the reward of the 9th floor. Boots of increased speed, defense, +7, agility, +5, movement speed, +10%, action speed, +5%. The guy put an ice sword in front of him, around which there was frost energy, and said with a smile that he had not changed weapons for a long time. The system window showed the secret reward of the 9th floor, shining sword of frost, attack +11. Kang Tison went down the stairs, smiling, looking forward, and said that they finally came to the 9th floor. In the dungeon, there were several islands that were flying in the air. Destroyed walls and broken stones were visible. The white ghost smiled, lowering his gaze, and said that it was almost over. He flew to the protagonist, looked at his face, and asked if he remembered his quest. Kang Tison remembered how the ghost told him how a huge dark monster killed him while he was sleeping as a human. Kang Tison said that yes, he wants him to take revenge on the one who killed him on the 10th floor. A stone tombstone, on which the sunlight fell. It was overgrown with moss, leaves hung on it, and a butterfly sat. Kang Tison walked forward, while the ghost flew behind him, thanking the guy. He asked in surprise what, and the ghost said that thanks to him, he was able to leave a trace of his existence. The guy with blonde hair and a red cloak smiled, closing his eyes, and said that his world was lost, and he followed it. For them it was already over, but he should leave at least a memory of them. Kang Tison turned around, looking at the blue energy that dissolved in the air. The ghost said that it was a shame that he could not teach him the second mastery of the sword, but he was sure that he himself could handle him one day. He said goodbye to him in advance. He had a lot of fun with him. Kang Tison looked to the side and answered that he was still not sure about the future, so he will postpone his answer for now. The time left until returning to Earth is unknown. In the dungeon, a huge monster was gathering from the sand. Its large paws with sharp claws were visible. Rocks were falling from the ceiling. Kang Tison stood in front of a huge brown ogre, which swung its paw, growling and opening its mouth, from which drool was flowing. The system window showed an ogre. The monster of the 10th floor appeared. Kang Tison grabbed one of the ogre's fingers with his hand and pulled it up. The guy closed one eye, looking to the side at the ogre, pushing it to the side, causing it to crash into the wall. The ogre lay on the ground, its mouth open, its eyes turned white. A faint red mist was flying near them. The guy said that it was easy. The system window showed that he defeated the ogre. Blue sky. On the edge of the cliff, a stone building was visible, in which there was a wooden door. The system window showed a secret room of the 9th floor. Kang Tison stretched out his hand, revealing a blue seal opposite the bones that were in the ground. The system window showed that he had activated trap detection. The current trap detection skill level had increased to 2%. The white ghost flew behind the guy, looking at him and thought that he could have just destroyed her, but instead he raised his skill level. Why did he suddenly decide to bother so much? The system window showed that the protagonist had activated trap detection. The other two system windows showed success. He received a blue ring as a reward from the secret room. Kang Tison took the ring off the skeleton's hand. It cast a bright light away from itself and the system window showed blue ring, mana plus 10. The protagonist and the ghost stood in front of a tall red door. The guy said that this was finally the boss room. The ghost flew behind the guy who was standing in front of the door. He told him that when he defeated the boss and entered the hidden room, he would meet the one who killed him. If he could deal with him, he would be able to complete his quest. Kang Tison raised his hand. A scroll and a golden crystal were flying above it. The system window next to the crystal showed the Manhwa rune. Represents attributes based on the probability of using runic weapons. The system window next to the scroll showed the engraving scroll gives equipment special powers. The scroll and golden rune were flying around the ice sword. White energy was emitted from them, which was drawn to the sword, and the system windows showed that the protagonist used the Manhwa rune and the engraving scroll on the Shining Sword of Frost. The Shining Sword of Frost attack plus 11. Lightning attributes are built in. When mixed, there is a small chance to slow down the enemy. The guy said not bad. Kang Tison held the ice sword in his hand, looked back at the ghost and asked, is he considered a creature from this labyrinth? The ghost replied that technically yes, because he is dead and tied to his grave. A stone grave with a golden light shining around it, reaching out to the ghost that was flying next to Kang Tison. There was a blue light around the guy, and the ghost said that he could only be here because of him, but his roots would not change. The protagonist looked up at the ghost, next to whom yellow and blue energy was shining. He said that was right, that was what he meant, no matter what, but because of the quest, he was bound to it. Kang Tison smiled, looking at the ghost, and said that's why, until it was completed, he would continue to follow it. Then what would be their priority? The ghost looked at the guy in confusion. When he said what was more important, him, who was bound to this labyrinth, or the ghost, who was bound to him because of the quest, the ghost asked what he was talking about. A rift in space appeared in front of the protagonist and the ghost, from which fragments flew off and white energy stretched. The ghost cried out in surprise. In the rift, the planet Earth was visible, from which blue energy emanated. The system window showed 0 days until returning to Earth. The ghost looked at it in fear, shuddering and asking what it was. She showed, a special quest begins, you need to prepare for a dash. Kang Tison flew down, lowering his gaze, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind, and the ghost shockedly asked him to wait, asking what was happening. The protagonist closed his eyes, pursing his lips. Beams of blue energy flew next to him. Beams of blue energy stretched from planet Earth. Stars shone around in space. Beams of blue energy flew through space among bright shining stars. A large city that stood next to a river, blue sky, mountains were visible in the distance. Kang Tison was lying on the ground, closing one of his eyes and putting his hand to his face. Next to him there were several green leaves on the ground, and the guy thought that the aroma of the grass here was different from what was in the labyrinth, and a strong smell of asphalt, which is inherent only to this unique place. The guy was lying next to the houses on the asphalt, thinking that everything was the same as then. Here he was back on Earth. A frightened ghost was flying next to the main character, looking at the guy and loudly asking where they were. The ghost waved his hands in fear, opening his mouth wide, saying that he had never heard of such a place. Kang Tison thought that this time he was not alone. The guy was walking on the ground. There was broken glass under his feet. He went into the store. Its windows were broken. The products on the shelves were overturned. There were debris and garbage on the floor. Kang Tison pinched his nose with his fingers, looking at the shelves, and thought that it didn't smell very good. As expected, most of the products had gone bad. After all, 3 months had passed. The guy reached his hand towards the blue can, thinking that now it was only worth taking this. He held the canned goods in the blue can in his hand, and also canned sweet corn in his other hand. Kang Tison stretched out his hand, above which the fire was burning. He held a red sword, on the blade of which meat was fried. The system window showed. He activated the fireball. The guy ate one piece of meat, sitting on the ground, and closed his eyes with a smile, saying that it was delicious. The ghost looked at him with displeasure, asking why he fried it like that. The ghost looked around with a surprised expression, asking, is this his world? Wow, this happens. The protagonist thought that everything created and obtained in the labyrinth belongs to the labyrinth, but you can take something with you as items upon returning to the ground, so the player's ownership is a priority in the final decision. The protagonist left the store, looking up, and said that he is not really sure, because he is not an object, but a living being. The ghost turned to the guy, asking, by the way, what is this? On the road of the ruined city there were several broken cars, with broken windows and dented bodies. Kang Tison said if you would understand if he said that they were like horse-drawn carriages, only they could move without horses. The ghost asked if those tower-like buildings belonged to the villains. The guy said no, they were just buildings. He raised his gaze and pointed upwards, telling the ghost to take a closer look. Maybe he knew something about it. The ghost also raised his gaze. In the air above the tall buildings there was a purple rift, along which cracks ran, and a purple light emanated. The ghost asked what it was. From the purple portal flowed green slime with yellow eyes. Kang Tison answered that this was the reason why he went into the labyrinth, and what was destroying their world to this day. The ghost looked up at the purple lightning, saying that he felt a completely different force. He thought he could figure it out if they got closer. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking at him, and thought that maybe they could identify it later. A green monster with many eyes was hiding behind the destroyed wall behind the guy. The monster suddenly jumped out of ambush, stretching its tentacles towards Kang Tison. He looked at the monster with a calm face, grabbing it by one of the green tendrils, and it growled questioningly. The ghost looked at it in surprise, asking what it was. Kang Tison pulled the monster forward towards the ghost, holding it by the tentacles while the monster wriggled in different directions, and asked him what he thought it was. The ghost stretched out his hand towards the monster, from which green liquid was dripping, and said that perhaps it was a servant of God, but the energy felt completely different, like one of them, but very strange. A faint green energy was emitted from the green monster. The ghost said that it must have crawled from outside, but who would need to create such a creature? He can't figure out who it is. The ghost frowned, raising one hand and looking to the side, said that he can say one thing for sure, his creator is incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than the Rakuratas. Kang Tison looked forward with a serious face. A purple mist was flying next to him. He answered clearly. The green monster in his hand caught fire, surrounded by flames. The system window showed. The protagonist activated the fireball. The protagonist extended his hand, in which the monster disappeared, leaving behind a blue glow. The ghost looked at the guy and asked, so he brought him here to ask such things? The guy asked what was wrong with it, and the ghost replied that he agreed. Thanks to this he can see another world. The ghost looked at the open system window, which said, a special quest is starting. The protagonist must hurry to the city hall of Anyang City. Conditions: you need to arrive alive. The ghost said that they give him a minimum description. Blue sky, roofs of houses were visible, the sun was shining. Kang Tison walked forward along the road on which stones and debris lay. The ghost next to him looked around, saying that there was no one here at all, and the guy asked what was going on here. He thought that how many people chose the option that suddenly appeared in front of their faces. Most must have decided to stay on the ground, hoping to hide and wait for rescue from the government. Kang Tison passed an alley where a dead man's hand lay and thought that this was the result of their choice. The ghost looked in surprise at the corpse of a man leaning against one of the buildings. He flew up to the protagonist, resting his hands on his head, and said that he was sure the guy could move faster with his current characteristics. So why was he so slow? The guy looked up at him and replied that he wanted to meet someone. The ghost smiled, remembering the blue-haired girl and the brown-haired boy, saying that they were the children he taught. It would be interesting to see them. Kang Tison replied that no, but they would see them soon enough too. A man with iron armor on his legs and dark pants. There were white sparks and white fog around him. Kang Tison walked past the alley. The brown-haired guy put his hand on the wall, stepping forward. He greeted the protagonist and asked if he also received a quest to go to the city hall. The black-haired guy looked forward in surprise. The ghost also turned around. Kang Tison sadly looked forward at the guy with his purple eyes. The man walked forward to the protagonist, saying that he seemed to see him for the first time, and that he seemed to be from normal mode, not hard mode. The brown-haired guy smiled widely and closed his eyes, holding out his hand, saying that he was Junjun from hard mode. They had a group of survivors gathered there, asking if he wanted to join. Kang Tison remembered Junjun, who was waving at him with a smile, holding food in his hands, smiling widely and closing his eyes, and who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. There was blood on his cheek. The protagonist looked sadly at the guy in front of him, with debris flying next to him. He lowered his head, while Junjun looked at him questioningly, smiling, holding out his hand. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, with a calm face, saying that he would go with him. Junjun smiled happily, hugging the black-haired guy by the shoulder. The two of them walked on the ground, on which small stones lay. Jun extended his hand as they came to the camp where there were many people standing around a burning fire. He smiled and said that he came back and how are they here. The man with brown hair smiled. With tears in his eyes he folded his hands and said that finally, fortunately nothing happened. The guy with brown hair behind him put his hand to his face and shouted that Jun came back and it was time to relax. The guy with brown hair smiled widely, pointing his hand at the protagonist and closing his eyes, said that this was Kang Tison. He guessed that he was from normal mode and he hoped they would get along. Kang Tison stood behind him as they were surrounded by people, discussing that they were seeing him for the first time, but there were a lot of people on that mode. It was no wonder that he didn't know him. Kang Tison calmly looked forward, thinking that there were about 100 of them here, and they were all from normal and easy mode. The ghost next to the guy said in surprise that it seemed like they didn't see him. The boy looked at the people whose faces were hidden by the darkness and Jun who was emitting a faint glow. The boy thought that as expected, he didn't remember any of them. Jun shook his hands together, shouting, and now. He looked forward as other people surrounded him, saying that everyone was gathered, so they were going to the city hall. Other people started saying what would happen if they ran into monsters, and they knew that this was a quest, but still. The brown-haired boy smiled widely and closed his eyes, telling them not to worry and he would protect them all. The other people smiled happily, clenching their hands into fists, tearfully saying that it was as expected of the hard mode, so reliable, and what a relief that they met Jun. Kang Tison stood silently in the crowd of people. The group walked through the ruined city. Jun was walking in front, holding a shield and a sword in his hands. The ghost flew above the people, looking down at them and thought, aren't these the players from the labyrinth? Why are they so weak? The ghost looked down at Jun, who pursed his lips while looking forward. The ghost thought that out of everyone, only this guy looks good, but only to some extent. He doubts that he is capable of going down to the lower floors of the labyrinth. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and put on a purple hoodie, standing in the crowd. The ghost looked at him with a raised eyebrow and mentally asked why the protagonist wanted to meet Jun. Moreover, he himself was going to join this bunch of losers. One of the guys in a yellow shirt and with black hair pointed forward, frightenedly saying that there was something there. The other people hid behind the broken wall, looking at the huge turquoise monster that was looking around, growling. The system window showed. The monster 569,942,587,101 appeared. Jun frowned, looking at the monster with determination. He came out of hiding, holding a sword and shield in his hands. While the others were looking out from hiding, the guy told them that he would be back soon and to wait here. The other people looked at the guy with their mouths open in surprise. Kang Tison also looked at him with his arms crossed and thought that this monster was only an F class, so even they could handle it, but that was if you looked at it from the labyrinth standards. Jun gritted his teeth, blocking the strike of the turquoise monster with his shield, which opened its mouth. Looking at the guy with his yellow eyes, Kang Tison thought that in fact, only someone from the hard rank could withstand the monster. Jun swung his sword forward, bringing the shield behind his back, leaving a yellow light from the swing and striking the monster, which screamed loudly. The guy smiled and looked at the other team members, raising his sword that was shining in the sun and saying that he figured it out and asking everyone to come here. The other party members closed their eyes and smiled widely. With tears in their eyes, Kang Tison looked at the guy with a calm expression. He looked down as he stood in the middle of the crowd and thought that such situations had happened before. Jun swung his sword, drawing the sword back, killing the turquoise monster, gritting his teeth. The protagonist thought that Jun had dealt with all the monsters that got in his way. The other members of the group were hiding in the building. A man with dark hair was looking out the window. While the two girls folded their hands with scared faces and tears in their eyes, Kang Tison thought that the rest of the group was hiding for their own safety. The group of people were looking at a huge brown monster with a mouth on its head and many paws in fear. It was growling, drooling from its mouth. Kang Tison thought that sometimes in the middle of a battle, another monster would appear. Red energy was emitted from the monster and it screeched loudly. It ran towards the group. The people ran away in fear, shouting to run and that it was a monster. The protagonist threw a stone in the air above his hand, while the members of the group were calling Jun, or shouting to get out of the way. A guy in a yellow shirt and brown hair with tears in his eyes stretched out his hand forward, screaming that he didn't want to die. A brown monster was approaching him, opening its mouth. The monster disappeared, leaving behind a mist of red energy and a few drops of blood, and the guy looked over his shoulder in surprise. A blood stain and a crack were visible on the ceiling. People looked around in surprise, asking where the monster went. It suddenly disappeared, but no matter what, they survived. Jun ran to the building, breathing heavily, with a nervous expression, asking if everything was okay and what happened to the monster. The guy in the yellow shirt with a surprised face answered that he was not sure. No one killed it, but it just disappeared. Jun Jun's eyes widened and he frowned. His face was dirty, sweat was pouring down it. When he thought that he really just disappeared, no way, no one could defeat him. He is the only one here from hard mode. The boy looked over his shoulder, looking at the protagonist who leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. Closing his eyes, Jun Jun wondered if that was it. He looked at Kang Tison, who was holding a rock in his hands, examining it. The brown-haired boy thought that most people would shake in fear when they first saw a monster. But this boy was so calm, as if he already knew that something like this would happen. Jun Jun frowned, looking to the side at the protagonist, thinking about his name. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, shaking it from side to side. Jun Jun frowned and raised his sword above his head, looking over his shoulder at the others and saying that they should move on. They still had a long way to go to the city hall. The two people were walking along a road that had a translucent fog on it. Kang Tison thought that Jun Jun continued to protect them. The brown-haired guy gritted his teeth as he swung his sword, leaving a trail of yellow energy behind him. While Jun Jun stepped forward to get rid of the monsters, Kang Tison was stealthily killing those who appeared later. The protagonist stood in the crowd, snapping his fingers. A bright golden light flashed next to them. The journey continued. The crowd of people walked forward. A white ghost in a red cloak flew above them, emitting black and purple energy, asking what they were doing. The ghost's face was distorted with anger. His eyes were black, and the teeth in his mouth were sharp. Red lightning came from the ghost, and he said that even if they were weak, there would be no problem if they joined forces. But they didn't even try, they just ran away. They were parasites. A group of people walked forward while the ghost shouted that no matter the fights where life is at stake, they didn't even show the slightest desire to do anything. The ghost opened his mouth wide. His black eyes had white pupils and shouted that the likes of them were trapped in the labyrinth. And don't let them make him laugh, it's an insult to them. Kang Tison stood in the crowd of people, tilted his head and looked towards the ghost, thinking that this was the first time he was so angry. It's good that others can't see spirits. The girl in the red jacket covered her face with her hands, sitting on the ground, and muttered that she can't. Jun Jun was kneeling next to her, smilingly telling her that it was okay, and to be patient for a little while longer. The ghost said that no one can be strong from the start. They continue to risk their lives to become stronger. The ghost tiredly lowered his gaze to the floor and asked how they even lived to this point. The protagonist looked at the ghost who was flying next to him and whispered to him not to be so angry, if anything. Then the strange one in this situation would be him. Unlike him, people chose an easy labyrinth. The other members of the group watched this, standing behind. The ghost looked questioningly at the guy, lowering his gaze, asking what he was talking about. Because there is only one labyrinth in the world, Kang Tison silently looked away. He narrowed his eyes, which were glowing faintly, and offered to talk to the ghost for a while. Easy, normal, hard, and solo. Each mode has configurations of monsters and bosses on the level. The only thing in common is that the shape of the floors is the same, and the 100th floor is the last. Kang Tison looked at the ghost with his arms crossed over his chest. The ghost flew above him, saying that in any case, the labyrinth he knows is not divided in any way. Sometimes dimensions are broken by gods, but then they return to their original form. The ghost frowned and put his hand on his face, looking away and asking if someone had created these artificially. The protagonist looked at the ghost with a calm gaze. Golden energy was flying around the land with 4 towers on it, with golden light shining around it. The ghost said that if it was a being that didn't know how to design a labyrinth and just casually copied and pasted it, then this whole situation could be explained. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest, looking away as the ghost said that, however, considering the scale, it was quite difficult to do so. So why would they even bother creating such things? The guy wondered if it was possible that the one who created this was at the level of a god or even higher. The protagonist remembered 2 huge monsters on top of the buildings. One of them was blue, with thin tentacles and a mouth at the bottom. The other was with tentacles on its face, green with red glowing eyes. Kang Tison thought that all the monsters that appeared were only F-class. If this creature intended to kill them, then it should have sent monsters of at least a class, but he was controlling everything, as if he was watching them. The guy with black hair put his hand on his chin, looked down and said that they say that gods love it when mortals make the greatest effort. The ghost flew next to the guy who was walking between the 2 members of the group. The ghost said, "Can't they just go to the destination right away? He hates looking at these people." The guy replied that no, they can't. They will still have nothing to do even if they get there first. The ghost landed on Kang Tison's head, patting him on the head and frowned, saying that if he wanted to help them so much, then why not do it directly? Why hide it? He likes to help other people. The guy looked up at him and said no, not really. The ghost said that he did it so often, and Kang Tison said that he didn't help everyone, but only those who had potential. The ghost asked what now? Jun Jun looked away frowning, waving his hand while the other members of the group looked at him. The protagonist said that the reason is because he can become friends with him and go to the very end. A group of people were walking through a ruined city, next to a building from which a dark fog was coming out. Kang Tison said that he didn't care what happened to them, but if they died, Jun Jun would go crazy. Kang Tison looked ahead sadly, putting his hood on his head, and thought that there was something else. Jun walked through the city among the ruined stones, the ruined roofs of the buildings, the dark sky that was covered by clouds. Jun fell to his knees, breathing heavily and hanging his head low. Fog was flying around him. The protagonist thought that in his past life, he also led people. Tears were running down the face of the brown-haired guy, and he looked forward. A guy was sitting next to a building, his hand on a broken glass. There were shards of glass next to him, and Kang Tison thought that when he finally reached his destination, he was all alone. The sun was setting, the sky had turned orange, there were several brown monsters running through the city, and several turquoise ones. Cracks were visible on the road. The girl with black hair closed one eye, pulling a piece of meat with her teeth, from which a faint red energy was emanating. Another guy was sitting against the wall. The orange sun was shining from the windows above. He was chewing the meat he was holding in his hands and said that monsters tasted terrible. A guy in a yellow t-shirt was sitting against the wall, holding meat in his hands and looking at the other guy, saying that it would be better for him to stop by the convenience store. The other guy with black hair replied that if he met a monster there, it would be safer to eat what they brought with them from the labyrinth. Kang Tison sat with his legs crossed, bringing the meat from the bluekin he was holding in his other hand to his face. The other two guys turned around in surprise. People started talking. One of them said that the protagonist had ham. The other one said that he could offer to swap it with him, but they didn't have anything. The other one said that it was much tastier. He was jealous. Kang Tison looked up, chewing on the ham. A shadow loomed over him. The man with blonde hair and an orange t-shirt put his hands on his hips, looking at the protagonist, saying that why shouldn't he share? He said that he was on normal mode, then he would definitely know who he was. The other people stood behind the man in the orange t-shirt, who crossed his arms. They looked at him in surprise, saying that this was the leader of the Athens Guild, Lee Chang-seok, and why of all people did it have to be him? What a shame. The protagonist silently looked up at the man while chewing his food, while he was saying that if Kang Tison didn't want to die when he returned to the labyrinth, it would be better for him to give everything to Lee Chang-seok. He didn't want to go against the guild. Kang Tison asked if he was sure he could return there. He didn't. Lee Chang-seok looked down at the guy questioningly, frowning, asking what. The protagonist closed his eyes, bringing the meat to his mouth, thinking that he had already forgotten about the Athenian guild. Now he remembered. They abused their power and tried to subjugate the labyrinth. Lee Chang-seok clenched his hands into fists, red energy emanating from him, and shouted, "How dare the protagonist look down on him so openly?" The man with blonde hair clenched his teeth and raised his fist to punch, shouting that he asked for it. Kang Tison thought that they all died when the second return happened. Jun opened his mouth wide, shouting enough. The brown-haired guy walked up to the two of them. Lee Chang-seok raised his fist to punch and asked who he thought he was. It was his personal business, and why shouldn't he mind his own business? The man gritted his teeth and frowned. Jun grabbed his face with his hand, and the man asked if he thought they would obey him in everything just because he decided to accompany them. Jun held the guy's face and lowered his head. Jun grabbed his wrist and cried out in surprise. He thought he was just a simpleton who didn't have a clue about anything. Kang Tison turned over his shoulder with a calm expression, looking away. Jun frowned at the man and said that he knew what Lee Chang-seok thought of him. It was his right, but he shouldn't cross the line. The brown-haired guy abruptly punched the man in the chest, and the blonde's eyes widened. Lee Chang-seok frowned, his eyes turned red and widened, and he let out a muffled sound of pain. The man fell to the floor, breathing heavily, and Jun stood next to him, saying that if he did that, he would throw him out that second. The other members of the group looked at it in surprise. Jun turned away and lowered his head, pursing his lips. The other members of the group looked after him in fear. Kang Tison silently looked after the guy, while the other people said that it was the first time they saw Jun acting like this. The starry sky, in which the moon was shining brightly. Jun sat against the wall near the fire, putting his hands on his knees. Someone next to him said that he was sure the guy was tired from all these battles, and now on night watch. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned to the side. He looked at Kang Tison, who walked up to him with his eyes closed, and called out to him. The black-haired guy crossed his arms and said that the people were afraid of him. They were also afraid that they would be the ones left behind by the entire group. Jun smiled nervously and lowered his gaze, saying that he had no choice. He had to do something. After all, there were many of them here. But there were even more dangerous situations on the way. For the sake of their survival, he had to make them obey. He remembered how a brown monster with many paws ran towards a group of people who were looking at him in fear. Jun turned around to look at the monster. The brown-haired guy suddenly stabbed his sword into the monster's flesh. A green light emanated from the sword. The guy said that thanks to Kang Tison, he had the opportunity to do this. The protagonist silently looked at the guy with his purple eyes. He stood in front of him, his purple cloak fluttering, and the guy asked if he really had to go that far. Jun looked up at the guy in surprise, asking what. Kang Tison lowered his head. His hair covered his eyes and said that if it was him, he could easily reach the city walls. Wasn't he right? Jun silently looked at the protagonist, looking up at him in surprise and opening his mouth when Kang Taesun said that he was sure the guy knew this very well. After all, he was from hard mode, people who were destined to survive would survive, and those who weren't would die. Kang Taesun stood in front of the guy, his eyes were hidden, he had a hood on his head, and the stars and moon were shining above his head. The protagonist thought that the probability of survival in hard mode was only 1%. So after living there for a while, he gained an understanding. If you help someone who has no chance of survival, they will eventually die. The guy asked why he was so obsessed with people who would die. Jun frowned, looking at the protagonist with wide eyes. He knelt down and bent down, shouting, "Why is he saying this?" The brown-haired guy raised his gaze in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He looked at Kang Taesun, who was looking down at him with a gloomy expression. Jun wondered what kind of strange feeling it was, like he was someone who had seen countless deaths. This look. Jun grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand, squeezing it, and thought that as he thought, this guy was definitely not from normal mode. He clenched his teeth and held the sword out in front of him, his body trembling, and asked who he was. Kang Taesun opened his mouth, his eyes were hidden by a shadow, and he replied that it was the first time he saw him like this. The guy turned around, leaving. Jun looked after him in surprise when the protagonist said that he did have a goal. He would tell him later when they reached the city. Jun looked after him in surprise, sweat pouring down his face. Jun sat back down near the wall, his mouth open and his eyes wide, wondering out loud who he was. The blue sky with yellow clouds from the rising sun, there were reflections in the windows of the building. Jun walked into the building where the other members of the group were waking up and put his hands on his face, saying that it was time to get up and for everyone to wake up. The group of people smiled widely as they stood on the street, their cheeks turned red as the guy said that in 2 hours they would be able to reach the city and they needed to hurry. Jun walked in front of the crowd with a serious expression, frowning and holding a sword in one hand. On a blue car sat a brown monster that was roaring. Jun stepped forward, waving his sword. One person said that the monsters were coming and the guy told them to stay behind. Kang Taesun thought that they had missed something. The first thing was that the monsters would only attack those who were trying to get into the city hall. The 4 people lowered their gazes in fear, their mouths open, the protagonist thought. Second, those who went there on their own are either already there or dead. 3 monsters ran forward, drooling from their mouths and red energy glowing around them. Someone shouted, "Are there really 3 of them at once?" Jun turned over his shoulder and frowned, shouting loudly for everyone to run. The crowd ran forward, their faces distorted with fear. They shouted loudly, asking for help and asking not to push the others. Jun thought that he was not sure that he could handle even 2, and it was definitely impossible with 3. Behind the running people, a boy with dark hair was running. He turned around with tears in his eyes to look at the monster that was standing next to him. Jun landed in front of the boy, who put up a shield in front of him, which the monster crashed into, and closed his eyes, clenching his teeth. The guy opened his eyes, frowning as he looked ahead. There was green energy around him and he thought that the city hall was right in front of them. All he needed was to stall for a little while until they got there. The system window showed that he had activated a breath hold attack. Jun swung his sword, striking 2 monsters that flew back. Another one ran towards the guy. The system window showed that he would be able to breathe freely in 10 seconds. The guy gritted his teeth, putting his sword in front of the brown monster's mouth, blocking its strike. His hand trembled, and he looked up at a small light bag. The system window showed tranquility powder. It would explode immediately after touching the enemy and create a curtain. Jun cut the bag with his sword, leaving a golden mark from the strike. The brown monster stood in front of him. Golden dust appeared in the air, flying around the monsters and the guy who lowered his head and put a shield in front of it. He thought that he only needed to hold on for a little while longer. Jun smiled widely and turned to the side, calling out to the other people. He looked at the crowd that stood behind him in surprise, looking at the guy. He thought why they hadn't left yet. In front of the people stood a green monster with claws and red glowing eyes and an orange monster with tentacles. The system window showed Monster 512,319,877,701 appeared and Monster 123,456,123,201 appeared. The crowd gathered in a circle. On one side of them stood 2 monsters, green and orange, and on the other side stood 3 brown monsters with many paws. Jun looked at the people, wondering if they were really surrounded. The people turned to the guy, their faces were scared, and there were tears in their eyes. They begged him to help them, asking what to do now. The guy opened his mouth, looking forward in surprise. Everything was floating behind him and he thought why they wanted to kill them so much. 3 brown monsters with round mouths, around which there were fangs. There was red energy around them and the guy thought about what to do. He had no more useful things left, and against them he definitely couldn't win. Even if he survived, everyone else would die. Jun looked ahead with wide open eyes, breathing heavily, and thought maybe he should run away alone. The guy clenched his teeth, sweat was running down his face, and his eyes were hidden by a shadow. Other people looked at him in surprise and fear. In the background you could see houses, from which a dark house was coming. One of the people asked what happened. While Jun thought that he could survive, his strength and speed are the same as monsters, it won't be hard to dodge if you move quickly. The guy puffed out his cheeks and pressed his lips. He covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes wide open, breathing loudly and heavily. He wondered if he should abandon them, but these people believed in him and followed him all this time. He brought them all here by his own will. Jun closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his eyes, and he thought that if he was going to betray them like this, he shouldn't have thrown words around. If he wanted to protect them, he should do it to the end. Jun stood in front of a crowd of people, debris falling behind him, and he mentally asked what he should do. Many people looked at him in shock, their mouths open. One of them came closer, asking if something was wrong. Jun hung his head low, debris flying around him, and he thought that if only he could die for them, or if only he had more strength. The guy clenched his fists. They were shaking, and Kang Tison thought that of course Jun was a good person, but now he was not willing to sacrifice himself for others. The protagonist in the purple cloak looked at the guy, his clothes fluttering, and his eyes were hidden by a shadow when he asked the guy if he was leaving. Jun opened his eyes, looking at him in surprise. Tears were running down his cheeks. He frowned and looked at the guy with displeasure. Jun stood in front of the protagonist, asking if he was blaming him. Two brown monsters could be seen behind him. Kang Tison closed his eyes, stretched out his hand, next to which a blue sword appeared, and replied that no. He would not blame him no matter what choice he made. He was just wondering. The guy thought that he was still wondering what happened that day. Jun's hand clenched the handle of the shield in his hand, trembling, and he thought that he did not want to run away. If only he were a little stronger. The brown-haired boy clenched his teeth and closed his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his face, and thought that he would definitely be able to save everyone then. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked forward as a blue frosty energy beam cut through the brown monster behind him. Jun fell to the ground, looking to the side in surprise, where a blue energy beam passed through the monsters with many legs, which stretched from Kang Tison, who closed his eyes and raised his sword above his head. The black-haired boy looked to the side, opening his eyes, and said that this would be a little fun for him. The other party members and Jun in front of them looked at the protagonist in shock, their mouths open. Kang Tison walked towards them. Behind him on the building sat a red monster with orange liquid dripping down it, with a long tail and spikes visible on its back. Three red monsters opened their mouths wide, jumping from behind Kang Tison, who lowered his head and closed his eyes. The guy opened his eyes and looked down. He raised his fist, on which drops of blood were visible. The monster behind him had a part of his body missing from the blow. Other parts of the monster's flesh were flying nearby, and golden energy was flying in the air. Kang Tison said that now they can continue their journey to the city hall. A large white building with large windows. Someone said that they finally arrived. The guy in the yellow t-shirt stood in front of the blonde guy, who looked at him with a worried face, saying that they met again and he was so happy to see him. The girl with dark hair stood behind the guy in the yellow t-shirt, and he turned to look at her. The girl asked why there were so many people. This was the first time such a large group had arrived here. People surrounded Jun, who looked at everyone with a surprised face. Someone said that he was the one protecting them. He was from hard mode. The guy opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, saying that it wasn't him. Kang Tison stood next to him, putting his hand on his shoulder. The protagonist silently closed his eyes and shook his head, while Jun looked at him. The guy with brown hair put his hand to his face and closed his eyes, saying that it was all nonsense. A guy in a yellow hoodie stood in front of him, and another guy in a blue sweater, who raised his hand and put the other one to his face, told all the newcomers to listen so that they would follow him. Kang Tison entered the building with everyone, raising his hand and clenching the other one into a fist, thinking that the city hall was full of people. But the original population of Anyang did not exceed 500,000. People were standing in the hallway of the building, talking to each other. The sun was shining through the windows. A guy in a blue sweater was standing on the second floor, crossing his arms over his chest, and Kang Tison thought that meant that about 100,000 survived. The hallway in which there was a small tree in a pot, the sun was shining on it from the window. The main character leaned against the wall in the hallway next to the tree, closing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest. Next to his face, someone waved a bottle of water and greeted the guy, causing him to open his eyes and look up. Jun smiled awkwardly, closing his eyes and handing the guy a bottle of water. He scratched his head, saying that he thought he should greet him at least once. Kang Tison smiled and took the water bottle, saying that the guy was good at using the breath hold attack, and it was a useful thing. Jun replied that of course, thanks to him he was able to learn it. Jun smiled as he remembered the many system windows that had something written on them and a green icon with a yellow symbol on top. He said that to be honest, although he learned the skill, he didn't fully trust everything that was said in the chat. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. The guy said that he experienced all of this himself and it turned out to be true, and thanks to the protagonist, he avoided such a disgusting choice. Kang Tison drank water, looking at the guy and waved his hand, saying that he was only doing what he wanted, so no problem. He said that it was originally Jun who decided to protect the group and see it through to the end. The brown-haired guy's eyes widened and tears appeared in them. The guy's lips and body trembled. Jun grabbed the protagonist's hand with both hands and shouted no. He leaned down, getting close to the protagonist's face, who looked at him in surprise. Jun resolutely shouted for him to accept his gratitude. Not only did he share useful skills, but he also saved his life. Now he will always follow him, and if Lord Kang Tison wishes, he can use him for a long time. The protagonist threw a bottle of water at the guy's face and asked him to stop talking nonsense, let him act as usual. Jun smiled widely, looking at him, clenching his hands into fists, and said that everything is as he expected. The guy is so energetic. Kang Tison turned away from him and thought that with this guy, he is quite peaceful, but not that much. A girl approached the two guys, and they turned to her. She asked, "Is Jun here?" The brown-haired guy called out to the teacher. The armored girl with long black hair walked forward holding papers to her head. She looked at the guy with her green eyes in surprise. The inscription, Kim Yong, hard mode. She said that she came because she needed to discuss something with him, asking who was with the guy. Jun pointed to the main character standing behind him with a big smile and said that it was Kang Tison from solo mode. Kim Yong said, "Is it really the same one who chatted a lot in the chat?" The black-haired guy looked at the girl, thinking that she was the leading figure from hard mode. He remembered her. He knew her in his past life too. The girl looked at the papers, put her finger to her head and said that then they would go together. At the moment about 100,000 people have gathered in the city hall, but the problem is that among them only about 1,000 can act against the monsters. Jun asked so little. Kim Yong closed her eyes and sighed, saying that it was because most of them came from easy mode or normal mode, and that's not all. They have little food supplies and safe places to sleep. The problems never end. The girl with a tired expression said that they have no idea what quest to start, but first they need to find someone to be the commander. Jun extended his hand, his eyes wide open, and said that isn't it obvious that she should become the commander. Kang Tison looked at them with his eyes wide open and his hood on when Kim Yong said that she tried, but the guy from easy mode named Yong Hek went crazy, demanding to be given the role. Kim Yong and the gray-haired guy with a big smile on his face stood opposite each other. There was a yellow lightning bolt between them. The girl said that she had made arguments that they couldn't be commanded by someone who couldn't even stand up to one monster, but he raised his voice, claiming that she was looking down on the easy mode guys. She remembered how the gray-haired guy leaned over with an irritated face, holding out his hand, while there were two people standing behind him. Kim Yong said that he even took people captive for this. She decided that it would be unwise to confront him so rashly, and decided to postpone the decision. Jun clenched his fists and frowned, looking at the girl, saying that he really took someone captive, asking who it was. On the floor kneeling there was a girl in white clothes with blue hair and a guy with short brown hair who was clenching his teeth and closing one eye. Kim Yong said that I think their names are Lee Tae-yong and Kang Hayek. He was holding them. Kang Tison frowned. Purple energy was flying around him and he asked why they allowed themselves to be caught. The girl with black hair looked at the guy in confusion, saying that she didn't know the details, but they were connected when she first came here. He put his hand on his head and closed his eyes, thinking that with their current characteristics, they could even defeat Yong Hek. Something was definitely wrong here. The protagonist walked forward, loudly stepping on the floor. Jun asked if there was nothing they could do. The girl replied that there were no casualties yet and she thought that they should observe the situation before intervening. Kang Tison said that he didn't plan on doing that. Kim Yong looked at the guy in surprise, her eyes wide open. She frowned when the protagonist stood in front of her and asked what he wanted to do. Kang Tison replied that he needed to trample that guy first and where he was. The black-haired girl put her hand in front of her, frowning and said, "Does he really want to commit a crime? He shouldn't use violence." Kang Tison approached the girl, tilting his head and looking down at her. A purple mist emanated from him, and the guy asked why, saying that the world had collapsed and the laws were no longer valid. Kim Yong's body was shaking. She looked at the protagonist resolutely, raising her gaze, and frowned and replied that it was still unacceptable. The rules must be followed. People can't kill each other. Kang Tison silently looked down at the girl, pursing his lips. The tall buildings in the city, the sun was shining, the sky was orange. The guy said that she does not change. He thought of Kim Yong. Kang Tison's face. He was breathing heavily, closing one of his eyes. Small scratches were visible on his face. The guy was holding his hand. There were several other people standing next to him. In the distance, a girl with black hair was kneeling, leaning on her sword. There was a pool of blood under her. The setting sun illuminated her, and the guy thought that she was always strict in following the rules. Kim Yong closed her eyes, her mouth slightly open. There were bags under her eyes. Kang Teeson thought that it seemed like this was the third return, until the very end. Until she died, she tried to save everyone and follow the rules. Kim Young approached the protagonist, putting her hand on the hilt of the sword, and thought that this man was dangerous. He could definitely commit murder, and he was about the same level as Jun Jun, so if they were lucky, they could do it. The girl thought that she had no choice and had to stop him. Suddenly her eyes widened and she frowned, opening her mouth and screaming, her hair flying back. Kang Teeson punched her and she fell to the floor. Jun Jun behind the guy looked at him in shock. The system window showed Kim Young receiving 22 damage. Jun Jun looked at the protagonist in shock, frowned and asked what he was doing. The guy told him to just watch calmly. Kang Teeson leaned his feet on the ground, causing cracks to appear on it. The guy lowered his head, rays of yellow energy appeared under his feet, and gold and purple lightning could be seen in the air. A strong current of air and rays of golden and purple energy swept through the corridor. Jun Jun covered his face with his hand, squinting and clenching his teeth, his hair fluttering back. The protagonist ran forward, lowering his head, and thought of Young Young-hek. The guy with gray hair stood near the broken window, his hands on the windowsill. A chain lay next to his feet and he sighed loudly. Young Young-hek smiled, lowering his gaze. Purple energy flew around him and he said that this is what power tastes like. People, a man in an apartment where there were many boxes and mattresses on the floor, sat on his knees, folding his hands. He was thin, he was wearing only a white t-shirt and shorts. A bottle lay next to him. He begged not to touch his family. Young Young-hek in a white suit and black shirt squatted, showing a paper to a man with a wide smile. Behind him stood two more men, one of whom clenched his hand into a fist, and the guy with gray hair asked why. Everything was clearly written in the contract, and if he did not want them to die, let him bring money. The guy with gray hair, looking at the windows, behind which purple energy was flying, and he asked what the sound was. Next to the window flew a huge red dragon, which opened its mouth, in which a fireball appeared. The glass broke and Young Young-hek screamed in surprise. How can people be like this? The guy in the dark green shirt ran past the blue clot, screaming. The guy with brown hair jumped forward, in front of him, cutting the clot with his sword. He smiled and extended his hand to the gray-haired guy, asking if he was okay, and the guy thanked him, asking why he did that. The brown-haired guy replied that it was at times like these that they should help their neighbors. Young Young-hek smiled, looking at the guy in front of him, and extended his hand, laughing and speaking accurately. Young Young-hek with a dark smile walked from the alley where the legs of a man were visible, under which there was a pool of blood. The gray-haired guy was dressed in white clothes and had a sword on his belt. He said that he was such a fool. People are so kind and stupid. Young Young-hek with a wide evil smile raised his hand, from which purple threads were stretched. He thought that in the labyrinth there are no laws or rules. It is a limited space, so even the slightest push can turn everything upside down. Two human dolls, one with a sword and one with a spear. The guy thought that this place accepts high-level players. The doll whose blue body was split and who closed her eyes, he thought that in case of disagreement, they go to a truce or use violence. Above Young Young-hek's hand, two dolls were flying, next to which were chests from which golden light emanated. The guy thought that sometimes a reward can be broken if you keep your mouth shut, thus the labyrinth is perfectly controlled. The guy with gray hair rested his hands on the windowsill, smiling and frowning as he looked out the window, while purple energy emanated from him. He thought that it was so exciting to watch how everyone obeyed his word. Someone asked the guy if he was having fun, and he turned away with displeasure. The brown-haired guy and the blue-haired girl were sitting by the pole, tied with chains. The girl frowned and said that if it weren't for that stupid trick, he would have died much earlier. And stop acting like you're the boss. Young Young-hek smiled widely and sat down on the chair, closing his eyes, saying that he admits she is really strong, but this time luck is on his side. Young Young-hek stood in the field next to the destroyed rocks. There was a beam of blue energy around him, and he thought that not only was he summoned straight to the safe zone, but also not far from the city hall. He did not run into any monsters. The guy with gray hair sat on top of another man with green hair, twisting his arm, frowning. He thought that even those he was afraid of from solo mode turned out to be ordinary weaklings, no stronger than the guys from easy mode, so he managed to take them out. Young Young-hek smiled and put his hand on the green-haired man's head, pressing his face to the ground, causing him to scream. Young Young-hek thought that he believed that the solo mode adventurers only focused on survival, so they weren't that strong. He thought that he understood something thanks to that. Young Young-hek looked at the girl and the boy who were tied up with chains and thought that he was a little busy when they showed up. He remembered holding the knife to the green-haired boy's throat, making a cut that was bleeding, and thought that as expected, people should use their brains first. Young Young-hek held a knife to the green-haired man's throat with a wide smile while his other hand was on his face, while a blue-haired girl stood in front of him holding a sword while a brown-haired guy stood behind her. Young Young-hek shouted at them not to move, saying that they better be obedient if they want to save their comrade from solo mode. Someone had a hand on the blue-haired girl's head who clenched her teeth. The guy thought that it was really stupid. Young Young-hek crouched in front of the girl while shaking his finger at his temple, saying that they should have thought about the hostage instead of fighting him. She was taken advantage of by a smarter guy because she was too weak and kind. The gray-haired guy smiled widely while raising his eyebrow and said that he was telling her that the people from solo mode are nothing. Kang Tison stood in front of the wooden door with light coming from it and asked if he really believed that. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the door in the room and Young Young-hek's eyes widened. His hair and black scarf fluttered in the wind. The gray-haired guy's eyes widened and he frowned. The protagonist walked through the doorway, his cloak fluttering and his hood falling off his head, white fog flying around, stones falling to the ground. Young Young-hek frowned, looking at him in shock, and asked what it was. The blue-haired girl also looked at the guy in surprise, saying, "Is it really him?" Kang Tison raised his hand, frowning, his eyes glowing purple, and the girl called his name. The guy walked forward, white fog flying near his feet, blue shards of glass lying nearby. Young Young-hek frowned, looking at the guy with wide eyes, and thought, "Who is this? And he is dangerous." He stood in front of the protagonist, whose cape was fluttering and purple energy was coming from him. The gray-haired boy thought that his instincts were screaming at him not to let him get close to him. Kang Tison silently looked away with his lips pursed. The gray-haired boy pointed his finger at him while holding a black remote control and shouted at him to stay put, and if he came any closer, he would give the order to kill the prisoners in other places as well. Kang Tison opened his mouth to say something. His eyes were hidden by a shadow. Suddenly, someone shouted to stop and everyone in the room turned towards the sound. Kang Tison looked over his shoulder. Kim Young and Jun Jun were visible in the doorway, standing nearby. The brown-haired guy held the girl who had one eye closed, frowning and asking how dare he say he would kill the prisoners. If he crossed the line, she would not be left alone. Jun Jun also frowned, asking what he was trying to achieve. Young Young-hek sighed and closed his eyes. He smiled, clutching the black remote control in his hand, and extended his other hand, saying that it was simple. He wanted power and safety. If they fulfilled both points, the prisoners would remain safe. Kim Young put her hand in front of her, looking at him with displeasure. Blue energy appeared around her and she screamed, "How could they give power to someone like him from an easy mode? Let him stop talking nonsense." Young Young-hek extended his hand with a crazy smile, frowning, and said that he knew they were strong guys, but they had ever taken the initiative. He often does this. In fact, he was the one leading everyone in his mode. Kim Young gritted her teeth, looking at him from under her brows as the guy continued to say that she was probably only in the lead in homework, and did she really think that she could underestimate his experience so easily? The gray-haired guy looked at the protagonist nervously, raising his hand with the remote control in front of him, and thought, how dare she even rebel against him? They are capable of killing monsters, but definitely not people. Kang Tison can't lay a finger on him either, being in front of his comrades. In the end, it will turn out as usual again. Kang Tison said that he was absolutely wrong. From the hands of Young Young-hek, who looked at the guy with a raised eyebrow, smiling, the black remote control disappeared. Kang Tison raised his hand, throwing the broken black remote control on the floor, which broke into small pieces. The gray-haired guy widened his eyes, looking at this in shock. He looked down at his hand in surprise, looking at his palm, and wondered when he managed to do that without even blinking. Young Young-hek was sitting on the floor in front of the protagonist, who raised his hand, throwing away the shards of the remote control. The guy with black hair thought that Young Young-hek was oppressing people, not obeying the rules and laws, but he forgot that he could also become an object of humiliation. Kang Tison looked down at the guy with a threatening look. Young Young-hek put his hand in his pocket and held the other one out in front of him, frowning and screaming for him to die. Something jingled in the guy's pocket. Heavy, huge iron beams began to fall from the ceiling onto the protagonist, breaking the ceiling below them. Jun Jun stretched his hand forward and frowned, looking at it in shock, screaming the guy's name. The huge beams fell to the floor, raising a large cloud of dark dust. A yellow explosion was visible. The tied-up brown-haired boy looked at this in shock with his mouth open. Young Young-hek smiled widely as he looked at this with his eyes wide open and crazy. Dust was flying in the air next to him, and he thought that he couldn't believe that he was able to deal 20 damage to someone with such an incredible defense, and he definitely killed him. Two system windows showed that Kang Tison had activated the interception and Kang Tison had dealt 0 damage. The gray-haired boy's eyes turned red as the capillaries in them burst and sweat was running down his face as he mentally asked what. Lee Ti-young and Kang Jun-hyuk also looked forward in surprise with their eyes wide open. Kim Young frowned as she looked forward with her mouth slightly open. 5 system windows showed that Kang Tison had dealt 0 damage. The black-haired boy was crawling out from under the beams with his head tilted and one of them was raised. He sighed, pursing his lips. His eyes were hidden by a shadow. The gray-haired guy turned over his shoulder and waved his hand back, frowning as he shouted for everyone to go away and kill him. A door opened, revealing 2 people holding swords in their hands. Another door suddenly opened, and 3 people were holding their swords in their hands as they walked into the room. The people were standing next to Young Young-hek, who waved his hand forward towards Kang Tison, who had a blue light shining next to him. The protagonist was holding an ice sword in his hand, looking forward with a calm expression. Kim Young frowned and tried to run forward, while Jun held her hand, looking at the girl. Kang Taesun swung his sword, a bright blue light lit up around him, snowflakes could be seen in the air, the crowd surrounded him, holding swords in their hands, and the guy said that he understood her feelings, but she did not need to protect them. The protagonist swung his sword, which left behind a blue light, while blue reflections were visible nearby. With one strike, Kang Taesun cut through many people with his sword, blood spurted out from their wounds into the air, blue energy flashed in the air around the guy. Young Hek's eyes widened as he looked at this in horror, drops of blood fell on his cheek. The protagonist extended his hand, the sword disappeared into blue pixels, dead people lay around, under which there were pools of blood, and the guy said that given the number of people on his side, if his opponent was Lee Tae-yong and Kang Jun-hyuk, they would definitely lose. The protagonist's hand dropped. Young Hek was shaking and breathing heavily, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Kang Taesun stood next to the guy with gray hair, raising his hand to his face and looking at him darkly, said that he will not lose. The blue sky, in which white clouds were visible. People were standing on the street, one was sitting on the ground with his hands on his knees, others were talking. A guy with black hair put his hand to his face and yawned, saying that he was bored. A white ghost in a red cloak lay on the green grass, stretching out his arms and squinting. Other people were saying that I wish there was internet here, and they had been here for a long time. But there was still no news. There was a noise and the ghost opened one of his eyes in surprise. People raised their heads in shock, looking at the building, the wall of which was destroyed, and Kang Taesun was holding Young Hek in the air with his arm outstretched. People were shouting what kind of monster it was, saying that a monster destroyed everything. Someone said that it was a man. The protagonist lowered his head low, holding the guy with gray hair by the head. His hands were shaking and he grabbed Kang Taesun's wrist. One of his legs was hanging off the edge of the building. The ghost smiled and flew up, leaving a trail of golden light behind him, saying that the guy finally started doing something fun. Young Hek grabbed the guy's hand with both his hands, looking down in fear, his mouth wide open and screaming. He cursed loudly, his legs shaking as he stood on the edge of the building. Kang Taesun looked at the gray-haired guy as he grabbed his wrist with shaking hands, asking why someone like him even existed. Kang Taesun tilted his head, looking at him in surprise, and replied that he had said the same thing in the past, and thinking about it now, he felt sorry for him because both times he died by his hand. Young Hek frowned, looking at the guy with wide eyes in shock, and brought his hand to his face, asking what. Kang Taesun squeezed his hand on the guy's head, crushing it, blood spurting out into the air. Kim Young and Jun looked at this in shock, their mouths open and frowning. The guy with black hair raised his hand and looked down, saying that he was killed in the same way, saying goodbye to him. He put down the guy who flew down from the building. Young Hek's legs, who was flying down, were flying nearby with shards of glass. He landed on the ground, blood was visible under him, and other people looked at him in shock, their mouths open. Kang Taesun looked down at them, while people were screaming that this was crazy and he was dead, he killed someone. The guy turned away, walking away, the ghost was flying behind him, when someone shouted that he was a murderer. Kang Taesun walked along the road. There were trees nearby, the sun was setting behind the horizon, the ghost was flying next to the guy, and he thought about how it was at that time. He remembered how he ran, breathing heavily and putting a hood on his head. Kang Taesun thought that he was an ordinary easy mode player, and this guy was the leader, then he had to go through a lot of difficulties. The boy held onto his cloak as he ran next to the stone wall while someone was screaming to kill him. He thought it was because he could barely defeat him after the long months he spent in the depths of the labyrinth trying to get stronger. Kang Taesun looked at his bloody palm, raised his hand and said that it was easy this time. He stood by the wall and Jun came up to him, hesitantly calling out to the boy. The brown-haired boy looked at him with wide eyes, saying that he must be in trouble now. Kang Taesun waved his hand and closed his eyes, saying that he didn't care. He opened his eyes, looking forward with a calm face, and said that they wouldn't be able to talk so loudly anymore anyway. The sky that was illuminated by the stars and the moon was shining. Someone slapped the table hard with their palm. The man with blonde hair and a green jacket put papers on the table, his face contorted with anger, and shouted that they can't let him get away with it. No matter how serious the situation is, he shouldn't kill people and he should be punished according to the law. A large white building, the walls of which were cracked. Kim Young sat at the table, putting her hand to her face and hanging her head low. The man in green clenched his hand into a fist, looking at her, and shouted that even though Young Hek was the instigator, what he did was just unnecessary lynching. The man who was sitting next to him on the chair shouted correctly. He shouted that they will punish him, and Kim Young stood up from the chair, loudly slamming her palms on the table. The man looked at her in shock. The girl frowned, a shadow fell on her face, and she said that they should punish him, but how can they do it if she can't handle him? The man with gray hair and mustache put his fist to his face and frowned, clearing his throat. He was wearing a green military uniform and extended his hand while sitting on a chair and said that she said she was a university student, then it was understandable why she didn't know. But this world is not a place that would favor someone so reckless just because he has power. They must control everything according to the law. Kim Young frowned at the man, sweat pouring down her face as she thought, no, this man is so difficult to talk to. She invited him here thinking he would be useful after all. He is a former congressman and a member of the Civic Party. The girl closed her eyes and pursed her lips, her body trembling as she thought that who would have thought that they would be so ignorant in understanding their world. The three men in green clothes looked at the girl. The one with blonde hair frowned, raising his hands. The girl thought that they didn't even try to pass the labyrinth. All they did was turn the food given to them by their followers into mush. She regretted calling them here. They were just chatting. Kim Young lowered her head, pursed her lips and thought of the protagonist, with a frightening look and a purple glint in his eyes. She thought that if they were going to punish him, who would do it? Who could handle his outstanding strength? What if they angered him and he changed the target of his attack? The girl looked up, frowning. A shadow fell on her eyes. Kim Young leaned her hands on the table while the men pounded their fists on the table, loudly discussing something. She thought that everyone here just wanted to get back the authority they once had. Maybe Kang Tae-sun saw her in the same way. One of the men shouted to punish him right now. A system window appeared above Kim Young and the girl looked at it in surprise, raising her gaze. A system window also opened in front of the man with blonde hair and he looked at it in surprise, frowning. The same system window appeared in front of the man with gray hair and a mustache and he asked what it was. On the system window it was written, "A special quest is starting. The first wave will start soon. Waiting time, 12 hours. Defense area. City Hall from all directions. Kill all enemies and protect the City Hall." Someone said about the wave of the special quest and all the enemies. The door to the office opened. There was a man with black hair and a guy with brown hair and a brown sweater. He looked at Kim Young, screaming in fear. Did she see the quest window? And it said that monsters were coming. The girl with black hair stood up from her chair, frowning and waving her hand. Someone was shouting what should they do, and he would never go. He was on easy mode, so he would wait inside. The girl shouted for everyone to be quiet. She would give orders sequentially, but first, let everyone calm down. Kim Young turned to the table. The chairs where the men were sitting were empty. One of them was overturned. The girl frowned, looking at this with displeasure and said that all they can do is talk. Useless. Kang Tae-sun stood far from the city hall near the trees. A blue system window opened in front of him and he looked at it, thinking that it had already started, and he was sure that Kim Young was able to take care of it herself. In her past life she led her group well. Someone called out to the guy standing behind him and he turned over his shoulder. In front of him stood a girl with blue hair and white clothes who folded her hands together and a guy with short brown hair who scratched the back of his head. The protagonist asked if they really came after all. Kang Jun-hyuk pointed forward in confusion at the tail of the white ghost, saying that this was the first time he saw it face to face, but thanks to him, and thanks to him, all the other hostages were saved. But there was still something. Kang Tae-sun looked at the guy questioningly, tilting his head. Kang Jun-hyuk asked if this was some kind of hallucination. The ghost crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows at the guy, and asked if he could see him, asking how he was doing. The brown-haired guy looked at the ghost in confusion. The girl next to him put her hand to her chest and Kang Jun-hyuk asked if this was some kind of quest. The protagonist answered in agreement, and the ghost closed his eyes and said that he had no desire to give them quests, even if they didn't ask. Kang Tae-sun slightly narrowed his eyes and looked down. Lee Tae-yong looked up at the guy, looking at him with wide-open eyes in fear. The protagonist remembered how the girl stood with a large sword, frowning, how she smiled, raising her hand to her face and how she sat in bloody, torn clothes. Closing her eyes, Lee Tae-yong put her hand to her chest, confusedly asking why he was looking at her like that. Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes and turned away from her, thinking that of course she was still too young. Besides, she seemed afraid of him. The guy replied that it was nothing, he was just happy to meet them. The protagonist stood in front of Lee Tae-yong and Kang Jun-hyuk, looking at them and asked if they had seen the quest window yet. In 12 hours the first wave would pass, he would teach them something before that. He shouted at them to draw their swords. Kang Jun-hyuk gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, and Lee Tae-yong covered her face with her hand. They both asked loudly what. The guy with short brown hair frowned at Kang Tae-sun, who said that he was too bold. It was good that he was not afraid of a challenge, but it was necessary to know his limits. The protagonist looked at Lee Tae-yong, who looked at him with fear. Her eyes wide open and trembling. The guy said that she was the opposite. Too timid. Thanks to this she was able to survive, but one day she will have to refuse possible rewards because of this. Kang Tae-sun extended his hand. A purple mist came from him and he remembered the many dead people he saw in the dungeons. The guy said that he did not want to see them die. A system window appeared on which it was written, a request for a fight. This fight will be held with equal characteristics on both teams. In front of Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yong, a system window appeared on which it was written, accept or refuse, and the two of them looked down at them in shock. Purple light began to emanate from the protagonist's eyes as he looked at them. Kang Tison pointed a sword at the two of them, around which purple energy shone, and said that this question does not have a clear answer, but at least they will know how high their skill level is. Kang Jun-hyuk looked at the boy in fear, frowned, and shouted if their levels were too low to fight him. Kang Tison closed his eyes, put the sword on his shoulder, and replied that with this skill, all the stats of the participants in the battle are equal to the stats of the participant with the lowest stats, and he will naturally not activate the ability. The brown-haired boy pursed his lips, looking down at the system window where there were options to accept or refuse. Kang Tison said that in the end, they have no right to refuse, and let him accept. Kang Jun-hyuk pursed his lips, swallowed nervously. He reached out to the system window, which began to dissolve. Another one appeared above it, which said, Kang Jun-hyuk accepts the fight. Lee Tae-yong looked at him in shock, raised her eyebrows, and asked if he was crazy. Kang Jun-hyuk smiled nervously, looking down. A shadow fell on his eyes. He smiled widely, holding his sword in front of him and placing his other hand on his shoulder, thinking that this was an opportunity. He had a chance to show him that he was not a weakling. The boy's cheeks slightly reddened, a golden glint was coming from his sword, and he thought that it would be impossible to defeat the protagonist with their normal stats. But he had a chance now. He shouted, "Here it is." Kang Tison smiled, looking down at the boy, and held his sword in front of him. A purple glint was visible in it, and he told the boy to attack. Kang Jun-hyuk with a wide smile looked determinedly at Kang Tison in front of him, his hair flying back. He raised his sword to strike, gripping it with both hands, jumping towards the boy with black hair, shouting, "Here it is." Kang Tison held his sword in front of him. The brown-haired boy threw a punch that sent out a yellow light through the air, but Kang Tison blocked it with his sword. The protagonist spun his sword, placing it on top of the boy's sword and pressing down on him. Kang Jun-hyuk gritted his teeth, holding his sword with both hands, and frowned, yellow sparks emanating from the contact of the blades. Kang Tison swung his sword, sending out a beam of purple energy, and closed his eyes, striking the boy's arm, who widened his eyes in surprise. Lee Tae-yong covered her face with her hands, looking at this in shock with a frightened expression. Kang Jun-hyuk placed his hand on his shoulder, frowning as he looked away. The system window showed Kang Jun-hyuk taking 8 damage. The protagonist shouted at him to continue, and the brown-haired boy closed his eyes, gritted his teeth. He held his sword in front of him, opened one eye and looked at him. Blue energy was flying around him. Many blows were going through his legs and arms, and the guy mentally asked what, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't block his attacks. Kang Tison appeared in front of the guy's face, leaning towards him. His eyes were hidden by a shadow, and he said that he should just admit it, he's a weakling. Kang Jun-hyuk gritted his teeth and looked up at the protagonist in annoyance. He screamed loudly and ran forward, raising his sword above his head to strike. The guy was pierced by golden lightning, and he dropped his sword from his hands, screaming and opening his mouth wide. His eyes turned white. Kang Jun-hyuk fell to the ground and closed his eyes, breathing heavily. Next to him, a sword was stuck into the ground, in which a purple glint was visible, and Kang Jun-hyuk looked at it in shock, opening his eyes wide. The guy looked up, beads of sweat were running down his face. Kang Tison sat in front of him, looking at the boy with a frightening gaze. Holding his sword by the hilt, he said that feelings, judgment, and identifying weaknesses, these physical factors create a huge difference between them. Yes, his strength works on the ground, but it is still not enough to survive in solo mode. Kang Jun-hyuk gritted his teeth, his body trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes as he muttered that even so, how could these factors create such a big difference? Kang Tison thought that in fact, in his past life, he still disappeared without a name. The protagonist stood up, purple energy emanating from him, and said that he would be his opponent until the boy realized, ordering him to get up. Kang Tison looked down at Kang Jun-hyuk, his purple eyes slightly glowing, and said that this is just the beginning. 30 minutes later, Kang Jun-hyuk fell, dropping his sword, dust rising in the air. The boy was lying on the ground, his arms spread out to the sides and his eyes closed, breathing heavily. Kang Tison stood next to him, asking if he finally realized what level he was at. Kang Jun-hyuk was lying on the grass with a smile. A blood stain was visible on his chin, and the boy was shaking, saying that he was at a very bad level. The system window showed that Kang Tison had won. The boy with brown hair clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, putting his hands to his head. Kang Tison turned over his shoulder, looking at Lee Tae-yong, who was looking at him with fear, shuddering. The boy said that it was good that he did not doubt himself, but he needed to know his limits. But now it was her turn. Lee Tae-yong extended her hand, tears appeared in her eyes, and the girl trembled, screaming that she already knew very well that she was weak, and there was no need to repeat herself. She was absolutely sure that she would not cross her limits. The girl looked in fear as Kang Tison swung his sword, telling her that she had other problems, and let her get ready. The system window showed the duel between Kang Tison and Lee Tae-yong had begun. The protagonist ran towards the girl, bringing his sword back to strike, and frowned, telling her to have time to react. Lee Tae-yong screamed and closed her eyes, holding her sword in front of her. She crouched on the ground, opening her eyes and watching as Kang Tison slashed his sword at her sword. From the swing of the guy's sword, a purple trail passed through the air. Screaming again, Li Tiyang closed her eyes and swung her sword, leaving a blue light in the air from the swing and blocking the guy's sword. Kang Tison braced his feet on the green grass on the ground. He turned around and swung his sword sharply towards the girl, looking at her from over his shoulder. Li Tiyang gritted her teeth and closed one eye, putting her hand in front of her and blocking the guy's strike. The girl swung her hand, closing her eyes and screaming, causing Kang Tison to stagger back. Kang Jun-hyuk looked at this in surprise, his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows raised, thinking that from the outside it might look like she was moving randomly, but she managed to block all the attacks. Kang Tison looked at the girl, lowering his sword as she ran towards him, raising her sword behind her back to strike. The black-haired guy put his hand on Li Tiyang's shoulder, who looked away, closed one eye and shuddered. He abruptly threw the girl to the ground, waving his hand, and she closed her eyes, fell on the grass, screamed and dropped the sword from her hands. Kang Tison threw his sword over his shoulder, looking up and asking how she was. Li Tiyang leaned her hands on the ground, breathing heavily. The system window showed that the protagonist had won. The system window dissolved, leaving behind a blue light. Li Tiyang opened her eyes in surprise, looking at her palms, when the guy told her that she was not as weak as she thought. He said that, but she should not become too brave either. Li Tiyang smiled, tears appeared in her eyes. She and Kang Jun-hyuk stood next to each other, looking at the protagonist in surprise as he told them that was all for their training. Now he would tell them how to gain new skills and go to the labyrinth, so let them listen carefully. Kang Jun-hyuk and Li Tiyang looked at the boy carefully. Behind them were trees, the sun was setting on the horizon, shining brightly. Tall buildings in the city, the moon and stars were shining brightly in the sky. Kang Tison lowered his gaze with a calm expression, saying that the explanation was over. He stood in front of Kang Jun-hyuk and Li Tiyang, who were sitting on the grass, looking up at him, and the boy told them that they can share this information with others and let them not die. Kang Tison lowered his head, his eyes were not visible, a bright moon was visible in the sky. The girl and the boy with brown hair silently looked at each other, looking at each other with a surprised face. Kang Tison put his hand on his side, looking at them and asked what was wrong. Kang Jun-hyuk scratched his head, answering that it was nothing. He just said unexpectedly warm words to them. He used to think that the protagonist was a cold person. Kang Tison closed his eyes and answered that if he was so cold, he would not have given them so much useful information, and he told them everything, so they can go inside and rest. The guy with brown hair walked towards the building, and Kang Tison walked away from them, putting his hands in his pockets and lowering his head. A system window appeared in front of him and he looked down at it, bringing his hand to it, thinking about how much time was left. On the system window, the remaining time until the start of the first wave was written, 6 hours, 12 minutes and 58 seconds. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and the light from the room was shining from the window of the upper floor. Kim Yong was standing behind a table with papers scattered on it. She leaned her hand on the table and grabbed her head, frowning and saying that it was driving her crazy. Someone asked what happened and the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Kang Tison leaned against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. The girl asked how long he had been there. The guy closed his eyes and raised his index finger, bending it and saying that she needed to close the window better. Those with high stats could easily climb in. He asked what the current situation was. Kim Yong looked at the guy in surprise, raising her eyebrows. On the board was a square with the word City Hall written on it. Around it was another red square and the directions were marked north, east, south, and west. The girl said that to begin with, since they would attack from all sides, she wanted to divide their people and place them on all sides. A large building with a green roof. There were 2 more buildings next to it. Trees were growing nearby. The girl said that it would be difficult to protect the city hall from the inside. Because there are so many people there, it will be difficult for them to move, so before the quest begins, she will ask everyone to leave. Kang Tison silently looked forward with a calm expression. Kim Yong closed her eyes, standing next to the board, clutching a marker in her hand and put her other hand to her face, saying that some people refused to fight. What to do about it? It was difficult to convince them. The protagonist asked to leave one side to him and Kim Yong looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows and asking what. Kang Tison replied that he would protect one of the sides himself, so she could distribute the people to the remaining sides. The girl looked at him in confusion, asking if he was sure he could handle it. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, replied that is why he was offering this. The guy put his hand on the window, opening it, while Kim Yong thanked the guy. He climbed onto the window, turned to the girl and replied that there was no reason, and they would meet again, let her survive. The system window showed, the countdown to the start of the wave began. On the second system window, a timer appeared which showed hours, 31 minutes and 48 seconds. The people lowered their heads in fear, lowered their hands, asking why they had to fight, and saying that they did not want it at all. The south side of City Hall, Kim Young stood in front of several people. The City Hall building was visible behind her. The girl's hair fluttered and she resolutely looked forward, clutching her sword in her hands. The west side of City Hall, Jun Jun was kneeling, leaning his hands on his shield, frowning as he looked forward. People were standing behind him. The east side of City Hall, Kang Jun Hyuk and Lee Tae-young stood next to each other, among other people, the girl nervously holding a sword in her hand, and the guy resolutely looking forward. The protagonist walked forward, clenching his fists. There were tall buildings around. The guy's clothes were fluttering in the wind, the north side of City Hall. The guy closed his eyes, lowering his head. In one of the buildings, a rift was visible, from which purple energy was emanating. A huge purple rift in the window of the building. Beams of purple energy were flying in the air from it. Kang Tae-sun tilted his head and frowned. His hair was fluttering back and he said that it had begun. The system windows showed that a special quest had begun. They must defeat the enemy and survive. A sound was heard. Kim Young turned around in surprise, frowning. A turquoise translucent wall divided the road. A guy with a sword and in a white sweater looked at the wall in surprise, behind which there were other people who said that something was rising. Two turquoise translucent walls appeared near City Hall, which divided the area around Mary into 4 parts. Someone asked if this was a wall. The rocks on the ground bounced from the vibration. Cracks appeared on the ground. Many colorful monsters ran along the road, opening their mouths with sharp teeth. A guy with black hair looked at this in fear, shouting that they were advancing. 2 more people ran away, shouting in fear to help them. Other people pounded their fists on the turquoise wall, fearfully asking why they can't get inside, and the walls are even inside the City Hall. This can't be happening. Kim Young turned towards them, looking at the people in surprise and frowning. She turned back, holding her sword in her hand, shouting at them not to be afraid and to go back. The monsters were already approaching them. Kim Young clenched her teeth and cursed, swinging her sword, cutting one of the green monsters. A guy in a blue sweater sat on the ground, his body trembling, as a purple monster with many paws approached him, emanating purple energy. The monster extended its tentacle towards the boy who screamed, tears streaming down his face. The monster hit the black-haired boy with its tentacle and he covered his face with his hands, screaming. The system window showed that Jung Jun Young was taking 7 damage. The boy's eyes widened and he rubbed his shoulder in confusion while the monster stood next to him. Someone suddenly stabbed the purple monster with their sword, causing it to squeal loudly. Kim Young pressed her sword into the monster's body, her hands shaking, and she turned over her shoulder, frowning and shouting that these monsters' attacks are not very strong. They have a good chance of surviving. Just let them be a little more careful. It's time for them to fight together. The man with gray hair and beard gritted his teeth as he looked at her and said that as far as he remembered, it said that they would get a reward depending on the result. The boy with blonde hair looked ahead in surprise, saying that it was still worth a try. The man and the boy looked at each other, frowning. They ran forward. The man with gray hair shouted loudly, hitting one of the monsters with a black cane. The boy with blonde hair also shouted, stretching out his hand towards the green monster. Behind them, the other members of the group were also fighting monsters. Someone shouted at the monsters to die and Kim Young turned over her shoulder with a smile, breathing heavily, and said that they finally got down to business. 2 blue powerful blows flashed, which cut the green monster. Lee Tae-young jumped, bending her leg, cutting the green monster into many small pieces. In front of her, Kang Jun Hyuk ran forward, smiling, swinging his sword, leaving a golden trail in the air. The man with blonde hair looked at them nervously, saying that the 2 of them were really strong, just like monsters. Kang Jun Hyuk smiled, closing his eyes, and said that they were not that strong. The man asked what they were talking about, and Lee Tae-young put her hand to her cheek, closing her eyes, and smilingly replied that the real monster was not here now, but on the other side of the building. Near the translucent turquoise wall, splashes of red blood were visible. Kang Tae-sun crouched on the ground, holding swords in both hands, and lowered his head low, purple mist emanating from his body, and many monsters stood in front of him. The guy suddenly jumped forward, his hair fluttering back, and he frowned. The monsters were hit by many powerful purple blows that cut them into many pieces. Kang Tae-sun jumped forward, swinging his sword. He landed on the ground, and behind him, pieces of monster flesh fell to the ground. The ghost flew next to the guy, looked at him, and said that there were a lot of them here, but it was very easy to kill them. How could they be scared by such insignificant enemies? There were many pieces of monster flesh on the ground, as well as blood under them. The ghost looked questioningly at the protagonist, asking what it was. He had already gotten rid of everyone, so why was the quest not completed? Turning his back to the ghost, the guy replied that it would end when all the other sides were cleared. Kang Tae-sun put his hand on the wall. He abruptly hit it, clenching his hand into a fist. The wall remained intact and the guy lifted his head, looking up and saying that he couldn't pass through it. The ghost was flying nearby, also looking at the wall, and replied that he believed it was so that people from other areas couldn't interfere. and they could wait calmly. Someone leaned his hands on the ground, breathing heavily. 3 people looked ahead questioningly. Their faces were dirty and their clothes were torn in some places, and they were breathing heavily. Suddenly, everyone smiled widely. Some raised their hands up, others gave each other high fives, shouting that they won. Jun smiled widely, his eyes wide open and holding a sword in his hand. 2 system windows appeared above him, which said, "The special quest has been successfully completed. They will receive a reward after entering the labyrinth." 2 more system windows appeared, which said, "The special quest is starting, the second wave is coming," and someone asked what. The system windows showed that the defense zone was all directions of the city hall. They must kill all enemies and protect the city hall. People looked at the system windows that appeared in front of them in surprise, asking if this was the end and there would be more monsters. A purple rift appeared behind them, with purple energy coming out. A black monster came out of the rift, with a tail instead of legs, long tentacles, a wide mouth and 1 red glowing eye. Someone said that the monster was only there, and there was only one. Another said that killing 1 monster would be quite easy. Jun looked at the monster nervously, his eyes wide open, asking everyone to wait, but someone had already run past him. A guy with blonde hair ran towards the monster with a smile, which emitted red energy. He shouted that there was only one here and the reward would be his. The guy with blonde hair swung his sword, stabbing it into the monster's body. His face was illuminated by a purple light that passed from the swing of the sword. The system window showed, monster 54,612,154 received 1 damage. The guy's eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The monster's tentacles reached out to his head. The tentacles grabbed the guy's head and his body trembled, and the sword fell from his hands. A frightened crowd was watching all this behind him. The system windows showed twice. Choi Min-shik received 54 damage. The guy stretched out his hand. His head was torn off. A dark red mist emanated from it. Other people looked at this in fear, asking what was that. Jun stood in the middle of the crowd, frowning, looking forward, clutching a sword in his hand. The black monster opened its mouth. A red mist appeared around it, which flew around. The veins on the monster's claws swelled. It spread its tentacles to the sides and opened its mouth wide. A strong explosion passed through the air, stones from which flew to the sides. The people's eyes widened. A bright yellow light was approaching them. The hair of the guy who was standing in front was flying backwards. He was thrown into the air, and his head was torn off from his body. Many people ran away from the monster, screaming loudly in fear. Jun turned over his shoulder, looking at them and shouted that they should not run. If they retreated now, they would die in vain. The guy's eyes widened and he looked forward in fear, his mouth slightly open. A red strike passed next to him and Jun crouched down on the ground and covered his head with his hands, dodging. Jun turned to the side with tears in his eyes widened in horror, and his breathing became heavy. He sat on the ground, looking at the splashes of blood and dead bodies behind him, shocked, asking what was that. The black monster opened its mouth wide. White fog was flying nearby, and fire was burning around the monster. Jun asked and how they were supposed to win this quest. The black monster hit its head on the ground, opening its mouth, drooling, its yellow eyes widened. Kang Tison sat on the monster, stabbing it with one of his swords, blood flowing out of the wound, and looking down at the monster. The guy said that it was cruel. They are literally creatures that need to risk their lives in order to win. Many people stood by the translucent wall, closing their eyes, pressing their palms to it or knocking on it. Kang Tison sat on the monster in front of the wall, looking at the crowd of people who were trying to escape. He jumped off the monster, clutching 2 swords in his hands, saying that he must do it now. The guy ran forward, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He ran along the wall, behind which houses were visible. A ghost was flying behind him. The ghost looked at the wall in surprise and asked if it really prevented him from completely getting out of the zone. The protagonist looked back at him and answered that everything was right. In one of the tall buildings, a bright purple fog was visible, from which purple fog was emanating and in front of which stood monsters. Suddenly, many monsters were cut into pieces by a bright purple beam of light, causing them to scream. Kang Tison stood near the purple portal, looking at it. Next to him lay the corpses of monsters. The guy raised his head. His face was illuminated by purple light. He looked at the purple portal inside the building, next to which cracks were visible, and said that he knew that he was here. The system windows showed that a special quest was starting to destroy the vessel of the Black Swamp. Kang Tison swung his swords, bringing them behind his back, and frowned as he looked forward. Purple lightning flashed around him and he thought that it was smaller than what was in the sky. So it would not be the end of the quest, but if he destroyed it, then there would be fewer monsters. The guy abruptly thrust his red sword into the dark portal. Fragments flew off it. A yellow blow passed through the portal. Kang Tison looked questioningly into the portal, frowning and opening his mouth. In his mouth, a red sword was held by a dark wolf with bright orange eyes and spikes on his head. A green light emanated from the wolf and the system window showed that monster 26,751,101 had appeared. The guy thought that this monster was Class D. A huge black wolf was squeezing the guy's red sword in its teeth. Green energy emanated from its mouth, red fragments flew to the sides. The wolf abruptly opened its mouth and pushed the main character away from itself, who fell to the ground. A bright blue beam of light was visible at the wolf's mouth. The guy sat down on the ground, leaning his hand on the ground and covered his ear with one hand, saying that he was so loud. The guy thought that the numbers in the monster's name denoted their strength. The lower the number, the higher the rank. The monsters that made a full-scale attack with this wave were F and E class. A brown monster with 3 pairs of green eyes and many paws. The system window showed monster 712,349,834 appeared. A huge purple monster with tentacles, a wide open mouth in which small sharp teeth are visible. The system window showed monster 45,612,154 appeared. A huge dark wolf came out of the portal. It was surrounded by dark red energy. Its red eyes were glowing. And Kang Tison said about this monster, the system window showed monster 267,511 appeared. A destroyed city with crooked houses, dark smoke was flying in the air. The guy thought it was a D-class monster with a 6-digit number. He thought that once upon a time, humans were on the verge of extinction due to the attack of D-class monsters. The guy put the blue sword in front of him and put his hand with the red sword behind his back. He frowned, looking to the side, thinking that in his past life he could barely get rid of this after the third return, but this time everything is different. Kang Tison ran towards the huge wolf, who raised his head and raised one paw. Blue energy emanated from the guy. The protagonist crossed his arms, resolutely looking at the monster and said that now everything will be different. 2 ghostly wolves appeared next to the guy, one of which opened its mouth wide. Kang Tison struck the huge wolf twice. A blue and red beam of light passed from them, and 2 system windows showed. Monster 267,511 received 64 units of damage, and Monster 267,511 received 72 units of damage. A huge paw of a monster with long yellowed claws. The wolf abruptly lowered its paw to the ground, creating an explosion of blue energy, causing stones to fly into the air. Kang Tison buried his face in the wolf's fur, looking at it and said that it was useless. He held the wolf by its paw, waving his red dagger and frowned. Blue energy began to emanate from his body, and the 2 system windows showed that he had activated absolute nullification of the first attack. He had activated absolute nullification of the second attack. Kang Tison brought his hand to the large ice block that appeared on the monster's fur. The system window showed that he had activated an ice arrow. The guy jumped to the side, leaving behind a blue beam of light in the air. The wolf bared its teeth and raised its paw, which was covered in ice. Kang Tison flew above the wolf's head, holding 2 daggers in his hand, and the wolf looked up at the guy, who said that he was definitely strong and persistent. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Purple light emanated from his eyes and he swung his sword in his hand, leaving purple light in the air. The wolf opened its mouth wide with sharp teeth. Kang Tison stood with his feet on the wolf's mouth, pointing down the blue and red sword, which emitted a bright light from themselves. A bright flame ignited around the red sword as it was near the monster's mouth, and Kang Tison said that it had infinite stamina. The system window showed that he had activated the flaming ball. A fiery explosion thundered near the wolf's mouth, illuminating the surrounding area. The protagonist jumped away from it. The protagonist lowered his head, swung his 2 swords downwards, and landed on his feet. Drops of blood were visible near his swords. Kang Tison looked up and frowned, crossing the 2 swords with each other, saying that it was really doable. An hour later, Kang Tison drank a yellow potion from a bottle. A golden light illuminated him. He stood on the neck of the huge dark wolf, looked down at it and said that it was over. The system window showed that he had defeated monster 267,511. The protagonist waved his hand, stretching it forward, throwing his ice spear forward. It flew through the air and entered the purple portal that emitted light. Cracks ran across the purple portal as the spear entered it. The purple portal disappeared, leaving behind an ordinary wall of a house with windows, Kang Tison's cloak fluttering with energy. He pursed his lips and looked to the side. 2 system windows appeared, which said that he had successfully completed a special quest. The reward will be received upon returning to the labyrinth. The guy thought that there were no more cracks here, and he guessed that his work was finished now. Kang Tison looked down at the system windows in surprise, raising his eyebrows. They said the same thing. He walked forward. The white ghost flew next to him, looked at the guy and said that he received the same notification twice. The guy answered in agreement, saying that it seemed that the other side also completed the mission. Kim Young leaned on her sword with both hands. Sweat was running down her face, and there were blood stains on her armor. A thick fog was flying around. The girl stuck her sword into the body of the purple monster, which opened its mouth wide. She said that it was finally over. The girl turned her gaze to the side. Blood was visible on her face. She looked at many dead people. Some of them were lying on top of each other. Kim Young asked how many people lost their lives here. She remembered how many people with tears in their eyes stood in front of the barrier. Some were hitting it with their fists. The girl thought that only after seeing hundreds of dead fugitives, they finally realized that there was no other way to save themselves except to kill the monsters. The purple monster opened its mouth, releasing 3 beams of purple energy that hit the crowd of people. Kim Young thought that most of them suffered the worst fate. They died in vain without being able to do anything. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, sighing heavily. She clenched her sword in both hands and closed her eyes, clenching her teeth. Her body trembled and she thought if only she was better. A translucent turquoise barrier, behind which one could see destroyed houses. A couple of people were standing next to the barrier, looking at it in surprise. The barrier began to disappear. A man with gray hair looked at him. On the other side of the barrier next to him were people lying. The man said that the wall began to disappear. It seemed that everything really was over. Kim Young sat on the purple monster, looking up in surprise and frowning, thinking that she must help Kang Tae-sun, and no matter how strong he was, such a monster cannot be stopped by himself. The girl jumped to her feet and walked forward, telling everyone to listen. They need to go and help on the north side. The guy behind the girl called her. Kim Young's legs were shaking as she walked forward, leaning her sword on the ground. Dead bodies of people were visible nearby. The girl lowered her head and clenched her teeth, groaned in pain, closing one eye. She thought that she could not lose the one who in such a situation turned out to be a great strength and help to them. Someone put their hand on the girl's shoulder. The protagonist picked up Kim Young, who leaned on him, raised her head and questioningly called the guy. He replied that the north side was cleared. Moreover, it seems he is doing better than before. There were many dead bodies lying on the ground. In the distance a city and white smoke were visible. Kim Young smiled and closed one eye, putting her hand on her chest and saying that it seems like he is okay. Unlike him, they had to risk their lives. Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that they would have to fight with the risk of their lives and in the labyrinth. 2 people were standing in the middle of a destroyed city. Smoke was coming out of the houses. 2 system windows appeared, which showed that they survived. The rewards that each person will receive are differentiated depending on the contribution and results shown by the group member. A thick white fog was flying through the air. The system window showed that they will return to the labyrinth in 48 hours. Many graves in which wooden crosses were stuck. On some graves there were personal belongings, a shield, gloves, glasses, and flowers. Someone said that out of 100,000 people, about 30,000 survived. Kim Young looked at the protagonist in front of her hesitantly, her hair blowing in the wind, and said that he was much more suitable to be a commander than her. Kang Tae-sun looked at the girl with a calm expression, saying that he could not be one. Besides, considering that he was an outsider, people loved her much more. The protagonist told her that she could not protect everyone, but these people knew that she fought, risking her life, and did her best. Kim Young looked up at the guy in surprise, her eyes wide open. She looked down. Suddenly someone called the girl. 3 people were standing behind the girl. One of them was leaning on another. They asked what they should do now and Kim Young turned around at them, confused. Kang Tae-sun extended his hand forward. He put his hand on the shoulder of the girl, who sadly lowered her gaze and told her that it was better for her to accept death. Kim Young's lips were trembling. Tears were streaming down her cheeks as she looked down at the floor. The girl turned to the rest of the group, standing on the ruined wall of the building. She said that many people had died today. The ruined buildings, the sky was covered with clouds, it was raining. The girl said that they had entered a world where civilization and laws were erased, a world that could disappear tomorrow. The people looked up at the girl in surprise. One of them lowered his head crying. The other girl covered her mouth with her hand. Lee Tae-young and Kang Joon-hyuk also looked at the girl. Behind the guy's back there was a man crying, covering his face with his hand. Kim Young said that however, this return would not be the end. She put her hand to her chest and frowned, saying that this is why they must survive. Jun-jun and the other people looked at the girl. Rainwater was running down their faces. People were seen next to the graves to the side. Kim Young said that they should do this for the people who died. People were sitting next to the graves. A little girl with brown hair and a man next to her were crying next to one of the graves. On one of the graves was a broken sword and shield. Kim Young said that even just for the sake of knowing the whole truth. The clouds dispersed and the light of the sun was visible, which illuminated the destroyed houses. The girl said that they will come back as strong as they can. The protagonist turned around. Kang Joon-hyuk was running towards him, waving his hand at him, asking him to wait, and Lee Tae-young, who was running after him. The boy with brown hair was breathing heavily, asking if they would really be sent there again and scattered. Kang Tae-sun stood in front of a purple portal that emitted blue energy. A ghost was flying nearby and turning over his shoulder at the guy. The protagonist replied that everything was right. It was time to return to the labyrinth. He looked at him with a calm expression. his hair fluttering, and said that they would see each other next time. Lee Ti-yong looked at the guy sadly, raised her hand and asked if they could really see each other again. Kang Jun-hyuk stretched with a wide smile, closing his eyes, and said that in the next training he would beat the protagonist. Kang Ti-sun and Lee Ti-yong sighed and the girl closed her eyes, asking if it was necessary. Jun looked at the guy with black hair with a smile, calling him and thanking him, saying that he would try even harder. Kim Young put her hand to her chest, also looking at the protagonist, and asked him to definitely survive. They will see each other again. Next to him with a wide smile stood Jun, and behind them were Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Ti-yong. Kang Ti-sun waved his hand, turning away and closing his eyes, saying that these are actually his words. He looked at them and asked them to definitely survive. The guy was flying in outer space. There were beams of blue energy around him that surrounded him, and he closed his eyes. Kang Ti-sun opened his eyes, looking forward. His clothes and hair fluttered back. Blue beams of energy illuminated his face. He landed in the dungeon. Floating islands were visible, and the guy said that here he is back in the labyrinth. Kang Ti-sun stood in front of a tall red door, his cloak fluttering, and the ghost that was flying nearby looked at the door. The guy thought that he was again right in front of the boss room of the 10th floor. He was back here again. The guy looked down at the system window that appeared in front of him in surprise. It was reflected in the guy's eyes. On many system windows it was written, bonus for defeating a monster plus 443, bonus for the first wave plus 124, bonus for the second wave plus 435, bonus for a special quest plus 845. Kang Ti-sun raised his gaze, looking at the many system windows that were flying above him. 2 more appeared below, on which it was written that everything was completed and he received 482 points. 3 crystals of different colors appeared in front of the guy, yellow, pink and blue. And above them on the system windows it was written that he can spend all the points earned on something. He can exchange them for gold, characteristics or mastery level. The yellow crystal that was flying above his palm, there were gold coins around it. The system window showed that the points could be exchanged for gold at a rate of 1 to 10. The guy thought that if he exchanged it, he would get about 4820 gold. This was a good rate, but he could always get himself some gold, so it was not worth it. Kang Ti-sun put his hand to his chin, looking at the pink crystal that was emitting a bright light. The system window showed that the points could be exchanged for stats at a ratio of 5 to 1. The guy thought that he had gotten about 96 stat points back then. This was important, but considering his current average stat, it would just be a waste of time. The protagonist looked at the bright blue crystal that was casting light away from itself. The system window showed that he could exchange points for mastery at a ratio of 10 to 1. The guy thought that this number could only be raised with time, experience, and effort. Kang Ti-sun picked up the blue crystal, looked down at it and thought that this was what he needed. When the skill level increased by 20%, the essence of the skill changed. A guy with blonde hair and red clothes walked through the dungeon. Along the stone wall, the system window showed a constantly active skill, detection skill level 1%. The player can only detect the weakness of creatures. The guy with blonde hair looked at the crack in the wall with a bright light in surprise. The system windows showed a constantly active skill, detection skill level 20%. The player can still only detect the weakness of creatures. Another system window showed that sometimes important information will be provided to him. Simply put, this is the same as skill enhancement, but depending on the skill itself, the changes can be significant and insignificant. The ghost thoughtfully lowered his gaze and put his hand to his face. The protagonist called him. Kang Ti-sun looked up at him, raising his head, and asked if he couldn't hear him. The ghost looked at the guy in surprise and answered, what was he doing all of a sudden? Kang Ti-sun looked at the ghost questioningly, his eyes wide open and his arms crossed over his chest. He thought that it seemed like he was constantly thinking about something after returning from the ground. The guy asked what the ghost thought would happen if he instantly increased the Storm Scar Sword mastery. The ghost raised his eyebrow, thinking about the 2 wolves, and asked about instantly. Kang Ti-sun remembered standing in front of the ghost in the form of a man, when he put his hand on his chest, while the ghost said that he had no idea what the guy was talking about. But he wasn't sure if it would end well. It was definitely best to develop the body, no matter what knowledge he had. Physical abilities were a completely different story. Kang Ti-sun hummed thoughtfully and reached out his hand to one of the system tables. A lot of system windows opened in front of the guy, and he raised his hand, mentally reading Air Weapon Mastery, Impenetrable Shield, Weak Point Attack, Battle Thirst. He thought that these were all good abilities, but there was a possibility that he would regret it if it was just a gamble for the sake of raising his skill level. Kang Ti-sun lowered his gaze in surprise, looking at something, and thought that it was problematic. It turned out to be a big choice. He looked at the system window that said, Magic Skill Level 2%, allows the use of magic while the player can only light small fires. Kang Ti-sun looked to the side. The system windows in front of him dissolved, leaving a faint blue light, and the guy asked if it was possible to confirm this first. Safe zone of the 9th floor. A strong bright explosion passed through the top of the tower, to which the stairs led. The girl with green hair, clothes, and a hat coughed and closed her eyes. In her hands was a flask from which white steam came out, and she muttered that this was the wrong combination. A sound was heard and the girl looked away with a surprised expression. Kang Tison walked in, opened the door and greeted the girl. She happily greeted the guy. A house in a tree trunk, in which windows and foliage were visible. The top of the tree was broken off. The girl with green hair put her hand to her face and opened her eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise, asking if he could really instantly raise his skill level. She raised her hands while sitting on a chair and said that she could not believe that he could interfere with the internal systems of the labyrinth from the outside. Even she could not do it. But how could he do it? Kang Tison looked at her, asking if it was really that hard. The green-haired girl raised her hand, looking at the guy, and replied that of course, the skill level is regulated by the labyrinth. In this place, untalented people can become stronger. But at the same time, they are limited by the rules, so no one can change the rules, not even the gods. She asked to what extent he can increase it. Kang Tison sat on a chair in front of the girl, crossing his arms over his chest, and replied that it was about 50%. The girl's eyes widened and she looked at the guy gloomily, shocked when she asked about 50%. The protagonist tilted his head, looking to the side at the girl. Turquoise energy was shining from her side, and the flasks on the table shook. The flasks on the table stopped and the guy looked at them when the girl said that it was dangerous. She lowered her hands and head. Her eyes were hidden by a green hat, and green energy was flying around. The girl said that it was better for him not to tell anyone about this. She guarantees that people will try to kill him as soon as they find out. Kang Tison pursed his lips, looking at her with a surprised face. They were sitting opposite each other on chairs and the guy asked if it was really that serious. She asked with displeasure if he was really mocking someone who was ready to cut off a finger to increase her skill by at least 1%, and she now only had 20%. The girl with green hair raised her hand, looking at it. Turquoise energy and white stars were flying around and she said that she didn't need to continue explaining. It was obvious that the higher the skill level in magic, the higher its benefit. She asked, the current skill level is 2 or 3%, so he doesn't even know how to use basic magic correctly. Kang Tison put his hand to his chin and said in surprise, which means he should become stronger. A mage in yellow clothes and a yellow pointed hat, he stretched out his hands forward. Between them was a bright ball, from which golden energy emanated, which swirled around. The girl said that basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced and supreme, in this labyrinth he can use magic of any level. Kang Tison sat on a chair that tilted, flying in outer space. The girl said that the standard of magic used would differ depending on the skill level. The fact that he was able to immediately master intermediate level magic was a unique case. The girl with green hair raised her hands, between which a bright blue ball was glowing, throwing off rays of energy from herself. She said that usually if the skill level is somewhere at 20%, you can use basic level magic to the maximum, and somewhere around half of beginner level magic. At 40% you can fully use beginner level magic, and at 60% you can completely control intermediate level magic. The green-haired girl closed her eyes and folded her hands, from which a blue light emanated. She said that now enough explanations. She hoped that she helped him make a decision. Kang Tison put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully hummed, looking forward. The stairs near the stone wall of the cave. The guy stood in the cave, next to the destroyed stone wall, saying that first there was something to do. He extended his hand. A blue crystal shone above him. Blue rays of energy from it reached out to the guy. The system windows showed the use of 100 points. Detection mastery increased to 10%. 2 more system windows showed a constantly activated skill, detection mastery level, 62%. It can see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures, allows you to detect hidden rooms and obtain information about the enemy. Sometimes important information will be provided. The protagonist extended his hand. A blue crystal flew next to it. The guy thought that the faster he increases detection, the more useful it is. Now the rest. Kang Tison put his hand to his chest. Blue energy glowed near it and rays of energy emanated. The system windows showed 380 points in use. The level of magic skills increases by 38%. He received magic acceleration. He received a magic explosion. Kang Tison opened his palm, above which a bright orange ball shone, around which fire swirled. The system window showed magic skill level 40%. He knows how to use magic correctly. It is likely that he will be able to control fire, ice, and wind. A huge fireball appeared above the protagonist's hand, and the guy looked at it in surprise. The system window showed that he activated the flaming ball. The guy thought that it became bigger, and a small delay disappeared. Is it because now he has 40%? Kang Tison snapped his fingers, launching the ball forward. The system window showed that he activated magic acceleration. A huge fireball flew forward, leaving a bright fire trail behind it. It crashed and exploded, scattering small cards to the sides. Kang Tison smiled and stretched out his hands, from which a blue light shone, and blue rays of energy were visible in the air. The guy thought that magical acceleration increases speed and power. He will check other skills. The guy raised his hands. Blue rays of energy flew towards a huge ice arrow that was hovering in the air. The system window showed that he activated the ice arrow. Cracks ran along the ice arrow, and the system window showed that the protagonist activated a magical explosion. Kang Tison covered his face with his hand as the magic arrow exploded, throwing many ice fragments to the sides. They fell to the ground, crashed into it. Many ice fragments fell to the ground, crashed into it. Kang Tison looked at the ice shards that were stuck in the ground. A frosty mist was coming out of them, and the guy said that it was pretty good. He smiled. Snowflakes were flying nearby, and white steam was coming out of his mouth. The boss of the 10th floor. The red door opened, letting light into the dark dungeon, where a huge ogre with horns on his head stood with 2 axes in his hands. The system window showed that an ogre fighter had appeared. Kang Tison stood next to the door, stretching his hand forward. Next to his palm there was a bright yellow ball shining, and the system windows showed that he activated the flaming ball. He activated magical acceleration. The fireball flew forward, leaving a fiery trail behind it. It landed on the ogre's face, and the system window showed that the ogre fighter had been dealt 112 damage. Kang Tison snapped his fingers. His clothes and hair fluttered from the purple energy that appeared around him. The system window showed that he activated confusion. The ogre grabbed his head as a purple fog appeared around him and he roared loudly. The system window showed that the protagonist activated magic acceleration. The ogre opened his mouth with sharp teeth and frowned, roaring loudly again. A strong explosion passed near the ogre's head, leaving a cloud of purple fog, and the system window showed that Kang Tison activated magic explosion. The ogre opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. Foam was visible in his mouth, and purple liquid was dripping from it. The ogre's body was trembling. Kang Tison stretched out his 2 hands, frowning, and said that he was not finished yet. Blue rays of energy emanated from the guy's hands and many system windows appeared, which showed that he activated the flaming ball and he activated the ice arrow. A lot of ice arrows and fireballs flew towards the back of the kneeling ogre, surrounded by purple fog. The system window showed that the protagonist activated a magical explosion. The silhouette of the ogre was visible, spreading his arms out to the sides. Many fireballs exploded next to him, causing the ogre to scream loudly. The ogre was kneeling with his arms spread out to the sides and his head raised. Smoke was coming from him, and burning sparks were flying nearby. The system windows showed that the ogre was dealt 91 damage, the ogre was dealt 78 damage, the ogre was dealt 100 damage, the ogre was dealt minus 86 damage. The protagonist defeated the ogre fighter. He successfully defeated the boss of the 10th floor. He received the basic reward, the ogre ring. Kang Tison stood next to the ogre, looking at him. The guy raised his hand, looking at it. The ghost next to him also looked at his hand, and the guy said that he thought that with this magic he could easily go up to the 20th floor. The ghost replied that of course, since magic is one of the foundations of this place. The ghost folded his hands behind his back, raising his eyebrows at the protagonist as he told the ghost that it seemed like he was done thinking since he finally spoke. The ghost crossed his arms over his chest and sighed, closing his eyes, answering that he was practically wondering why something like this appeared. Kang Tison stood next to the ghost flying in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and asked who it was. The guy tilted his head, looking at the ghost with a frightening look, and frowned, asking who destroyed their world. There were many swords stuck in the ground, a red flag was fluttering, the sky was red. Some mortals surpass themselves through trials, whether it be strength or faith. Once they reach a certain level in some area, they transform from mortals into superhumans. A man with long hair tied in a ponytail leaned on the ground with one hand. Holding a large axe in his other hand, he gritted his teeth, looking forward from under his brows. The man smiled, looking down with a mad expression and his eyes wide open. His red axe had a red skull on the end. Only after the life they lived was judged and they were given a realm to be responsible for, only then can they transform from superhumans into gods. 3 girls turned their backs, a girl in a black dress with black hair and horns, a girl with long blonde hair in a white dress who was holding a scale in her hand, and a girl with white hair and a yellow dress. That's why it's not easy for them to recover after using their power. The white ghost frowned and put his hand to his face, saying that monsters came and invaded the cities of their world, and there were a lot of them. Kang Tison frowned and looked away, his mouth slightly open, when the ghost said that when superhumans interfere with mortal affairs, they suffer a huge loss of strength, so it is considered madness. And they usually do not do this. The space in which a golden, translucent veil was visible, the ghost said that there are some beings who can do this. They can interfere with the mortal world without losing strength. These are beings from the past, their names have long been lost. The ghost frowned, spreading his hands to the sides, and said that they are natural superhumans, old gods. A huge black monster with sharp fangs opened its mouth wide, it stuck out its tongue, at the end of which a golden light shone and stretched out its hand towards him. The ghost said that these are creatures whose lifespan is initially not determined, so when they fall into the mortal world, they do not lose their powers at all. Kang Tison looked up at the ghost in surprise, who closed his eyes and put his hands on his hips, saying that to be honest, he had never seen them in person. He only knew about all this from folklore and information here. They disappeared a long time ago, so they are called the old gods. The guy asked, did they disappear? The ghost frowned awkwardly and looked away and replied that he seemed to have heard that there was a war between superhumans or something. Anyway, that's why he needed a while to think about all this. The protagonist put his hands on his waist, looking up at the ghost, and asked why creatures like them would attack the earth. The ghost raised his eyebrows at him and replied that he didn't know that, but he was sure that they couldn't send someone too strong. They didn't lose their power, but they certainly had their limits. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking about the man in the black hood with red glowing eyes. The boy thought that even if it was true and they did have limits, the fact is that they sent an apostle that even Li Tiyang couldn't defeat, and he couldn't believe that such a powerful creature would appear. The stone wall of the dungeon with moss growing on it, the boy replied that he understood. That's enough for today. The protagonist and the ghost walked through the dungeon, towards the stairs that led down. A red screen hung on the wall that blocked the passage. Suddenly a voice said that they finally got here. Kang Tison remembered the ghost that flew in front of him, telling him that he was giving him the task of killing the boss of the 9th floor, and how the ghost with a face distorted with anger said that he killed him, the one who was supposed to conquer the labyrinth and all its levels. Kang Tison pulled back the red screen. Looking inside, the ghost flew behind him and again the voice was heard, telling him to kill the boss, saying that then his task would be completed. In the room, an ogre sat at the table, holding a green book in his hands, reading it. The ogre slammed the book shut. There was an extra pair of eyes on his forehead. He had a monocle on one of his eyes and said that the warrior had finally arrived. The system window showed that the protagonist had met the ogre sage. The ogre said that he had been waiting for this day to come, but it happened sooner than expected. Maybe they should talk one last time. The ghost frowned as he looked at him and asked what. The ogre placed the green book on the table, placing his hand on it. Kang Tison and the ghost watched him as the ogre said that it didn't look like he could defeat such an adventure. If this was going to be his end, shouldn't he satisfy his curiosity first? The ghost's body trembled, his body trembled, surrounded by red energy. Suddenly, the ghost calmed down, the red energy dissipated, the body became normal again. The ghost replied that he could do whatever he wanted, and the ogre turned to look at him, looking at the ghost with red eyes, narrowing his eyes, saying that this was an unexpected answer, and he couldn't believe that someone who acted so arrogantly and recklessly said this. The ogre reached into the inside pocket of his clothes with his hand. The ogre sat on a chair with a smile, pulling out a sword and holding it in his hand, saying that the seekers of the gods rejected him, even the lost king despised him. He, who came from a destroyed world, was too soft. The orc stood next to a boy with blonde hair, who was holding his sword, saying something. The ogre said that he didn't kill him because he was the only being who listened to the boy. It was his fault. The boy with blonde hair smiled widely, closing his eyes. The ogre pointed the sword towards the ghost, clenching his hand into a fist and getting up from the chair, saying that he was a monster, and the ghost was just an adventurer. He was just doing what a monster had to do. The ghost clenched his teeth, his body seemed to tremble, and red energy appeared around him. When he said that it was enough, you just need to kill him, Kang Tison stood next to him. His eyes were covered by a shadow, and he asked to wait. The ghost asked what in shock. The ogre also looked at the guy in surprise, holding a dagger in front of him, saying that he thought the guy was just a puppet under the warrior's control, but he was completely different. Kang Tison walked forward, saying that he wanted to ask him one thing. Where did he get this weapon? The ogre was clutching a dagger in his hand, in which a glint of purple light was visible. Its hilt was brown, and at the end there was a red crystal. Kang Tison looked at him carefully with his purple eyes. The ghost's eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows, his mouth slightly open, and he looked forward in shock. The protagonist said that offensive weapons are highly prized due to their characteristics. It is a weapon that a normal monster on the 10th floor simply cannot have. The ogre frowned at the guy with his red eyes as he asked where he got that dagger from. The ogre suddenly smiled, his two pairs of eyes glowed red, and he said that he believed he was the one who changed the warrior. The ogre raised his hand as the protagonist and the ghost looked at him, standing in front of him. The ogre asked how the warrior remained calm. There were countless beings who hated his arrogance, not just the gods but other adventurers as well. The ghost looked at him in surprise, lowering his hands, his eyes widened, and he asked him to wait. The man in the dark hood handed the ogre a dagger, and the ogre explained that the conductors of sins, they gave him the weapon, they ordered him to kill him, and they even threatened to kill the ogre, so he had no choice but to accept it. The ghost opened his mouth wide, his face twisted in anger, and red energy flew around as he cursed at the ogre. Rocks from the ceiling began to fall, the table where the book was lying began to shake, but the ogre only crossed his arms over his chest. Kang Tison pursed his lips, his eyes widened in surprise as he thought that he heard about the conductors of sins from Li Tiyong. The ghost's body trembled, emitting a light of red energy from itself as the ogre continued to say that they were too afraid to do it themselves because he was too strong for them to kill him, so they enlisted the help of a monster like him. The ogre spread his arms out to the sides, looking at the ghost, and said that he had said everything he wanted, and now let him do whatever he wanted. Kang Tison extended his hand forward, clutching a red dagger in it, and frowned as he looked forward. He brought the blade of the dagger to the throat of the ogre, who smiled and said that although he was weak, he managed to survive for quite a long time in such a place. But he took advantage of everyone's loneliness in the labyrinth and used the art of eloquence in order to build a closer relationship with them. The protagonist abruptly pierced the ogre's body with his sword, the red glare of the dagger was visible, and the ogre said that everything comes to an end one day. The guy looked forward with his purple glowing eyes, frowning. The ogre smiled, his red eyes narrowed, blood trickled down his chin, and he said in a weak voice that strength was the answer to everything in this place. He hoped that he would become so powerful that no one would dare touch him. Kang Tison closed his eyes and replied that he would become like that. The ogre's eyes widened and he said that he hoped the boy would conquer this place and become their salvation. The ogre's body fell to the floor, a short dagger fell next to him, the chair he was sitting on overturned, and a green book lay on the table. The protagonist stood in front of him, clutching a red sword in his hand. 2 system windows showed that he had defeated the ogre sage. He had completely cleared the 10th floor. In the space, a blue rift was visible, from which blue energy emanated. The main character was visible inside it. A girl with black hair and horns was watching the guy. 2 more were stretching their hands forward. The creatures in this place begin to pay attention to the main character. In their gazes there is kindness and hostility. On the floor lay a short dagger with a brown handle. There was a purple glare in its blade, and the system window showed that he received the edge of disaster. The ghost looked at the ogre, who was lying on the ground, and exhaled, saying that he did not even know whether to thank him or curse him. Kang Tison raised his hand, around which a golden light shone, and lowering his gaze, the ghost said that first of all he must reward the guy. In the hand of the main character appeared a long sword, with a black handle and purple inserts. The system window showed Cabot's relic, a sword soaked in the blood of its ancestors. 2 more system windows showed that this was a relic from a world that was now destroyed, which took countless lives of the royal family. Attack power +20, attack increases by +10 when fighting an enemy of noble birth. The ghost told the boy to take it. In his world this sword has quite a deep history. Even the forefather himself fell from this sword. Kang Tison looked up in surprise at the sword in his hand. Red energy emanated from the sword, and the boy thought that he never thought that he would get such a good weapon. The ghost opened his mouth, it was hidden by a shadow, and he said that besides. The ghost's face distorted with anger, and red energy appeared around again. Clenching his teeth in anger, he said, "How dare these people who have gone crazy and refuse to conquer the labyrinth try to justify their actions and stand in his way?" Kang Tison looked up at the ghost hovering above him. A system window appeared, saying that an additional quest was starting. After realizing the truth, the warrior would seek greater revenge. Condition: kill everyone who is involved in his murder. Reward: the reward will depend on the warrior's mood. The ghost said that the conductor of sin, or everyone who was somehow involved in his death, let the protagonist tear them to shreds for him. Kang Tison looked at the ghost in surprise, raising his eyebrows, saying that this means he will continue to accompany him. The ghost looked down at the guy, saying that he does not see anything wrong with this. In fact, he wants to see how far the protagonist can go. The guy with black hair looked down at the system window in front of him and extended his hand to him, saying that he will accept him. The dark sky, which was covered with clouds, the foot of the mountain, someone hummed thoughtfully. The man in the black hood looks down, standing on the edge of the mountain. The red-haired, orange-eyed boy smiled, asking if there were any useful newcomers. The system window showed the Sin Guide. Half of the adventurers who had bowed to the cruelty of the labyrinth joined forces and formed their own group with the goal of conquering the labyrinth, and called it the Sin Guides. 4 hands that touched each other, golden rays of energy emanated from them. But the way they chose to become stronger was not to challenge the labyrinth, instead they chose to become parasites. The man in the black cape smiled. Closing his eyes, he extended his hand with long claws. Pointing his index finger, instead of his hair there was a flame. And behind him stood a man with long blonde hair. They limited the number of floors that adventurers can go through and created their own hierarchy and laws. A warrior in a red cape, with a sword in his hand and blonde hair stood in the labyrinth. When they find adventurers who break their laws and refuse to be one of them, they kill them. A foot in black boots abruptly stepped on a white bone, breaking it into 2 pieces. The system windows showed the boss of the 11th floor. The skeleton knight was defeated. Kang Tison stood next to a skeleton with a sword lying next to it. Its bones were broken, and the guy looked at the ghost, holding two swords in his hands, and asked him if this meant that the conductors of sin were on the floors below. The ghost replied that it was probably so. The ghost looked down, saying that the leaders, who made up their core and who were considered leaders, were on the deeper floors, and the rest, all those of lower rank, were mobilizing throughout the labyrinth. The guy said that they might encounter them in the near future, but he understood everything. The protagonist put a white bracelet on his hand. Looking at it, it was shining with a faint golden light. The system windows showed a response bracelet. Defense +5 allows you to counterattack with a chance of 1%. An ogre ring, strength +15, the same as a bracelet for people. A golden ring was shining on the protagonist's hand, and the system window showed a lion ring +3 damage to the dead. Kang Tison walked down the stairs holding two swords, saying whatever it was, the essence of them having to go further didn't change, so they went. The system windows showed the quest of the 12th floor was starting. Defeat the boss of the 12th floor. A huge mud monster that ran forward screaming and opened its mouth wide waved its hand. The system window showed a decomposed ghoul appeared. A blue cut ran across the ghoul's face and he exclaimed in surprise, opening his empty black eyes wide. Kang Tison jumped back from the ghoul that had his back to him and said that on the 11th floor there were skeletons, and on this floor, it turns out, there are ghouls. Between the walls of the labyrinth on the floor there was dirt and graves. Blood was flowing down the walls. The theme of the labyrinth changes every 10 floors. The main monsters from the 11th to the 20th floors are the dead. Kang Tison closed his eyes and opened the wooden door, thinking that now it was clear why he could smell the stench everywhere here. In the ruined room stood a statue of a girl in a long dress, who was holding a golden scale in her hands, from which came a shine. The system window showed that the altar of Maria was found. The protagonist came closer to the statue in surprise, examining it, and thought that unlike the altar of Regressed, this one looked so simple. If the system had not reported it, he would not have even realized that it was an altar. Kang Tison looked back at the ghost next to him, asking what the goddess Maria was. The ghost put his hand to his face and lowered his gaze, thoughtfully said that she was the goddess of choice. The ghost flew around the statue of the girl, flying above her and looking down at her, saying that they are in different conditions, so he can't tell him anything about her test, but he can say that among the gods, she is very strong. The protagonist stood in front of the statue, looking at her thoughtfully, while the ghost said that he knew strong gods are usually very fickle. The guy stretched out his hand forward, thinking if everything will be okay. In any case, he no longer has time to be afraid or run away. A golden light appeared around the statue. While Kang Tison stood in front of it, the system window showed an additional task begins. Maria wants to test the one who found her altar. The statue smiled, cracks were visible on it, and the system windows showed if the test is passed, she will give Kang Tison a reward. Maria's area of influence decreased. Maria offers an enhanced test. The protagonist covered his face as golden energy began to emanate from the statue, fluttering his clothes and hair. He said, "Is she really offering a stronger one right away?" And the ghost next to him said that probably rumors about him have already spread among the gods, so she does not feel the need to give him a normal test. Kang Tison extended his finger forward, frowning, saying that he accepts. The system windows showed that the additional task was accepted and Maria laughed. Two system windows appeared on the golden scale. Above the scale on the system window it was written that a choice was given. Which of these the protagonist will choose? On the left scale there was an inscription many enemies, and on the right there were few enemies. Kang Tison looked up at the two system windows on the scale, saying that this was the first time he encountered such a thing. What is this? The ghost replied that this is the goddess of choice, let him choose what he wants. The protagonist silently looked at the two scales, frowning, and thought that he guessed that he still would not know which option was correct. The guy put his finger on the system window that said few enemies, saying he was choosing this, and thought that since he didn't know the right answer, he would just answer honestly. He didn't want the goddess to dislike him. The system windows appeared on the two bowls again. The left one said variety of enemies, and the right one said several types of enemies. The protagonist chose the second one. Kang Tison extended his hand to the right system window on the bowl, saying battle with movements. The Maria statue smiled wider, looking forward. The system window showed Maria was happy with the choice. Suddenly, the scales that the stone hand of the statue held began to fall, emitting golden light. Kang Tison jumped back. A strong blow passed through the center of the hall. The guy looked at the floor of the hall, which cracked, saying that the room was getting bigger. Someone roared loudly behind the guy and he immediately turned his gaze back. From the purple portals came out many monsters, huge birds, goblins, wolves, and blue snakes. Kang Tison was surrounded by monsters. There was a red circle under him and the guy said that these monsters were new to him. The system window showed that he would lose if he left the area. The guy lowered his gaze, looking at the red circle under him. He frowned and turned back, cursing. Many monsters ran at the guy, some opened their mouths, others swung their paws. Kang Tison took a deep breath, crossing his arms and holding two swords in them. The system window showed that he activated an attack while holding his breath. The protagonist jumped in the air, swinging his swords. A huge wolf made of blue energy appeared behind him, opening its mouth wide. The guy cut off the tentacle of one of the monsters, cutting it into 3 pieces. Kang Tison frowned, looking to the side and swung his blue sword, leaving a trail of blue energy in the air. To the side of him, a green hydra opened its mouth wide. The protagonist squeezed the skin of the goblin with his hand, who threw his head back and thought that this battle was completely different from all the types of battle he preferred. He guessed that was why she was the goddess of choice. Kang Tison pursed his lips and crouched on the ground. He threw the goblin behind him and then crashed into a red bird, which opened its beak wide, sticking out its tongue. The guy frowned and looked to the side when he heard a sound. In the crowd of monsters, there was a skeleton in a purple robe, next to which was a brightly glowing ball, and fog came out of its mouth as it whispered something in an unknown language. Kang Tison flicked his finger, throwing something forward. The small dagger hit the skeleton's head, causing it to open its mouth, and the boy said that everything was clear now. Red energy emanated from the protagonist as many monsters surrounded him. The boy said that she wanted him to risk everything to win. In the worst-case scenario he could wish for, the system window showed that he had activated the evidence of the fight. He would become stronger with each enemy he defeated. Kang Tison smiled and stretched out his hands, above which a bright golden ball appeared, from which energy emanated, and looked to the side, saying that he would be happy to show her everything. Many brown rats with red glowing eyes ran across the floor. Many rats were engulfed in flames, and they squealed loudly in pain. Kang Tison stood in a red circle. Holding his sword in front of him, he looked to the side at the 3 monsters, and on the other side, a huge orc swung his club at the guy. The protagonist gritted his teeth, blocking the blow of the club with his sword. The orc smiled, looking at the guy and pressing his club towards him. Kang Tison's foot slid along the floor, approaching the edge of the red circle. The protagonist blocked the orc's club, causing him to fly back. A powerful beam of blue energy from the swing of the guy's sword passed through the air, and the system window showed that he had activated a strong attack. The protagonist gripped his sword with both hands, looking to the side and pursing his lips. 3 monsters were running towards him from behind, a huge wolf, a goblin, and a blue hydra. The purple-cloaked skeleton gritted his teeth, his eyes glowed red, and he brought his hands to the purple crystal on the wooden stand, whispering something in an unknown language. Purple fog appeared around him. Kang Tison gritted his teeth, swung one sword, leaving a blue and red glow in the air, and bent one of his legs at the knee. He grabbed the blue hydra's tail. The guy jerked it sharply, hitting the green monster with it, causing it to open its mouth. The red-eyed skeleton looked at this in surprise, taking a staff in his hand. Many ice arrows flew at the green monster and the blue hydra, who were sitting together. They screamed loudly when the ice crystals pierced them. Kang Tison frowned at this. He exhaled and turned his gaze to the side. There were dead monsters lying around the protagonist, but there were other monsters advancing on him to the side, and the guy looked over his shoulder at them, saying that they were coming in droves like a colony of ants. The guy swung one of his swords back and pointed the other forward, frowning and telling them to come closer. Kang Tison was sitting in the field of the red circle on one knee. He lowered his head, breathing heavily. A dark fog was visible above him. The guy looked down with a tired face. Sweat was running down his face. He stood up. On both sides of the guy were monsters. Blood was visible under them. He asked if most of them were finished. Kang Tison looked to the side, looking back. A man in red boots stopped in front of the guy, and the protagonist said that only he was left. A creature in red armor, red energy was flying around him. He held a sword in his hand. Kang Tison thought that this was definitely a death knight. A pendant on the knight's neck with a small white crystal that emitted red energy. The guy thought he had heard about it from Lee Ti-young. This is the boss of the 20th floor, but such jewelry is not usually worn by ordinary monsters. A record as Bell. Was he really a human before? The protagonist sighed and looked at the knight. 2 more creatures in red armor approached. Kang Tison stood in front of the 4 knights who stopped in front of him and thought that there were 4 such creatures. The guy tilted his head and looked at his sword, around which blue pixels appeared. The system window showed that he used the self-harm sword. 5,000 health points were restored. The guy narrowed his eyes, looking at the tip of the sword, which glowed red and from which dark energy came to the guy. Kang Tison pointed his sword towards the red knights who stood in front of him, holding their swords in their hands. The protagonist frowned, looking at them with determination, and frowned, telling them to come closer. Several strikes and a beam of purple light passed through the air. The system window showed that Kang Tison had activated parry. Another strike and a beam of purple light were seen, as well as many sparks. The system window showed that the boy had activated parry again. Kang Tison gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open as he leaned forward, dodging the sword attack, bringing his sword hand behind his back, blocking the other sword. One of the knights swung his sword, bringing it behind his back, and the boy put his sword in front of his face. Kang Tison put two swords in front of him, parrying the enemy's strikes, and thought that using one parry has its limitations against all four. A yellow dome appeared, in which one of the knights and the protagonist stood. The system window showed that he had activated a force duel. Kang Tison swung his swords. Blue energy appeared around them. He frowned, thinking that this was his chance. The system window showed that he activated a powerful strike. The knight looked at the boy in surprise. Kang Tison swung his sword, striking, but the knight bounced off his strike, rolling on his feet on the ground. The boy thought that he was out of range of the attack. Kang Tison stretched out his hands, clenching his teeth. A fireball began to form between them. The boy's hair and clothes flew back, and the system windows showed that he activated a flaming sphere, and he activated an ice arrow. The system window showed that the boy activated magical acceleration. The fireball and arrow flew through the air, crashing into the ground, while the red knight ran away from them. The knight ran forward. Behind him, two ice arrows hit the ground. Kang Tison looked at the two knights in front of him while breathing heavily and thought that combining swordsmanship and magic might work, but using only one would be ineffective. One of the knights swung his sword, raising it above his head. His eye under his helmet flashed with a red light. The knight slashed his sword, stabbing it into the protagonist's chest, who lowered his gaze. The boy grabbed the knight's arm as he stabbed his sword into his chest. Kang Tison smiled as he looked at the knight and said that he was caught. The boy raised his sword, and the system window showed that he had activated a force duel. A golden dome appeared around them, pushing the other three knights away. The protagonist held the knight's wrist, stabbing him repeatedly with his dagger. The system window showed that he had activated a breath-holding attack. The protagonist swung his sword, which glowed with red energy. The system window showed that he had activated a powerful strike. The protagonist struck the knight's head with his sword, cutting it off from the rest of his body, lowering his head low. The system window showed that he had defeated the Death Knight. Kang Tison stood up, throwing one of his swords to the ground. The knight lay in front of him. His sword lay next to him. The other three knights surrounded the guy, and he looked back at one of them, thinking that his health was about 1/10. He could not resort to this method anymore. The guy smiled and exhaled, looking away. He thought that in a fight of 3-on-1, he could not continue to receive blows. Kang Tison blocked the blow of the knight behind him, swinging his sword towards the other knight. Inscription: block. The guy kicked one of the knights in the chest with his foot, causing him to fly back. Inscription: a sharp blow. Kang Tison flinched to the side as a blue streak of energy passed by him. The knight in front of him swung his sword. The inscription: continue to parry. Kang Tison frowned, lowering his head. His eyes clouded, and wondered if his attacks were too rough. The protagonist swung his sword towards the knight. Two wolves made of blue energy appeared next to him, and he thought that the first sword of Storm Scar. Wolf Fang, a technique that strikes with the ferocity of a storm and tears the enemy with claws like a wolf. Kang Tison held the sword tightly by the hilt, sweat trickling down his hand, and he wondered if he could perform it more smoothly. A ghost flew above Kang Tison, who looked down in surprise, making a surprised sound. Kang Tison frowned, holding the blue sword in front of him. There was a black streak next to it, as if from ink, and the guy thought that until now his movements were like ink spilled on a blank page, clumsy and heavy. The protagonist closed his eyes, raising the blue sword above his head. Blue and pink energy appeared around him, and the guy thought that the sword moved more smoothly, but still retained its lethality. Rays of blue and pink energy passed near the red knight, and the guy thought that he needed a little more. Kang Tison closed his eyes. Pink petals were visible flying nearby. Another knight noticed this, looking at the guy in surprise. Two knights in red armor swung at the protagonist, who held the sword in front of himself, thinking that he needed to act more smoothly. The guy's purple eyes glowed, his hair fluttered, and there was pink energy and petals around. He swung his two swords again, releasing beams of pink energy into the air, cutting through the red armor of the knights in front of him, causing pieces to fly through the air. The ghost put his hand to his face, looking at this in surprise, and said that he was thinking about teaching him this, and he did not expect the boy to do it on his own. Kang Tison stuck his sword into the slit in the helmet of one of the red knights. He threw the sword over his shoulder and lowered his gaze. Pink sparks were flying nearby. The protagonist turned to look at the ghost, asking what kind of sword technique this was. The ghost flew around the boy, leaving a white light behind him. He said that the second sword of Storm Scar is the Dance of the Muse. If the Wolf's Fang is an aggressive sword, then the Dance of the Muse is a silent destruction of the enemy. Kang Tison looked at the sword in his hand in surprise. The ghost said that it reduces the sharpness and strikes with an optimal movement. The ghost asked, "Isn't it good?" And the protagonist smiled, exhaled, and replied that it was quite good. He raised his hand to the system window, which was written, Advanced Skill, Storm Scar, Sword Mastery, 22%, a sword technique passed down from the ruined world. Now only one person can confidently use it. The protagonist looked at the ghost, who closed his eyes and thought in surprise that although it was hard to say which one was better, the two opposing sword styles made them confused and helped a lot in battle. The ghost put his hand on his face, saying that did he really need to be pushed to the limit to teach him something, he planned to teach him gradually, but it was impressive. Kang Tison raised his head when a bright light shone on him. The system windows showed that he had passed Maria's test. He received a reward according to Maria's assessment. Maria was very pleased with his honest choice and achievements. He received a shape transformation weapon. The system windows show that he also received an additional reward, the special active skill of freedom of choice, and Maria offered him an apostle's contract. Kang Tison closed his eyes and replied that he refused. The ghost looked away in surprise, asking if it was something about the flow of power. Black sand fell from the golden scale in the statue's hand and fell down. The system windows showed activation of Maria's unreasonable choice. Maria invites the protagonist. He is given a choice. Kang Tison looked at the system window that appeared in front of him in surprise, lowering his gaze. On the system window it was written, accept the invitation or accept the invitation. The guy looked forward, the darkness hid everything, and he loudly asked what it was. Kang Tison walked up to the system window, nervously clicking on one of the system windows with the inscription accept the invitation. Everything around the protagonist darkened, and a system window appeared with the inscription force choice, accept the invitation. The protagonist and the ghost fell into the darkness, their mouths wide open and frowning. As they fell down, the system window showed that the world had turned upside down. Another system window showed that they were being welcomed into the temple of the deities. Kang Tison closed his eyes and put his hand to his head. He sat down on the ground. There was only dark space and stars around. A ghost was flying nearby, and the guy asked in surprise where they were. The protagonist clenched his teeth, looking ahead, and thought that there was pitch darkness. That's how the emptiness of the universe felt. The ghost next to him was trembling, putting his hand to his face and clenching his teeth in fear. He said that it was impossible, and how could a god? He was sure that such an invitation was simply impossible. Kang Tison looked sadly at the ghost, turning his head to him, and thought that it was the first time he saw a ghost trembling with fear like that. The guy stood up, walking forward. The ghost was flying behind him. They came to a huge building, with many columns that held the roof and a staircase that led to it. The guy asked if this was really the place. Kang Tison's hair and clothes fluttered while he looked at the temple in surprise. Kang Tison walked along the bright white corridor of the temple. The ghost looked at him, asking the guy to wait, saying that he can't just come in. He replied that she invited him herself. He should see such an outstanding person. The guy walked in his black shoes along the bright corridor. He raised his gaze, looking around, and thought that there were endless corridors, precious stones scattered around, reminiscent of a flower garden. Kang Tison stopped at one of the columns, next to which many colored crystals were scattered, shining. He walked forward and raised his gaze. Long columns went far into the sky beyond the clouds, and the guy thought that the ceiling was so high that it seemed endless. Kang Tison raised his head in surprise. A shadow fell on his face, and he thought that the thing located at the end of the temple. Can we say with certainty that such a thing really exists in their world? In front of the protagonist, resting her head on her hand, sat a tall girl who lowered her gaze to the guy, her blonde hair hanging to the floor. The girl looked at the protagonist with a smile, her blue eyes lying on the floor. The system window showed Maria, the goddess of choice. The girl raised her hand, smiling, and said that she was glad to meet the protagonist. Many system windows appeared around the guy, which wrote confused judgment, desperate judgment, crazy judgment, instant death sentence. Kang Tison looked to the side when a system window appeared, that all decisions were made, and a cry of pain was heard from the side. The ghost was trembling, red pixels appeared around him, and he screamed, shaking from side to side. Kang Tison looked up at the girl when the ghost disappeared and asked her why she was doing this to the guest she invited. Maria smiled grimly and clenched her hand into a fist. The ghost appeared again. He brought his hand to his face, breathing heavily and coughing, thanking her for taking pity. The guy looked at him. Maria put her hand to her cheek, smiling, looking down, and said that a lot had happened since that unfortunate meeting. The ghost looked at the girl with wide open eyes, frowning nervously. Maria closed her eyes and waved her hand, her hair fluttering in the air, and she said that she was Maria, the goddess of choice, the goddess who imposes another choice on mortals who have done terrible things. She said welcome to her temple. Kang Tison looked at the girl in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist stood in front of the goddess, who looked at him with a smile, putting her hand on her cheek. The guy thought that the power he felt with all the cells of his skin was on a completely different level from everything he was familiar with. And were there really tens of hundreds of such creatures? The ghost stood in front of the boy, put his hand to his chest, and asked if he could ask one question. Maria answered that he could. The ghost looked nervously at the girl, looked up, and asked if they, mortals, could be invited to the temple of a god. It was impossible. The girl smiled widely. Her blue eyes glowed, and a shadow fell on her face. She extended her index finger towards the ghost, saying that the mortals really cannot stand the presence of a god. but they can solve this problem from their side. The reason why they did not invite him is simple. The girl's finger fell on the ground, breaking it, and the girl said that he was unworthy. The ghost silently looked at the finger that fell next to him. Kang Tison bowed his head, looking at the smiling girl, and asked if he was worthy. The ghost looked at him and told him not to ask such questions. Kang Tison stood on the floor. Behind him were many white columns. The girl said that yes, he was worthy. She wanted to see him in person. Maria remembered the protagonist holding a bloody sword in front of him. Frowning, she said that few people agreed to undergo the trials and even fewer were able to complete them, and no one had ever passed the intense trials until he came. The guy looked up, his clothes fluttering, and he said that he would ask just one question if she allowed him. What would she do if he cheated on the trial? Maria closed her eyes, smiling. She opened her blue eyes, in which a bright threatening gleam was visible, saying that in that case she would not like him. The girl's hair flew around the protagonist and the ghost. She said that the one next to him in the past did so. The ghost smiled nervously and laughed, frightened. Opening his eyes wide, Kang Tison looked at him. Maria extended her hand, placing it on the protagonist, and asked if he really did not want to become her apostle. A girl with long blonde hair, who held a knight in her palm, who raised his sword above his head. Behind him was a kingdom and shining stars. Maria said that if he became her apostle, then everything he wanted would be available to him, and he would go down to the labyrinth as her representative. No one would dare to say anything against him. Kang Tison put his hand on his chest and closed his eyes and bowed, asking for forgiveness. The girl held her hand next to the guy, who looked at her and said that she respected his choice. It was not so bad. Kang Tison looked up at her and asked if he could ask the choice. She replied, let him ask. He asked how much she knew about him, and Maria tilted her head, raising her eyebrows questioningly. The girl suddenly smiled. The girl said that she was not the first time here either, and she knew that Bezor of Ouroboros was used. Kang Tison looked at the girl in surprise, clenching his fists. She said that the poor child, he was entangled in troubles and lost his way. Kang Tison calmly looked at the girl, asking entangled in troubles. Maria closed her eyes, her hair flew in the air, and she said that this was a disaster. They were prevented from getting to where they should have gone by right, and even tormented them. The guy thought, is she really talking about other modes of the labyrinth now? And she obviously knows something. The protagonist began to ask something, but stopped when Maria put her index finger in front of him. She approached the guy's face and said with a smile that such stories require an appropriate price. She does not chat for no reason, but if he becomes her apostle, she will tell him. The protagonist nervously looked at the girl. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Suddenly, the walls of the temple began to crumble. Cracks appeared on them. Maria bowed her head and said that it was still not time. Let him become stronger and come down here. Stones fell next to the guy and the ghost. They looked at them nervously, and the girl said that it seemed like the meeting was over. Trouble had come. She said that they would meet again later. Maria snapped her fingers. A dark spot on the floor appeared under the protagonist. He fell into the darkness, and Maria waved her hand with a smile, looking at him. Maria turned to the side, looking at the red crack in the wall of the temple. She asked if he was angry. In that case, he should have made the first move. A black eye was visible in the red crack, which said that it also wanted to get to him. Kang Tison fell to the floor of the dungeon, hitting the floor with his back, causing him to grit his teeth. The boy sat on the ground, looking up in surprise. The ghost also looked up, asking what was that. The boy opened his eyes in surprise, asking what was that just now. He looked down, his purple eyes glowing, and he thought that in this labyrinth, he only had to increase his stats. Kang Tison looked at his palm. There were 4 rings on his fingers, and the boy thought of Li Ti-young, and Angel had even more. Kang Tison clenched his hand into a fist, remembering the goddess, and thought that this power was incredible. He looked at his hand, looking down, and thought that meant the other modes were fakes if he could get everything that could be obtained in this place, in the real place. The boy frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and he thought that he would be able to stand against the gods then, saying that he wanted to try. Kang Tison held a short dagger in his hands, around which a blue light shone. The system window showed. The form changes weight, attack power plus 15, change shape, the dagger turns into a long sword. A long sword appeared in the guy's hands, around which blue energy glowed, and looking at it in surprise, the guy thought that because of the invitation he could not collect the reward for the trial. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, and he extended his hand to it. Talking about this skill, the system window said, Special Active Skill. Freedom of Choice. Cost, 20. Mastery, 1%. Allows you to convert characteristics. It seems that the ratio will not be very high. The system window showed that the guy activated freedom of choice. A system window appeared, which said, Shield, 71 out of 71, and a blue up arrow opposite. Health, 883 out of 883, and a red down arrow opposite. Kang Tison spread his arms out to the sides. A bright green energy glowed around him. His cloak fluttered from it, and he thought that this was not bad. The ratio was now 10%. He thought it would be useful. The guy looked down, saying that it seemed that was all, but then hummed questioningly. The guy held a rainbow rose in his hand, from which a bright light emanated, and thought what it was. The system window showed, Gift of Maria, a gift that the gods give to people they love, currently has no effect. The guy showed the rose to the ghost next to him, asking him what it was. The ghost looked at the rose in surprise, asking if Kang Tison really thought that he knew. He was seeing it for the first time. The protagonist looked questioningly at the rose, raising his eyebrows and hummed thoughtfully. He extended his hand and the rose disappeared into blue pixels. The guy thought that since it was given to him with good intentions, there was no need to expect anything bad. He told the ghost that they would continue to descend. The system window showed, the boss of the 12th floor, a rotten ghoul. Kang Tison slammed his fist into the boss, breaking his head through, frowning. The system window showed that he had defeated the rotten ghoul. The guy lowered his hand, which had purple energy around it and purple liquid flowing down it. He said that they stunk. The system window showed, the reward of the secret room, gloves of strength +5 attack, +3 defense. Kang Tison looked down at the dead monster with a hole in its body and thought that now ordinary bosses were too easy for him. He could not get decent rewards. The guy looked at his hand in the purple liquid, pursing his lips and raising his eyebrow, thinking that it meant there was no choice but to collect what was there. The system window showed the quest of the 13th floor, kill the boss of the 13th floor and move on. A dark cemetery with many graves. Bare dark trees were visible. Kang Tison opened the wooden door of one of the buildings. There were many dead people sitting there with rotten skin and empty black eyes in which a yellow light was burning. Some had tufts of hair on their heads. The system window showed the monsters of the 13th floor, hordes of zombies. The protagonist swung his sword, dealing one blow. All the zombies in the building were dead and pursing his lips. Kang Tison walked outside, saying that it was easy. A man stood on the mountain, looking at the dilapidated building below. The guy with red hair gritted his teeth. His eyes were hidden by the shadow. Kang Tison stood in the building surrounded by zombies and opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that there was someone here and it was not a monster. The protagonist raised his head, looking up and thought that maybe it was from above. The man jumped off the cliff, leaving a yellow mark from the jump. Kang Tison looked at the bright beam of orange light in the sky. Someone said how much time had passed. The guy with red hair landed on the ground with his hand on the ground and his head down, calling the protagonist a newbie. The guy smiled and raised his head, squinting one eye, his red hair fluttering, and the system window showed, insight activated, level 42. The protagonist held two swords in his hands, looking at the guy and thought that he was level 42, 14 higher than him. The guy with red hair smiled widely, closing his eyes and said that he was glad to meet him, and he was a member of the Sing Guides, but there was something he needed to do before they chatted. The guy stretched out his hand with a smile, looking at the horn that appeared in his hand. Squinting one eye, the guy blew into the horn, which sent out a pulse. The system window showed. The signal was activated throughout the current area. The monsters within it are approaching. The zombies walked forward. One of them raised his head, hearing the sound. The other two zombies turned back, hearing the sound. They ran towards the guy with red hair, who waved his hand, throwing away the horn. The guy smiled widely, slamming his fists together and said that he didn't like being interrupted, so he would take care of everything in advance. The guy with red hair hit 3 zombies with his fist, causing them to fly away. The guy with red hair hit one of the zombies, leaving 2 holes in its body, while the second one stood behind him. Kang Tison thought that Rebebas, the conductor of sin, was definitely strong. But that was all. The protagonist looked at the guy with displeasure, placing his sword on his shoulder and frowning, wondering why he was even hitting other people's monsters. The ghost next to Kang Tison also looked at the guy, saying that this guy was still alive. He was one of those people who was always afraid of him and ran away when they met, and now openly ignored him. The guy with red hair turned around to look at the two of them, looking to the side. He closed his eyes and smiled, slamming his fist forward again. Kang Tison closed his eyes and sighed. He stood behind the guy, striking a sword at one of the zombies. The red-haired guy turned around in surprise. The ghost looked down at the two guys, thinking that he was specially coordinating his movements so that they would fit the monsters. Kang Tison stood in front of one of the zombies, who waved his hand, leaving a green light from the blow. The red-haired guy turned back with a wide smile, clenching his hand into a fist, and said that he also has the skill of implementation. It's not bad. The guy looked forward and raised his fist to strike. A bright fire lit up around him, and he said that he will not lose. The guy with red hair sharply struck the crowd of zombies, causing them to fly to the sides. The system window showed Rebebas activating a powerful blow. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to him. Rebebas behind him smiled widely, raising his fist and asked how he was. Kang Tison silently looked at him. He turned to face the guy, thinking why he was so frivolous. It was strange that he was struggling on the 13th floor with his 42nd level. Rebebas crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy, and said that he was so boring. If he continued like this, he would not last long. Rebebas raised his hand to his face with a wide smile, squinting one eye and tilting his head, said that he could still be useful. With him it might be possible to get permission to the 20th floor. That was why he was scouring the area. The guy asked his name. The protagonist looked at the guy, thinking that he was speaking as if he had already joined Rebebas. Kang Tison said his name. Rebebas closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, with a wide smile, saying that he had one request for him, asking if he was considering joining the Conductors of Sin. The protagonist closed his eyes and bowed his head. The ghost flew to his head and said that it was only his choice and let him do as he wished. Rebebas extended his hand, smiling widely, and said that as he already knew, in this labyrinth one can become stronger infinitely. After all, he realizes that this is a blessing, but to think about destroying this place, despite the fact that he has already received so many favors. Rebebas frowned and waved his hand. His face darkened and he said that only fools could do this. Kang Tison calmly looked at the guy, saying that it turns out that he decided to give up and not defend the labyrinth. Rebebas replied that he retreated rather than give up. This place, first of all, is not intended for clearing. The circle on which the statue of Maria was located, a large white castle, a red portal, and a dark skull flying above it. Rebebas said that he knew the damn gods of this place are trying to kill them during the tests, as if they were their toys. The red-haired guy crossed his arms and looked at the ghost, saying that even in hidden places there are traps that are impossible to pass, and the guy who flies with the protagonist died as well. The ghost looked at Kang Tison, who closed his eyes, saying that he died because of them actually, and he was just talking about it. Rebebas asked from behind them, saying that he was talking nonsense. The red-haired guy extended his hand, looked up, and said that in any case, they formed a group so as not to die in vain and to become stronger safely. They create the law and manage the order in this labyrinth. The ghost next to the protagonist, who looked up, Rebebas said that if he decided to join them, he would have to refuse the ghost's quest. They cannot accept someone who broke the law and attacked them. Kang Tison opened his mouth, talking about the law. A shadow fell on his eyes. He looked at the red-haired guy, saying that he heard that there you need to get permission in order to become stronger, and is it true? Rebebas scratched his head and looked away, answering in agreement and asking what of it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, which were glowing faintly, when the red-haired guy said that everything was not as he imagined. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. This is just a minimum security measure. Kang Tison squeezed the hilt of his sword in his hand, saying that even the magicians and superhumans who created this place gave him freedom, and they, adventurers, make the laws. The guy pointed the blade of his sword at Rebebas, saying that all talk and no chance for him to accept the challenge. The protagonist frowned, looking at the guy, and said that he did not like them. Rebebas, with a wide smile, closed his eyes and waved his hands, saying that he had no idea what he was talking about. He frowned and tilted his head, looking at the protagonist with a displeased look, asking if he was refusing. Kang Tison smiled, holding out his sword, and replied that he understood correctly. The Sin Guides were looking for new members for two reasons. The first was to guide them to the path of sin. Rebebas jumped towards the protagonist, saying what a pity. The protagonist pointed his sword towards the guy's stomach, raising his hand. The second was to kill the adventurers who refused before they became too strong. Rebebas slammed his fist into the ground, causing a powerful impact to pass through it and the rocks to crack. The guy smiled widely, looking down, but suddenly made a surprised sound. Kang Tison caught his fist, looking at the guy, white mist flying around. The protagonist clenched the fist of the red-haired guy who was shaking, saying that he said that whoever broke the law should be punished, so let him punish him, but he is not sure that he can do it. Rebebas jumped back from the guy, landing on the floor, and thought that this just happened. He began to attack him with the goal of eliminating him in one blow. Rebebas landed on one knee, frowning, looking forward, and thought that he was still just an adventurer from the 13th floor. He had no chance to defeat him. The guy kicked off the ground again. He struck Kang Tison several times, but he blocked them with his sword. Rebebas frowned, hitting with his fist. The protagonist put his sword in front of him, blocking the blow. Sparks flew into the air from the contact of the red-haired guy's fist and Kang Tison's sword. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a purple light in the air. He thought he said he had cleared the 20th floor. He was definitely not weak. He had raised his skill level with a lot of hunts. Rebebas' foot slid on the ground. A purple light was shining nearby. The guy covered his chest with one hand. Two purple strikes passed nearby. His eyes widened and he frowned, thinking who he was. He had just been pushed back by some guy from the 13th floor. Rebebas gritted his teeth and closed one eye. When a cut passed across his chest, the system window showed that he was taking 12 damage. Kang Tison twirled his sword in his hand, closing his eyes and turning his head, saying that he had a high defense rate, but that was all. The movements were not very good either. The ghost flew above the red-haired boy, looking down at him and said that he heard that he was just a commoner. He had never been properly trained in martial arts, so he guessed that he was somewhere around the level of a third-class mercenary. Rebebas lowered his head, his eyes widened and sweat poured down his face, as the ghost above him said with an evil smile that he was a pathetic person who could not do anything here, because he had nothing to offer in this labyrinth. Rebebas gritted his teeth, his body shaking with anger. He suddenly jumped into the air above Kang Tison, raising his hands above his head to strike, fire burning around them, and he shouted at the ghost to shut up. The system window showed Rebebas using a strong attack. Kang Tison dodged the boy's attack, looking towards the powerful strike next to him and put one hand behind his back and the other one pointing forward. The system window showed that he was activating a reflection. The guy hit Rebebas in the stomach with his sword, and the red-haired guy opened his mouth wide in pain. His eyes turned white, and the system window showed that he received 6 damage. The protagonist kicked him away, and Rebebas flew back, stretching out his arms and legs. The red-haired guy frowned, flying with his mouth wide open. The system window showed that he received 6 damage, and the guy mentally asked what. He looked at Kang Tison, who raised his leg with a frown. Behind him was a man with long gray hair, a beard, and blue glowing eyes. Rebebas thought that he was sure that he hit him and dealt damage. Did he, Angel? Did that old man who now treats them with nothing give him the skill? The red-haired guy clenched his teeth in anger. Sweat was pouring down his face. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting who he was. A bright golden beam of light flashed from the ground. A purple beam of light crashed into it in the air, causing an explosion. Kang Tison sat above Rebebas, pointing 2 swords at his shoulders. The red-haired guy clutched them with trembling hands, and the protagonist told him to think about it himself. Kang Tison frowned, looking down at the guy with anger, his sword trembling and asking if Rebebas himself was an adventurer. The red-haired guy screamed and jumped away from the protagonist, sitting on the ground. He clenched his teeth and looked forward, raised his fist to punch. Golden energy appeared around him, and he thought that this could not go on any longer, and he did not think that he would have to use it. Kang Tison looked at the guy in surprise and raised his 2 swords in his hands. Explosion glove, a secret function that can only be used once a month. Golden rays of light emanated from Rebebas' glove, and he thought that only 1 blow was needed. The guy gave a powerful punch, causing a bright pillar of light to fly into the air, energy flying around him. He thought that this function helps him deal damage to the enemy 5 times the basic attack. Rebebas was breathing heavily. His eyes looked down and he frowned, his face distorted with rage. Kang Tison was lying underneath him. His head bowed, the red-haired guy's fist was on his chest, and he asked if the guy was done. The system window showed Kang Tison activates a complete nullification of the first attack. Rebebas' eyes widened in shock and he frowned. The guy was sitting on the ground by the wall, looking at the protagonist with a sword in his hand in front of him. He thought, how could he? Who was he actually fighting all this time? Kang Tison lowered his head, holding 2 swords in his hands, and looked away. He raised his head. There was a purple mist around him. His hair covered one eye, and the guy looked down at Rebebas. His purple eye was glowing. Rebebas thought that this guy was just a monster. The guy with red hair sat by the wall, his head down. There were splashes of blood next to him. The ghost said, nothing special. He flew next to the protagonist, looking at the guy with red hair, saying that he was still an adventurer from the 20th floor. He was not so weak before, but because he did not meet enemies that he could compete with, he became weak and his abilities regressed. Rebebas lowered his head and closed his eyes, breathing heavily. Kang Tison asked if he knew what he wanted to ask him. Rebebas asked if he would live if he answered, and the protagonist looked at him calmly, saying no, he would kill him. The red-haired guy bowed his head and smiled, saying that then he had no reason to answer. He lowered his head. Kang Tison looked at him, standing in front of him and the ghost flying above them, saying that if so, then he at least knows what offerings they can make here to the superhumans. Rebebas raised his head, his eyes widened in shock, and he frowned. The guy fell to his knees, leaning on his hands, and screamed, no way, he was begging, just not this. Rebebas raised his head, raising his hand, and screamed in fear that he would answer all their questions, just let them not give him to them. Kang Tison stood in front of him in surprise, looking down at the guy and thought, is it worth being so afraid? He asked how many people were in their group. The guy with red hair sighed and looked down at the floor, saying that he didn't know for sure. He was only allowed to go up to the 20th floor. The further he went down, the more people there were, but he never went any deeper. The stairs leading down, fog was flying in the air. There was a wall on both sides of the stairs. Rebebas said that there were probably hundreds of them, because most of the adventurers who reached this place agreed to join. The protagonist lowered his gaze, the ghost next to him did the same, and the guy thought about the majority, and it seemed like there weren't many like him and the ghost. The guy crouched down on the floor in front of Rebebas, who lowered his head low. He said that the number of floors you can go down is limited. He asked how this is determined, and when he broke the law, would those people from the lower floors really go up after him? Rebebas covered his face with his hand, looking down sadly, Behind him was a large tower with blue light coming from it, and he said that everything was divided into 10 floors. For example, the 20th, 30th, and 40th floors. The 20th floor is the second floor. The 30th floor is the third floor, and so on. They believe that each level has its own absolute rules. The deeper an adventurer goes, the more reluctant he will be to return. They believe that it will hit their dignity, so they will not go up until there is a need. Many people in dark cloaks, standing with their backs. Kang Tison tilted his head, asking about dignity and saying that this is nonsense. The ghost next to him frowned and put his hands on his hips, saying that it was always there, a long time ago. They all just revolve around a few strong people. The group is fragile, but they will kill anyone who betrays them. The red-haired boy put his hands on the ground and shouted that he didn't really know anything about the leaders, but there were a lot of adventurers on this second level. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't handle them. Kang Tison lowered his head in front of him, holding 2 swords in his hands. The protagonist said that he didn't care about them, and Rebebas looked at the boy with a scared and shocked expression, his eyes wide. The black-haired boy looked down at him with a dissatisfied look. Rebebas thought that he had confidence and skills to match. He was the same as him back then. He remembered standing with a sword and shield in front of a lot of zombies and thought how he could end up like this. The difficulty level in this labyrinth was changing him little by little. The red-haired boy leaned on his hands, burying his head in them. He smiled nervously, looking down at the floor with tears in his eyes, and thought that if he refused, he could have died with more dignity. Kang Tison raised his sword to strike, looked at him and said, "Farewell." Red drops of blood splashed on the wall. The guy with red hair was lying dead on the ground. Kang Tison was standing next to him holding his sword, and the system window showed that he had defeated Rebebas. The protagonist looked down in surprise. From where a bright turquoise energy was shining, the system window showed that the increase in spirit was being activated. From Rebebas, a bright white and turquoise energy emanated, which illuminated the guy. She flew towards Kang Tison, who raised his hands in surprise. Looking at them, many system windows appeared, which said strength increased by 23, agility increased by 20, endurance increased by 70, mana increased by 40, intelligence increased by 18. The guy clenched his hands into fists. A weak orange energy was visible next to them, and the system windows showed that the increase in spirit was activated. The mastery of a powerful attack increased by 8%. The protagonist looked at his clenched fists with a surprised face. Blue energy emanated from them, and he thought what kind of incredible increase in characteristics this was. Kang Tison stood in a blue space, crossed his arms over his chest, and asked how far they got. In front of him stood Kang Jun Hyuk, who smiled widely and waved his hand, and Lee Ti-young, who looked at the guy next to her with a smile. The girl stretched out her hands and said that they had already reached the 3rd floor. Now they were entering the 4th, moving slowly. Thanks to the glasses they received after returning to Earth, their characteristics had increased, so they did not encounter any serious problems. Kang Jun Hyuk put his hand to his chin and closed one eye, remembering how people ran from rats with glowing eyes. When the protagonist asked how things were in other modes, the guy with brown hair answered that it seemed that those who were now on the easy mode were having a hard time. He thought it was because quite a lot of people died upon returning. Kang Tison closed his eyes and answered that there was nothing to be done about it. Everyone should already be used to the fact that death was wandering around. He asked what was happening in the normal mode. Kang Jun Hyuk answered that nothing had changed there, except that, in his opinion, everyone had become more careful. The protagonist asked what was on hard mode. Jun Jun suddenly appeared and everyone looked at him. The guy said that he would tell them now. Jun Jun smiled widely, remembering how Kim Young was smiling at the bottle of purple potion. He raised his hands and said that most of the people on hard mode survived the mission to return to Earth, but his appearance back then was a big incentive for them. Jun Jun clenched his hand into a fist, looking forward determinedly, and said that everyone was trying to become even stronger. Maybe the next time they met, he would notice a lot of changes. Kang Tison smiled, looking at him, and said that it was good. He was glad to hear it. Aside from him, Kang Jun Hyuk said that he had something to tell him. The guy with short hair raised his hand, remembering the tall white tower with a blue crystal on top, and said that when he went up to the 4th floor, he found the altar of God, and its name was Baltazakar. Kang Tison's eyes widened as he remembered the small room and how he stood in front of the altar. He crossed his arms, and Kang Jun Hyuk in front of him frowned, saying that he was thinking about whether he could pass the God's test or not yet, but he wanted to take this test seriously. What did he think about it? Kang Tison replied that he was sure Lee Ti-young would refuse even if he received an invitation, but he seemed to be enthusiastic about it. The blue-haired girl raised her hand and replied that in fact, she accepted the invitation this time too. The protagonist asked her too, and Lee Ti-young raised her hands, clenching them into fists, and replied that as he said, she couldn't remain a coward, she would be braver from now on. Kang Tison silently looked at the girl in surprise. his eyes wide open, and thought that Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yong had changed a lot, especially Lee Tae-yong. She was not like her previous life self, and was it really him? Kang Tae-sun said that their trials were different, so he did not know which one they would get, but they thought it over seriously and made a decision. So he would not stop them. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tae-yong smiled and nodded, and the protagonist asked them not to die, but to try. He said that they would meet again alive. The blue pixels began to dissolve into thin air, leaving Kang Tae-sun and the ghost. The guy looked at the ghost, raising his eyebrows, and asked if he had also received a trial from Baltazar, and what did he think of it compared to Rakarada's. The ghost put his hand to his face and replied that it was definitely easier and quite passable. Kang Tae-sun put his hand on his chin, thoughtfully looked away, and thought if they would be okay, and he hoped they would not die. He said that they were continuing. The wall of the dungeon, fog was flying in the air. The protagonist held a pair of iron gloves in his hands. Looking at them, the system window showed explosion gloves plus 18. A secret function that can only be used once a month. Kang Tae-sun pointed his finger at the system window and said to bring up the characteristics window. The system window opened. It said, Kang Tae-sun, level 30, impenetrable shield 97 out of 97, endurance 13.0 out of 13.0, mana 332 out of 332, durability 462, intelligence 287, agility 395, attack power 65, defensive power 54. The object is in excellent condition. The guy thought that this was a recent increase in spiritual power. He was standing in front of the system window holding the gloves. There was a corpse of a guy with red hair next to him, and Kang Tae-sun thought that he had been steadily improving by defeating monsters until now. But this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful improvement. Could it really work properly with other adventurers too? The ghost looked at the dead body with his eyes downcast and said that they had defeated him. Even though he was at the lowest rank, he was still a member of the Sin Guides. Kang Tae-sun crossed his arms and looked away, frowning when the ghost said that he was sure the rest would take action soon. The guy said that he didn't care, let them come whenever they wanted. Deep in the floors of the labyrinth, the meeting room of the Sin Guides. A round table with 8 chairs. One person was sitting in the center with his hands folded in front of him. Another person in a black robe entered the room, saying that he heard that there was a small problem on the second floor. A new adventurer had killed someone. The man at the table put his hand on the table, pointing his index finger. Fire appeared around it and said that he wanted to say that the adventurer from the 10th floor killed the player from the 2nd floor. The man with fiery hair blew on his hand. Flames came out of his mouth and said that what a tempting talent, but he chose to become their enemy. What a loss, but they have no choice. They need to spread the search order. Let the others from the 2nd floor kill him. On the table was a piece of paper that had fire letters on it and flames came out of it. The man said that they will continue to discuss the strategy for the 74th floor. 20th floor, rank 2 among the adventurers of the Guides of Sin. 4 people in dark cloaks walked through the dungeon, discussing that Rebebas was dead, saying that he was not too weak and did he really relax. The bald man with thick eyebrows slammed his fist into his palm and gritted his teeth, saying were they really just going to stand there and do nothing? They had to show what they could do. The man held a piece of paper in front of the other faction members, saying that the higher-ups had issued a warrant to capture him. He shook the paper and said that if they could kill this guy, they would move up to rank 3. The brown-haired guy said that he would handle it, but the dark-haired man pushed him away, asking what he was talking about. He would be the one to kill this adventurer. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and reached into the inside pocket of his coat, saying that he saw that none of them were going to give up, then they would decide this in the usual way. The man held a green 20-sided die in his hand. Green energy was glowing around it. The man threw the die down. The others watched. He said that whoever rolled the highest number on the dice would get the highest priority, asking if everyone agreed. The gray-haired guy threw the cube down while looking down at it, frowning. The other guy also dropped the cube from his hands, and it left a green light behind. The cube lying on the floor had a value of 17. Opposite the cube stood a guy in a dark cloak and hood, with a wide smile and red glowing eyes. Someone said that Aldoda would be the first. The ceiling of the dungeon, fog was flying in the air. Kang Tae-sun raised his sword, in which a purple glare was visible. Around it were splashes of blood on the floor and dead zombies. The system window showed monsters of the 13th floor, a crowd of zombies. The protagonist defeated a crowd of zombies. The black-haired guy wiped his face and looked away, saying that this completes the 13th floor. The ghost looked at him with raised eyebrows and replied that he can't believe that he defeated monsters that were supposed to be killed using traps, not by attacking directly. He is truly a very strong guy. They both looked at the ramp, from which a roar was heard and red energy was emitted. A bright red beam of light burst out from it, which Kang Tae-sun and the ghost were looking at. A man with white hair, a shaved temple, and a wide, crazy smile appeared. The system window showed the 2nd level of the Sin Conductor, Aldoda. The man with yellow eyes smiled widely. His eyes were shining and he shouted, so he was the one who defeated Rebebas. The protagonist calmly looked at him, raised his head and crossed his arms over his chest, answered affirmatively, asking what he would do then. The man with white hair raised his hand with long claws and answered that of course he would kill him. Aldo thought that maybe he was really strong, but he was still a guy from the 13th floor. He could defeat him, then he too could rise to the 3rd rank. Suddenly a strong punch passed across the man's face. The white-haired man flew into the wall, breaking it and opening his mouth wide. Kang Tison swung his fist, bending his body and closing one eye, looking towards the man. Aldo screamed in pain. 2 teeth flew out of his mouth and his eyes turned white from the pain. He fell to the ground, raising dust, and Kang Tison looked at him in surprise, asking what was wrong with him. The ghost next to him smiled and said that he remembered. There was one such noisy fool, he is not very strong. The protagonist looked down at his fist, asking if he is also a conductor of sin. They came faster than he expected. Aldo rose from the floor, leaning on his hand, blood dripping from his mouth, while Kang Tison said that he seemed even weaker and stupider than Rebebas. The white-haired man thought about what happened, and he is sure he used a sneaky way. Suddenly, a huge beast paw fell to the floor, from which red energy emanated, and Aldo thought how dare the protagonist do this. A strong explosion passed near Kang Tison, which made the guy close one eye and cover his face with his hand. A huge brown wolf bared his teeth, steam came out of his mouth, and his red eyes glowed. A huge wolf with white hair moved forward, growling. Kang Tison looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows and said, "So people are able to turn into animals." Aldo jumped on the protagonist, opening his mouth wide and sticking out his tongue. He waved his paw, saying that he recognizes the strength of the guy, but this is his end. Kang Tison closed his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist, raising it to strike. Purple energy glowed around it and the guy said that he has good fortitude, but he is too slow. The guy struck a strong blow to the wolf. A bright purple beam of energy flashed in the air. Aldo opened his mouth wide, his tongue hanging out, his eyes shining brightly. He fell to the ground. Steam was coming out of the wolf and Kang Tison said that he just became a little faster, nothing special. The protagonist walked away from the wolf, wiping his face with his hand and said that he should not get in his way. The system window showed that the spiritual power enhancement was activated. A transparent crystal, in which there was a red and yellow circle that was shining brightly. The red and yellow circle went out, and steam began to come out from the crystal. The man with white hair and the other guild members looked at him and the man said in surprise that his soul fire had gone out. The other guild members also lowered their gazes in shock when the man said that it seemed that Aldo was dead. Someone asked what. The 2 men looked down in surprise. The third looked at them. They were talking to each other, saying maybe he died, unable to transform because he let his guard down. The second said that he was really incapable of anything without transforming. The other answered that he thought so. Another man in a black cloak and with a staff approached them, saying that he was next. A guy with red eyes and white short hair held a staff in his hands, the tip of which was shining brightly. He said that he was Giuseppe, a man walking the path of magic. He would never let his guard down. Giuseppe hit the wall, rolling on the ground, clenching his teeth and squeezing one eye shut in pain. The guy wiped his face, which was dripping with sweat, and looked at the protagonist, asking why he attacked him without warning. He answered that he was here to kill him. What should he wait for? The protagonist slashed with 2 swords at the guy who clenched his teeth and put up a golden shield in front of him. The system window showed Giuseppe activating a magic shield. Kang Tison pressed his swords on the guy's shield. They trembled and he pursed his lips, thinking that this was the first time he saw someone use magic like this. The white-haired guy waved his hand forward, red energy appeared in the air and the system window showed Giuseppe activating madness. No need to judge. The system window showed Kang Tison dispelling madness with indomitable spirit. Giuseppe clenched his teeth and clenched his staff in one hand. Red energy flew around and he frowned, thinking that the protagonist was able to reflect his mental attack just by using his spirit. Does this mean that he defeated Rebebas and Aldo not just because he was lucky? Kang Tison stood with his 2 swords in his hands. A faint blue light was emitted from him and blue crystals were flying around. The system window showed that Giuseppe was activating particle dispersion. Kang Tison looked to the side as the blue crystals around him burst and wondered if this was a magic technique that could restrict the enemy's movements. Giuseppe gritted his teeth and stretched his hands forward. A bright turquoise arrow appeared above him and the system window showed Giuseppe activating the ice arrow. Kang Tison put his sword forward. A bright blue ice arrow appeared next to him. The system window showed that he was activating the ice arrow. Giuseppe opened his eyes wide, looking at this in shock. Sweat was running down his face. An ray of turquoise light illuminated him. He loudly asked what. The guy fell to his knees, putting his hand on his head and gritted his teeth, squinting his eyes when the blue ice arrow hit the turquoise one, breaking it. Giuseppe stretched out his hand with a staff, around which golden lightning shone, and nervously thought that even the magic tower recognized his talent. But for him, a simple beginner, the level of magic is higher than his. This is impossible. A thundercloud appeared above Kang Tison and bright yellow lightnings were shining. The guy with black hair looked up at him. A system window appeared. It said, "GSEP activates lightning strike." Numerous lightning strikes passed through the ground, leaving a strong explosion on the ground. Kang Tison stood in front of GSEP, who looked at him nervously. A glow was coming from his staff and he thought that he angered him. Kang Tison raised his sword hand, raised his eyebrows looking to the side. The system windows showed that he activated absolute nullification of the first attack, and that he did not receive damage. The guy said that such instant magic exists. It's interesting. Giuseppe's eyes widened in shock and he opened his mouth. The guy fell, his body trembling, as the protagonist approached him and Giuseppe asked how this was even possible. Kang Tison said that they would continue. His shadow loomed over the guy with white hair, who looked at him in fear, dropping his staff and trembling in fear. The translucent crystal in which the gray circle went out, an orange mist was emanating from it. The guy with blonde hair looked at him in shock, his mouth open. The other two behind also looked down at him in surprise and they said that he also died. How so? Someone said, did he really die because he used magic incorrectly? The second said that well, he was accompanied by a ghost, he probably gave him some advice. The guy with blue hair, freckles and an axe in his hand smiled, clenching his hand into a fist and said that great, he is next. The translucent crystal with a blue circle inside also went out, a blue mist was emanating from it. The 4 guild members looked at him in shock, saying that this can't happen again. The man with black hair looked away with displeasure and threw his sword over his shoulder, saying that he didn't expect it to be his turn, but he went. The translucent crystal with a gray circle inside went out, leaving behind a fog. Someone said, really again? Another said, maybe they should all go together. After all, they don't have to go alone. 5 crystals in one row went out, multicolored fog emanating from them. The man with gray hair clenched his teeth, nervously looking at the crystals and putting his hands on the table, said that they all died in 2 hours. The man turned over his shoulder, saying that it was someone else's turn. The guy with blonde hair nervously raised his hand, asking if he thought something was wrong. The other one next to him answered that he didn't want to go there. The gray-haired man bit his game, nervously looking down, sweat running down his face, and he thought that the difference in strength between the adventurers on the 13th floor and the 20th floor was the same as comparing a child and an adult. But he was still able to kill half of the members of the second-level Sin Guides. On the table there were 8 extinguished crystals and 6 that emitted a bright light. The man wondered what kind of monster this was. He nervously turned to the side, frowning, and thought that he was initially forced to accept the invitation and become part of the Sin Guides, only because they threatened to kill him if he refused. The man said that then they would not touch him, they would hide and wait it out. Someone smiled. Small fangs were visible in the person's mouth, blue energy was flying around. 3 people in cloaks turned to look at the passage in the floor leading down. The person from it said that they have not changed at all. A guy with short black hair, horns and yellow eyes walked up the stairs with his hands in his pockets. He said that they still can't move on from the 2nd level because they keep acting like they used to. The 3rd level of the Conductors of Sin, the Demon Zagan. The man with gray hair crossed his arms over his chest when the guy with horns stood in front of them. He came nervously. The man thought, why people from the 3rd rank like him don't stay on their 30th floor, why does he keep coming up to them and pestering them? Zagan crossed his arms over his chest and looked away, saying that by the way, why are there only half of them, where are the rest? The man with gray hair tilted his head, looking at him and said that in fact, they recently went to another floor. Zagan closed his eyes and smiled, a shadow fell on his eyes, a blue light shone around him. The guy with black hair punched the man in the chest, causing him to open his eyes wide. The man opened his mouth, drool flew out and Zagan asked how dare he lie to him so blatantly. The man bent his knees while Zagan looked down at him with his arms crossed. The man said that they were all dead and the guy said did half of them die because of someone from the 13th floor. The guy with black hair narrowed his yellow eyes, thinking that he came here for nothing, but now everything has changed. Maybe he can prove his strength if he kills him. The guy with horns approached the man's face, who gritted his teeth. Zagan smiled, saying that he was glad to hear it. The other guild members nervously looked at the guy who said that he would avenge them, so let them take him to him, otherwise he will kill them all. The tip of the sword came out of the flesh, blood dripping from it. Kang Tison stood on the ground holding 2 swords. Around him were members of the Sin Guild. Dead ones were lying on the ground. The ghost next to the guy said that they were like moths to a flame. The 5 of them threw away their pride and tried to attack at the same time. Kang Tison lowered his gaze and said that it was too late. The protagonist remembered how the 2 of the guild collided back to back, clenched his teeth and thought that they really had high defense and attack. But it seemed that they had never fought together before, their coordination was poor, it was a huge advantage to be able to level up and recover just by killing one of them. Kang Tison smiled and looked at the system window in front of him, put his finger on it and said that thanks to this, he was able to gain 11 levels. On the system window in front of the guy it was written, Kang Tison, level 39, impenetrable shield, 169 out of 169, endurance, 2020 out of 2020, mana, 416 out of 416, strength, 615, intelligence, 412, agility, 540, attack power 69, defense 62. The object is in excellent condition. Kang Tison looked closely at the system window, saying that however, due to such an increase in level, the reward for completing quests will also fall. The ghost also looked into the system window, saying that even taking this into account it turns out to be profitable, let him not be greedy. The guy extended his hand, above which blue crystals were flying, from which a bright light emanated. The system window showed basic magic, particle dispersion, mana consumption. 4 causes a huge number of ice particles to collide with each other and disperse. There were many crystals flying around the protagonist, and he smiled, saying that the ghost was right. The guy looked up at the ghost and asked if it was all over. He smiled and said that he thought they should have realized by now that the protagonist was not someone they could handle. 4 people in black cloaks walked forward. In the middle stood a man with gray hair, who pursed his lips. They stood in the passage of the cave. In front of Kang Tison stood Zagan, who bowed his head and put his hands in his pockets. The ghost looked at this in surprise and asked if he had come too. Kang Tison also looked at the guy, thinking that it was a demon, and he could feel its power. It was different from those that the conductors of sin had sent before. A powerful blue energy emanated from the guy with short black hair and horns, and he asked if he was a second-rank adventurer. Zagan put his hand on his chin, frowning and narrowing his eyes. Kang Tison's hair was fluttering and purple energy was coming from his eyes. Powerful purple energy appeared around the boy. The 2 swords in his hands were shining, and Zagan thought that this power surpassed even the 20th floor, and did he really mean to say that he actually obtained such power on the 13th floor? The boy with horns extended his hand, asking if it was possible that he was a dragon. Kang Tison and the ghost looked at him questioningly. The other members of the Sin Guide stood next to each other, frowning and looking back at the boy, saying that this was a dragon, a species that was rumored to be able to even separate dimensions, and a species that was best left alone unless you were a high-level demon. Zagan looked at the boy carefully, thinking about the black dragon with golden eyes, and thought that judging by his strength, he was sure that his presence was originally powerful, because even the weakest dragon cannot be defeated if his opponent has not yet reached at least the 40th floor. The protagonist smiled, standing in front of the boy. He raised his hand with a smile, asking what if so. Zagan looked at him silently, his eyes hidden by a shadow. He put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying that if he really is one of them, then he does not intend to stop him, and let him continue his journey. The other members of the Sin Guides looked at the boy in surprise. The man with gray hair opened his mouth in shock, asking if everything was over so quickly. The other gritted his teeth and said that he was so confidently walking here. The ghost closed his eyes and pressed his lips, holding back his laughter. He suddenly laughed loudly, smiling widely, and said that they showed themselves well from the worst side. Kang Tison scratched his head, looking at him, and asked if dragons were such a strong species. Zagan's eyes widened as he looked at them. The guy looked at the ghost and the protagonist in shock. The ghost smiled and said that they were ancient creatures. They could be compared to gods. Kang Tison replied that he understood. The horned guy's face distorted with anger and he clenched his teeth. Sweat was pouring down his face. He spread his arms out to the sides. Dark energy was flying around him, and he loudly asked how Kang Tison dared to lie to him. The system window showed that Zagan had activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia. Zagan's eyes glowed blue and he waved his hand forward. The tree roots flew towards the protagonist, who looked back at them, clutching swords in his hands. Kang Tison's eyes widened as he watched his hand being wrapped around one of the roots, mentally wondering what it was. The system window showed Kang Tison activating a flaming ball. A bright fire appeared around the boy's hand. Zagan covered his face with his hand as a bright flame blazed up around him, burning the roots. He wondered if he had used a flaming ball, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't change anything anyway. With an irritated expression, Zagan swiped his finger down. There was a dark energy around him, and the system window showed Zagan activating the spirit of the crow of Decoravia. Many dark crows with red glowing eyes flew out of the black portals. They flew above the protagonist who was standing on the ground, some of them landing on him. The guy swung his 2 swords, fending off the crow's attacks and striking back, purple energy emanating from one of his swords. Many crows were flying down and Kang Tison thought that there were too many of them. A wolf made of blue energy appeared next to him and grabbed one of the crows in its mouth. The guy frowned as he swung his sword and cut off the legs of one of the crows. Kang Tison stepped on one of the crows with his foot, causing it to open its beak wide, and asked the ghost if this difficult thing could be done with magic. The ghost looked at the guy, answering that Kang Tison was using the magic of a god, and it was clearly different from the magic created by a demon. Zagan frowned, looking at them with displeasure, and told the ghost to stop interfering. This battle was only between the two of them. The ghost and the protagonist looked at him while crows were flying in the sky. The ghost told the demon not to worry, and he was not going to help him. Zagan's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. Kang Tison wiped his face with his hand. The ghost flew away from him, closing his eyes, and the demon thought, what was this? He didn't expect the ghost to give in so easily. Is it really that they are not on such a good relationship? Zagan raised his hands. A thick dark blue fog appeared above them and he frowned, thinking that this was only good for him. The guy waved his hands forward, directing the dark energy, around which a flame burned at the end. The system window showed that Zagan was activating the fake flame of Marchoja. Kang Tison put his sword in front of him. An ice arrow began to appear in front of him. When the dark flame landed next to him, the system window showed Kang Tison activating the ice arrow, thinking that the ice energy of his arrows did not work. Kang Tison frowned and looked to the side, looking at the dark flame around his hand. A system window appeared, which said that he activated a complete nullification of the first attack. Zagan looked at the guy in surprise. Sweat was running down his face and he frowned, thinking that he didn't know that the attack nullification skill existed, but still. The guy with horns stretched his hands forward. A dark fire was flying towards the protagonist, and Zagan thought that he didn't know anything about his skills. Kang Tison closed one eye and frowned, holding his sword in front of him. The system windows appeared, which showed that Kang Tison activated absolute nullification of the second attack. Kang Tison received 24 points of damage. Kang Tison received 36 points of damage. Zagan gritted his teeth and smiled, put his hands together, clapped his hands. His eyes glowed with a bright purple light, and he thought he could defeat him. The system window showed that Zagan activated Nibiru's despair. Dark energy appeared around Kang Tison, which was reaching towards him. The guy turned to the side in surprise. Where the protagonist stood, there was a dark ball of energy that was swirling in the air. Zagan looked at it, saying that this was the end. Nibiru's despair, black magic that activates a person's deep mind. Kang Tison closed his eyes and frowned, looking down. Around him were bright purple faces with wide smiles. The guy closed his eyes, pressing his hands to his ears. The ghost next to him looked down at the ball of dark energy, smiling, saying that black magic is quite difficult to understand, so it will be difficult for someone who encounters it for the first time to resist it. He also does not understand it very well. The ghost smiled, raising his eyebrows, and said that with Kang Tison everything is different. Many blows of bright purple energy passed through the black ball. Zagan looked at this in surprise, his mouth open and his eyes wide open. Kang Tison cut the dark ball with his sword, coming out of it, and frowned, saying that it was very good, and if he could learn dark magic too. The guy came out, the dark energy dissipated behind him, and Zagan clenched his teeth, looked at him, thinking that he was able to reflect it just by using his mental spirit, but no, it still won't change anything. The guy stretched his hands forward. Many black portals appeared around him, from which dark crows with red eyes flew out. The system window showed Zagan activated the spirit of the crow of Decoravia. Many crows flew towards the protagonist, who looked at them, thinking that individually they were weak, but there were too many of them. Kang Tison raised his hand. A yellow barrier appeared around him and the guy looked back. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated reflection. Many crows flew at the guy, crashing into the yellow shield around him. The guy lowered his head. The reflection skill. This skill creates a formless energy around its owner and repels everything aimed at it. Zagan stretched his hands forward. Dark and blue energy flew next to him. His cloak fluttered behind him and the guy thought that this was impossible. Did he really already figure out how to resist it? A beam of dark energy that glowed blue flew forward. Kang Tison raised his swords to strike. He frowned, looking at it carefully. The guy swung his sword sharply, repelling the beam of dark energy in the other direction. Kang Tison stretched out his hand, frowning, remembering how the blue flame burned around his hand. He said that Zagan's flame should have time to burn everything, even itself. Then he should have melted due to the residual heat, but strangely, he only got burned. Moreover, when he touched this flame, he got a feeling it's just a substance in the form of fire. Zagan frowned in surprise and looked at the guy. Purple energy was flying nearby. He spread his hands to the sides. Blue light and dark energy lit up around him and he screamed, how could such an insignificant person like him know this? The system window showed Zagan activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia. Black portals began to appear around the protagonist, around which a weak blue light glowed. The guy looked to the side at them, thinking that here the principle is the same as that of the magic he activated earlier. A black portal, a blue translucent fog was flying nearby. Kang Tison thought that the roots obviously only burst out from the cracks of darkness. If so, he would be able to predict their movements. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking that he needed 3 steps to the left. He stepped forward on the floor and thought that 2 more steps forward. Many brown roots burst out of the portals, filling the entire space. Zagan's eyes widened and he opened his mouth in shock, frowning. Kang Tison clenched his swords in his hands, slightly tilting his body, dodging all the roots and standing in the middle of them. Zagan asked in surprise how he dodged all of them. Kang Tison stretched out his hand, next to which a bright fireball was shining, and said that everything was simple. A bright fire flared up and the ghost flew in the air. Looking at it and thinking that everything was as expected, he understood the essence of the skill, made the most reasonable conclusion and used it. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a trail of purple energy in the air, and struck Zagan with his sword. Kang Tison frowned, swung his sword again. Purple energy was shining around him, and the ghost thought that he even figured out how to activate and how to destroy the black magic that he sees for the first time. As he expected, this is Kang Tison's strongest point. The ghost lowered his gaze, thinking about the ice arrow, fireball, and pink energy, thinking that he understood how the stop and trajectory of magic are separated. So he learned the magic of the initial level, then he learned that the movements of Storm Scar's sword are quite sharp. He removed it and obtained the second sword mastery, Storm Dance. The ghost lowered his hands and gaze, his red cape fluttering, and he thought that he had a talent to grasp the essence of something, even if he saw it for the first time. Is it right to call it a talent at all? Kang Tison stuck his sword down. A purple light was shining on its blade. The ghost thought that he got it through thousands and thousands of repetitions and so much effort that one can feel madness. Zagan was sitting by the wall. There were blood spatters on the floor next to him. Kang Tison was standing in front of him. The guy lowered his gaze to the demon, frowning. The ghost thought that this was his own path. Zagan was breathing heavily. The shadow of the protagonist loomed over him, and he looked up when Kang Tison said that he had something that interested him. A sword was stuck into the wall next to Zagan's face, and he clenched his teeth and looked at it. The protagonist sat in front of the guy, holding the sword in his hand, and asked him what he needed to do to learn black magic. The ceiling of the dungeon, fog was flying in the air. Someone thoughtfully hummed. Zagan tilted his head, looking at the sword near his head. Kang Tison asked if he could learn it, and the demon said yes. Dark magic is used together with demonic energy. Kang Tison frowned. Behind him was a green demon with red energy and veins emanating from it in his chest. Zagan said that before only their race owned demonic energy. But this place is a labyrinth. Now others can use it if they fulfill the conditions. The protagonist asked, so this condition is to find their god. Zagan sadly lowered his gaze and frowned. A shadow fell on his eyes. He lowered his head and said that yes, their goddess is also here. She abandoned them. Kang Tison looked at the guy carefully. The demon lowered his head, thinking about a girl with long black hair and horns, in a black dress. He said that she likes strong creatures. You need to please her and pass the test. Kang Tison looked up at the demon as it said that it was almost impossible. She could grant something that only they could. The protagonist looked back at the ghost, asking if he knew where the demon goddess was. The ghost replied that he vaguely remembered, but she seemed to be not that far from here. Zagan closed his eyes and smiled nervously. The blade of the sword was near his throat, and he asked to kill him, not to use him as an offering to the goddess. He asked for a full death. Kang Tison answered okay. He swung his sword, blood spurted out from the demon's wound, and the protagonist stood in front of him. Kang Tison's body glowed with golden light. Many system windows appeared, which said that his spiritual power had increased. He had leveled up. He had obtained entry-level dark magic. Marcosius's false flame. Kang Tison raised his hand that held the sword, looking at it and thought about the substance, thinking that he can't use it until he gets demonic energy. The system window showed Marcosius's false flame, mana consumption, 13, demonic energy consumption, 5, proficiency, 1%, summons a substance like flames that Marcosius controls. The protagonist stood in front of the passage. Purple energy was flying around him. On the other side of the passage, other members of the Guilds of Sin were hiding, and Kang Tison told them to come out. Stop hiding. The guy frowned, looking to the side, and said that they should come out before he pulled them out and killed them one by one. 9 members of the Guilds of Sin came out, standing in front of the guy. They bowed. In front of them stood a man with gray hair. The man put his hand on his chest, looking at the guy. The other guild members behind him were trembling, and the man asked what he wanted. Kang Tison looked at him and said that he needed experience and stats. Well, he originally planned to kill them all, but at his current level it wouldn't do any good. The man with white hair looked at the guy in shock, his mouth wide open. The other guild members turned away in fear. The man with white hair looked at Kang Tison in fear when he asked, they don't want to die, right? The protagonist pointed his finger forward, saying that in exchange for their lives, he would order them to do something, and let them make it so that the conductors of sin wouldn't know that he was alive. The man with white hair looked at him in shock, asking if they should lie. Kang Tison replied that it was true. Let them say that he died at their hands. Kang Tison, sitting on the ground, wrapped in a root. Zagan was lying in the distance with swords in his body. Blue flames were burning around him. The protagonist said, let them mix lies with the truth. Let them say that he died in a fight with an adventurer on the 30th floor. The protagonist said that they did not join the conductors of sin of their own free will. If they do not want to die, it is better to do as he says. The man with gray hair thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and lowered his gaze. He nodded and lowered his head, saying that they agree. Kang Tison looked at him. The guy with black hair looked back at the ghost, asking if he was against it. The ghost looked at the guy in surprise and said that he did not care because he was not an ordinary person who killed him, but in turn, he wanted to ask something. The ghost flew up to the gray-haired man, who clenched his teeth and looked up at him in fear. Sweat was pouring down his face. The ghost said that he was a second-rank leader. He knew the one who ordered to kill him. The man raised his head to the ghost and said that it was better for him not to know about him. The ghost replied that it was up to him to decide. Let him speak already. The man closed his eyes and bowed his head, saying that the one who inherited the line of the Cursed Kingdom, the woman of dust, Societa Gardenia. The ghost looked at the man in shock, raising his eyebrows when he said that she ordered to kill him. The ghost frowned, shocked, asking, did she order? On the green grass sat a warrior with blonde hair and a girl in a white dress with long gray hair. There were trees around and the sun was shining brightly. The man said that he heard about it, so he was even more shocked. She was the only one who had a good relationship with the leader. The girl looked back at the warrior, smiling at him. Her eyes were red, and a black scarf was visible around her neck. Kang Jun-hyuk, smiling and with tears in his eyes, closed his eyes, clenching his hand into a fist, screaming that he did it. Lee Tae-young stood in front of the protagonist, who crossed his arms over his chest. Looking at her, the girl pointed to herself and said that she was still in shock. She couldn't believe that they passed the Baltazahara trial. Kang Jun-hyuk jumped up with a big smile, screaming that they passed that level on insane difficulty. Kang Tison asked to tell about his trial. Lee Tae-young put her hand to her cheek, closing her eyes, remembering a huge spider with red eyes, green liquid flowing out of its mouth. The girl said that he said that they should face their greatest fear. A huge spider appeared and attacked her. Isn't it scary? Kang Jun-hyuk asked in surprise, really, saying that he had an elephant, and the girl asked if he was afraid of elephants. It was cute. Lee Tae-young looked back at the guy who said that it was scary when such a huge animal runs at you to trample. Kang Tison looked at them questioningly, crossing his arms over his chest. He put his hand to his chin and looked down, imagining himself walking through a dungeon, thinking that the test of courage was worthy of the god of victory, and if he were in their place, what would appear in front of him? Kang Jun-hyuk with a wide smile extended his hands, saying that now he understands why the protagonist asked them to go through this. The difference in the rewards for winning is very big. Kang Tison looked at him, telling them not to overdo it. There are capricious gods here. Blue pixel space. Kang Tison said that it was time to say goodbye and Kang Jun-hyuk agreed, telling him again thank you for the advice. The protagonist waved his hand, a bright blue light flashed next to it, and looked at the ghost, asking if he was ready to talk. The ghost lowered his gaze, awkwardly asking if it was necessary. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, raising his head and looking at him, saying that he definitely did not want the mission he worked so hard on to fail because of one participant's regrets. Kang Tison looked at the ghost carefully, his purple eyes glowing. The ghost lowered his head and closed his eyes, sighing and saying that this was not the most interesting story. He came here from a destroyed world in which only monsters remained, communication with which was impossible. The girl in a white dress and long hair turned around with a smile at the warrior in a red cloak, closing her eyes. They stood on the floating islands and the ghost said that she was the only person he could communicate with, and they felt a kinship because they had similar fates. The ghost opened his eyes, looked down and said that he was just wondering why she ordered to kill him. The protagonist looked closely at the ghost, who said that was it. Let him not worry, nothing would change. Kang Tison and the ghost walked further forward through the dark dungeon and the guy said that this was enough. The 14th floor, the labyrinth, a purple ray of light hit a decaying monster with dark eyes and a wide open mouth. The 15th floor of the labyrinth, the blow passed through one of the two skeletons. It threw back its head and opened its mouth when its bones broke. The 16th floor of the labyrinth in front of the entrance, a long staircase leading down. A girl with green hair and a pointed hat looked ahead in surprise, raised her hands and asked if he had come this far. Kang Tison stood in the girl's house, opening the system window in front of him, saying that there was almost nothing he could do to increase his level. There was no choice but to go down here. He collected a couple of new magic items on the floors. Near the ceiling, bright green magic was shining. The girl with green eyes closed her eyes, whispering something in an unknown language. A green crystal was flying in front of her, from which a bright green light emanated. Kang Tison sat on the floor with his eyes closed and his lips pursed as green mist flew around him. The system window showed that he had learned entry-level magic, invisibility, and he had learned entry-level magic, slowdown. The two system windows showed entry-level magic, invisibility, mana cost, 20, proficiency, 1%, entry-level magic, slowdown, mana cost, 12, proficiency, 1%. Kang Tison looked over his shoulder, looking to the side. The green-haired girl also looked to the side and said that this was her first time seeing slowdown magic, so she couldn't tell exactly how it worked. The protagonist extended his hand, which had blue energy glowing around it, with arrows pointing down, and the girl pointed her finger at herself with a smile and red cheeks asking if he really wanted to try it on her. The girl stood with her arms outstretched and waving them. There was blue energy with arrows pointing down around her, and she said excitedly that this is how it feels. She feels like she has slowed down. Kang Tison looked at her, thinking that it is about 20% slower. The girl with green hair looked at Kang Tison with a smile, saying that he can dispel. He looked at her in surprise and said that it was his first time using such magic, so of course he does not know how to do it. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, her mouth open and her eyes wide open. Tears appeared in her eyes, which flowed down his cheeks, and his gaze became frightened. The stairs where the light fell, fog was flying in the air. Kang Tison was descending the stairs, a ghost was flying next to him and laughing, saying that he was glad that the magic still dispelled after 10 minutes. The guy said that now he knows how long it lasts. Kang Tison walked into the cave, a bright orange light shone from the passage and 2 system windows appeared, which said that the mission of the 16th floor had appeared, defeat the boss of the 16th floor and go up to the next floor. The man from the Sin Guides leaned over and looked up at the protagonist, saying that when he entered the 16th floor, there would be an empty room, there was a blacksmith there, he was the one he needed. A door in the rock, which was illuminated by a blue light. Kang Tison opened the door. Entering the room, the blacksmith stood with his back to him. A fire was burning next to him and he swung his hammer. On the anvil lay a sword blade, in which there was a bright glare. The blacksmith with gray hair tied in a ponytail turned to the protagonist, frowning and asking, "Is he a new adventurer?" The system window showed that Kang Tison met the blacksmith of dreams, Yuden. A foolish man who drives away dreams, Saffron. A blacksmith. A girl with blue hair and white clothes stood in front of a blacksmith who was hitting his hammer on an anvil. Li Ti-Yang looked at the blacksmith with a serious face. Sparks of fire were flying nearby and she thought that Saffron always seemed cold and almost never showed his emotions. He only saw her as a business partner. The girl's purple eyes looked at the fire that was reflected in them and she thought that maybe because of the disdain and insults she received from the NPCs and gods here, she was very grateful for such treatment. Saffron closed his eyes, standing in front of the bright fire and said his name, saying that he was a blacksmith, and he knew what he did. The man showed 2 fingers to Kang Tison, who was looking at him, saying that 2 things can be obtained from the monsters here, equipment and materials. Mainly materials are sold in the store or used to create equipment. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest, raising his eyebrows when Saffron said that if he gave him the materials, he would create the equipment he wanted. Since it was his first time here, he would make it for him for free. The blacksmith narrowed his yellow eyes and looked away. He looked at the ghost that was flying next to the boy, saying that he was here too. The ghost looked at the blacksmith in surprise, saying that he didn't seem surprised. After all, the last time they met was when he was still alive. Saffron reached for the tools that were hanging on the wall and replied that it was because he always believed that he would come down, no matter in what form. This time he accepted his task. Kang Tison closed his eyes and nodded. The ghost looked back at the boy, and the blacksmith said that judging by the fuss the conductors of sin caused, he believed that they had already been expelled. He didn't expect to meet them. Saffron leaned on the table, looking at the ghost and the protagonist. There was a rack of tools behind him and the man said that all right, if they want to continue doing business with him, they should remember this, he doesn't care who he deals with. Saffron pointed his finger forward with a frown on his face, his orange eyes glowing, and said that no matter if it's fallen humans or sin conductors, to him, the materials and equipment are the most important, so don't bother him with exclusive deals. Kang Tison nodded, looking at him and agreed, saying that he would like him to start making his equipment right away. He needs wrist guards. Can he make them? Saffron agreed, asking for the materials, and fell silent as the protagonist waved his hand, opening the inventory, from which many bones, skins, and fangs fell out. The man sighed, raising his eyebrow, and took one of the fangs in his hand, saying that there are a lot, and to come back in 30 minutes. Kang Tison asked so soon, and Saffron picked up the red cloth, looking at it, saying that these materials are not from deep floors, they are simple enough, so there is no need to delay the creation of equipment. Everything is very simple. He said that they will come later. Kang Tison and the ghost looked back at the man. The guy put his hand on the door, opening it. The guy walked out of the forge, the blue door closed and he walked forward. Kang Tison picked up 2 swords, frowning and saying that 30 minutes would be enough to clear 1 floor. He can do it in 10 minutes if he wants, so he can go slower. 30 minutes later, Kang Tison opened the door to the forge wide. The blacksmith standing with his back to him said that he was on time. Everything is ready. The man handed the guy a glove, saying that here they are. Kang Tison put iron guards on his hands, looking at them and said that they have a good buff. The system window showed wrist guards made of ogre leather, defense power 13, blacksmith's work. Saffron shook his hands and closed his eyes, saying that next time he will take money, but let him know that the price changes depending on the value of the item. He will save some materials for now. Kang Tison answered as he wishes. The guy adjusted his guards on his hands and closed his eyes, thinking that apparently he will need to go even lower to get good materials. The ghost looked at the blacksmith in surprise, asking if he can't do something better. Saffron frowned, looking at him with glowing eyes. He sat in front of the anvil and put his hands on his knees, saying that of course he can, but he does not have a lot of things. The ghost looked at the man's back, saying that he is not talking about this, he understands what he is talking about. The blacksmith's face twisted and he turned over his shoulder, calling out to the ghost in displeasure. Saffron sat on a chair, looking at the ghost that was flying in front of him, saying things that no one else could make. Equipment of special power, things that could only be made from materials mined here, a place that could not be entered without permission. Kang Tison looked to the side with a calm expression as the ghost assured the blacksmith that he guaranteed the protagonist would definitely pull through. Frowning, Saffron looked up at the ghost, saying that he knew what this meant to him. How could he say such things so easily? The ghost frowned and replied that he knew. He told him himself. Kang Tison looked at them questioningly, asking them what. The ghost flew around the blacksmith, who crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes in displeasure. The ghost smiled and said, he remembered why he came here. He came to save his ruined world. This guy is similar to him. The only difference is that he can come back. The blacksmith put his hand to his face and closed his eyes, frowning and saying that since he accepted the warrior's quest, he thinks he can be trusted, but he is still a rookie who hasn't even reached the 20th floor. He is not sure he can trust him with his secrets. The ghost said the 30th floor and the man opened his eyes, looking down. He asked what, and the ghost smiled, flying next to Kang Tison, saying that he himself thought that they were destroyed by the Conductor of Sin. But this guy was able to defeat the Conductor of Sin from the 30th floor, although he only reached the 13th. Saffron abruptly stood up and waved his hand, shouting that this was impossible and was he really mocking him. The ghost looked at the man in surprise and asked if he had ever lied to him, and he frowned and tried to say something. Saffron lowered his gaze and put his hand to his face, thinking. He looked at the ghost and the protagonist, who crossed his arms over his chest. Saffron said that he had a proposal then. He needed proof that he could really defeat someone from the 30th floor. The blacksmith said that he should defeat the monster that he would prepare, then he would accept the offer without question. Kang Tison looked at him resolutely and nodded. The ceiling of the forge, the light from the fire and sparks were visible. The ghost looked at the protagonist, who closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. He said that he really didn't expect this, and he thought that there was no better time. Kang Tison replied that it was okay if it helped him become stronger. The guy looked at the ghost and asked if it was worth it. He looked at the guy in surprise. The ghost smiled and put his hand on his hip, saying that of course it was worth it. If he earned Saffron's recognition, he would become much stronger. He said that if he wanted, he could reach the level of gods. Kang Tison looked away, looking ahead. Bright sparks were flying nearby. The ceiling of the forge, the protagonist asked if he saw it and the ghost replied that he saw his glowing eyes when he met Maria. He couldn't help but notice it. The ghost and Kang Tison looked at each other and the ghost said that he thought if he was going to go this far, he would gain valuable experience anyway. The door of the forge swung open and Saffron standing at the door said that everything was ready. The protagonist walked out of the forge, looking at something in surprise. Saffron was standing in front of a huge dark monster. Holding a scroll in his hands, the monster had black wings, long horns, a ring in his nose, chains around his body, and the monster was kneeling on a red glowing pentagram. The system window showed. A sealed Balrog appeared. The ghost frowned and looked at the blacksmith, asking about Balrog, and it is a very strong monster that can only be found on the deep floors. Saffron looked away and said that this creature is very shabby and weak. Let him not worry. He is like the boss of the second half of the 20th floor. Balrog looked forward with his purple glowing eyes. A red light was shining below him and the blacksmith asked if he would accept the challenge. Kang Tison looked at the monster with determination, waving his hand, in which a sword began to form from purple energy. The boy said sure. Saffron with a serious face tore up the scroll he was holding in his hands. Red energy was visible around it. Balrog opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. Throwing his head back, he tore apart the chains that were binding him. His purple eyes, from which energy emanated, looked to the side with fury. Balrog stretched out his hand and opened his mouth wide, jumping towards the protagonist who was looking at him. Orange energy began to form in Balrog's mouth, and the system window showed that sealed Balrog activated demonic energy emission. Kang Tison dodged the orange energy that hit the ground nearby and held out his sword in front of him. The system window showed that he activated evasion. The guy raised his sword and looked at it. A blue mist appeared around him and the system window showed that he had activated evasion again. Kang Tison swung his sword, bringing it behind his back. A huge Balrog flew into the air above him. Blue energy flew around him. The guy pursed his lips and lowered his gaze, swung his sword down. The system window showed that he had activated an ice arrow, he had activated a fireball, and that he had activated an ice arrow again. A bright, powerful explosion with blue rays of energy passed next to the guy. Kang Tison covered his face with his hand. Barlog screamed loudly. Saffron put his hand to his forehead, looking at this in shock and saying, "How is this even possible? No matter how weak this Barlog is, how can he deal with him?" The ghost next to him smiled, saying that he said he could. The ghost looked at the blacksmith in surprise, turning his gaze to him when he said that it was still strange. No matter how strong he was, he should not go beyond his stats. The ghost looked ahead in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and thought that it was really strange. Kang Tison's skills were mostly beyond the standard indicators, especially the enhancement of spiritual power. A bright, powerful beam of blue light passed along the ground, in which a silhouette was visible. The ghost thought that it not only increases its own characteristic, but also allows you to use the opponent's skills. This skill is an order of magnitude higher level than all existing skills. Kang Tison stuck his sword into the neck of Balrog, sitting on top of him. He opened his mouth, from which white steam came out. The ghost thought, can a mortal even wield such a thing? The protagonist clutched two swords in his hands, lowering his gaze. His purple eyes glowed brightly, his hair fluttered, and the system window showed that Kang Tison defeated the sealed Balrog. Saffron put his hand to his chin, thoughtfully looking at the guy. White fog was flying next to him. The protagonist stood up, looking questioningly at the man, who said that he would allow the guy to get into his world. Kang Tison asked if he could send him there. The man answered in agreement and raised his hand, in front of which a bright light and a black star appeared, while the ghost and Kang Tison looked at it. Saffron held a black ball over his hand, from which light emanated, and looking at it, said that his world was destroyed in a special way, so he could send him there with the help of this crystal. Forge, furnace, next to which there was an anvil. Saffron said that the conditions here are quite good, but he is limited in the possibilities of creation. The man held out his hand, over which a black crystal was flying. Kang Tison and the ghost looked at it, and the man said that only he, the master of the destroyed world, knows how to handle the materials there. If he brings them, he will be able to create something more powerful for him. Saffron put his finger to his chin, thoughtfully looked up and asked what he could bring him. With his current abilities, he said the wild roots from the gray forest, they would be perfect. Bare trees and thick dark roots. The man said that when he went down into the labyrinth and became stronger, it would allow him to bring materials from the deeper parts of his world. Two system windows showed that an additional task had been started. Saffron had a request: enter his ruined world and bring wild roots from the gray forest. The reward: equipment from the wild roots. Saffron gave the protagonist a folded map, which he looked at in surprise. The man said that it was a map, and he would understand how to get them when he got to the forest. Saffron closed his eyes and clenched his fist, from which a bright light emanated, starting to speak in an unknown language. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, closing one eye, as a bright blue energy began to glow in front of him. A bright blue portal appeared in front of him, which Saffron pointed at, looking at the guy. Kang Tison extended his hand into the portal, looking at him in surprise. He began to enter the portal, turning to Saffron, who crossed his arms over his chest and told him something else to remember. The man frowned, standing in front of the portal, and said that the world would try to kill him. The protagonist's eyes widened and he fell down, his hair flying back. Saffron stood in front of the entrance to the portal, watching as the ghost and Kang Tison fell down. The guy flew, his eyes widened in surprise, and asked what it was. The ghost next to him replied that it was the movements of space. It will continue like this as long as the light travels between the stars. Just let him wait a little. The blue energy beams reached out to the dark planet that had cracks on it. Kang Tison thought that this was the first time he had entered a ruined world, but in a sense, the Earth was also a world on the verge of destruction. A large gray planet that had cracks on it. The guy thought that the star that could become the future of the Earth. I wonder how different it was. The protagonist landed behind the gray ground, looking ahead in surprise. He tried to say something, but coughed and grabbed his throat with his hand. Kang Tison closed his eyes. Blue energy appeared around his neck and the system window showed that he had activated breath hold. The guy wondered what it was. He inhaled and something foreign got into his throat. Was it poison? Kang Tison waved his hand and thought that he was moving his hand and did not feel anything. The protagonist lowered his gaze, thinking that if there was air here, he would have felt at least a slight wind. The gray sand curled around the protagonist's feet and he wondered if the earth was trying to swallow him. Kang Tison abruptly stamped his foot on the ground, thinking that there was hostility from all sides. The boy's purple eyes glowed as he looked ahead from under his brows, thinking about that star. He stood on the gray ground. Gray fog was flying in the air, the sky was dark, and the boy thought that the star itself was trying to kill all living things. The protagonist walked forward, the sand was dragged behind him, dark energy was flying in the air. Kang Tison covered his face with a black sweater, clenching his hand into a fist. The system window showed that he had received 2 damage and that he had received 3 damage. The boy thought that fortunately there was some oxygen here. The ghost flying next to the boy said that he thought it was better not to move too much unnecessarily, and if he moved more than necessary, he would attract the attention of that star. Kang Tison said that this world was dead. A dark fog was visible behind them. The guy opened the paper map, looking at it, and wondered how much longer to go to the forest. At least he was going in the right direction. Suddenly something hit the guy in the face and he closed one of his eyes. Looking to the side, the system window showed that he received 4 damage. Kang Tison stopped on the ground. His tracks were visible behind him. Dark energy was flying in the air. The protagonist looked up at the ghost, asking what the difference was between him and the Wanderers. The ghost asked in surprise about the contractors. Kang Tison wondered if the NPCs inside the labyrinth really called themselves contractors. The ghost flew around Kang Tison, leaving behind a red light, and said that everything is simple. The difference is that someone is limited and someone is not. The ghost lowered his gaze. There were many chains behind him, and he sadly said that the Wanderers are free like him, and the contractors are tied to the labyrinth and cannot travel. He said that in exchange for the fulfillment of their wishes, they make a deal with the sorcerer. That's why they are tied to the labyrinth. Kang Tison raised a questioning look at the ghost, looked away, and asked about wishes. The girl with green hair and a hat folded her hands. Angel looked away with a smile. Chains were flying around, and the ghost said that his wish was revenge. The wish of Lilith is the path of magic. Angel made a deal to find the goddess. An old man with gray hair and a beard, sitting at the counter with a pipe in his mouth and saffron, who was holding a hammer in his hands, frowned. The ghost said that the seller and the blacksmith are no exception. That's why they ask Wanderers like the main character. Kang Tison put his hand on the black cloth on his face, looked away, and thought that this is why their requests turn into tasks. He asked how one can become a contractor. The ghost spread his arms out to the sides, flying in front of the guy, and said that there are different ways. The sorcerer himself contacted him. Kang Tison asked who this sorcerer was, and the ghost looked at the guy in surprise, raising his eyebrows. He replied that he could not say, and he himself would find out when he went down lower. Kang Tison looked away, frowning, and thought, so it was too early to know. Turquoise energy appeared around the guy, gathering, and Kang Tison raised his head, asking what it was. Turquoise energy swirled around the guy like a hurricane, lifting sand into the air. The guy's hair and clothes fluttered, and he closed his eyes, thinking that this was a sandstorm, and the star was really trying to kill him. Kang Tison covered his face with both hands and closed one eye, frowning. Blue energy beams and sand flew around him. 2 system windows showed that he activated evasion. 2 more showed that he received 5 damage and received 4 damage. The guy wondered if his skills were helping at all. A storm in the center of the desert with gray sand. A hurricane swirled around the protagonist, and he thought that it was not going anywhere, as if it was aimed at destroying him. Kang Tison clenched his 2 swords in his hands, frowning as his cape rose up. He swung his 2 swords sharply, releasing purple and blue energy beams. The hurricane continued to circle around the guy, and he thought that it seemed like the darkness had no effect on him. The protagonist raised his hand, above which a fireball flew, and the system window showed that he activated an incineration ball. The protagonist stretched his hands forward. An ice arrow appeared above him, pointing forward. The system window showed that he activated an ice arrow. The fireball and ice arrow hit the hurricane, leaving large explosions in the air. The guy thought that magic attacks don't work either, and can't it be destroyed. Kang Tison closed his eyes and raised his hands. A blue energy with down arrows in it appeared between them. The system window showed that he activated slowdown. Blue energy with down arrows appeared around the hurricane, and it slowed down. The guy put his hand on the ground, frowning, and thought that it slowed down. Fortunately, it seemed to work on the basic skills as well. A system window appeared, which said that Kang Tison activated acceleration. The protagonist ran out, breaking out of the hurricane and running away from it. The system window appeared again, which said that he activated acceleration. The guy ran, looking forward and frowning. Kang Tison thought that he needed a little more. He ran away from the hurricane and turned towards it, watching it spin in the distance. The guy opened his mouth, looking at him. White fog was flying around. The hurricane dissipated in the air, and Kang Tison said that it was gone. The ghost flew to the protagonist, saying that apparently, if he can't hit the target, his existence no longer makes sense. The guy noticed something, exclaiming in surprise. A blue ball appeared nearby, from which blue energy was reaching out to Kang Tison. The system window showed that his spirit was activated. Blue energy surrounded the guy, who looked at it in surprise, raising his hands. The system window showed that he received an awakening skill, unknown. The protagonist looked down at his hand, around which blue energy was shining, and asked in surprise what it was. Hills of gray sand, which were illuminated by blue light. Kang Tison looked in surprise at the blue energy that was swirling around him, raising his hands, asking about the awakening skill. The system window showed that the increase in spiritual power was activated. He receives an awakening skill. The guy raised his eyebrows, tilted his head, and looked at the system window, asked what kind of awakening skill. The ghost next to him also looked into the system window, saying that he had never seen anything like it either. The ghost put his hand to his face and frowned. His eyes widened, and he muttered maybe. Kang Tison looked down at the system window that was disappearing, bringing his hand to it, asking if he remembered something. The ghost looked down and hesitantly answered that he thought so. He closed his eyes and shook his head, saying that he was not sure yet and he would tell when he collected his thoughts. Kang Tison looked back at him, his eyes widened in surprise, and he raised his hand, saying that it would be nice. The protagonist jumped, dodging the stones that flew towards him, leaving a trail of blue energy behind him. Kang Tison extended his hands forward, clutching two swords in them, and pursed his lips, looking to the side, saying that he had already been through everything here. The system window showed that he had activated mental evasion. Many rocks fell from the top of the ravine, blue energy glowing around them. Kang Tison jumped forward, swinging his sword, leaving a blue light of energy in the air. Next to the guy, two blue wolves were running, baring their teeth. The system window showed that he had activated Wolf Fang. Kang Tison flew in the air while he was surrounded by pink energy and pink flower petals. The system window showed that he had activated Dance. The guy swung his swords, releasing a beam of purple energy around himself, while rocks fell on him from above. The system window showed that he had activated Breath Holding Attack. Kang Tison stood on the mountain, looking back to the side. A ghost was looking at him, hovering next to him. The guy wiped his face with his hand, looking back and wondering if it had managed to penetrate his defense. He said that there was no end to it. Kang Tison's eyes widened. Small rocks were flying near his face when he noticed something, asking what it was. In the distance, a large explosion was seen among the large falling rocks on the top of one of the mountains, and the ghost asked what. The guy looked at the explosion, saying that there was something on the cliff, and the ghost put his hand to his face, surprised, saying that he did not see anything. Kang Tison kicked off the mountain with his foot. The system window showed that he was using acceleration. The guy flew forward, kicking hard, causing a dent in the mountain. Kang Tison frowned, thinking that he knew it, and was it all about skill. The guy flew among the falling rocks, swung his sword, knocking them away, leaving blue and purple light from the energy in the air. The guy landed on one of the flying rocks with his foot, kicking off from it. He jumped up. On the mountainside a dark ball was visible, around which dark energy was flying and which glowed with blue light. Kang Tison bent his body, frowning, looking at it, and thought that there was still a little left. A cloud of dark energy, next to which a blue fog was visible. Kang Tison raised his two swords to strike. Flying above it, stones were flying towards him, and the guy thought that the attacks were becoming more assertive. He knew it. Stones were flying next to Kang Tison, leaving behind a blue light, but the guy resolutely looked forward, saying that it seemed to be moving away while he was approaching. The protagonist swung his sword, cutting and pushing away the stones, leaving behind the blows a purple light of energy. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, raising his sword behind his back to strike. A glare of purple light was visible on it. The guy sharply pierced the black ball with his two swords, lowering his head low. Black clots were flying in the air. The ball disappeared, leaving behind a dark mist that swirled around the blade of the sword. The mist rose into the air, dissipating, and Kang Tison looked up at it. He stood in front of the system window, while large rocks fell to the ground behind him, raising dust from the ground. The system window said that spiritual power enhancement was activated. Unknown skill proficiency increased by 2%. Kang Tison looked down at his hand in surprise as blue energy with small white and blue sparks appeared around him. The ghost looked up at the system window, exclaiming in surprise. Another system window showed awakening skill unknown, strength level 3%, wish unknown. The ghost frowned and put his hand to his face, thinking about the wish. Gray mountains in the sky, fog flew in the air. The ghost thought that in the world of Saffron, the star itself was trying to destroy the world. A hurricane of blue energy swirling in the air. A ravine where rocks fell down. A huge cloud of dark energy next to which a blue energy was shining. The dark energy was reaching out to the gray planet. The ghost thought that the star's desire to prevent any living being from surviving meant that it was the desire of the world itself. Kang Tison stood on the ground in the fog of blue energy. The ghost was flying next to him, thinking that he was able to resist the star's desire itself. Kang Tison stood at the system window, looking at him in surprise and stretching out his hand to him, asking what kind of skill this was. The ghost looked down at him, thinking that this star was taking away his strength, not only physically, but also in principle. He frowned, opening his mouth, and thought that when the extortion skill is low level, the star can't take anything away. His increased spiritual power, a level higher than the star's destruction power itself. Kang Tison looked forward with a determined face, and the ghost looked at him in surprise, hovering behind and thinking that his strength was like a superhuman. The protagonist stood in front of thick roots growing from the ground and bending in the air. The ghost said that he was right. He also collected roots here. The guy smiled, looking at them, and said, then he can get better equipment if he brings the roots. Kang Tison ran forward. 3 roots, glowing with blue light, flew towards the guy. He held out a sword in front of him. His eyes glowed purple, and the guy frowned, pursing his lips. Kang Tison climbed one of the roots, running along it, holding the sword near his face and swinging the second one behind himself. The guy landed on one of the roots, leaning on it with his hand. He looked forward, smiling and laughing. The guy sat on one of the thick roots, looking at many others like them. Blue light was shining around them and Kang Tison said that they were huge. 2 roots flew down, illuminated by blue light. Kang Tison stood up. Vines were growing out of the root he was standing on and wrapped around the boy's legs. A yellow shield appeared around Kang Tison. 3 roots crashed into it. The system window showed that he had activated the jump. The roots were shaking, trying to break through the barrier. Kang Tison said that they were in his way. Let them go. One of the roots hit the barrier hard, breaking it. The fragments flew to the sides. One of the roots hit the boy's head, but he dodged, calmly looking to the side and asking where their roots were. The system window showed that he had activated mental evasion. Kang Tison jumped, swinging his 2 swords, striking the roots with blue and purple energy, thinking where. He swung his right sword forward, raising the other one behind himself, frowning. Kang Tison looked to the side, thinking about the black energy. The boy turned around, looking at the branches that grew from one place on the tree, thinking that the roots were clustered. He turned to the side where the branches grew around a dark energy that emitted a blue light, illuminating them. The boy asked if that was it. Kang Tison walked forward, climbing on the roots, and the ghost looked at him, telling him to be careful, calling out to the boy. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, his mouth slightly open, and thought that he did not hear him. Kang Tison looked forward determinedly. His hair fluttered back and the ghost thought that he was focused on his goal. Many roots reached out to the boy, trying to hit him. Blue energy glowed around them and the system window showed that he activated the absolute 0 of the first strike. The ghost thought that he wanted to become stronger. Kang Tison jumped into the air, pointing his 2 swords downwards, pursing his lips. Roots stretched out next to him. The protagonist made a cross-shaped strike of blue and purple energy beams, landing on the ground and stretching one hand forward, the other behind his back, cutting many roots behind his back. A dark cloud of energy that flew in the air, surrounded by blue light. The system window showed his spiritual power enhancement was activated. Skill mastery, unknown, increased by 1%. Kang Tison caught one of the roots, raised his hand up and looked at it, said that he knew it was inside. The system window showed that he received a random root. Many branches lay on the ground, and the ghost looked at the guy, saying that he said that this quest for his level would be good. But it seems it's time to go back. Kang Tison replied that it was not that difficult. The ghost and the protagonist raised their heads up, looking at something, and the guy said, probably. A huge cross-shaped black rift was visible in the sky, from which blue light emanated. A crack in the gray sky, next to which were beams of blue and pink energy. Kang Tison sighed, looking at it, and said that it seemed like this place really wanted to kill him. He walked forward. A blue light was visible nearby. The guy entered the blue portal that opened nearby and looked to the side at the many branches lying on the ground, saying that they would meet next time. A bright blue light appeared in the forge. When the portal began to open, Saffron looked back at him, asking if they were here. The system window showed that the secondary task was completed. Kang Tison walked out of the blue portal, looking at the frowning blacksmith and saying that he brought everything, asking if this was enough and saying that he thought they were ordinary roots. The blacksmith wiped his hands with a rag, illuminated by the blue light of the portal, and said that it was because he did not live in that world. In any case, they finished pretty quickly, and did they really bring what was needed? Kang Tison smiled, holding up the root in his hand, and looked at it. The system window showed a random root, an item belonging to the ruined world. Nothing can be made from it alone. If you grow this root in a suitable environment, it will most likely sprout. The floor was illuminated by the light from the fire. Kang Tison held a sword in his hands, and the blacksmith looked at him, asking if this sword would do. The guy handed the man the sword that the ghost gave him, and Saffron asked if he could really connect the root with the sword. The ghost smiled, saying that it was true, he could use it as he wanted. The ghost and Kang Tison looked at the sword in the guy's hands, and the blacksmith frowned, looking at them. Behind Kang Tison was a castle with red roofs, and a red flag with a golden pattern of swords. The guy and the ghost looked at the sword, and the ghost said that this sword was now his. The protagonist put his hand on the blade of the sword, looking to the side, saying that this is great, then let him combine the root with the sword. The ghost behind him looked at the sword with a smile. The system window showed Cabot's relic, a sword soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors. It is a relic from a world that has now been destroyed. It has survived countless lives of members of the royal family. Attack power +20. When fighting an enemy of royal blood, the attack power increases by +10. Saffron took the root, raising his other hand and looking at the boy. He agreed, saying that he would do it if the warrior wanted it. Kang Tison handed the sword to the blacksmith, and he held his hand out in front of him, saying that he did not need to leave the weapon. He could just clean the roots and connect them later when he was done, so he could take the sword with him. A bright flame. Saffron said that they should come back in 2 days. The 17th floor of the labyrinth. A bright golden ray of light flashed in the dark cave. A headless knight. Fire came out of his neck and he held 2 swords in his hands. Kang Tison in front of him attacked the knight, causing a bright purple light to flash. The protagonist slashed at the knight with his sword, knocking the knight's sword out of his hands. The boss of the 17th floor, Dullahan. A long descent down the stairs. Kang Tison walked down the stairs, putting his hand on the earring on his ear. The system window showed bloody do earrings, strength +10, agility +10, defense power +10. The guy said that he turned out to be weak. The ghost next to him smiled awkwardly and asked, "Isn't he too strong?" Another system window showed leather armor that devours lava drops, defense power +20. The chance of successful ignition has increased slightly. Climbing the stairs, a bright light was shining from below. Kang Tison said that they were going to the next one, and in these 2 days he wanted to become even stronger. The boss of the 18th floor, a skeleton mage, a knight. Kang Tison swung his sword, turning his back on several skeletons that were lying on the ground. One of them had a sword stuck in his throat. Climbing the stairs, the light was shining from below and the fog was flying. The 19th floor of the labyrinth. Kang Tison stood in front of a huge skeleton in a purple cloak with red accents. Next to him was a staff surrounded by purple energy, the boss of the 19th floor, the Lick. Kang Tison suddenly jumped towards the Lick, striking him with his sword. Frowning and pursing his lips, the Lick opened his mouth wide. 2 system windows showed that Kang Tison defeated the Lick and he gained a new level. A bright purple and blue light was shining around the guy, fluttering his clothes and hair. The ghost looked at him with an awkward smile and said that he finally leveled up. The system window showed Kang Tison, level 42, defensive shield 183 of 183, endurance 2160 of 2160, mana 475 of 475, strength 677, intelligence 459, agility 597, attack 79, defense 93. The object is in the best condition. Kang Tison turned his head, looking to the side, saying that they need to go to the 20th floor. He walked forward, looking in surprise at something flying in the air in front of him. Dark energy was flying under his feet and the guy asked what it was. Kang Tison's eyes widened and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy's feet, under which black fog was flying, a purple light was shining on the floor. The guy approached 2 columns, between which a purple light was shining and a dark fog was flying. A ghost nearby said that this was the altar of the god of demons. He, the demonic entity itself, he controls all the other demons. The system window showed the altar of Lucifer. This is an altar created by the followers of Lucifer, a corridor connecting with the god. Through this place Lucifer is able to exert influence. On the wall of the cave hung a huge skull with horns and sharp teeth. Next to it was a huge altar, in which there was a purple liquid flowing over the edges onto the ground. Black smoke was flying in the air from the altar. In the center of the altar a purple column was glowing with purple light. The system window showed the first bonus found. Kang Tison's intelligence was immediately increased by 3. His mana was immediately increased by 10. The guy looked back at the ghost, standing in front of the altar, asking if he knew what kind of test he would give him. The ghost thoughtfully looked at the altar, answering negatively, and the guy asked, so he had not found such a thing before. The ghost crossed his arms and looked down, saying that the gods always give tests suitable for their domains, and how he thinks, what kind of test will the demon god give him? Kang Tison, looking at him, asked if he was really a god who tests people only from his clan, and the ghost closed his eyes and nodded. Kang Tison put his hand to his chin and thought, lowering his gaze. The ghost said that it was not necessary, he just has high standards in terms of people. The guy walked away from the altar, looking over his shoulder, and said that he would come back here later. A ghost flew forward, asking if he was going to come back here with a strengthened weapon. Kang Tison looked away, a shadow fell on his face, and he said that he was just not sure what kind of trial awaited him there. Going down the stairs, at the end of the blah an open door was visible. Sparkling weapons were scattered on the stairs, the 20th floor of the labyrinth. In the open doors 2 silhouettes were visible, a man and a monster fighting him. Bright sparks were flying and the sounds of fighting were heard. Next to the doors there was a sword stuck in the ground. Kang Tison swung his sword, leaving a blue beam in the air. He jumped forward, frowning and bending one leg at the knee. There was a blue light around him. The guy slashed his swords at the knight in red armor, who blocked the guy's strike with his sword, the boss of the 20th floor, the Death Knight. Kang Tison pressed his swords on the knight's sword. Bright sparks flew into the air, and the boy asked if this was all he could do. Kang Tison's eyes glowed purple, and the boy frowned, saying that it was slow. He swung his sword sharply, breaking the knight's sword into pieces, and leaving a bright beam of purple energy in the air, bending down. The system window showed that Kang Tison had defeated the Death Knight. The knight was sitting against the wall, a red dark mist was emanating from him. Kang Tison turned around to look at him, shaking off his hand, and the ghost looked at the boy with an awkward smile, saying that this opponent should be difficult. Many system windows appeared in front of Kang Tison and he calmly looked at them, saying that there was nothing here. The ghost looked at the system windows, asking about the secret mission. Kang Tison lowered his gaze. The system windows reflected in his eyes as he said, yes, it seems like there is still something hidden here. The guy's eyes suddenly widened and he raised his eyebrows. The system window showed that he had a strong premonition. The guy stood in front of a wall that had a protruding brick on it. The guy said that it was a secret room. The protagonist reached out his hand to the brick, pressing it. A large passage opened in the wall in front of him, and the guy said that everything was as expected. A cave in which blue sparks flew, illuminating the passage with a blue light. A clicking sound could be heard. Kang Tison put his hand on his sword, frowning as he looked ahead, and the ghost asked if he was at the level of the Overlord. A knight in black armor approached Kang Tison, holding a sword in his hand, his armor clanking as he walked. The guy bowed his head, looking warlike at the knight who was approaching him. The knight walked on the ground, illuminated by the blue light inside the passage, asking him here. The system window showed that the Lord of the Death Knights had appeared. A knight in black armor and a helmet, who clutched a large sword in his hand, shining with blue light. The knight threw his sword on his shoulder, his armor reflected the light, and he said that he must be the shadow of a warrior. He always heard stories about him from the sage. He is pitiful and weak. The ghost frowned, remembering the ogre sage who held the dagger, and asked if he had met him. The ghost's face distorted with anger. The knight in armor raised his hand, a blue light shone around his body, and he said that this is their shared secret. Don't they, who are tied to this place, have the right to more freedom? A bright red light shone under the knight's helmet. He looked at Kang Tison, who raised his hand. The knight asked if this was his opponent. He was really strong and he would not defeat him. The boy frowned, saying that they would fight. He placed his hands on the hilts of his swords, bowed his head, his cloak fluttering behind him. The Black Knight swung his sword behind himself, leaving a bright blue light in the air, saying that he was a knight, so he would not throw his sword and run away. Hundreds of years have passed since a stranger entered this room, and they must fight. The knight jumped, delivering a powerful blow with his sword to Kang Tison, who blocked it, holding his two swords in front of him. The knight landed on the ground, and the protagonist struck him several times with one sword, bringing the other behind his back, thinking that he was strong. Kang Tison extended his sword hand forward, frowning and tilting his head, thinking that his level was above the 25th floor. Such an opponent ordinary players would not defeat. The knight kicked the guy in the chest and he pursed his lips. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated the first attack nullification. The knight swung his foot, pointing his sword blade at the ground, and said that this is an amazing skill, the first attack nullification. Interesting. The knight stuck his sword into the ground, which was glowing with blue light. He swung the sword forward, many stones flew towards Kang Tison and he covered his face with his hands. Kang Tison frowned, silently looking at the knight, and thought that he had complex moves, but he was huge, so he did not move that fast. The protagonist pushed off 3 rocks in the air, flying towards the knight, who looked at him. The guy kicked the knight's chest and stabbed him with his sword. Armor fragments flew into the air, bright sparks lit up everything, and the knight asked what. Kang Tison held his 2 swords by the hilts, lowered his head, his eyes were hidden by a shadow, and he said that the knight is really strong. He thinks ordinary players cannot cope with him. The guy looked up at the knight, frowned, his eyes were shining, and he said that he is not an ordinary player. Kang Tison hung in the air, holding onto the 2 swords stuck in the knight's shoulder. The guy looked to the side when something flew towards him. The knight slammed his fist into Kang Tison's face, sending the boy flying. The protagonist's head turned to the side, frowning. The boy looked towards the knight, frowning. He swung his swords, knocking the knight to the ground, causing him to fall backwards. The ghost looked at this in surprise, calling out to the protagonist. Kang Tison stood in front of the knight, who lowered his head while breathing heavily. The boy wiped his face, and the ghost looked at him, asking why he didn't use his usual skills. He could use magic or acceleration, asking what it was. Kang Tison silently lowered his gaze, covering his face with his hand. The knight placed his hand on his helmeted head. A cracking sound was heard. Breathing heavily, he pointed his trembling hand with the sword towards the boy. Part of the knight's helmet broke, revealing his eye, which glowed with a bright red light, and white eyebrows and hair. The knight raised his sword above his head, a bright blue light coming from it, and stood in front of Kang Tison, saying that he can't believe that he is participating in such an interesting battle. How unusual. Kang Tison dodged the blow, jumping away, and the knight struck the ground, leaving a bright blue light from the energy. The boy landed on the blade of the knight's sword, who said that he had been waiting for this day for centuries. The knight swung his sword, while Kang Tison sat on it. The boy pursed his lips, pushing off from the sword and pointing the blade of his sword towards the knight, frowning. He bent one leg at the knee, flying towards the knight, who held his sword with both hands, calling out to the boy. The knight's helmet cracked and the knight smiled. A scar was visible on his cheek. Kang Tison looked at him with his violet eyes determinedly. The knight closed his eyes. Black armor fragments were flying in the sky, and clutching the sword with both hands, with tears in his eyes and a smile, the knight thanked the guy. The cave, the ground in which was glowing with blue light, someone was breathing heavily. The knight was sitting by one of the stone columns. Next to him a sword was stuck in the ground. Stones were falling from the ceiling. Next to the knight stood Kang Tison. The protagonist sighed heavily, lowering his gaze. He was illuminated by blue light, and the knight thanked him. The guy turned to face the knight, who was sitting on the ground, bending one leg at the knee, saying that he did not expect that he would deliberately not use his skills. The knight smiled and took off his black helmet from his head, holding it in his hands. The guy with white hair, 3 scars on his face, lowered his gaze to the helmet, saying that he was a knight and he did not want to rely on these pretentious abilities. The knight clenched his fist, looking at him, and said that he only wanted to fight with a sword. However, all this was just his stubbornness, did not want to shift it to someone else. Thanks to him, he can leave peacefully. The ghost looked down at the knight, looking at him when he said that he wanted to say that he was free now. The knight looked down at the floor, smiling sadly. Kang Tison looked at him in surprise when the knight asked if he knew why people of their minds were attached to this place. The guy narrowed his eyes, answering no, thinking that the knight said that he was attached to this place. The guy with white hair leaned on his sword, standing up, lowering his head, and said that everything is simple. For some this is a place of opportunity, but for others it is not at all. A round descent in a labyrinth leading into darkness. The knight leaned his hands on the sword. A blue light was shining around him, and he looked at Kang Tison, saying that it was a pity that he could not tell him the whole truth, but he was sure that he could reach the deepest floors. The protagonist looked at the knight in surprise, his hair fluttering with blue energy, when the knight said that then he would know who they were. Around the man in green clothes and a hat, who held a brightly shining star above his hands, there were many people in church attire and girls with black and blonde hair. The knight said that he would know who the magicians were, and when he knew, let him please show compassion to those of them who could not escape strong. The knight dissolved, leaving behind blue dust that scattered in the wind. All that was left of him was a sword stuck in the ground, which Kang Tison and the ghost looked at. The system window showed that Kang Tison had defeated the Death King of the 20th floor, Valorant. The protagonist was holding a black knight helmet. The system window showed Valorant helmet, defense plus 22, action speed plus 3%. This is the helmet of a great king. Although his soul was tainted, the will hidden in his armor did not disappear anywhere. Kang Tison stood in front of the system window, holding a helmet. It illuminated his body, and the guy said about the action speed, saying that this usually happens in boots. Apparently, the helmet is good. The guy looked at the system window in surprise, raising his eyebrows, and said that its characteristics are much higher than those of the armor he found before. The system window showed passive special skill, prove that he has the will to become a phenomenon among others. The protagonist remembered Li Ti-young, who crossed her arms over her chest with a smile, her eyes were shining, and who was walking forward. Her hair was fluttering behind her, there was pink energy around her, and the guy said that Li Ti-young said that this is a frightening skill. Kang Tison raised one of his legs in iron boots. The system window showed sharp boots, attack plus 4, defense plus 14, agility plus 10, movement speed plus 12%, action speed plus 6%, boots of an unusual curved shape. It seems that a blow from such a boot is very painful. A red crystal was flying in the air, next to which a golden fog was shining. The system window showed rune of strength, strength plus 20. Kang Tison called his status window, looking at the rune. He smiled, looking at the system window that lit up his face, and said that because of the rune of strength, his strength indicator increased by 20. He believes he can catch up with Li Ti-young before her changes. The system window showed Kang Tison, level 43, defensive shield 192 of 192, stamina 2250 of 2250, mana 514 of 514, strength 765, intelligence 533, agility 688, attack 83, defense 115. The object is in the best condition. Lilith's room on the 16th floor. There was a small yellow room hanging against the wall, with 4 staircases leading to it. The girl with green hair was holding a stack of books. They were also hanging on her back, and the girl turned around when she was called. Kang Tison stood in front of Lilith, and the girl smiled widely, asking if he had gone down further. The guy said that he had gone up to the 20th floor. Lilith's smile became awkward, and she asked if it was already the 20th floor. The girl looked at the guy, asking if he came to offer her something. Kang Tison opened the system window, stretching out his hand, saying yes and asking to teach him quickly. Lilith held a floating green crystal between her hands, from which rays of green energy emanated. She closed her eyes and said something in an unknown language with a smile. Green energy swirled around Kang Tison, who raised his hands. His cloak rose into the air. 2 system windows show that he learned the air jump and basic magic, air jump, mana consumption, 10, mastery level, 1%, can jump in the air. Now you can only use the jump once. Kang Tison's eyes widened in surprise, blue light shone around, and he thoughtfully hummed. The guy jumped, flying high into the air, looking to the side, rays of golden energy stretched behind him. Lilith looked up at him with a smile, holding onto her hat, and said that he immediately tried it like always. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated a mid-air jump, his foot resting on a translucent platform in the air. The guy jumped forward, pushing off from the platform. He smiled, looking to the side, his hair fluttering, and he said that the magic jump was great. 20th floor of the labyrinth. In the room next to the open doors, a Death Knight in red armor was sitting. The ghost watched Kang Tison, who took off his armor, taking off his boots, remaining in a white t-shirt and pants. With a confused face, the ghost asked why he took off all his equipment. He flew up to the guy, asking if he was doing this to learn the attack nullification skill. Kang Tison sprinkled gold dust on himself, closing one eye, and replied that he knew him well. The system window showed that he used fairy dust. The ghost looked at him in surprise, frowning, and said that there was nothing else that could be learned in this skill. The protagonist threw away the empty flask, standing in front of the Red Knight, who was holding a sword in his hands, and the guy said that they will find out now. The knight immediately waved his sword in front of the guy and he covered his chest with his hands. The system window showed that Kang Tison activated the absolute shallowing of the first attack. The guy tilted his head when several more blows passed near his face. The system window showed that he activated the absolute nullification of the second attack. The ghost frowned and smiled nervously, flying above him and waving his hands, saying, is he really going to use the nullification of the third attack too? He doesn't think it will work. The protagonist looked away with his glowing eyes. The system window showed Kang Tison, level 43, defensive shield, 192 out of 192, stamina, 2250 out of 2250, mana, 514 out of 514. The guy was hit by the first orange energy strike, and he said it was the first. The system window showed that he received 62 damage. The knight dealt another orange strike. Kang Tison said it was the second. The system window showed that he received 61 damage. The protagonist frowned, raising his palm that had a cut on it, saying it was the third. The system window showed that he received 65 damage. Defensive shield, 3 out of 192. The system window showed that Kang Tison's HP did not decrease until the third attack. The system window showed that he received a specially activated skill, absolute nullification of the third attack. Kang Tison turned around, kicking the knight with his foot, pushing him away from himself, and he left a beam of purple energy in the air, flying away. The ghost looked at the guy in shock, frowning and opening his mouth wide, asking about the absolute nullification of the third attack. The protagonist stood at the system window, wiping his face with a white t-shirt, and said that he knew that there was a nullification of the third attack. The ghost looked at this nervously, putting his hands to his face, saying that such a skill cannot be obtained just like that, and he can't believe that he also received the nullification of the third attack. It should not exist at all. The ghost leaned against the guy's head, saying that he does not think that this skill primarily depends on a protective shield. Kang Tison lowered his gaze, thinking about the dark figure with glowing red eyes and a red axe, saying that no one alive has been able to pass the Rakarada's trial, so it's no wonder no one knows about it. Kang Tison sank to the ground, closing his eyes and leaning on it with his hand. The system window was flying in front of him. The ghost smiled, looking at him, and asked if he was really going to rest. He needed it now. Kang Tison looked at the ghost in surprise and questioningly, his mouth open, and the ghost looked at the guy with displeasure. He crashed into the guy's head, rubbing against it, shouting if he really doesn't think about anything else except getting stronger, let him rest. Kang Tison raised his hand and closed one eye, asking him to stop. Opposite the smithy on the 16th floor, the protagonist walked up the stairs, lowering his head. The system window showed advanced skill, Storm Scar Sword, mastery level 29%, swordsmanship that came from the destroyed world. At the moment, only one person was able to master this skill. Kang Tison is at the level where he can confidently say that he is starting to master it. The guy looked at the system window with a smile, holding the hilt of his sword on his waist while walking down the stairs. The ghost next to him said that it was easy to raise it now because he was in the process of organizing what he absorbed. It would be harder to handle now. Kang Tison walked to the door of the forge, opening it, and saying that he was able to raise it by 5% in just 2 days. That's a lot, and that would be enough. As promised, 2 days passed. Looking into the forge, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He watched as Saffron forged something, holding a hammer in his hands and looking down. The guy asked if he was too early. The man turned around at him, waving his hammer, and replied that he was just in time and he had just finished. Saffron held a dark crystal in his hands, inside of which white energy was glowing, and said that he created it in the simplest form. When combined, a transformation will occur and it will become stronger. The man brought the crystal to the sword that the surprised protagonist was holding, telling him to hand over his weapon. The blade of the sword split the dark crystal, causing the shards to fly off. Kang Tison looked up at his sword in surprise. Blue energy and dark fog glowed around it. The system window showed Cabot's relic, a sword soaked in the blood of ancient ancestors. It is a relic from the now destroyed world. It has survived countless lives of members of the royal family. Attack, +30. When fighting an enemy of royal blood, the attack power increases by +15. The ghost put his hand to his face, looking at the sword in surprise, and said, so it can be improved so much. In fact, its attack power increased by 25. Kang Tison put his hand on the blade of the sword while the dark fog flew around and with a surprised face thanked Saffron. The blacksmith looked at the guy with a smile, raised his hand and said that this is an exchange, so no need for gratitude. He frowned, taking off his glove and narrowed his eyes, said that he would go down every 5 floors. It would be problematic to do more, he had a lot of work, so he wished him luck. 19th floor, Lucifer's altar. The protagonist approached a large altar from which black fog emanated and purple liquid poured out. He stood at the altar, illuminated by the purple light emanating from it. The ghost frowned at him, saying that he felt a strange look. Kang Tison also looked closely at the altar, asking whether it was because of curiosity or irritation. Kang Tison extended his hand to the bowl of purple liquid, which stood on the edge. His hand approached the skull, which was illuminated by purple light. When the guy touched it with his finger, the skull's eyes glowed red. In the dark fog, a face with bright orange eyes and a wide smile appeared, said that it was curious, didn't he feel the same way? Kang Tison's eyes widened and he looked forward, removing his hand. A system window appeared, which said that Lucifer was inviting him to his territory. A girl with black hair, in a white shirt and a pink bow on her neck, she smiled. Half of her face was hidden by a shadow. The system window showed that Kang Tison accepted Lucifer's invitation. The guy looked forward in surprise, his mouth open. A bright purple light was shining in front of him. Rays of dark energy were flying and the system window showed that Lucifer's territory was welcoming him. The protagonist stood in front of the altar. Black fog was flying around him and he said that he could not see anything. The hall of the castle. On the floor there was a red carpet leading to the throne on which Kang Tison walked. Purple crystals were flying in the air. The guy nervously looked forward. Sweat was running down his face. He knelt down in front of the throne, saying that he welcomed the demon god. The man on the throne said that he bowed to her himself. Kang Tison looked at the demon from under his brows, lowering his head and said that he was not so stupid as to not read the name of the location. The girl with black hair smiled, throwing her head back. A small girl in a black dress and long horns, she put her hands on the armrests of the throne. Her black hair fell to the floor, and she said that it was not bad, asking the guy's name. Kang Tison looked at her nervously, saying his name. A ghost flew next to him. The girl's yellow eyes glowed brightly and she said with a dark smile that if he defied her, she would break his head. The guy looked at the girl in surprise as a beam of black energy swirled around his head. The protagonist nervously looked at the dark energy next to him, sweat running down his face. The demon waved her hand and it dispersed. The girl laughed and said that she was joking, and of course, she can't break his head. The girl raised her hand with a smile, saying that she was angry about many things. Kang Tison grabbed his throat, squinting and coughing. The ghost looked at him worriedly, asking if he was okay. Lucifer tilted her head, resting her cheek on her hand and remembered Zagan, saying that it was he who killed him. She was not going to interfere, because it was an honest duel. Black shoes on the girl's feet, on which her black hair lay. She said that more than that. The throne on which Lucifer sat, purple crystals flew above it. The guy sat far from the throne. The girl said that he came to her because of the demonic energy. Kang Tison lowered his gaze and nodded. He remembered how Zagan conjured many roots, dark crows and dark fire. The boy thought that demonic energy was the energy needed to use black magic. He needed it to use Markoja's fake fire, a skill he obtained after defeating Zagan. Kang Tison resolutely raised his gaze to the girl, saying that he wanted to obtain demonic energy. Kang Tison looked at the girl in surprise when she said that he was a human. The boy frowned, a shadow fell on his eyes. Lucifer closed her eyes and extended her hand. A black mist swirled around her and she said that she was a demon god. Demonic energy belonged to her subordinates, but humans were not included in this category. The girl smiled, looking down at the guy. Kang Tison tilted his head, placing his hand on his knee and asked if she couldn't give a person demonic energy. Lucifer raised her hand, placing the other on the armrest and said that if he wanted to know if she could give him demonic energy, then her answer would be that she could. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrows, his face illuminated by a purple light, and he asked if she didn't say that she couldn't give this power to people. The demoness pointed a finger with a sharp black claw at the guy and said that it was usually like that, but he received her power accordingly. She said that whoever was next to him could not receive it. The ghost looked at the girl in surprise and Kang Tison looked back at him. He looked at Lucifer again questioningly when she said that he could. He had a talent for controlling demonic magic. The girl sat on the throne, saying that everything has a price. The guy bowed, asking to name her. Lucifer looked down at him, saying that everything is simple. She asked to protect her young sheep. A system window appeared in front of Kang Tison, which the guy looked at in surprise, saying that she wanted him to help her sheep. On the system window it was written, an additional task has started. Lucifer, the god of demons, wants to help her child who was persecuted, but she is in a world where demons cannot interfere. So she wants the protagonist to go there and help her child. Reward: Lucifer will reward according to his work. Many hands reached out to the girl in a white dress who was running away. Kang Tison looked at the system window in surprise, raised his head and said, "Does she really want him to go to another world?" The black-haired girl looked away and answered in agreement. She raised her hand. A gray ball with many cracks and blue energy around it appeared in the air. She asked if he had been to the Saffron World, and this world was not destroyed like the Saffron World, so he had nothing to worry about. Lucifer clenched her hand into a fist, her face distorted with anger, and she said that her poor child was being persecuted and suffering in a world that had lost faith in her, and she wanted him to take her to a safe place. The protagonist looked at the girl silently, turning his gaze to her. Standing on his feet in front of the throne, the guy answered well. Kang Tison extended his hand, saying that in return he had one more request. The ghost looked at the guy in surprise. Lucifer frowned, asking how he dared to ask a god for something without paying for it. Lucifer crossed her legs with a gloomy face, saying that normally she would smash his head. The girl put her hands on the armrests, allowing him to speak, and if it was something insignificant, she would ignore his request. Kang Tison lowered his head. His eyes were hidden by a shadow. The ghost looked at him worriedly, calling. The guy remembered about Earth, and raising his hand, looked at the girl, asking if she knew anything about the invaders of his world. Lucifer put her head on her hand and tilted her head, smiling. Black energy flew from her towards the protagonist, and she said that she would forgive him for asking her for something for free, because he wanted to know who they were, and if he completed her task, she would reveal the truth to him. Kang Tison tilted his head. Purple energy appeared around. The guy's hair and clothes fluttered, and he replied that this would be enough. A large purple portal opened in front of the guy. Lucifer said that although it would be problematic, she thought he needed to be told the basics. In the purple portal, a city with white houses and a bright blue sky was visible. The girl said that the world he would enter was called Bigusa. There was magic in this world, and it was protected by dragons. The power of the world itself was at an average level. Lucifer put her hand to her cheek and said that a certain person was protecting the world. She frowned and looked away, saying that Hammond was watching over the world. A man in golden clothes, a light cloak, who stood in the city, holding a sword and lowering his head. He was above the clouds, and Lucifer said that this was the god of light born on this earth. Kang Tison brought his hand to his face and looked forward resolutely. There were rays of dark energy next to him. He stood in front of a huge portal in which a city was visible, and Lucifer said that this was where he would go, and she wished him luck. Kang Tison landed on the ground. Green trees were visible around. The sun was shining brightly. The guy put his hand to his head, closed one eye and looked up, asked, "This is Biguseta?" There is nothing like that in this world. Birds were flying in the sky. The protagonist walked forward. 2 blue butterflies were sitting on the grass. The guy approached the lake, putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, and the ghost turned to him, asking if it is not visible from the conductors of sin. The human form is the most common. Kang Tison turned to the side. A weak blue light was shining next to him, and he said, "It is good that no one will bother him here." A system window appeared next to it, on which it was written, "Presence detection is available." The ghost also turned to the side, saying that it seems there is no time for nostalgia. Kang Tison looked at him and frowned, answering that he is right. He rested his foot on the ground. The system showed that he activated a jump in the air. The guy pushed off, flying forward, and pushing off the air he jumped to the side. Kang Tison lowered his gaze. The sun was shining above him, and the system window showed that presence detection was available. The protagonist looked at something questioningly. There was a blue light in his pupils. He looked at the crowd that was chasing someone and said that there were people there. They were chasing one person. A girl with black hair and horns ran away, and the guy asked if this was the child that the demon god spoke of. Kang Tison spread his arms out and pursed his lips, hovering in the air, and the ghost next to him said that judging by the dark clothes, she really was from the demon clan. The girl was breathing heavily, running through the forest with her head down. Someone shouted at her to stop. An arrow was stuck in the ground next to the girl's leg. The crowd ran after the demon, who tripped over the arrow, closing one of her eyes. A rope wrapped around her leg. The girl with black hair turned around in fear and shouted no. She fell to the ground, closing her eyes as one of the men pulled the rope, saying that he had caught her. The girl bent her leg and brought the dagger in her hand to the rope on her leg, gritting her teeth. Someone said that it was no wonder she had not been caught for 10 years. The girl with horns was breathing heavily. A shadow loomed over her, and someone said that she was a great runner. The guy with white hair smiled, crouched in front of her and hit the girl on the head, telling her to sleep. The other two looked on with smiles. The guy with white hair raised his hand, bowed his head and said that if they split the reward, they would each get 100 gold. The guy with red hair looked at his back, asking if that was not enough. The guy with white hair turned to him and asked, "What did you mean not enough?" He was talking about 100 gold. The redhead frowned and raised his hand, saying that he had already paid all the debts for the chase, taxes, and the bribe for silence. The guy put his hand to his chest and waved his hand. While the 4 members of the group looked at him, he said that it would be enough to get 90 gold each, and he would take 190. The guy with white hair looked at him irritably, asking what, and the guy with red hair said that if he was against it, then let him die. Behind the guy with gray hair was the main character, who asked him if he could come with them. The guy's yellow eyes widened and he frowned, looking to the side. The guy immediately jumped away from Kang Tison, turning to face him and shouting that he scared him. The others took out their weapons, looking at the guy with dark hair. They took a fighting stance surrounding the demoness girl. Someone asked about the dark hair and whether it was a demon. The guy with gray hair answered no, the hair is a little lighter. One of the group members asked who he was. Kang Tison tilted his head at them and said that he had business with the horn girl. He wondered what it meant for demon clan members to have black hair. The gray-haired guy gritted his teeth and frowned, asking if he was a thief who stole the spoils of demon hunters. He grabbed the black-haired girl by her clothes and brought the blade of his sword to her, shouting that they would not let her be taken away from them. Suddenly, Kang Tison punched the guy in the face and his eyes widened in shock. Blood gushed out of his nose and a tooth fell out of his mouth. The guy with the yellow headband and the red-haired guy looked on in shock with their mouths wide open. The gray-haired guy flew between them with his mouth wide open. Kang Tison bent down and the horned girl ran forward. The girl with horns was lying on the ground next to Kang Tison's feet. Someone asked who he was. The girl closed her eyes and opened her mouth. The protagonist clutched his sword in his hand, pulling it out and frowning, asked didn't he say he had business with her. Dark splashes of blood. Kang Tison stood next to one of the hunters, swinging his sword. A bald guy with a yellow bandage looked at him in fear, shouting that he would tell him everything. The man frowned, there were tears in his eyes and he shouted that he would tell everything he knew, just let him spare. Kang Tison turned to him. He was surrounded by purple energy. Splashes of blood were visible next to him and the head of one of the hunters, whose eyes turned white and blood was coming out of his mouth. Kang Tison sat in a clearing next to a bald guy. A girl with horns was lying behind him and the guy said clearly. He put his hands on his knees and asked, so 10 years ago they were given a revelation. The bald man looked down in fear, sweat was running down his face and he answered yes. The earth, one side of which glowed with purple light, humanity and the demon clan divided this world into 2 parts. Before this place was quite ordinary and everyone tried to coexist. A man with angelic white wings, with white hair and beard, behind him was illuminated by golden light. Everything changed after the revelation of the god of light, Hammon. The earth, on which golden cracks passed. Hammon extended his hand forward and frowned, saying to kill demons. The sky was red, many nights. People raised their hands, one of them clutched a sword in it, their faces distorted with rage. Fire burned around and they shouted for Hammon, for victory. On the ground lay many corpses of people, as well as skulls of animals with horns. 2 years later the demon king died, and now the war is over. An empty throne with thorns growing next to it, a bloody crown with purple crystals lay on the ground. The man said that back then, a reward was set for hunting demons, so almost all of them were destroyed. Kang Tison looked ahead silently, frowning. The bald man nervously pointed his finger ahead, lowering his gaze and said about this girl. Kang Tison turned to the side at the girl with black hair and horns lying on the grass. The man put his hands on his knees and said that she was the last princess of the demon clan. Kang Tison lowered his gaze to the girl. A shadow fell on his face and he thought that on the instructions of the demon god, she must be taken to a safe place. The girl with black hair lay on her arm. Kang Tison said that in general, it is clear he can go. The guy was sitting next to a cave in the rock. The sun was shining brightly. The girl with black hair sat in a small cave, putting her hand on her head. She was leaving the cave and Kang Tison looked back at her, saying that she could still rest. Why did she get up so early? The girl lowered her head, groaning in pain. She held onto the wall, looking up at the guy and thanked him for saving her, but she asks him to go back to where he came from. The girl touched her cheek with her hand, looking down and said that she shouldn't go with her, because she shouldn't exist in this world, she's a demon. The girl remembered how someone stroked her head when she was still a child, and she looked up in surprise. A field, fire was burning in some places, soldiers with swords were walking along the ground. Many demons were walking forward. The girl was standing in front of the guy with a wide smile and a sword on her shoulder. In front of her sat a girl in a pink dress, who closed her eyes with a smile, as well as a butler, who bowed with his eyes closed. Kang Tison silently looked at the girl. She lowered her head, with tears in her eyes, saying that there were no more people left that she could call friends. The little girl with horns was left alone. A bright white light was shining on her. Drops of blood and rays of dark energy were visible in the darkness around her. Standing in front of the protagonist, the demoness put her hand to her chest and waved her other hand, saying that she was being pursued not only by hunters, but also by extremely influential people. Kang Tison pointed his thumb behind him, asking just like him, and the girl asked in surprise what. She looked at the bushes in the distance, where a figure of a man was visible, and asked in surprise who. A man with a thin mustache was coming out from behind the bushes. The girl looked at him in shock, her mouth open and frowning. The man with gray hair put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, coming forward, saying that's where she is. Of course, he knew the approximate location, but he did not expect to find her so soon. The horned girl clutched a dagger in both hands and pointed it at the man, calling him gallant and telling him how dare he do this when he swore allegiance to her father. The man smiled darkly, a shadow falling over his eyes. Gallant clenched his hand into a fist, opening his eyes and squinting one eye, with a displeased face, saying that it was all in the past, and if you think about it, it was a terrible mistake. The man abruptly ran forward, running around the girl, who looked at him in surprise and shouted that he could not believe that he swore allegiance to some pathetic demon. Gallant swung his sword towards the protagonist, who turned to face him. The horned girl looked over her shoulder and frowned, shouting at him to stop. A bright golden light flashed. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth, his sword trembling as his strike was blocked by something, asking what it was. Kang Tison closed his eyes with a calm expression. He held the hilt of his sword in front of the blade of the sword, while the girl looked at it from behind his back in surprise. The guy suddenly hit Gallant in the face with his fist. The gray-haired man clenched his teeth and groaned in pain, frowning. He fell next to him and the girl looked at it in surprise. Kang Tison looked up at the man, still clenching his hand into a fist and watching Gallant rise, asked if he was still alive. The black-haired guy smiled and said that it was not bad. Gallant was on one knee, looking up at the guy, and said that he was an ordinary upstart villager. The man's face distorted with anger, and blue energy glowed around him, and he opened his mouth wide. The girl looked at it in fear, folding her hands in front of her. Kang Tison looked at the man with a calm expression. Gallant smiled, clenched his teeth and swung his sword, raising his other hand. The protagonist asked if this was the same aura, and the ghost looked at him in surprise, smiling, asking how he knew it. Kang Tison raised his hand and looked to the side, saying that he wielded something similar, beckoning the man to attack. Gallant suddenly pushed off from his place, holding the sword in both hands and running towards the protagonist. He smiled, looking at the guy. Next to his sword was a blue mist, and he thought that some village oaf was no match for him. He would kill him. The man shouted for him to die. Kang Tison put his sword in front of him and Gallant slammed his sword against it, stretching out his hand. Gallant's eyes widened when he saw the guy block his strike, sweat running down his face, and he loudly asked what. The man's sword was shaking and Kang Tison looked at it in surprise. Blue mist was flying in the air as he said that he didn't think it was enough to break his sword. Gallant frowned, gritting his teeth in anger, looking at the boy. He opened his mouth wide and clenched his hands into fists, blue energy glowing around him. The man swung his sword again, wanting to strike Kang Tison. He frowned, his eyes turned white, and beams of blue energy were flying around. Kang Tison looked at him with a smile as the blade flew towards him. The man shouted that he would kill him. Green leaves of trees, blue sky. The girl with black hair closed her eyes and trembled in fear. She put her hand to her mouth and looked forward in surprise, her eyes wide open. Kang Tison turned to look at the gray-haired man who swung his sword behind him. His eyes widened in shock and his teeth clenched. The system window showed that the first strike nullification skill had been activated. Gallant looked to the side at the protagonist. Sweat was pouring down his face and he thought that his attack had definitely hit him. The man ran towards the guy who pointed his sword at him again. Gallant wondered if he was a mage and if he was using some kind of time manipulation magic. The man swung his sword, leaving a blue beam of energy in the air, and thought that it was impossible. Even the best archmage of the tower couldn't completely nullify the attack like he did. Kang Tison raised his hand with a calm expression. The system window showed that the second strike nullification skill had been activated. Gallant's eyes widened and he looked at the guy nervously, his mouth open and thinking that he was a monster. Another system window appeared and showed that the third strike nullification skill had been activated. The man put his hand to his head, swinging his sword incoherently and shouting that even aura attacks don't work. Kang Tison put his hand in front of him, blocking the man's strikes. The system window showed that he took 63 damage, and the guy said that maybe it's worth seeing how strong the aura attack is, and the damage isn't that bad. The protagonist dodged the sword blade that was wrapped in blue energy. The system window showed that dodge was activated. Kang Tison avoided the next attack, and the guy said that it's worth trying everything. Gallant's body shook and he looked at the boy with wide eyes. The blade of the sword came forward and the man shouted that he was like that. The sword slammed into the boy's chest, glowing with blue energy at the end. Kang Tison looked down at the man, his eyes glowing purple, and he said that he was a messenger. The boy extended his hand, above which an ice arrow appeared, and hummed thoughtfully, saying that he was an aura. A beam of blue energy cut the arrow in two. Gallant closed one of his eyes and looked away as ice shards flew towards him. He swung his sword a few times, putting his hand to his head and cursed loudly, shouting how some hillbilly could do such a thing. Kang Tison raised one hand to his face while blue energy was gathering near the other and thoughtfully raised his gaze, saying that it didn't look like it could be transformed somehow, and it didn't seem like it gave any enhancements, just a simple brute cutting force, nothing special. Gallant was breathing heavily, leaning over and looking at the guy with displeasure, asking what he was muttering there. The protagonist looked forward, thoughtfully saying that on the other hand, it would be nice to learn such a good attack. The protagonist turned to the side at the ghost that was flying nearby and called him. Kang Tison extended his hand, asking if he knew anything about aura. The ghost flew around him, descended and looked up at the guy, saying that there was none in their world. He was floating in the air. Behind him was a modern world where monsters roamed, and a staircase with a silhouette of a man climbing up. The ghost asked if it wasn't the same in his world. No magic, no aura, no monsters. It was hard to find people who had reached deep floors, and it was even harder to find those who owned an aura. Kang Tison looked at Gallant, who was waving his sword around, and asked if he could ask him, shouting at the man how he could study the aura. The man looked up at the guy in shock and fear, opening his mouth and holding his sword out in front of him, repeating that he was a monster. Kang Tison opened the system window and looked down at him, putting his hand on it, saying that he was completely crazy. It seemed like he couldn't get the information that easily. Maybe this would help. It was written on the system window, passive special skill, manifest yourself. Everything he created will become a phenomenon and will surround him. Turn it on or off. Kang Tison looked at the system window in surprise, raising his eyebrows and said that there is a button to turn on. Doesn't that mean the skill needs to be activated? Why is it passive then? The protagonist clicked on the system window, saying to turn on. Blue energy flew forward from the system window. It began to circle around Kang Tison and Gallant, turning dark, and the man began to breathe heavily. The man's eyes widened in fear and he looked forward with his eyes wide open, screaming. A huge dark silhouette appeared behind Kang Tison, with purple energy glowing around it. Gallant's face distorted in horror, while the protagonist looked at him questioningly. The dark figure extended its hand to the man, who fell to his knees and screamed loudly in fear. Kang Tison frowned and looked down at the system window again, pressing it with his finger, saying that he thought it was not worth using, turning it off, and this skill just puts pressure on the enemy. How should it help at all? Kang Tison raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked down, noticing something. Gallant leaned on his hands, looking at the guy in horror, screaming and saying that he will answer whatever he wants. He will answer any of his questions. The protagonist looked at the frightened man in confusion, thinking that the ghost next to him was laughing loudly, closing his eyes, and said that he seemed to have strong hallucinations. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the man, looking at him questioningly, and thought, this is how it can be used. Dark energy, the voice asked to tell everything about the aura. Gallant sat on his knees, putting his hands on them. Blue energy was glowing around him. A sword was lying next to him, and the man said that the aura is a skill mastered by a swordsman. Outwardly, it is just a blue flame. He also heard that upon reaching the highest level, it turns white, but he has not encountered this in real life. Kang Tison crossed his arms, looking at him, and asked what its characteristics were. The man replied that its cutting power was almost absolute. Kang Tison put his hand on the hilt of his sword, asking if it could only be used on swords. The blue-haired guy holding a spear with blue energy shining around it. The guy in green swung his sword with blue flames around it. Gallant said that it could be used on any weapon, but it wasn't that simple. The man picked up the sword with a faint blue energy shining around it and looking at it, said, for example, a sword. Most people can only use aura on weapons that they've handled all their lives, but the higher the level, the more freely they can use aura. Kang Tison looked at him questioningly, looking down, and asked about the skill level and how much energy is consumed. The man replied none. The ghost and the guy looked down, and the latter asked none. Gallant raised his head to the protagonist, answering that although there is a limit to how much aura a person emits, there is practically no time limit. Only slight fatigue appears. Kang Tison put his hand to his chin, looking away, and thought that it even sounded very useful. He asked how he could learn it. The man with gray hair extended his hand, saying that there is no special way. This power comes to everyone itself. Everyone goes their own way. Gallant clenched his hand into a fist, thinking about the many warriors, saying that his knowledge is not so deep. He thinks he should turn to sword masters who have learned the aura. The protagonist stood in front of the man, lowering his hand and clenching it into a fist, saying that he thinks he at least understood a little, and therefore the man cannot help him. Gallant answered yes, asking if this is all he wanted to know. Kang Tison pointed the blade of the sword at him. Answering in agreement, Gallant lowered his head and put his hands on the ground, asking to kill him and saying that he should end his suffering and let him die in peace. The protagonist looked down at the man, agreeing. Gallant smiled, looking at the blade of the sword, and muttered, "Oh great one." Dark splashes of blood. 2 system windows showed. The enhancement of spiritual power is activated. The difference between Kang Tison's soul and the enemy's soul is too great. For defeating him, the protagonist will not get anything. Kang Tison and the girl with black hair and horns were sitting near the fire. The sun was setting behind the horizon, and the guy asked her name. The girl hugged her knees with her hands, pulling them to her chest and lowering her gaze, said that she was Anesha and who was he. The protagonist closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying his name and saying that he was her protector. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking about the protector. The ghost flew up to the guy, remembering Lucifer, who was sitting on the throne, whispering that he should not say that he came here on the orders of the demon god, and let him lie to her. Kang Tison nodded, looking at him. He nervously looked away, sweat was running down his face, and the guy said that a few years ago, someone from the demon clan came to him, gave him all the wealth so that he would protect her. Anesha looked at the guy in surprise, putting her hands on her knees and asked who it was. The protagonist replied that he did not know and he died as soon as he agreed. Kang Tison looked at the girl, a shadow fell on his eyes and he asked if she knew where in this world she could hide. Anesha sadly lowered her head to her knees and lowered her gaze, with tears in her eyes, saying that there was no place where she would not go in this world. The girl thought about the demon hunters and Gallant, who held out his hand with an evil smile. The girl said that everyone wanted to kill her. Kang Tison stood up, bent down and said that everything was clear, but it was time for them to move. He was sure there was a place that would be a little safer than here. The protagonist and Anesha walked along the road. High mountains that were illuminated by the sun. Kang Tison punched the man who stood behind him with a knife in his hands in the face, asking where they even came from. Anesha turned around in surprise, putting her hand to her face. The protagonist looked forward, remembering the words of Lucifer, who said that she wanted him to protect her young creation. He remembered how Lucifer looked at him, resting her cheek on her hand, saying that her demons were now being persecuted and suffering in a world that had lost faith in her, and let him take her to a safe place. Kang Tison and Anesha walked between the trees along the road, while the sun was setting behind the horizon, and the boy wondered where this place was. The stars were shining in the sky, the moon was shining brightly, stone pillars were visible, next to which the demon princess and the main character were walking. Anesha was kneeling, folding her hands and closing her eyes, praying to the demon gods to bless them with salvation and peace. Kang Tison turned to her, saying that she believed so much. He clasped the hilt of the sword in both hands and thought that it would be better to practice and not waste time. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated, bowing his head. The sun was rising. Morning, the sun was shining brightly. Kang Tison looked at his hand, holding the sword in the second, and said that he still does not come out. He turned to Anesha, who was sitting in the cave, and asked her how long she had been watching him. The girl replied that it was about 2 hours. The girl folded her hands and looked at the guy in surprise, asked what he was doing. He replied that he was trying to learn the aura. The girl said in surprise that she thought he owned it. Kang Tison stood with his back to her, looking at the sword, and replied that he came from afar and learned about her for the first time. Anesha stood up, walked forward, and said that because of all this fuss, she never thanked him. She took the hem of her dress in her hand and, putting her hand to her chest, smiled and closed her eyes, saying that she, Anesha Bridget, the princess of demons, sincerely thanks him, Lord Kang Tison. The girl opened her eyes and looked at the guy. He turned around at her in confusion, saying that he had been paid for this after all. The ghost looked somewhere in surprise, saying that they had guests, and Kang Tison looked at him. He looked at a group of people in light robes who were approaching them. One of the group asked if the demon princess was here, and the other answered yes. Kang Tison asked if they were magicians. A group of people in gray cloaks, an old man with a stick in his hands and a beard, stood in front of them, who frowned, saying that he was a magician from the Malfray school, the Great Magic Tower, Barmandor. Kang Tison turned around at them with a smile, saying that at least this was someone other than hunters, perhaps he could even get something. The old man frowned, looking at the guy with displeasure, and said that he was the one protecting the demon princess. What a cheeky guy. Barmandor extended his hand with a staff. Blue energy appeared on the end and shouted that they obeyed Hammon, the god of light, and must kill the demon princess, make him kneel before him. Kang Tison stood far away from the mages while Anesha hid behind him, blue energy flying in the air. The girl clutched a dagger in her hand, frowning, and said that it looks like he will unleash his oracle because Hammon wants to destroy them all. Kang Tison turned to the girl, saying that they are still stubborn, and let her hide in the cave. 2 mages jumped into the air, pointing their staffs forward. Kang Tison swung his sword, releasing beams of purple energy into the air, knocking the mages back. One of the mages opened his mouth wide and threw his head back as the purple energy struck him. He screamed for help. Kang Tison swung his sword at Barmandor. A blue shield appeared in front of him. Blood splashes were visible nearby. The old man landed next to the 2 mages, holding out his hand and shouting why their magic was useless against some boy. He told everyone to retreat. They would use magic together. The 7 mages lined up next to each other, releasing ice and fire forward. Rocks were flying behind them. Kang Tison jumped, dodging the fire, and turned to the side, swung his sword. A beam of purple energy was trailing behind it. The boy raised his hand. An ice arrow appeared above it. The system window showed that he activated the ice arrow, and looking to the side, the boy said, "Is this all they can do together?" He released many ice arrows forward, swung his hand, and said that it was weak. The other mages looked at this in surprise. One of them shouted in shock that it was Frost without casting spells. How was that possible? One of the ice arrows hit the mage's chest, and he screamed loudly, opening his mouth wide. One of the mages shouted that many ice arrows were flying at them, and the mages screamed when they hit them. Kang Tison stepped on the body of one of the mages, asking, so they call it Frost? Not bad. The guy lowered his sword. There were dead bodies of mages around, in which ice arrows were stuck, and the guy said that he needed to protect the princess. The system window showed that the manifest skill was activated. Kang Tison looked forward, frowning, and stretched his hand with the sword forward. There was purple energy around him, and the guy said that he was the only one left, but not to worry. He will not kill him so quickly. Barmandor looked in shock at the blade of the sword that the guy pointed at him, saying that in return he would tell him about magic. Kang Tison and Anesha walked along the road among the mountains. The guy said that according to the mage, in order to use magic in Beguseta, you need to cast a spell. Kang Tison lowered his head. The girl walked next to him. The ghost flew on the other side of the guy, and he continued that basic spells for assessing the terrain can only be used from the middle level. Kang Tison raised his hand, over which an ice arrow appeared, and looking at it, said that Frost, or Ice, Arrow is high-level magic from the School of Ice. Of course he expected this, but somehow too meager. Anesha leaned against the protagonist, covering her face with her hand, and he looked at her in surprise, asking how she was. The girl replied that she was a little dizzy. Anesha opened her eyes, looking down, sweat running down her face. Kang Tison extended his hand, putting it into the portal, and watching the guy. The ghost said that she had been constantly threatened with death for so many years, and he thought that because of this pressure, she was already at her limit. The protagonist held out a flask with a red potion, telling Anesha to drink it. The girl took the flask, drinking the potion from it, opening her eyes wide. She looked away in surprise when pink energy appeared around her and asked what it was. Kang Tison waved his hand, looking at her, and said that it was a strength recovery potion, and he knew that it would help. The girl folded her hands, looking at the guy, and asked why he gave her such a precious thing. He replied that it was not that precious. She could not thank him. Anesha put her hand to her chin and looked down, thinking how she could thank him. Anesha and Kang Tison were sitting near a burning fire. The sky was turning orange, and the girl said that there was steamed fish. She cooked it, but she wasn't sure if it would be tasty. On the leaves were 2 fried fish that were pierced with wooden sticks. Kang Tison said in surprise that it looked delicious, and Anesha smiled, thanking the guy and saying that she hadn't cooked for a long time, but she hoped that not all was lost. The girl put her hand to her chest, closed her eyes, and said that when there was no war in this world, she loved to cook different dishes for her loved ones. Anesha lowered her gaze, with a sad smile, remembering the demons from her childhood. The blue fish, from which a piece was bitten off, Kang Tison asked, so Hammond settled here less than 100 years ago. Anesha looked at the guy, putting her hand on the ground. While Kang Tison was chewing fish, she said that before in this world there was no culture of believing in one god. Each clan had their own. Anesha sadly lowered her gaze and bowed her head, saying that then a god was born in their world. A man with white hair and angelic wings stood above the ground, on which there were golden cracks. Anesha said that it was Hammond. The ghost looked at the girl in surprise, saying, what does it mean? He is not even 100 years old. The protagonist asked if he really remembered something, and the ghost looked back at him, said yes. He extended his hand, remembering a man with a long cloak who stood among swords stuck in the ground. A blue light was shining on him, the ghost said. He already told him. All those who were originally gods have long disappeared. All the gods that currently exist are descended from mortals who turned into superhumans. Kang Tison raised his gaze, looking forward, his face illuminated by the fire. Hammond sat with his knees bent and his hands on them. Dark energy was reaching out to him. The ghost said that this meant that 100 years ago Hammond was also immortal. Gods, beings obsessed with their own domains, so it can be said that Hammond went to extremes. White wings appeared on the man's back, from which a bright glow emanated. Hammond spread his arms out to the sides, flying close to the ground. Behind his back were 2 pairs of wings, and the ghost said that in the end, Hammond ordered the extermination of the demon clan so that he could become the full god of Beguseta. Kang Tison held the fish on the stick, looked at the ghost with surprise, and asked if the demon god should do nothing and let things slide. The ghost replied that was the case. That was why Lucifer sent him to a world where she had no power. No matter how strong Lucifer was, it would be difficult for her to fight a god outside her territory. Even though the demon god was at a much higher level, it was still Hammond's territory. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead, and answered clearly. He lowered his gaze, thinking of Lucifer and Hammond standing with their backs to each other, and thought that he needed to stop Hammond and protect Anesha, the demon princess. The sky became dark, stars appeared on it. Anesha and Kang Tison were sitting near a fire that illuminated them. The boy frowned and lowered his gaze. He thought of the Earth that was surrounded by red energy, and thought that if he completed the task, he would be able to find out about those who tried to destroy his home world, Earth. Morning, soldiers were walking through the forest, holding their weapons on their shoulders. One of them, with blonde hair, looked to the side with a smile and said to look how many of them are here. Many mages were standing in the forest, lowering their heads, which were wearing hats or hoods. The knight said that there were even advanced mages here. What an amazing sight! Such a crowd can destroy an entire city. Many mages and knights, a girl in red clothes and red hair and a knight in blue armor walked forward, all chanting to kill the demon princess. Kang Tison put his cheek on his palm, looking to the side and saying that there are so many of them. A guy was sitting on the edge of the mountain, calling a group of people. They raised their heads, looking at the guy, behind whom the sun was shining brightly. A man in dark clerical clothes stood in the center of the crowd. He had long brown hair and a beard. On both sides of him stood a girl with red hair and a knight in blue armor. The man put his hands behind his back, asking if he was the guardian of the deposed princess. The man frowned, lowered his gaze and told him to retreat. They only wanted the princess, and they did not intend to fight him. Many knights and mages looked at the protagonist, while the man in dark clothes said that they were here to fulfill the will of Hammon, the god of light, to kill the demon princess. Kang Tison sat on the ledge, placing one hand on his knee and the other on the ground. A ghost was flying around, and the guy said that he refused. He had his own reasons for protecting her, asking if they could spread rumors about him. The man frowned, looked up at the guy with displeasure, asking about the rumors. Kang Tison's cloak fluttered in the wind and he said that they had all gathered already, and the more people the better. The group looked at the guy and asked what he was planning. The protagonist raised his hand, looking down at everyone and said that it would be easier and faster to get rid of everyone in one fell swoop. Many people stood in the field in front of the slope where the guy was sitting, asking what he just said. The wizard in the green hood and the knight lowered their heads. Someone shouted that he was too young to talk such nonsense. The girl with red hair frowned and tilted her head, asking if he was really acting like a hero to become famous. Kang Tison jumped off the clone, crouched on the ground and said, "Is it really hard to hear? Let them all attack together." He does not want to deal with each one. The guy extended his hand, above which a small ice arrow appeared. The system showed that the ice arrow was activated. Kang Tison frowned, standing up and holding an ice arrow above his hand, saying that it was like this. He needed to experiment with something. The blue-armored knight and the red-haired girl looked at it in surprise. Blue energy was glowing around the knight and someone said that it was frost. Blue energy was flying in the air across the field. The sun was shining brightly. The man in black clothes shouted that he was casting a spell, immediately attacking. The blue-armored knight ran forward when Kang Tison raised his hand, above which was an ice arrow. The other warrior also pulled out their weapons. The blue-armored knight opened his mouth wide, shouting that he was a traitor to Hammon and let him accept his death, his blue cloak fluttering behind him. The man stabbed the spear into the boy's chest, shouting that his end had come. His face was distorted in shock. Sweat was running down his face as a system window appeared, saying that the first strike nullification had been activated. Kang Tison kept his hand raised as the ice arrows gathered above it and the blue-armored knight staggered back. The other warriors also looked at the boy in surprise, asking what. Another knight opened his eyes wide, saying that he was sure that he had been pierced. The boy with blonde hair looked at him in surprise. Kang Tison looked to the side, frowning. His face was illuminated by blue energy. Someone shouted, "Stop standing there and let them attack." A couple of knights ran towards the boy, slashing with their swords. Many ice arrows appeared in the air. As Kang Tison continued to stand still, 2 more system windows appeared, saying that the ice arrow had been activated. The boy with blonde hair swung his sword behind him, frowning and shouting that the attacks had started. He slashed at the protagonist, jumped up and shouted that he was finished now. The system window showed that the second strike nullification was activated. Blue energy was shining around Kang Tison's hand, and an ice arrow was flying. The system window showed that the ice arrow was activated. A huge ice ball was floating in the air. The system window showed that the ice arrow was activated again. The protagonist raised his other hand and looked at it. An arrow flew past him and the system window showed that the third attack nullification was activated. The guy said that he knew it was useless without an aura. Several people fell to the ground, groaning in pain. A knight with blonde hair and green eyes looked at something in surprise, his eyes and mouth wide open. He asked what it was. A huge ice ball was flying in the sky above Kang Tison, which the other warriors were looking at. Blue energy was flying in the air, and someone shouted that there were dozens of frost. The guy smiled. Exhaling, translucent steam flew out of his mouth and he said that this is why he loves such open places. A huge ball hung in the air above the rest of the fighters, surrounded by blue energy, and Kang Tison said that they can be endlessly experimented on. The guy held his hand above his head, looking forward. He sharply clenched it into a fist. Blue energy was shining around it. Several fragments flew off the huge ice ball when blows passed over it. The system window showed that the ice granule was activated. Mages and knights looked at it in shock. Dark energy emanated from them and someone shouted that there was so much ice in this sphere. The system window showed that the magic acceleration was activated. Kang Tison abruptly swung his hand down, lowering it. A huge ice ball fell to the ground, releasing rays of blue energy that flew among the warriors, causing them to scream. One of the warriors was covered in ice, his mouth wide open and his sword raised in front of him. The other knights and magicians fell to the ground, screaming loudly and asking what it was. The man with brown hair and black clothes also fell, his mouth wide open and screaming. The ice ball melted, leaving a blue puddle, blue mist flying in the air. Large shards of ice were visible. The man with brown hair sat on the ground in shock, his mouth wide open, blue mist flying around him. He frowned, his face distorted in shock. In front of him, the entire army, including the red-haired girl and the blue-armored knight, were covered in a thick layer of ice, and the man said that it was as if a dragon was rampaging. The main character approached the man, who looked at the guy in surprise, who said that although it took a long time to prepare, it was still very useful. The guy looked down at the man and pointed his thumb to the side, tilting his head and asking if he wanted to continue. The man trembled, looking at the guy in fear, his eyes wide open, sweat running down his face. He shouted to run. The man and another mage in green clothes ran away from Kang Tison, who was watching them. Green leaves of trees illuminated by the sun, someone was asking for help. A large city, with houses with red roofs, someone was shouting that the monster guarding the princess was the incarnation of a dragon. Kang Tison and Anesha were walking along a road in the forest and the girl called out to the guy, asking if everything would be okay. The guy turned to her, looked questioningly and asked what it meant. The girl worriedly raised her gaze to Kang Tison, saying that she was talking about those magicians. They would definitely spread rumors to the whole world about him. Now he would be proclaimed a traitor to Hammon. The protagonist stopped on the road and replied that this was exactly what he needed. He looked to the side, saying that he was waiting for them to come. Anesha put her hand to her chest, looking at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. The protagonist smiled, turned around and said that the previous people disappointed him, but these ones, he thought, would be good. A group of people walking along the road approached Anesha and Kang Tison. The ghost looked at them, raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that everything seemed to be going according to Kang Tison's plan. Rumors about him were spreading at an incredible speed. 3 people walking along the road. The red-haired boy held his sword in front of him. The blue-haired boy covered his face with his hand, holding the sword blade down. Kang Tison and Anesha looked at the group of 4 people who were approaching them. The red-haired boy was standing in the center. The black-haired girl's eyes widened in fear as she looked at them, saying that these people were sword masters. The blonde boy with long braided hair held the sword on his shoulder. The blue-haired boy frowned, saying that it was such a hassle to get there, and there were only 2 of them. The white-haired man frowned, pursing his lips in displeasure, and the red-haired boy put his hands in his pockets, calling out to the girl and saying that she was the demon princess, and this was her protector. Anesha turned to Kang Tison, frowning and telling him that he needed to run. He couldn't handle them. They were elite sword masters with aura, and there were 4 of them. The girl looked up at the boy worriedly, saying that no matter how strong he was, she didn't think he could handle it, but was cut off when a blow went across her neck. Kang Tison picked up the girl, who had gone limp, lowering her head and told her to get some sleep. The entrance to the cave. Anesha was lying on the ground inside the cave. Kang Tison walked from the entrance of the cave. A ghost was flying above him. He returned to the group, asking if they were done with their greetings. The red-haired boy replied that it was more like a farewell, and Kang Tison replied that he appreciated it. The black-haired boy sighed and closed his eyes, saying that it was hard to put her to bed, so don't wake her up with your screams. The red-haired boy looked at him with displeasure, frowning and said that he was so young. Kang Tison looked at the boy questioningly as he continued that he couldn't believe that they had to call the 4 of them because of this. Next to him, the white-haired boy slung his sword over his shoulder, asking if he really thought he came here of his own free will. The blue-haired boy raised his hand and looked away, asking him to stop whining. This was a direct order, but God wanted them to kill the demon princess and her warrior. Kang Tison frowned at them and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The blonde tilted his head with a smile, asking if he really wanted to protect the princess so boldly. The red-haired boy told him to step aside, calling the blonde Atrium. The red-haired boy placed his hand on the sheath, pulling out his sword with his other hand. A red aura appeared around him and the boy said that he would begin. The guy pulled out a sword, clutching it in his hands. Another one was flying above him, and a flame was burning behind his back. He said that he had heard about the main character. He can nullify his enemies' attacks. Kang Tison looked up at the guy, calmly looking at him. The red-haired guy frowned. Blue energy and flames were glowing next to his face. He extended his free hand. 4 swords flew above the guy, surrounded by blue energy, and the guy said that they would find out how many times he could do this. Blue energy flying in the air, the guy said that he would face their sword masters personally. 3 swords flew forward, glowing with blue energy. The system window showed that the first strike nullification was activated. Kang Tison frowned, lowering his sword. Next to him, one of the swords crashed into the barrier, another flew next to him, and two system windows showed that the second attack nullification was activated and the third attack nullification was activated. One of the swords was flying above the protagonist's head, 4 more were floating in the air, and blue energy was glowing around the red-haired guy. Kang Tison frowned as he looked at one of the swords that was flying nearby. The system window showed that it had taken 52 damage. The red-haired guy smiled and crossed his arms. 3 more swords were flying next to him, and he said that it seemed like his limit was 3 dodges, nothing special. Kang Tison lowered his gaze, surprised to think that the attack of the sword covered in aura had dealt him 52 damage, not a big difference in damage. The red-haired guy stood in front of Kang Tison. The sword was flying towards the black-haired guy, and he shouted for the protagonist to show his strength, like when he got rid of those mages. He slashed with his sword and Kang Tison also slashed, parrying his attack. The red-haired guy said, so he can only use the same skill 3 times, so what now? Kang Tison silently raised his gaze, thinking that his swordsmanship wasn't much different from that adventurer from the 20th floor. The protagonist jumped back, bending one of his legs, and thought that it would be easiest to knock him out with magic. 4 swords stuck in the ground in front of Kang Tison, glowing with a bright blue light, and he dodged them. His cloak fluttered, a blue light shone from behind, and the guy thought that if he thought about it, swords covered in aura were more of a skill than swordsmanship. Kang Tison jumped, pushing off the ground and flew towards the red-haired guy, flying between the swords. Their blades collided with each other, white sparks emanating from them. Kang Tison and the red-haired guy bounced back from each other, sliding on the ground. The sword master was breathing heavily, clenching one of his hands into a fist and gritting his teeth in anger. The blue-haired guy looked at this and asked what, a mage? The white-haired guy frowned and replied that he was also good with a sword. Kang Tison raised one of his hands, silently looking forward, and thought that his swordplay was so-so, which could not be said about his aura. He was standing in front of the guy, swords were flying above his head and blue energy was emanating from him. Kang Tison smiled, looking to the side, and thought that if he leveled up so that his aura could take shape, he would be able to freely increase his attack power without spending stamina. He said that it was not bad. The red-haired guy's face distorted with anger and he waved his hand, releasing swords in the air forward, loudly asking what. Kang Tison planted his feet on the ground. Purple energy illuminated his feet and a system window appeared, showing that acceleration had been activated. The red-haired boy looked at this in shock, his mouth open and his eyes downcast. Kang Tison jumped towards him, approaching and swinging his sword, knocking the swords out of the air. The system window showed acceleration activated again. Kang Tison approached the red-haired boy, raising his sword to strike, purple energy swirling around him. The boy frowned as he looked at him, shouting where he came from. Why was he protecting some demon? A bright beam of purple light flashed, which the other sword masters watched with frowns, pursing their lips. Kang Tison jumped above the red-haired boy, sword fragments flying in the air as he raised his sword to strike. The protagonist frowned, his face was illuminated by a blue light, and he pointed the sword forward, saying that he was from the labyrinth and he came to fulfill the client's request. The red-haired man opened his eyes wide, looking at the guy in shock as the blade approached him, asking what. Kang Tison slashed at the guy, running further and lowering his head, covering it with his hand. The red-haired man flew into the air, opening his mouth wide and dropping the sword from his hands. The red-haired man's eyes turned white and he tilted his head. His sword broke, fragments flying in the air. Kang Tison frowned and raised his gaze, looking forward. The system window showed that the spiritual enhancement was activated. Kang Tison stood looking at the system window. Next to him lay the defeated guy. On the system window it was written that he received the passive special skill sword proof. And the guy said that it seems that with this level of spiritual power enhancement, he can finally get it. The blue and white-haired boy looked at him in shock, frowning. The 3 of them took fighting stances, standing behind the main character. Blue energy appeared around them and the white-haired boy said that he was much stronger than them. A blue snake appeared next to the white-haired boy, which opened its mouth. He pointed his sword forward and frowned, saying that they were not cowards either. Kang Tison raised his hand with a sword, his body emitting light. He turned to them with a threatening look and said that they should not regret drawing their swords. Kang Tison wiped his face and sighed, saying that it hurt. He stood with his back to the blue-haired boy, who was lying near the broken stone, and the white-haired boy, who was lying on the ground. Kang Tison looked at his hand and said that he was tired. The system window showed defensive barrier 0 of 192, stamina 1522 of 1522. Someone called Kang Tison a monster, and he turned to the side questioningly. He looked at the blonde man, who raised his hands, looking at the guy, and said that the 4 of them could conquer an entire kingdom. The guy with blonde hair and blue eyes smiled, tilting his head, and said that he surrendered. He wanted to live. If he tried to kill him, he would resist fiercely, but it would be great if he showed mercy, for that he would do anything. Kang Tison frowned and looked at the guy. He pointed his thumb behind himself and said that then first let him get rid of them. He needed a place where Hammond could see them in all their glory, so let him help. Atrium nervously looked at the guy, his mouth slightly open. The man with white hair was lying on the ground. Next to him was a sword stuck in the ground. The blue-haired boy sat by the rock, his head hanging low, and the blonde muttered, "What a horror." Atrium turned to them. Blue energy was shining next to him and he said in surprise that Kang Tison was incredibly strong. A man in a dark cloak was watching the two figures in the distance, hiding behind the bushes and saying that he finally found the princess. Demonic horns were visible from behind the cloak and the man was crying, clenching his teeth and talking about their princess Anesha. The entrance to the cave, the sun was shining in the sky. Anesha was standing at the exit of the cave, asking where Kang Tison went. Someone said that she seemed to have woken up and the girl looked questioningly to the side, raising her hand. She ran to the main character, asking where he was and the guy answered that he had to take care of a couple of corpses. Atrium was standing nearby, two swords were stuck in the ground next to him. The girl hugged Kang Tison, and he looked down at her in surprise, asking what was going on. Atrium smiled and closed his eyes, saying what a cute sight. Kang Tison looked at him and asked him to shut up. Anesha looked at the blonde in surprise, reaching for the dagger and called him by name. He replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. Atrium held out his hands and said that she could not worry, he was not here for her soul. The guy smiled and sighed, saying that he was just lost. Kang Tison looked at the princess and asked in surprise if they really knew each other. Anesha frowned and looked at the blonde, saying that he visited them sometimes when their father was alive, which meant that he was hunting her too. Atrium smiled widely and raised his hand, saying that it was true, but then he got lost, and he certainly wasn't going to demand revenge, so he shouldn't worry. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at the guy and said that he was too dodgy to be an executor of God's orders. Atrium looked at the guy with a smile, turning his gaze to him and replied that Hammond might be their main god, but he didn't have much faith in him. Besides, he was sure that the protagonist left him alive for a reason. Atrium asked what the reason was. Kang Tison calmly looked at the guy, tilting his head and replied that he thought he himself knew. He was very interested in the aura. The sun was setting behind the horizon, illuminating everything with orange light. Anesha was sitting on a log, and Kang Tison was standing by the tree. Crossing his arms over his chest, Atrium was looking at him, saying that with his level it was already possible to learn aura, and hadn't he learned it yet. The protagonist looked down. Anesha looked at him in surprise. When the guy said that he was from another world after all, Atrium muttered about another world. The blonde looked at the guy in surprise, raising his eyebrows and asked if he was really from the labyrinth created by the Archmage. The protagonist asked if he knew about it. The blonde thoughtfully looked down and put his hand to his chin, saying that then, although he could be wrong, the guy wouldn't be able to learn. Kang Tison looked at him in surprise, asking why. A man in white clothes and golden armor stood above the ground, pointing a sword at it, around which there was blue energy. It is said that aura is a power granted by the god of swords. He chooses the world and rewards it with his power, which means that the inhabitants he did not choose will not be able to learn aura without his permission. Kang Tison opened the system window in front of him, looking into it and thought about the god of swords. Atrium crossed his arms over his chest and looked down, saying that he was sorry, but most likely, he will not be able to learn aura. The protagonist silently looked down at the system window, which was reflected in his eyes. He smiled, looking at it and said that no, he is sure that he can and he has received this right. The system window showed permanent skill, the way of the sword. Kang Tison received permission to begin his way of the sword. The sun rising in the sky. The blue sky, the sun shining brightly on it in white clouds. Sunset, the sun was shining orange. Anesha was sitting on the ground. The ghost was floating in the air. They watched as Kang Tison waved his sword around himself, leaving a purple light in the air. The guy sighed, throwing the sword over his shoulder and questioningly looked at his other hand, saying that he really only needed to swing the sword. It was in vain that he left Atrium alive. The blonde looked at the guy and the demon princess, asking what he should do next. The protagonist lowered the sword and said that he no longer needed it and he could go. Atrium tilted his head and put his hand to his chin, humming. He smiled and raised his eyebrows, looking at the guy and saying that if he didn't mind, he would prefer to stay with him. The protagonist asked confusedly why, and the blonde closed his eyes, smiling widely, saying that he was curious. He wanted to see how he was learning the aura, and if he was afraid that he would harm the princess, he could swear not to touch her. Kang Tison looked at Anesha, who looked at him and said that it was up to him. She didn't mind. The guy extended his hand, opening the system window, and replied, "Okay," but then they would do the following. Blue energy lit up around Atrium and he looked forward in surprise, saying that something was tingling in his heart. A system window appeared in front of the blonde, which he looked at in surprise, and a bright blue light was shining in his chest. It was written on the window that Kang Tison was offering to sign a contract with Atrium. Atrium could not harm the protagonist and Anesha in any way. The black-haired guy held out his hand while the girl and the ghost looked at him in surprise. He said that it was a temporary contract, that he couldn't hurt them and he could go with them if he agreed. Atrium smiled, looking away and raising his hand while blue energy was glowing around, and asked if the power of the labyrinth could do that for all occasions. The blonde's eyes were glowing and a shadow fell on them when he said that it was interesting. The system window showed that the contract was accepted. Kang Tison ran forward, swinging his sword. Blue energy was shining around him. He swung his sword down sharply, looking forward and bending down. Anesha and Atrium looked at this with surprised faces, and the blonde said surprisingly. They stood behind the guy, who held out his sword in front of him and looked to the side, and the blonde said that it was already the third day, and he still swings his sword for 22 hours. Kang Tison wiped his face with his hand, turning around and asking why no one was hunting them. It was hard to breathe before, but now there was silence. Anesha stood next to the protagonist, who lowered his hand with the memo, and the blonde man in front of them raised his hand and replied that there were only 8 sword masters in this world. 4 of them went after him, but they all died from his hand, and does he really think that after this there will be madmen who will look for him? Kang Tison turned his back, looking to the side at the girl, and replied that it was logical, then he would continue training. Anesha looked behind the guy in surprise. She looked at several dark figures in the bushes. The protagonist stood in front of her as people in cloaks approached, and Anesha asked who it was. A man with black hair and horns put his hand on his hood, calling the princess. The girl with black hair looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. The man with black hair and horns took off his hood. Behind him were other demons. He said that they greeted Her Majesty. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she looked sadly at the man, saying that this was Reborn, and was he really alive? The man fell to his knees in front of the girl, lowering his head, and said that he managed to escape. Let her forgive him, they betrayed her to survive. Anesha ran to the man, crying and sadly screaming that it does not matter, the main thing is that they are alive. The girl hugged the man, tears streaming down her face, and she said how lucky she was not alone. Reborn closed his eyes, smiling widely. There were tears in his eyes. Kang Tison turned over his shoulder at this. The ghost and Atrium looked at them with a smile, and the guy with black hair said that they should be left alone. The blade of the sword, around which there was a blue light, flew forward. Kang Tison swung his sword sharply, stretching out his hand. Blue sparks flew around him. The guy frowned, stretching his hand with the sword forward. A white fog was visible around. The protagonist looked at him, his cloak fluttering behind him, and he asked if he had really reached the limit. He would work on it further along the way. Kang Tison walked forward. Many sword cuts were visible on the ground around him, and the guy said that he would repeat until he learned the aura. Atrium watched the protagonist, who was standing on the field. He crossed his arms over his chest and raised his head, thinking that he was able to sense the aura already on the 4th day. The blonde smiled, looking up, and wondered if this was the power of the labyrinth, saying that the more he looked, the more impressive it was. The dark sky, in which the stars shone. The 3 cloaked demons were kneeling in front of Anesha and Kang Tison. Reborn said thank you very much. The protagonist risked his life to protect the princess. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he was paid for it, so it's okay. Anesha and the ghost looked at him with smiles. Reborn looked up at the guy, raised his head and thanked him again, asking Anesha if they should return to the land. The girl with horns looked at Kang Tison with a wide smile and closed eyes, asking if he was going with them. He replied that if they were going, then he should too. Reborn looked at the guy worriedly, his eyes wide open, and said that this was a secret place, you can't bring a stranger. Anesha smiled and stretched out her hands, looking at him, and replied that he protected her, and she was sure they would become friends. The black-haired man placed his hands on his knees as he sat in front of her and muttered, since this is her will. Reborn pursed his lips and closed his eyes, frowning silently. Atrium crossed his arms over his chest, saying that since it came to feeling the aura, it was time for him to go. Anesha looked at the guy in surprise, calling him. The blonde waved his hand at the protagonist, smiling, saying that it was time to say goodbye, and he was glad to meet. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest and nodded, saying as he wishes. The blonde waved his hand again and threw his sword over his shoulder. Reborn extended his hand, on which lay a blue pendant, telling Anesha to take it. The man stood in front of the girl, holding out the pendant, saying that it was made from a dragon's fang and would help hide her from the sight of a god. Kang Tison lowered his gaze. A blue light shone in front of him when Reborn told him to take it too. The system window showed an accessory from the dragon's fang, protecting the world of the dragon, blocking the interference of superhumans. A group of 3 demons, the protagonist and Anesha, walked along the road between the mountains. The ghost looked at the sword blade that had a blue light around it, saying, who would have thought that he would swing the sword like a maniac all the way, and could this really be the aura? Kang Tison held the sword out in front of him, smiling at it, and the ghost smiled nervously, saying that although he had received permission to the sword path, he didn't think that he would really succeed. The guy replied that although it doesn't consume mana, there is definitely another limit. The system window showed the skill to be called Aura Mastery 1%, a reward for those who have been granted the sword path. He still lacks experience, so he can't fully use it. The sword blade that had blue energy glowing around it. Habern turned to the protagonist and the girl with black hair, saying that they had come. High mountains. The man looked at the two, saying that he wanted to tell them later so as not to shock them. Kang Tison looked at him questioningly. The other two demons walked forward. Ahead was a mountain with orange leaves on it. Habern turned around, saying that there, on the mountain covered with leaves, lives a dragon. Kang Tison looked up in surprise. Orange leaves were flying nearby and he asked about the dragon. The voice said, "Welcome, it greets them." The guy looked ahead in surprise, while behind him Habern and Anesha walked with a smile towards the mountain. The guy wondered if only he could hear this voice. Kang Tison bowed his head. A light illuminated him. When the voice said, "O traveler who stepped on this land, follow the will of the demon goddess." Orange leaves flying in the darkness. The voice said, "Welcome," and Kang Tison thought that only he could hear it. The voice asked to follow the will of the demon goddess. Kang Tison and Anesha walked through a small village. Looking around, Habern waved his hand forward and said that they had arrived. The protagonist turned to the side to see the demon girl and her child looking at him in fear. The village was surrounded by trees with orange leaves. Habern said that many had already died or fled, so there were only 50 of them left. The man looked over his shoulder with a smile, saying that the village was a bit run down, but they would give them a better hut. The guy holding the box noticed Anesha, looked at her in surprise and called out. Someone said welcome to her and the girl pressed her hand to her chest, looking forward in surprise. Many people with wide smiles approached Anesha, saying that they were glad that she survived and they were so happy when they heard that she was coming. Anesha put her hand to her mouth, tears appeared in her eyes and she thought that they all survived. Kang Tison behind her lowered his gaze and thought that now was not the time for this. The black-haired girl closed her eyes and waved her hand back with a wide smile, saying that she needed to introduce them and that was the person who brought her here. Anesha's eyes widened as she looked back in surprise. There was no one on the road behind the girl and Habern also turned around when the girl called out to the protagonist. Kang Tison ran away from the village with a frown and the ghost next to him asked if he was sure he needed to run like that. He frowned and lowered his gaze, saying that he felt incredibly strong. Kang Tison looked to the side with his hair flying back. He stopped in the forest between the trees with orange leaves and said that he was indifferent to demons, so he doubted that they would attack him. The guy looked forward with rays of golden energy flying near his face. Kang Tison stood in front of a cave with golden energy coming from it. The guy walked into the cave with a bright light shining from the entrance. He held his sword in his hands, and the ghost looked up in surprise, saying that his power was almost equal to that of a god. The guy just said that they came, thinking that this was incredible energy and even 100 like him could not kill him. Kang Tison frowned and looked to the side, noticing something. He raised his head, golden energy was flying above him and a voice said that he welcomed. He came here by the will of the goddess of demons. The system window showed a meeting with the golden dragon Valbenaris. A huge golden dragon with black horns waved its head in front of the protagonist, who looked at it. Golden energy emanated from the dragon. Kang Tison looked at him with a smile. A shadow fell on his eyes and he asked, he would not kill him following the will of God, would he? Valbenaris looked at the guy with his red eyes and answered, no way, this has nothing to do with the gods. A mountain on which grew many trees with orange leaves, between which flew golden energy. The dragon said that besides, no one dared to raise a hand against the children of the goddess of demons who settled in these lands. Habern, who lowered his gaze, bent down. Behind him stood other demons who lowered their heads. Valbenaris said that he called him here only to satisfy his curiosity. The protagonist smiled slightly, raised his head and asked about curiosity. Valbenaris sat on the earth. There were dark chains around him and he said that he is a dragon that protects the earth. In other words, he is a creature attached to Beguseta. The dragon lowered his head closer to the protagonist, tilting it, and said that therefore he was always interested in the place created by the Archmage, where the gods and goddesses live, the Great Labyrinth. Kang Tison silently looked at the dragon, tilting his head, remembering the long descent of the labyrinth. He frowned, asking what he meant by the last one. Valbenaris lowered his red eyes to the boy. Lucifer looked away darkly, her purple eyes glowing, and she raised her hand. The dragon said that the young demon goddess is currently furious, especially at the Hammon of this world who is trying to kill her people. The man with white hair and wings on his back held his hand above the ground with golden cracks. Valbenaris said that she will tear this world to shreds with her own hands, and is only waiting now because there are still her people here. Anesha was lying on the ground, folding her hands and closing her eyes, pulling her legs to her chest. The girl with her eyes closed, her face illuminated by the light. Valbenaris said that once they are saved, the world will end. The protagonist frowned, looking forward. The dragon opened his mouth, lowering his gaze, and said that he was grateful that the boy satisfied his curiosity. Kang Tison looked up at the dragon as it said that he was the first mortal it had ever seen. The dragon cut off a small piece of its claw. Kang Tison reached out its hand, catching the dragon's small claw. Golden energy flew in the sky and Valbanaris said that it was a small gift to him if he found someone who knew how to handle it. It would be very useful. The dragon raised its head, golden wings appeared behind it, and it said that now it was time for them to say goodbye, and he thought that this was their first and last meeting. It was time for them to prepare. Kang Tison looked at the dragon in surprise, his hair and clothes fluttering as he asked for what. Valbanaris looked at it, tilting his head, and answered, for the last battle. The dragon disappeared, leaving behind golden energy swirling in the air. A bright golden fog was visible on the ceiling of the cave below. Anesha closed her eyes, raised her hand, and loudly asked where the protagonist had gone. She stood on the street looking at the guy walking towards her and said that she thought he decided to leave without saying anything. Kang Tison raised his hands nervously, saying that he just needed to meet someone. Havern smiled and extended his hand, saying that he thought he left. The guy crossed his arms and told him not to worry, he would tell him when he decided to leave. The man frowned and looked up at the guy, asking if he was really staying here. Kang Tison tilted his head, frowning at him, and replied that he probably was. He thought that if it was safe for Anesha, the task would have been completed by now. He looked at Havern, who closed his eyes in displeasure and thought that it was too early to leave. Havern extended his hand towards the protagonist, saying that he would prepare a room for him. The man smiled darkly, raised his hand and bowed his head, said since he was protecting the princess, it was necessary to thank him properly. Houses with shabby roofs, the sky was dark. Orange sky in which the stars shone. Night, the sky became dark. There was a knock on the wooden door. The man said it was Anesha. Kang Tison opened the door to a small room, asking what it was. The girl was holding a bottle with a smile, pointing at it, and asked if he wanted to drink with her. Kang Tison said sure, let him come in. The protagonist and the girl were sitting on the bed, next to a round table, and the guy asked where the wine was from. Anesha replied that she asked for a bottle from Havern. She poured the wine into 2 glasses, smiling and saying that they made it by trial and error. This is all they can offer for now. Kang Tison sipped some wine from the cup, saying sure. He frowned and looked down at the glass with displeasure. 2 system windows appeared, which said that a poison check was starting, and the check failed. He was poisoned and he would lose 5 health every second. The guy looked back at the girl, who was drinking wine, with a smile, and wondered if such wine was normal for demons, and maybe it was poisonous only for humans. Anesha closed her eyes and smiled, remembering Havern and the other demons with wide smiles, thanking the protagonist and saying that she was able to find a family again. Even though he said that he was paid for it, she feels like she is in his debt. Anesha clutched a cup in her hands, awkwardly fidgeting with her hands, and said that therefore, if he wants, he can stay here to live with her. Kang Tison crossed his arms over his chest and got up from the bed, asking her not to say stupid things. The girl looked at the guy. The guy turned to her and looked down, saying that he will have to leave and she will stay here. Let her live here peacefully. Find someone who will make her happy. This will be the best reward for him. Anesha looked up at the guy with a sad look, asking if he will return to the labyrinth. Kang Tison closed his eyes, turning his back to her, and walked towards the exit, saying that this is the only suitable place for him. Kang Tison stood by the tree, leaning his back against it and crossing his arms over his chest. The ghost put his hand to his face, smiling and saying that he had noticed this before, but he was a wimp. Kang Tison asked him to shut up. The guy opened a system window in front of him. Looking at him, the ghost said that he had been poisoned and asked if everything was okay now. The guy answered yes. On the system window was Protective Barrier, 42 out of 192, Health, 2250 out of 2250. The system window dissolved in front of Kang Tison, and he looked away, saying that the barrier was worn out by 150 points and the quest was still not finished. The guy frowned, looking away, and said that it meant that it was not safe for her here. Kang Tison noticed something, and the guy and the ghost looked away in surprise. The guy thought about this energy. The ghost shouted that something was coming. A bright golden beam of light was visible in the sky, the rays of which stretched to the ground, and a silhouette with wings. Kang Tison picked up his swords, asking when everything was ever simple. A man with 3 pairs of wings on his back descended from the sky, rays of energy emanating from him. He landed on the ground, leaving a bright golden pillar of light that pushed the protagonist back. Kang Tison jumped back when a bright, powerful explosion passed through the ground, from which stones flew back. The guy frowned and held 2 swords in front of him, his cloak fluttering behind him. Flying stones were visible nearby. The system window showed that he activated evasion. The guy frowned, looking forward and holding the sword in front of him, said that he was not one of the quiet ones. A bright golden light, in which white rays were visible. Kang Tison stood before a huge angel with 8 wings, holding a sword in front of him, wearing long white clothes and blonde hair. The sun was shining brightly above him, and the system window showed that Kang Tison had collided with the angel of Hammon. The angel pursed his lips. A white mist was flying next to him. He opened his eyes slightly, looking at the boy gloomily. A shadow fell on his eyes, and the system window showed that the opponent was superior to him in strength. Kang Tison frowned, looking at him, and said that fine, he believed the quest would end with his death. The boy swung his swords, purple energy emanating from them. His cloak fluttered upwards and he said that let him attack then.